In a world where the line between life and death is drawn by the whims of powerful beings, Jiang Feng finds himself in an unimaginable predicament. Transmigrated into a realm of cultivation, he is designated as the personnel furnace for the beautiful yet fearsome Saintess Lu Ruyan, who intends to drain his essence in just 3 days. But fate has other plans when he awakens a mysterious metaphysical term system that grants him the first entry, controlled nuclear fusion. What does this mean for Jiang Feng? Instead of being a mere vessel, he discovers a limitless source of vitality within himself. With the sun's energy at his disposal, can he turn the tables on the Saintess and assert his dominance? As he grapples with the absurdity of his situation, a battle of wits and wills ensues. Will he be the one to explode with power, or will he become a mere pawn in a cosmic game? Join Jiang Feng on this chaotic journey filled with unexpected twists, where he must navigate the treacherous waters of cultivation and uncover the true nature of his newfound abilities, all while contending with the beautiful yet dangerous Saintess who seeks to claim him. Chapter 1. Worn out, to be drained? What a trap! The repository of thoughts has been left to a system that sporadically dispenses wealth. The grand signing-in area for distinguished individuals. The signing-in area for beautiful maidens. New requirements have been sent to you. A revised version is due by tomorrow morning. Upon reading the message, Jiang Feng slammed his mouse against the screen. A crack formed, splitting the time 123 into 2 halves. 300,000 project revisions, and I've done it 108 times. What the hell? Before he could finish his exclamation, 2 blinding beams of light shone towards him. The tempered glass shattered with a resounding crash, and a menacing dump truck struck him squarely in the face. Jiang Feng exclaimed, "Damn. This is the 38th floor." The dump truck cackled, "Today, the PI is complete." De Yun shouted, "What the hell? The dump truck is breaking the rules and stealing my business." Jiang Feng, while others are laboring in the fields, how dare you slack off and sleep? Do you think I, the overseer, am non-existent? In his dazed state, Jiang Feng heard someone calling his name. Surviving the encounter with the dump truck? He truly had a charmed life. He pushed aside the hard object beneath him. Habitually stretching, he winced as pain shot through his lower back. Is this the recurrence of my chronic lumbar issue? His consciousness gradually cleared. The scent of earth mixed with fresh grass filled his nostrils. What is all this noise? It's unbearable. What the hell? Opening his eyes, he found a round face nearly pressed against his. Was this the pig-headed supervisor Ma, who was obsequious to clients but ruthless to his own? His expression was indeed fierce. But what had happened to his hairstyle? The blue robe he wore looked utterly ridiculous on him. "Hey, you dare to insult me. Today, I will whip you into submission." Supervisor Ma raised his whip, preparing to strike Jiang Feng. Instinctively, Jiang Feng grabbed a hard object nearby. "Damn it, you've been oppressing me all this time. For that measly salary, I tolerated it. Now, after being hit by a truck, you still want to beat me? I'll make sure you regret it, you fat bastard." At that moment, a tall, thin figure in a gray short coat rushed over, grabbing Supervisor Ma's arm and exclaimed, "This is the Holy Maiden's furnace. It will be opened in 3 days." Holy Maiden? Lu Ruyan, the Holy Maiden? The thin figure nodded slightly. Upon confirmation, Supervisor Ma shivered involuntarily, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He glanced at Jiang Feng with a hint of pity. Despite his arrogance in front of these spirit farmers, he was nothing among other cultivators of the sect, let alone before the Holy Maiden Lu Ruyan. Just days ago, he had assisted in handling a furnace brought down from the mountain. It resembled a desiccated corpse, its skin tightly adhered to the bones. Looking at Jiang Feng now, he appeared as if he were already dead. Jiang Feng, listening to the conversation, felt bewildered. Holy Maiden? Furnace? What on earth are they talking about? At that moment, he felt something sharp in his hand and couldn't help but lower his gaze. The gray short coat he wore was even more tattered than that of the tall figure. His legs and hands were caked in dark mud. His palms, slightly smaller than an adult's, were covered in calluses. In his grasp was a hoe. He looked just like a decrepit farmer. Glancing around, he realized he was standing on the edge of a field. Surrounded by distant mountains, the sky was pristine and clear. There was not a trace of modern industry in sight. Taking a deep breath, the air was remarkably fresh. Did that damn dump truck really send me back in time? As Jiang Feng pondered his existence, the voice of the tall figure continued. Supervisor Ma, this is all managed by Jiang Feng in the spirit fields, and the growth is excellent. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Can I even farm? I was unaware of this. Jiang Feng, Why haven't you put down the hoe and apologized to Supervisor Ma? Seeing Supervisor Ma relax, the tall figure turned and barked at Jiang Feng. Yet in his heart, he thought, at least he is the best worker under my supervision. Each quarter, his output exceeds others by 30%, and he takes home 80% of that. After saving for a while longer, he could attempt to draw qi into his body again. With some luck, he might even enter the qi refining stage. Jiang Feng did not respond to his words. At that moment, a flood of memories surged into his mind. Jiang Feng, the sixth prince of the Tianlong kingdom, currently a servant in the Hehuan sect. 15 years, 11 months, and 27 days old, possessing a balanced 5 spirit roots. The royal family of Tianlong did not wish to raise him, nor could they afford to. His father pleaded with the Hehuan sect to take him in as a furnace. After being subjected to relentless manipulation, he was sent to this spirit field to farm. Unable to activate his spirit roots, he would be sent to be harvested by the Holy Maiden in 3 days. After accumulating nearly half a year's worth of shattered spirit stones, he only needed to complete one last task to have enough spirit stones to purchase elixirs. Instead, he found himself exhausted at the edge of the field. As the memories fused, the various scenarios of manipulation he endured in the Tianlong kingdom replayed in Jiang Feng's mind. Cultivation, 5 spirit roots, 3 days, furnace. Various terms swirled in his consciousness. In an instant, Jiang Feng's teeth clenched tightly. Fear and anger intertwined within him. Initially, he thought he had traversed to become a prince, destined to live a life of luxury with beautiful wives and concubines. Little did he know that he had landed in a world of cultivation, and worse yet, as a discarded furnace for the Holy Maiden. What kind of hellish beginning is this? Jiang Feng, what kind of attitude is this? Supervisor Ma has shown you mercy. You should be thanking him. The tall figure wore a look of feigned concern. At this moment, the fusion of memories in Jiang Feng's mind completed, and he recognized the tall figure before him. Gao Sheng, the captain of the spirit farmers in this field. During his 2+ years as a spirit farmer, most of the resources had been siphoned away by this old scoundrel. After reviewing the memories associated with Gao Sheng, Jiang Feng's teeth ground even harder. His fists clenched unconsciously, the sunburned knuckles turning pale. He longed to smash his fist into this old scoundrel's face. Oh, still unconvinced. Don't think that just because you are the Holy Maiden's furnace, I cannot control you. Don't even dream of turning your fortunes around with your pathetic balanced 5 spirit roots. Supervisor Ma, with his plump face and protruding belly, exuded an oppressive aura from his qi refining 3rd layer. Gao Sheng hunched over, retreating continuously. Jiang Feng felt as though he were being crushed by an invisible mountain. His body instinctively bent forward, making breathing difficult. If not for the hoe supporting him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Just as Jiang Feng was on the verge of giving in, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The analysis of the world's origin is complete. The scientific terminology system has successfully loaded. Initial activation grants 1 terminology extraction. As the entry extraction commenced, congratulations were in order for the host who had drawn the entry. K Kinji H J F N. All entries within this system possess only conceptual significance and lack any physical embodiment. The specific methods of utilization are left for one to explore independently. Jiang Feng gazed at the resplendent title of the entry, his eyes twitching slightly. The good news, gold had been obtained. The bad news, what on earth is this? As he beheld the contents displayed on the system panel, Jiang Feng was momentarily engulfed in darkness. Title, Scientific Entry System. Prize Pool, Superconductivity, Ultra-High Voltage, AI, Phased Array Radar. Jiang Feng was utterly bewildered. Wait, could you translate this for me? What on earth do you mean by a technology entry? This is a fantasy world. People here are cultivating immortality. How can you even claim to have deciphered the origins of the universe? Chapter 2. The Metaphysical Lexicon System, Yang-Qi. The sun is also Yang. Jiang Feng's mind raced with thoughts. The text before his eyes stalled momentarily before swiftly refreshing. Ding. Data anomaly detected. Conducting self-check. Self-check in progress. Self-check completed. System updated. Renaming complete. Renamed to Science, crossed out, Metaphysical Lexicon System. Observing the changes within the system, Jiang Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. A responsive system is indeed a good system. However, upon gazing at the displayed text, he felt an urge to take a hoe and dig up the panel. How infuriating. You claim to have renamed it, yet it remains merely a name change. The entries in the prize pool have not altered in the slightest. What is the point of changing the title if nothing else has changed? Would it have been too much to rename it to one-click perfection? Regardless of how loudly Jiang Feng called out, the system interface displayed only one line. Would you like to use the entry, controlled nuclear fusion? Jiang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. So, you take on the role of executioner without burying the body? Very well. Let us see what this entry can do. Better to have it than not at all. After all, it is a golden legend. Yet, upon seeing the name of the entry, Jiang Feng's face twitched once more. This entry claims to be powerful, and indeed it seems to be quite a treasure. But the problem is, we are in a fantasy world. There is no industrial foundation whatsoever. Can one truly craft a nuclear bomb by hand? In 3 days, he would be taken to the lumberyard, likely turned into a dried corpse. Would he have time to gather the black mud from his body to make up the numbers? Various thoughts whirled in his mind. Jiang Feng commanded inwardly, "Use it." The text on the panel vanished upon his order. A three-dimensional human figure appeared before Jiang Feng, with a line of text appearing below. Please select the position to use the entry. A beam of golden light illuminated the lower back of the three-dimensional figure. A warm current radiated from his waist. Huh, is this how nuclear fusion works? What is its purpose? A heated blanket? No, wait. Jiang Feng sensed a familiar feeling emerging. It seemed akin to the sensation he experienced when activating his spiritual root during cultivation. A burst of joy illuminated Jiang Feng's eyes. This is Yang-Chi. Indeed, is not nuclear fusion akin to a small sun? The sun is also yang. No mistake there. Thus, does this not imply that I possess infinite Yang-Chi? A Saintess, is it? You wish to drain me, do you? Let us see whether you will drain me, or I will burst you. How absurd. Jiang Feng forcefully suppressed this thought. Even with such advantages, would he still allow himself to be manipulated? This is a world imbued with supernatural powers, where martial prowess reigns supreme. Strengthening oneself should be his primary concern. As the Yang-Chi manifested, the familiar Shenyang Ju began to operate autonomously. Even the oppressive weight of his 3 layers of Qi cultivation felt considerably lighter. In the eyes of Manager Ma, Jiang Feng, under the weight of oppression, not only did not kneel, but as time passed, he appeared to be brimming with vitality. This sensation is alarming. Could it be that Jiang Feng is awakening his spiritual root under his pressure? After all, he is the designated furnace of the Saintess, and she may come to claim him in a few days. Helping him awaken his spiritual root now would surely ruin the Saintess's plans. Manager Ma, what are you doing here? I searched for you everywhere. Just as he was engulfed in panic, a young female cultivator clad in the garb of an outer sect disciple appeared beside the spirit field. A cold voice rang out. Upon hearing her, Manager Ma instinctively shivered, unconsciously retracting his oppressive aura. Gao Sheng, due to the angle, spotted the speaker before Manager Ma. He instinctively shrank his neck, wishing to diminish his presence. As Manager Ma turned around, a sycophantic smile spread across his face. What brings you here, Wang Shimi? If there is anything you need, just command me. No need for you to come in person. Yet inwardly, he thought, truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Humph, I come on the Saintess's orders to inform you. Wang Shimi declared while raising her chin and casting an indifferent glance at Manager Ma. In 3 days, she shall require that furnace. For these next 2 days, do not let him engage in any tasks, lest he proves to be utterly useless. Now, take me to see him. After speaking, she turned her attention to the spirit field, completely disregarding Jiang Feng, who stood respectfully at the side. To her, this lowly laborer digging in the spirit field was no different from livestock. He was not worthy of her attention. At this moment, the Yang-Chi within Jiang Feng flowed continuously from his waist, being sent to a mysterious location within his body by the Shenyang Ju. As the Shenyang Ju operated, Jiang Feng felt his energy surging. It felt as if something within him was on the verge of emerging. Wang Shimi turned to survey her surroundings again, returning to her original spot, only to find Manager Ma making no moves, his expression somewhat unnatural. What? Just as the words left her lips, a faint tremor emanated from the side. Crack! Jiang Feng seemed to hear something shatter. A surge of Yang-Chi erupted from his waist, flooding into the mysterious location in one go. How could there be so much Yang-Chi within his waist? Had the original owner utilized this sooner, he might have awakened his spiritual root long ago. However, this was not the time for such contemplations. Jiang Feng now felt an indescribable connection with the world, and all his aches and fatigue vanished completely. Ah, delightful. Jiang Feng stretched luxuriously. Jiang Feng, why are you making such a racket again? Gao Xing shouted instinctively from the side. Jiang Feng, arms still raised, froze momentarily upon hearing the voice. When he focused his gaze, he found two men and a woman staring at him. Awkwardly, he lowered his arm. How could he have forgotten about these individuals? However, now that he had awakened his spiritual root, he stood on the same level as that old man. He would not indulge him, and thus, he retorted directly. So what if I awaken my spiritual root? Does it bother you? You. Gao Sheng was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling disgruntled yet unsure of how to respond. After retorting to Gao Sheng, Jiang Feng turned to Manager Ma and cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Manager Ma, for assisting me in awakening my spiritual root. Though he had been breaking through moments ago, he had heard every word of their conversation. He had not anticipated that Lu Ru Yin would be in such a hurry. 3 days in advance. Someone was dispatched. Fortunately, he activated his spiritual root on the spot. Otherwise, it would have been said that he did not need to work. Who knew if it was out of fear that the furnace cauldron would escape, leading to his early confinement somewhere. Now, in order to avoid suspicion regarding his transformation, you, Master Ma, must bear this burden well. Jiang Feng gazed at Master Ma with utmost gratitude, as if the latter had indeed rendered him enormous assistance. Master Ma responded, "What have I done?" "Oh, you Ma Pai. I remarked on your rather peculiar reaction." At this moment, Wang Shimi, overhearing, raised her eyebrows in indignation. She placed her hands on her hips and glared at the bewildered Master Ma, pointing a finger at his nose and admonishing him sternly. "How dare you trip the Holy Maiden? Just wait and see how the Holy Maiden will deal with you." After she finished speaking, she turned her attention to Jiang Feng, her eyes filled with disdain. "Do not think that merely activating your spiritual root amounts to anything," she said, gesturing towards the nearby Gao Sheng. "Just like that useless person beside you. Nearly 10 years since his activation of the spiritual root, and he is still an ordinary mortal. If it weren't for his ability to cultivate spiritual rice, he would have long been deemed wasteful. You, with your balanced 5 elements and 5 spiritual roots, should not harbor any illusions about embarking on the path of cultivation. You might as well enjoy the remainder of your days." With that, she turned and strode towards the outskirts of the spiritual field. Master Ma, however, became anxious and called out as he pursued her. "Wang Shimi, let me explain." Gao Sheng, noticing the departure of the two, bowed his head and attempted to slip away, only to be halted by Jiang Feng's voice. "Master Gao, do not rush off." Chapter 3. The Unforeseen Mechanics of the System. Hehe. Jiang Shidi, I have something to discuss. Gao Sheng chuckled, attempting to steer the conversation away. What could possibly be more urgent than repaying me with the spirit stones? 300 shattered spirit stones each year, totaling 900 over 3 years. Just give me 1,300 shattered spirit stones. However, Jiang Feng did not allow him the opportunity to elaborate and stated directly, "You have consumed so many of my resources. You think I will let this slide easily?" Gao Sheng exclaimed, 1,003. Why don't you just go and steal it? Those are not solely mine to claim. It's quicker to make money through legitimate channels than through theft. 1,003 is non-negotiable. At worst, we'll part ways. Jiang Feng shot him a sidelong glance, feigning intent to leave. This old man still wanted to play the victim. He had dozens of people working for him. Who was he trying to fool? Gao Sheng's expression stiffened at his words. Wait, Jiang Shidi, let us discuss this. He was not foolish. If he summoned the steward, he could not predict how much Jiang Feng would ultimately take. His spirit stones would certainly be depleted. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng left Gao Sheng's presence with a smile. As he stepped outside, he gently patted the 13 low-grade spirit stones in his pocket. This was the original owner's salary for 3 years. Would he allow that old man to swindle him so easily? Not a chance. Indeed, being assertive during negotiations proved to be remarkably effective. Gao Sheng watched Jiang Feng's retreating figure with a venomous glare. Humph. Don't think my spirit stones are so easily obtained. He had painstakingly accumulated those spirit stones, and now, with Jiang Feng taking nearly half, it appeared his plan to cultivate his qi would have to be set aside for the time being. He would need to focus on that girl instead. Meanwhile, Ma Pai chased after Wang Shimi, arriving at a serene little courtyard. A 3-story building stood majestically within. As Ma Pai gazed at the open door, his heart raced. What? Does Ma Pai disdain my humble abode, not even wishing to enter? Just as he hesitated, an enticing voice beckoned him. Ma Pai struggled to compose himself, channeling his spiritual energy to seal his nostrils against the alluring fragrance wafting toward him. How could he not be flustered at the prospect of laying eyes on the Saintess' unparalleled beauty? He pondered how to face her. Upon entering the hall, Wang Shimi had already positioned herself behind a soft couch. A delicate figure reclined gracefully upon it, her autumn-like eyes glistening as they gazed in Ma Pai's direction. He dared to glance briefly before bowing deeply. "I have met with you, Lu Shengf." He did not raise his head, too anxious even to look at his own shoelaces. He bit down on his tongue, the pain and metallic taste sharpening his mind. Just a fleeting glimpse nearly ensnared him in her allure. "Speak. What is your connection with my furnace?" Her words, though inquisition, flowed with a softness that belied their intensity. Lu Rian was not driven by hunger or desperation. Her enchanting presence stemmed from her innate charm and the supreme cultivation technique of her sect, Inyang Mi Lu. Only by successfully establishing a foundation could one learn to control such influences. Hastily, Ma Pai bowed even lower, desperate to conceal his embarrassment. Once more, he bit his tongue harshly before recounting the events at hand. "Returning to the Saintess, today. Oh, but this furnace was originally intended for my own use to assist in my foundation establishment. Now, I must refrain from utilizing him for at least a year. What do you propose we do about this?" As she spoke, the oppressive aura of the 9th layer of Qi cultivation began to manifest. Lu Rian was puzzled. The restrictions within Jiang Feng should not be easily broken by mere 9th layer pressure. "If the Saintess is in haste, I can procure a few miscellaneous workers for you," Ma Pai stammered, his legs trembling slightly. "Nonsense. Do not presume that the Saintess is one to be impatient. How could those other miscellaneous workers, with their muddled yang energy, compare to the yin-yang body?" Wang Shimi rebuked sharply. Ma Pai felt a shiver run through him as he finally understood why Jiang Feng, a mere servant, garnered such favor from the Saintess. In this light, Jiang Feng. I have a plan that will surely prevent Jiang Feng from entering the outer sect. He possesses a 5-element spiritual root. As long as he remains unable to comprehend the cultivation techniques, he will naturally be incapable of drawing in qi. Progressing to the qi refinement stage will be utterly impossible. Ma Pai spoke rapidly and fervently, unable to withstand the pressure of the 9th layer of qi. It appears there may still be time. Begone. Lu Rian's gaze was distant, no longer directed at Ma Pai. The wretch is currently at the 7th layer of qi. A year's time should suffice. This is a critical moment. I cannot allow that old hag to seize any advantage. That old hag pushed the wretch forward merely to usurp my position. Why should I be sacrificed to curry favor with those aberrations? Until I possess sufficient strength, I must not lose my identity as the Saintess. Wang Shimi, prepare a gift for me. Jiang Feng emerged from Gao Sheng's domain, now well into the afternoon. Reflecting on the myriad of events since his awakening, he felt somewhat disoriented. Relying on the memories he had merged with and the instincts honed from a lifetime of labor, he managed to navigate through. Observing the surroundings that felt both familiar and foreign, he fully grasped that he was now in an alternate realm. There was no returning. Even if he could, the past would likely be a chaotic mess. He must continue to look forward. With the presence of the system, perhaps this lifetime would not resemble his previous one, filled with unfulfilled potential. With his spiritual roots activated, Jiang Feng had no intention of returning to the spiritual field. He planned to find a secluded spot to study his spiritual roots and the system. A growl emanated from his stomach, protesting. Jiang Feng patted his belly and turned toward the dining hall. Cultivation is vital, but nourishment is even more crucial. He must not allow himself to faint from hunger before achieving any progress in his training. Such a scenario would be utterly laughable. As he walked, Jiang Feng contemplated his future. Today he had thoroughly offended both Gao Sheng and Manager Ma. Gao Sheng was of little concern, as he was not a cultivator. However, he needed to tread carefully around Manager Ma. Jiang Feng had witnessed the power of cultivators in the spiritual fields. If they were set on sabotaging him, he would truly be powerless to resist. Yet, the incident had been abrupt. To conceal the existence of the system, Jiang Feng had to find someone to take the blame. Should he seek out Manager Ma and humble himself? The thought crossed his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. In his previous life, he had already endured enough labor. Now, with a second chance at life, he would not willingly become a beast of burden once more. How could one not provoke laughter from fellow travelers? If only the system could upgrade with a mere click like others, that would be perfection. There would be no need to concern oneself with a mere third-layer Qi practitioner like Ma Pengzi. Other than the somewhat abstract nature of the system's attributes, they are indeed usable. However, I possess the 5-element balanced 5 spiritual roots. which are the most resource-consuming and the slowest to elevate. From the attitude of that Wang's surname female practitioner, one can discern just how burdensome these spiritual roots are. Future cultivation will likely rely heavily on the attribute system. I must hasten to study how to acquire new attributes. The term controlled nuclear fusion is indeed advantageous, yet it currently only provides yang energy. How wonderful it would be if it could also supply spiritual energy. There would be no need to worry about whether one can draw qi into the body. One could simply soar. Tomorrow, after receiving the cultivation method, it will be Jiang Feng soaring to great heights without consuming beef. Don't run. Stop right there. Junior brother, please help me intercept that spiritual chicken. As Jiang Feng's mind wandered with these thoughts, a sudden shout echoed from ahead. He looked up to see a somewhat short and plump figure rushing towards him. One hand wielded a bloodied kitchen knife, while the other pointed forward. Following the direction of his finger, a snow-white chicken weighing around 7 to 8 jin was frantically dashing ahead, its neck drenched in blood, evidently having been struck before, yet somehow still alive and fleeing. Seeing that the chicken was about to rush past him, Jiang Feng acted swiftly, grabbing it by the neck. Crack! The chicken's neck snapped under its own momentum, producing a crisp sound. It flapped a couple of times in Jiang Feng's grasp before falling silent. Yet, he paid no heed to the spiritual chicken in his hand or the approaching plump figure. Instead, his gaze was fixated on the system notification that appeared before him. You have slain a spiritual chicken, earning 1 soul point. Current soul points, 1 point. Note, every 100 points allows for a regular draw. So the system operates in this manner. Chapter 4. Methods to attain soul points. Old 6. Can you just call out like that? Jiang Feng murmured as he gazed at the system prompt. Junior brother, could you please hand me the chicken? Called out the short, stout senior brother, yet he did not approach Jiang Feng, instead hiding the kitchen knife behind him. Seeing this, Jiang Feng smiled and handed the spiritual chicken over. My name is Jiang Feng. May I ask how to address this senior brother? Guotao. Thank you, junior brother. Next time you come to the dining hall, I shall treat you to a meal. Guotao replied with a smile as he accepted the chicken, preparing to head back. Senior brother, wait for me. Junior brother is also going to the dining hall for a meal. Let us go together. Jiang Feng quickly caught up with him, having just discovered the system's usage. He was not about to let anyone related to it slip away easily. Are you returning to cook? Jiang Feng inquired, pointing to the kitchen knife in Guotao's hand. Not at all. I'm merely doing some menial chores like washing vegetables and dishes in the dining hall. If it weren't for that senior brother responsible for the slaughter. Guotao began to lament, revealing that the disciple in charge of the slaughter had decided to retreat into seclusion after feeling he was on the verge of entering the qi gathering stage. Consequently, the dining hall had no one to take over the task, which had fallen to the other disciples, with Guotao scheduled to handle the spiritual chicken that day. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's interest in the slaughtering task was piqued. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he did not immediately eat but intentionally lingered beside Guotao. He stood next to a large goose being slaughtered until it finally succumbed. With no gain from this venture, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. After a hearty meal in the dining hall, his disappointment began to ease. Old 6. What brings you here? Just as he stepped outside, a voice called from the side. Curiously, Jiang Feng turned to look. Who would refer to someone as Old 6? It would not be amusing if someone genuinely took that name seriously. He glanced over to see 2 individuals dressed in blue outer sect attire. The speaker was a young boy, trailing a few steps behind a youth. Jiang Feng found the boy somewhat familiar, but could not recall his identity, so he dismissed the thought and continued walking. Jiang Feng, what do you mean by ignoring me? The boy hurried forward and grasped Jiang Feng's arm. The youth accompanying him frowned slightly at this action. Jiang Feng turned back. And who might you be? How dare you call someone Old 6? You actually dare to ask who I am? How audacious! Father sent you to the immortal sect to cultivate, and you do not even recognize your elder brother. Truly, one raised without a mother lacks proper upbringing. The boy's face flushed with anger as he spoke through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng finally recalled the identity of the boy before him. Jiang Lin, the second prince of the Tianlong kingdom, the eldest son of the Hua Fei, who was 3 months his senior. Among the 8 princes of the Tianlong royal family, he was one of the few with spiritual roots, possessing a 4-root talent, slightly superior to Jiang Feng. Both entered the sect simultaneously. Yet Jiang Lin was directly recognized as an outer disciple, requiring only to cultivate diligently without engaging in menial labor. Thanks to the resources provided by the Tianlong kingdom, He had successfully entered the qi gathering stage just a month prior. Oh, so you're the second prince. Having someone to guide you doesn't seem to have made much difference. What does having someone to teach me matter to you? Let go of me. Jiang Feng pushed the boy's hand away. What nonsense. You come here and launch a personal attack? At this point, all memories had been sorted out. Were it not for the Tianlong Emperor sending Jiang Feng to be the Saintess' furnace, along with providing significant resources to the outer sect elders, how could this fellow have secured a direct promotion to outer disciple? You. Zhang Lin was so enraged that he struggled to articulate his words. Taking a deep breath, he finally managed to say, as a sect servant, you should be diligent instead of slacking off here. You show no respect to your elder brother. Do you honor the emperor's investment in you? Do you deserve the opportunities given to you by the sect? Jiang Feng rolled his eyes at him. What a grand accusation. While the original owner toiled in the fields from dawn till dusk, you were off enjoying yourself somewhere. Now you come out to reprimand me. The one who farmed was the original owner. By extension, isn't the burden on you? Can you endure this? Shut your mouth. Who are you to dictate my whereabouts or my activities? Why didn't your father send you to be a furnace for cultivation? Jiang Feng unleashed a retort that sent Zhang Lin staggering back several steps. Enough. What kind of decorum is this, causing a ruckus within the sect? The youth interjected, noticing the growing crowd and frowning. A pressure emanated from him, possessing the weight of the fourth layer of qi gathering, forcing both Jiang Feng and Zhang Lin to recoil. He had never been interested in Jiang Feng's affairs, and with so many onlookers, his patience waned. Oh, it seems you have activated your spiritual roots. In that case, your presence here is indeed justified, the youth remarked, then turned away, no longer interested in dining with Jiang Lin. Seeing the youth depart, Jiang Lin's expression shifted, glaring at Jiang Feng before hastily pursuing after him. Jiang Feng squinted at Jiang Lin's retreating figure. Despite their significant conflict, he knew his character would not lead him to quarrel publicly. It appeared that the sudden influx of memories had somewhat affected his behavior. He would need to be more cautious moving forward. However, it seemed Jiang Lin, his younger brother, was living quite well. Aside from cultivation, he had ample resources to curry favor with others. Jiang Feng contemplated for a moment, disregarding the crowd of onlookers, and departed without concern for offending Jiang Lin. According to the memories, it was inevitable that they would confront each other. The original owner had been sent to be a furnace largely due to Hua Fei's machinations. Otherwise, even without cultivating, Jiang Feng would at least have been a leisurely prince with his own estate, not reduced to a peasant's appearance as he was now. Finding a secluded spot, Jiang Feng began to examine the system. The interface still displayed only a three-dimensional figure of a person with a golden glow emanating from the waist. Uncertain of what to make of the situation, Jiang Feng silently mused to himself, pondering how one could discern anything merely by gazing at an image. As this thought crossed his mind, the panel before him underwent a transformation, revealing lines of text beside the figure. Host, Jiang Feng. Realm, ordinary person. Entry, controllable nuclear fusion, kidney yang energy. Technique, rising yang method. Soul points, 1 point. Is this even possible? So this is what was meant by exploring independently upon system activation. Witnessing the alterations on the panel, Jiang Feng's heart raced with excitement. The content following the entry appeared to hold significance. He attempted to concentrate on the term yang energy. After a prolonged pause, there was no reaction. He then shifted his focus to the words kidney. This time, the panel finally responded. The figure before Jiang Feng suddenly enlarged, with various parts of the body, heart, liver, and even the lower abdomen, gently flickering. This is... Jiang Feng's heart pounded wildly. Could it be that the entries could be relocated? The areas that glimmered must be the positions where the entries could be placed. Should I give it a try? A sense of impatience began to stir within Jiang Feng. Chapter 5. Wuxing Lianqi Ju. The quality of spiritual roots can be enhanced. Jiang Feng focused his attention on the heart position of the three-dimensional hologram. It is said that the heart belongs to fire. Is yang fire also considered fire? A prompt appeared, suggesting, would you like to change the attribute? Note, the first change is free. Subsequent changes require 100 soul points. Upon reading it, Jiang Feng promptly abandoned the thought of changing. Keeping the attribute in the kidneys is advantageous, as he still has Shengyang Ju to utilize. Placing it in the heart, however, leaves him without any cultivation method to employ. If he wished to revert it, he would need to expend soul points. Gazing at the meager 1 soul point displayed on the panel, he realized it was insufficient for another change. Even if it were sufficient, he would need to reserve it for acquiring new attributes. It seems that engaging in butchery work is imperative. The system currently offered no actionable options. Jiang Feng began to delve into his memories regarding cultivation. In this world, merely possessing spiritual roots is futile. One must activate them to cultivate. Xingyang Ju is the method given by the Hahuan sect to the miscellaneous disciples for activating their spiritual roots. It gathers yang energy to nourish the spiritual roots. The more abundant the yang energy, the easier it is to activate the roots. Those with vigorous yang energy, after activating their roots, can even enhance the quality of their spiritual roots. As Jiang Feng recalled the contents of Xingyang Ju, doubts began to arise in his mind. How credible is this cultivation method? What kind of method solely cultivates yang energy? Its purported benefits seem overly exaggerated. The vast majority of miscellaneous disciples, in his memory, were equipped with Xingyang Ju. It should not be some scheme specifically targeting him. If any conspiracy exists, it is that all male disciples practicing Xingyang Ju within the sect are merely reserve cauldrons. If the claims regarding enhancing spiritual roots hold any truth, the yang energy generated from the attributes shows no sign of depletion. A warm sensation continuously enveloped his waist, and the discomfort in his lower back had vanished. Jiang Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, he was destined to soar. Overwhelmed by the possibility of enhancing his spiritual roots, Jiang Feng could no longer contain his eagerness. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to operate according to the methods of Xingyang Ju. The original owner, apart from laboring diligently, was also remarkably skilled in this technique. No sooner had he settled than strands of yang energy were drawn from his kidneys and swiftly entered an enigmatic part of his body. He could still absorb it. Though he could not perceive specific changes, he had an abundance of yang energy. As long as he could absorb it, he would feast until satiated. In the Lingtian district, at Gao Sheng's residence. After Jiang Feng's departure, Gao Sheng found himself increasingly agitated. As dusk approached, he could no longer endure and rose in anger, heading toward the residence of Manager Ma. Gao Sheng, what brings you here? Manager Ma's tone was cold and unyielding. Upon seeing Gao Sheng, he was reminded of Jiang Feng and the trepidation he felt in the presence of the Saintess, all thanks to that lad. Manager Ma, you are aware that my relationship with Jiang, that lad, is rather ordinary. Just as Gao Sheng was about to utter Jiang Feng's name, he caught sight of the unkind expression in Ma's eyes and hastily altered his words. Thus, I wish to inquire how you plan to handle. Even if he successfully activates his spiritual roots, he will only be on par with you. What is there to fear? Manager Ma cast a disdainful glance at Gao Sheng, deeming him a useless individual. Yet, recalling Gao Sheng's usual tributes, he indulged him with a few more words. Rest assured, the cultivation of the five-element spiritual roots is inherently arduous. Moreover, that esteemed individual has already instructed that the cultivation hall will provide him with a more suitable cultivation method. He will undoubtedly have no opportunity to successfully cultivate. Upon hearing this, Gao Sheng's eyes revealed a hint of uncertainty. This, one must always consider the unexpected. I have heard that miscellaneous disciples are also assigned work, albeit lighter tasks. If that lad becomes occupied. Manager Ma regarded Gao Sheng for a long moment before responding. When it comes to exploiting others, you are unparalleled, Gao Sheng. Unbeknownst to them, a night had passed. The chirping of birds in the forest roused Jiang Feng from his cultivation. A wave of soreness and numbness enveloped his entire being. He had sat for too long. The activation of his spiritual roots offered limited enhancement to his physical condition. Jiang Feng slowly rose to stretch his limbs. The warm flow around his waist swiftly dispelled his fatigue. Before long, the sensations of soreness and numbness faded away, and Jiang Feng felt invigorated once more. This new attribute is indeed advantageous. The small tent bears witness. He could fight for another 300. No, running Xingyang Ju again posed no challenge. However, Jiang Feng chose not to sit down again, but instead walked toward the cultivation hall. The enhancement of spiritual roots is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. He must first obtain a cultivation technique and the benefits of being a miscellaneous disciple. Only with a cultivation method can he truly embark on the path of immortality and have a chance to escape the fate of being a cauldron. Thud, thud, thud. At the entrance of the cultivation hall, Jiang Feng was pushed back several steps by a wave of spiritual pressure. Indeed, he had successfully activated his spiritual roots. The middle-aged steward did not lift his head. He was busily recording notes with swift strokes. The method to test whether the spiritual roots were activated is truly simple and crude. Why can't they employ a gentler approach? Jiang Feng internally grumbled. Jiang Feng, is it? Balanced five-element roots? The middle-aged steward glanced at Jiang Feng's identity token, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Yes, indeed, I am the disciple, Jiang Feng replied, cupping his hands in greeting. He reached beneath the table to retrieve a small package, saying, the ancient supreme technique Wuxing Lianqi Ju, specifically for five-element spiritual roots. Take it. Jiang Feng looked at him in confusion. Shouldn't he select the cultivation method himself? What does he mean by this? The middle-aged steward cleared his throat and stated, ahem. This technique encompasses all five elements and is highly compatible with your attributes. Although you possess the lowest grade of balanced five-element spiritual roots, as long as the technique is suitable, the chances of successfully cultivating qi are still quite substantial. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Feng, as if to convey, I am not misleading you. Jiang Feng inwardly rolled his eyes. However, he feigned a surprised expression on his face. Really? Even I, with merely the lowest quality five-element spiritual roots, can succeed? I have heard that Shengyang Ju can enhance the quality of spiritual roots. I wonder if continuous practice of Shengyang Ju would. Jiang Feng seized the opportunity to voice his lingering doubts. Shengyang Ju is indeed a remarkable technique, accidentally acquired by the sect's founder in ancient times. The enhancement of spiritual root quality is certainly genuine. However, you are still a mere mortal. Do not overthink matters. The speed at which one can enhance their spiritual root before initiating the process of qi absorption is still somewhat acceptable. Your innate talent is already lacking, so investing your time in cultivating the Shengyang Ju is questionable. Can you truly complete the qi absorption within a year? At this point, the middle-aged man seemed to realize he had misspoken. In truth, the Shengyang Ju does allow for the enhancement of one's spiritual root after qi absorption, albeit at the cost of consuming double the original amount of yang qi. He coughed lightly a couple of times and swiftly continued, ahem. It would be more prudent for you to focus on cultivating the Wuxing Lianqi Ju. This is, after all, the qi cultivation portion of the supreme ancient technique, the Hanyuan Wuxing Zhengong. The teachings within the sect can be cultivated all the way to the golden core stage. It stands on par with the sect's highest inheritance, the Yinyang Milu, which can only be practiced by those with dual spiritual roots. Should you succeed, your realm would surpass that of the esteemed Huanqi Laozu of the false core. By the end, the middle-aged steward's emotions were visibly stirred. Jiang Feng regarded him with a blink. Had he not known that aside from the location of the sect, the spiritual energy in other regions was exceedingly sparse, he might have been swayed by the man's fabrications. The dual cultivation of the five elements would undoubtedly require an immense amount of resources. Even so, the man remained fervently eager to promote this technique to him. A suspicion arose in Jiang Feng's heart. Someone is plotting against me. Chapter 6. What to do when one's lips are unable to contain their excitement. In Jiang Feng's heart, various speculations whirled, yet his visage revealed an unmistakable expression of exhilaration. This time, his excitement was genuine, devoid of any pretense. He pointed toward the parcel resting on the table and inquired, such formidable prowess. To what realm can this cultivation method ascend? The middle-aged steward's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain as he pushed the parcel toward Jiang Feng. Within lies a complete method for the refining qi stage. Upon mastery, one may even break through to the foundation establishment stage. As for this month's benefits, you shall receive a low-grade spirit stone and 2 sets of servant-disciple attire. Yet, in his heart, he mused that even if he were to grant you a method capable of achieving the golden core, what of it? With less than a year of life remaining, why fret so much? Jiang Feng lifted his gaze to meet the steward's unwavering stare, which brooked no dissent. Should he refuse, it was unlikely he would reap any rewards. To have attained the position of steward, one must possess at least a late refining qi cultivation. Jiang Feng, naturally, had no intention of making a fool of himself, nor had he contemplated refusal. Today marked his first encounter with the steward before him. There was no reason for the latter to target him. Surely, it was not merely because he was more handsome. Jiang Feng's curiosity piqued. Who could possibly command the steward of the cultivation method hall to act against him? A mere servant disciple who had yet to commence his refining qi journey? Jiang Lin lacked such influence, and even the outer sect disciple he had attempted to curry favor with did not possess it. Gao Sheng and Manager Ma, if they had such connections, they would not be languishing in the spirit field cultivated by mortals. The only one of higher standing was the revered Saintess Lu Ruyan. Among those with ties to Jiang Feng, She was the sole individual with such capability. What motivated her to target him so? Logically, the higher the cultivation level of a furnace cauldron, the more effective the absorption should be. Jiang Feng had successfully activated his spiritual root. She should have the least reason to obstruct his cultivation. He reached for the parcel, a hint of hesitation on his face, yet his heart soared with delight. Typically, servant disciples at the outset could only obtain methods for the first 3 layers of the refining cheese stage. It was only after reaching the 3rd layer that one could apply for subsequent methods. To acquire a complete method for the refining cheese stage was indeed an unexpected boon. The 5 elements cultivation required a vast amount of spiritual energy, yet he possessed a unique trait. He distinctly remembered that when he chose to change the trait position yesterday, the area on the panel, including the dantian, had flickered. Could any quantity surpass the infinite? Thank you, senior brother. I shall take my leave. Grasping the parcel, Jiang Feng examined its contents and discovered they aligned perfectly with what had been stated. He intended to depart, fearing that lingering would lead him to burst into laughter. Wait, the middle-aged steward interjected once more. Jiang Feng endeavored to suppress the grin tugging at his lips. Does senior brother have further instructions? Indeed. Servant disciples are also required to assist the sect in fulfilling its duties. The steward of the accommodation hall is unavailable today and has entrusted me with the distribution of tasks. This booklet contains the available assignments for servant disciples. Please select one. The steward extended a booklet toward Jiang Feng. Upon glancing at it, Jiang Feng realized it was the very booklet he had been holding moments ago. How absurd. It seemed they were no longer even pretending. Jiang Feng stifled his impulse to glare at the steward and took the booklet from the table. Upon closer inspection, he noted the following. Guard the mountain gate for a year, receiving a low-grade spirit stone each month, with a strict prohibition against leaving one's post. Otherwise, face disciplinary action. Responsible for the training grounds for a year, timely attendance required, with duties including failure to comply results in disciplinary action, guarding the medicinal herb fields. Goodness. All tasks required prolonged commitment and were fraught with potential for mistakes. This was designed to utterly sabotage Jiang Feng's path of cultivation. With his head bowed, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Initially, he believed he was being targeted due to his father's actions in selling him as a furnace cauldron. Little did he expect the sect itself harbored such malice against him. In light of this, he thought, do not blame me for what follows. I choose this task, Jiang Feng declared, pointing to a line in the booklet. Slaughtering live animals in the dining hall. You certainly have a knack for selection, the steward remarked. This is your task token. Report tomorrow. The middle-aged man produced a token and handed it to Jiang Feng. Absenteeism will bear consequences. Seemingly concluding the matter of the assignment, the steward dropped his pretense, speaking ominously. Understood. Jiang Feng accepted the token, bowed his head in acknowledgement, and swiftly turned to leave. At the door, he nearly stumbled over the threshold. His first instinct was not to steady himself against the door, but rather to hastily cover his mouth. What to do when one's lips are unable to contain their excitement? I need assistance. This is urgent. The middle-aged steward watched Jiang Feng's disheveled retreating figure, shaking his head. This boy is finished. His words ring true. His aptitude is lacking, and his mentality is worse. Such a person is best suited to being mere fodder. Upon exiting the cultivation method hall, Jiang Feng immediately sought an isolated spot to don the servant-disciple attire he had just acquired. The fabric was reasonably good, even if the color was drab. It was certainly an improvement over the tattered garments of the spirit field servants. Clad in the new attire, Jiang Feng did not return to rest, but instead headed directly to the dining hall with the task token in hand. What do you mean report tomorrow? Only those deemed useless by the sect require rest. As a pillar of the sect, he was ready to commence work now. Soul points, here I come. Hey, Jiang Feng, why are you back in the kitchen again? Upon arriving at the dining hall, Jiang Feng encountered Guotao. Guotao was perplexed. Why did this Jiang disciple have such a penchant for the kitchen? Senior brother Gua, who is the steward in the dining hall? I have come to report. Jiang Feng raised the task token he held. Task token? Jiang disciple, you accepted a task in the dining hall? Steward Zhao is inside. I will take you to him. Guotao, being the youngest in the dining hall, often felt overlooked by others. Now, with the arrival of Jiang Feng, who was even younger than him, he felt a sense of camaraderie and was quite pleased. Only 16? Have you ever seen blood? If you quit after only a few days, don't blame me for being unsympathetic. Steward Zhao was a robust, middle-aged man with a square face that exuded authority. After reviewing Jiang Feng's information, he frowned and spoke. Hee. Rest assured, Steward Zhao, Jiang Feng fears not the sight of blood. Yesterday, my agile chicken was ruthlessly dispatched by him with a bare-handed twist of its neck. Before Jiang Feng could utter a word, Guo preemptively spoke on his behalf. Well, since you've accepted the task, you shall remain in the dining hall. Guo, since you two are acquainted, it would be prudent for you to assist him in arranging his accommodations, while also introducing him to his duties. The steward Zhao accepted the mission token and gestured for the two to depart. Guo guided Jiang Feng to a single room. You shall reside here. It is far more comfortable than the communal dormitory. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng felt a surge of joy. The dining hall indeed provided lodging. Arriving early had proven to be a wise decision, as he had no desire to squeeze in with over 20 others. Half an hour later, in the small courtyard behind the dining hall's kitchen, Jiang Feng clutched a bloodied kitchen knife, while the two large dark fish on the cutting board continued to bleed profusely. You have slain a spirit fish, earning 1 soul point. Current soul points, 3. Note, every 100 points allows for a standard draw. The system notification had yet to dissipate when Jiang Feng, smiling, inquired of Guo, Senior Brother Guo, are there any more creatures to be slaughtered today? There were only so many spirit fish available. If no one placed an order, there would be few spirit creatures to slay throughout the day. However, once you finish preparing those 2 fish, proceed to slaughter all the ones in that shed over there. Guo indicated a nearby shed with a gesture. Jiang Feng followed his pointing hand and was immediately engulfed by darkness before his eyes. Chapter 7. There are still many good people in the world. Are we going to kill them all today? Jiang Feng's voice suddenly rose an octave. In the shed, 5 plump pigs were rooting against the wall. The flock of chickens, ducks, and geese was packed so tightly that it was suffocating, roughly estimated to exceed 200. Even if we forego food and sleep, we cannot complete the task. Oh, those are for this morning. The ones for the afternoon have yet to arrive. However, there are not that many spiritual beings. Guo was counting with his fingers. Jiang Feng could no longer sit still. Brandishing his knife, he hurried to the side of the shed. He reached out and grabbed a chicken that had no time to evade. The blade glided across its neck, yet the system showed no response. This is a disaster. How could this be? The cold reality extinguished all of Jiang Feng's enthusiasm in an instant. He dispatched 4 more, but the situation remained unchanged. If the dining hall provides so few spiritual beings daily, won't it take nearly 3 months to accumulate 100 soul points? He had not forgotten the circumstances surrounding the acquisition of martial arts at the martial arts hall. Someone evidently did not want him to succeed. Where are my soul points? Jiang Feng called out to the system. But the interface remained unresponsive. Jiang Shitty, are you alright? Guo Jiang, noticing his absent-minded demeanor, inquired with concern. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? It's just 3 months. I can wait. I survived half a year without salary. Staring at the unchanged system interface, Jiang Feng's fingers turned white from gripping the knife tightly, the blade trembling slightly. Guo took a couple of steps back, recalling rumors of errant disciples causing harm. Fearing Jiang Feng might act out of character. After a while, Jiang Feng's grip relaxed slightly. It's fine. As long as I endure this initial phase, the entries will only increase. Once my strength rises, I can venture outside to hunt other beings. He still needed to contemplate how to survive here without giving ammunition to those who wished to undermine him. By the way, Guo Shixiao, am I the only one handling these after they're slaughtered? And who will assist with the pigs? Jiang Feng pointed at the living creatures with a hint of exasperation. The sheer number was overwhelming, and he could not manage a 300-pound pig alone. That's not necessary. You only need to kill. The other chores will be handled by the junior disciples. Only the spiritual beings need your attention. Guo, after observing Jiang Feng's face for a moment and finding nothing unusual, approached him again. Though he privately mused, why does Jiang Shitty seem so strange? Jiang Feng sighed in relief upon hearing this. Thankfully, he only needed to drive the pigs here during slaughter. The senior disciple who previously handled the butchering had done just that without assistance. Guo pointed to a platform in the yard that was a different color from the surrounding area. Jiang Feng looked over, raising an eyebrow at the platform's material, which was indistinguishable from the rest. Is this some sort of cultivation black technology? Overthinking was futile, so he directly led a pig to the platform. The moment it stepped onto the platform, it appeared frozen in place. Even when Jiang Feng punctured its thigh, it showed no reaction. Jiang Feng marveled at this so-called black technology. Then he began his work, which was quite substantial. If he did not hurry, he would miss lunch entirely. He first took down all 5 pigs and had the junior disciples haul them away. Jiang Feng transformed into a relentless killing machine, continuously catching chickens and slicing their necks. He needed to complete most of this before cooking commenced. The kitchen was waiting for the meat. The sounds of clucking and quacking filled the backyard. While Jiang Feng was immersed in his task, a graceful silhouette flitted past the courtyard wall. After observing for a moment, it silently made its way to the courtyard of the Saintess, Lu Ruyan. By the time lunch arrived, the area around Jiang Feng's right hand was blistered from gripping the knife, and his hand trembled as he picked up chopsticks. The thought of facing another arduous battle in the afternoon nearly sent him into a fit of tremors. Fortunately, someone ordered 2 spiritual beings in the afternoon, adding 2 soul points to his account, providing a glimmer of comfort to Jiang Feng. After finishing the afternoon tasks, he was so exhausted that he could hardly eat. Returning to his dormitory, he longed to lie down, nearly losing all inclination to cultivate. Yet, he quickly sat up and began practicing the Shenyang Ju. Unbeknownst to him, an eye was quietly observing him from a crevice above. Upon seeing Jiang Feng sitting cross-legged, the eye slowly withdrew from the gap. The light filtering through the crevice faintly outlined the contour of a round face. After a while, Jiang Feng could no longer resist the pull of sleep and lay down. However, he did not fall asleep. Instead, he continued attempting to practice the Shenyang Ju. There is no rule stating one must sit to cultivate. Feeling the yang energy enter the mysterious realm, a smile crept onto Jiang Feng's lips. Cultivation should not be such an inconvenient endeavor. Lying down does not necessarily mean sleeping. Before long, the sound of snoring filled the room. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. At the break of dawn, 5 a.m., Jiang Feng arrived at the back courtyard of the dining hall. After a few days of adaptation, he had gradually become accustomed to the workload. However, when he glanced at the area where the spiritual beings were usually stored, he was taken aback. What was once an empty space with only 1 or 2 containers now boasted 4 large water tanks and 6 iron cages. Jiang Feng, who had still felt a bit drowsy, was instantly wide awake. He hurried over to examine the water tanks, each containing 2 to 3 spiritual fish. Coupled with the 9 spiritual beings in the 6 cages, there were a total of 19. This was a substantial order. In the past 7 days, he had only accumulated 18 soul points. He had prepared himself for a protracted battle, not expecting such a delightful surprise. Jiang Shidi has arrived. Today there are plenty of spiritual beings for you to manage. Hearing the commotion, Guotao's voice echoed from a distance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng turned around while simultaneously reaching into the water tank. Guo Shixiang, where did all these spiritual beings come from? Some were ordered. Are you inquiring about their origins? Guotao, realizing Jiang Feng's intent, clarified. Part of them were raised by the sect, while others were captured by outer disciples. However, the outside world is perilous. Generally, only disciples at the mid-stage of qi refinement and above can achieve any success. In the afternoon, Jiang Feng traced the handle of his knife with his fingertips, fixating on the display showing 57 soul points. Just 43 more to go. How delightful. Gratitude fills the air as family members contribute fervently, igniting hope for another opportunity tomorrow to draw a new treasure. The world is still filled with benevolent souls, aware of his need for spiritual essence and gathering to indulge in consumption. Meanwhile, within the small courtyard of Lu Ruyan, Ma Pai bows his head to report. Esteemed Lu Saintess, today in the dining hall, a total of 39 spiritual items were consumed. Although it is said that only when resentment exceeds 100 can it impact one's cultivation, such a quantity in a single day raises concerns. Ma Pai's heart bleeds. 12 whole spiritual stones have vanished into the mouths of those beasts. He himself, to avoid suspicion, has not partaken even a morsel. The most troubling aspect is the expenditure of spiritual stones, a topic he dares not broach. Indeed, receiving dozens of shares of resentment daily seems excessive, and it may prove detrimental to his health. Lu Ruyan's languid voice cuts through his thoughts. Ma Pai opens his mouth slightly, yet remains silent. What does his health concern me? Nevertheless, he breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that the spiritual stones are preserved. However, Lu Ruyan's voice resounds once more, plunging his heart into despair. Starting tomorrow, the quantity shall be halved, yet the total must not fall below 200. Lu Ruyan's fingertips lightly tapped the edge of the couch, her gaze swirling with contemplation. A vision of an elderly woman with skin like chicken skin flashes across her mind. If Jiang Feng were to enter the qi refining stage, he may no longer be her furnace. Ma Pai departs Lu Rian's courtyard with heavy steps, secretly devising plans to procure additional spiritual stones from the supervisors at Kaohsiung. Chapter 8. With soul points exceeding 100, the super AI of colorful attributes, Why are there only 2 spiritual entities? Jiang Feng inquired, gazing at the desolate iron cage with a puzzled expression the following afternoon. He had observed a substantial addition of 20 soul points in the morning and was already contemplating the techniques he would employ to draw attributes the next day. Yet, unexpectedly, he reverted to the norm by afternoon. 2 was indeed the usual count. The abundance he had witnessed yesterday and this morning was a rarity that might not occur even once in a year. Guo, engrossed in his own tasks, replied without lifting his head, finding Jiang Feng's demeanor somewhat peculiar. With fewer spiritual entities, one would have less work to do. Why was he not satisfied? Jiang Feng felt a twinge of regret and began to engage in the labor at hand. He successfully subdued 5 hefty pigs in quick succession. Shortly thereafter, several individuals entered to collect the already slaughtered pigs. Having just finished dispatching a chicken, Jiang Feng raised his head, his pupils momentarily constricting. A robust man effortlessly carried 2 dead pigs, each weighing over 300 pounds. Could this individual be a practitioner of the qi refinement stage? No, that couldn't be right. Practitioners at that level would never stoop to menial labor. Stop staring. Brother Pang practiced martial arts before joining, which accounts for his impressive strength, Guo remarked, noticing Jiang Feng's fixation on the figure. Is practicing martial arts truly that effective? Jiang Feng pondered, feeling intrigued. The adage sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping would resonated with him. His current objective was to elevate his spiritual root quality. He had no intention of drawing qi into his body in the immediate future. Yet the daily toil at the dining hall nearly drained him of all energy. Upon returning home, he barely managed to practice the Xingyang Ju before succumbing to sleep. The advantages of his attributes remained untapped. If only he could enhance his physical condition, his work would not feel so arduous, allowing him more time to practice the Xingyang Ju. Perhaps he could absorb more yang energy each time, significantly aiding his spiritual roots advancement. Even the strongest mortal was still merely a mortal. It would be wiser to draw qi into his body sooner rather than later. The finest mundane martial artists could at most rival the 3rd level of qi refinement. The martial arts library adjacent to the technique hall was filled with a plethora of martial arts texts, yet no one ever perused them. Guo scoffed dismissively, seemingly looking down upon the practice of martial arts. The speaker may have spoken without intent, but Jiang Feng took his words to heart and resolved to investigate further when time permitted. Another day passed, and Jiang Feng hastily finished his lunch before returning to his dormitory. He noted that his soul points had surged to 118. However, he was apprehensive that his blood-stained hands might not yield anything worthwhile. He had stubbornly refrained from drawing until this moment. After meticulously cleansing himself, Jiang Feng finally opened the system panel. Host, Jiang Feng. Realm, ordinary person. Attribute, controllable nuclear fusion, renal yang energy. Technique, Xingyang Ju. Soul points, 118. Rubbing his hands together, Jiang Feng internally declared, draw attributes. Do you wish to expend 100 soul points for a standard draw? Draw regardless of whether it was standard or not. He had no other options. As Jiang Feng confirmed, attributes began to shimmer on the panel. Watching the flashing attributes, Jiang Feng's mouth watered. Although he could not fully comprehend them, they all appeared remarkably potent. Attribute drawing in progress. High-temperature smelting, quantum computing, postpartum care for sows. Wait a moment. What just flashed by? How could such things exist in the attribute library? His heart instantly raced with apprehension. The attributes obtainable in a year were not plentiful, and each one was crucial for him. If he were to draw that, he wouldn't even know how to lament. The flashing of attributes gradually slowed. Quantum communication, superalloy, poultry breeding and maintenance. With every flicker of an attribute, Jiang Feng's heart raced. This was quite exhilarating. Eventually, the attributes came to a halt, a kaleidoscope of colors dazzling Jiang Feng's eyes. He felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. A colorful attribute. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the attribute, Super AI. Do you wish to utilize the attribute, Super AI? Yes. A colorful attribute. Rarer than a golden attribute. Could this be the protective period for novices? Following Jiang Feng's command, a radiant beam of colorful light surged towards the head of the panel's avatar. Jiang Feng felt a peculiar expansion in his head, involuntarily closing his eyes. It felt as though his brain was expanding. After a moment, the sensation subsided. Upon reopening his eyes, he perceived the world had transformed slightly. It was as if countless pieces of information sought to penetrate his mind. Focusing on the table beside his bed, information immediately emerged in his mind. A common elm table, mortise and tenon structure. Length, 1.02 meters. Width, 0.81 meters. Height, 0.92 meters. Degree of wear. Is this the capability of the new attribute? Quite extraordinary. Even divination spells could scarcely compare. He attempted to observe other objects. After scrutinizing everything in the room, Jiang Feng suddenly emitted a soft groan. His head throbbed painfully, followed by a wave of dizziness. Warm liquid trickled from beneath his nose. Quickly closing his eyes, he ceased this overwhelming endeavor. Supporting himself against the bed, he managed to avoid collapsing entirely. It took quite some time for Jiang Feng to recover. Goodness, was this thing so intoxicating? It seemed he could not afford to use it recklessly. His body could not withstand such a torrent of data. If one day he inadvertently encountered something profound, he could very well overload himself, leading to disastrous consequences. After a lengthy recovery, Jiang Feng rose and made his way to the backyard. He still had work to attend to in the afternoon. Guo, noticing his pale complexion, inquired after his well-being. I'm fine, perhaps just a bit fatigued lately. A good night's rest should suffice. Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly, lacking the energy to elaborate further. Before long, Jiang Feng encountered the muscular man who practiced martial arts once again. The thoughts from the morning resurfaced in his mind. Upon contemplation, a flurry of ideas raced through his thoughts. Practicing martial arts could enhance one's physique. Advantages: reduced work hours, diminished physical strain. Disadvantages: encroachment on current rest periods, increased bodily burdens. Insufficient data to provide a martial arts regimen and guidance. No, he could not dwell on this any longer. Jiang Feng promptly shook his head. The functionalities were indeed extensive. He resumed his task of catching chickens and preparing them for slaughter. Thoughts frequently emerged in his mind. The next time he bent his arm slightly less, he could reduce the time spent on capturing a chicken by 0.8 seconds. Even with a 10 reduction in grip strength of his right hand, he could still execute the cutting motion, thereby conserving energy. A 5 decrease in the angle of the knife blade would facilitate a smoother incision through the skin's fibers. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Feng found himself immersed in a state of cerebral duality. However, there was some good news. Following the ideas that surfaced in his mind, he indeed felt less fatigued than before. Moreover, he had gained a degree of control over the emergence of these thoughts. No longer analyzing every sight he encountered as he had when he first acquired the Super AI lexicon. As he placed the last duck down, he realized that the hour of Shun had only just passed. For PM. Having completed his tasks ahead of schedule, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. With dinner yet to commence and the prospect of returning to sleep unappealing, Jiang Feng informed Guo and made his way to the Gongfa Hall. With time on his hands, he thought it prudent to explore what the so-called martial arts truly entailed. Chapter 9. The ingenious use of AI terminology. Enhancement of power. Upon exiting the dining hall, Jiang Feng felt a significant lift in his spirits. After spending 10 days confined to the monotonous routine of the dining hall, he felt as though he was almost marinated in the atmosphere. However, he did not squander any time on the way and headed directly to the Gongfa Hall's library. His time was limited, and he needed to return before the meal hours, for there would be no food available after that. The library was a 3-story wooden structure, its soaring eaves and intricate angles exuding an extraordinary aura that was in stark contrast to its desolate ambience. After swiping his identity card, Jiang Feng entered. The shelves were meticulously arranged, with the first and second floors filled with an assortment of miscellaneous records, geography, history, legends, and various fundamental knowledge of cultivation. Without lingering, Jiang Feng ascended to the 3rd floor, where martial arts manuals were stored. A layer of dust on the floor indicated that the sentiments of the visitors were akin to those of Guo. Approaching a shelf, Jiang Feng casually picked up a book. The volume was reasonably well preserved, albeit slightly dust-laden. Hubin Xuan, a yellow-grade martial art. As he quickly flipped through its contents, he paused as the entire essence of the martial art vividly materialized in his mind. He possessed an extraordinary memory. Swiftly, he seized another book and finished it in no time. Upon closing it, He confirmed his ability to remember everything at a glance. He suppressed the urge to memorize all the books in the library and sought out techniques that could enhance his physique. Long Xiang Chuan, Jin Zhong Zhao, Tiebu Shan. He began to peruse the tomes in descending order of their ranks. Before he could finish, a wave of dizziness overcame him. Indeed, refraining from haphazard browsing proved to be the right choice. Resolutely, he placed the book down and exited the library. How should I cultivate my body? After dinner, Jiang Feng lay in bed, contemplating this question. The various techniques he had noted continuously resurfaced and reconfigured in his mind. Soon, an idea for a unique technique appeared in his thoughts. However, his head felt heavy, and without further inspection, he succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Jiang Feng awoke as usual. His bones crackled and popped, and he felt significantly lighter. Yet, hunger gnawed at him. In a hurry, he donned his clothes and headed outside. Suddenly, the sound of fabric tearing filled the air. Looking down, he was shocked. Who had swapped out his trousers? After a moment, Jiang Feng cautiously changed into another pair and made his way to the kitchen. It wasn't merely a problem with the trousers. He had, overnight, not only grown taller, but had also nearly doubled his strength. Yet, he continued to move according to his previous habits, resulting in the unfortunate tearing of his trousers. After a hearty meal, he ventured to the backyard, where he finally grasped his situation. Last night, he had envisioned a martial art that suited his unique circumstances. Following an analysis and integration by the super AI, he had developed a technique that could be practiced even in slumber, Yang Huaqiang Shingong. It was a method that harnessed yang energy to refine the body. As long as there was yang energy present, one could cultivate at any time, even while sleeping, thereby nourishing the body. Currently, he lacked many things, but yang energy was in abundance. The result was that Jiang Feng awoke with a substantial increase in strength. Fortunately, with the assistance of the super AI terminology, he had become acquainted with his newfound power during the journey from the dormitory to the dining hall and then to the backyard. When immersed in his work, Jiang Feng felt that his decision to practice martial arts was undoubtedly correct. Even with 22 spirit creatures, he completed all tasks by noon, finishing the morning slaughtering duties nearly half an hour ahead of schedule. During this time, he even had the opportunity to adjust his slaughtering techniques based on his current physical condition. In the afternoon, with only 2 spirit creatures remaining, he further expedited his tasks by an hour. After tidying himself up, Jiang Feng returned to his dormitory and lay on his bed. Of course, it was not for sleep, but to practice Shengyang Ju. Having squandered an entire day researching martial arts, he was relieved to see satisfactory results. From now on, he would have more time to enhance his spiritual roots, gradually increasing the amount of yang energy to improve the efficiency of Shengyang Ju. As he began to run Shengyang Ju, a thought suddenly sprang to mind. Jiang Feng considered this method viable. However, the increase in yang energy was attributed to the term provided by controllable nuclear fusion. Where could he augment the amount of yang energy? Just as this thought arose, Jiang Feng abruptly sat up. The yang energy was indeed increasing. What was happening? He could control the amount of yang energy? Thinking to reduce the yang energy, he found that the quantity generated by the terminology indeed decreased. So, controllable had this layer of meaning. Jiang Feng realized he needed to delve deeper into this system. Otherwise, how could he comprehend the functionalities of the terms? That would be a loss, since he could control the yang energy amount. The speed of enhancing his spiritual roots could also be accelerated. Excitedly, Jiang Feng resumed his practice of Shengyang Ju. Unbeknownst to him, atop the roof, a pair of phoenix-like eyes were filled with intrigue. 2/4 of an hour later, in Lu Rian's loft, Sister Wang stood respectfully beside the soft couch. I report to the Saintess, Jiang Feng's situation is quite similar to what Master Ma described. After a brief pause, she seemed hesitant to continue. Indeed, that fat Master Ma is quite diligent in his work. Let us refrain from startling him for now, and instead allocate the furnace to other sisters from elsewhere. Observing Wang's demeanor, Lu Rian's beautiful eyes opened wide with curiosity. However, she found it peculiar that Jiang Feng had completed his slaughtering tasks quite early today. Upon returning to his quarters, he showed no inclination to study martial arts or attempt cultivation, but instead, like usual, fell into a deep sleep. Did this mean he had no interest in cultivation at all? Sister Wang voiced her doubts. Initially, his father, the emperor, had no intention of allowing him to cultivate. He believed we would be interested in his equally inept son with 4 spiritual roots and the resources that came with him, which is why he went to the Tianlong kingdom. Had it not been for me bringing Jiang Feng, he would have never had the chance to come into contact with cultivation, let alone enter the sect. A prince who has lived in luxury since childhood, ignorant of the ways of cultivation, how much dedication could he possibly invest in it? Lu Rian's lips parted slightly, her tone laced with disdain. Yet, Sister Wang remained unconvinced. Is it truly so? But that contradicts what I witnessed when Jiang Feng activated his spiritual roots. His display of fervor for cultivation, or rather for power, was unmistakable. However, since the Holy Maiden has expressed her sentiments, she cannot easily refute them. It would be prudent for her to observe for a few more days before drawing any conclusions. Before long, another 7 days have elapsed. The day before yesterday, after accumulating over 100 soul points, Jiang Feng attempted another draw for attributes. Regrettably, he acquired a white attribute, a fire extinguisher. Upon utilization, it manifested on the left palm of the character icon. Aside from extinguishing flames with his bare hands, he faced a barrage of complaints from his fellow disciples in the kitchen. Jiang Feng has yet to discover any additional uses for it. Unfortunately, his soul points have dwindled back to the daily range of 2 to 3 points since yesterday. He now possesses a mere 22 soul points, and it remains uncertain how long he must wait for the next draw. After finishing the last of the spirit chickens in his possession, he felt a sense of helplessness. His physical attributes and strength have significantly improved. Moreover, the scattered martial techniques he has encountered have been synthesized into a foundational martial art. In the mortal realm, he could be regarded as a martial arts expert. Seizing a moment of solitude, he discreetly tested his skills and found himself effortlessly subduing a large pig. Now, he completes his slaughtering tasks with increasing speed, resulting in more free time. Consequently, his training hours have also expanded considerably. Last night, during his practice, he began to encounter resistance in the enhancement of his spiritual roots. Jiang Feng speculated that this was a sign of his accumulation approaching its limit. With no spiritual items to process, his blade for slaughtering other animals moved so swiftly that it left traces in the air. He has a premonition that tonight, he will achieve an elevation in his spiritual roots. Chapter 10. Elevation of Spiritual Roots, and entering the Qi refining stage. The speed at which Jiang Feng executed his kills sent a chill down Guotao's spine. He pondered if perhaps his junior brother Jiang had become possessed. Jiang Shidi, are you all right? Guotao suddenly recalled a rumor and hurriedly inquired. What is it? Jiang Feng, having cast aside the now motionless goose, looked up. Well, I once heard that excessively slaying spiritual creatures can affect one's disposition. Just now, Guotao pointed at the pile of animal carcasses at Jiang Feng's feet. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng glanced down and observed the towering mound of animal remains before him. He realized that he had unconsciously employed his martial skills while fixated on returning to his cultivation. I'm fine. I have some matters to attend to shortly, which is why I was in a hurry, Jiang Feng casually remarked and resumed his tasks. However, Guotao's words lingered in his mind. He had not anticipated that slaying spiritual creatures could have such implications. Could it be that the so-called soul value was the very thing that influenced one's disposition? It seemed he would need to frequent the library more often, as his understanding of cultivation was woefully inadequate. Before long, having set down the last chicken and cleaned up, Jiang Feng made his way towards the dormitory. Isn't that Jiang Shidi? Quite a transformation after just a few days. Halfway through his journey, Gaosheng suddenly approached from the direction of the cafeteria, his eyes scrutinizing Jiang Feng from head to toe. Internally, he mused that Manager Ma had mentioned this lad was exhausted to the point of collapse. Yet, Jiang Feng appeared anything but fatigued. Having heard Ma Pai's account, he couldn't help but be curious about Jiang Feng's current state. To his astonishment, Jiang Feng seemed vigorous and had visibly bulked up. Jiang Feng regarded Gaosheng with confusion. The back courtyard of the cafeteria was typically devoid of visitors. Even if someone were to search for another, they would merely call out from outside. Is he here for me? Jiang Feng wondered, testing the waters. Thanks to Manager Gao, I am able to enjoy such a life. Gaosheng felt a jolt at Jiang Feng's words, but maintained a facade of indifference. Your achievements stem from your own efforts. I had little to do with it. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he turned on his heel, exiting the cafeteria and heading straight for Manager Ma's residence. Watching Gaosheng's retreating figure, a glint of coldness flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes. This fellow undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. However, he was preoccupied and had no intention of addressing it at the moment. Given his current strength, he could easily dispose of Gaosheng. Yet, he found himself entangled in numerous troubles, making it unwise to act recklessly. Regardless of Gao Sheng's intentions, once he achieved the qi refining stage, any ambitions his opponent held would be swallowed whole. Upon returning to his dormitory, he casually changed into a fresh set of clothes and began to cultivate the Shenyang Ju. This time, he sat cross-legged on the bed, as the elevation of his spiritual roots necessitated a sense of ritual. He enhanced the output of yang energy from the controllable nuclear fusion entry to 1.5 times its previous amount. The abundant yang energy generated was entirely directed into the mysterious space. The sense of obstruction he had experienced during his cultivation the previous day crumbled under the overwhelming yang energy. 1 wave, 2 waves. As more than an hour passed, when the 29th wave of yang energy surged into the mysterious space, Jiang Feng instantly felt a comforting warmth enveloping him, akin to being submerged in warm water. Then, as if awakening a divine sight, he perceived hundreds of luminous dots swirling around him. With the assistance of advanced AI, the meticulously studied Wuxing Lianqi Ju began to operate autonomously. The surrounding luminous dots promptly rushed towards Jiang Feng. 1 dot, 2 dots. The numbers multiplied as they followed the pathways of his cultivation method. Warning: conflict detected in the operational lines of the cultivation method. Forcing execution will severely damage the meridians. Just as Jiang Feng was engrossed in his cultivation, these thoughts jolted him from his trance. What is happening? He exclaimed, bewildered. There had been no such issue during his study of the cultivation methods. Now, with the arrow drawn, what was he to do? Jiang Feng's heart raced as he carefully sensed the flow of spiritual energy within him. He adjusted the order of the energy flow in the 3rd and 5th and 6th and 9th meridians to successfully complete the operation of the cultivation method. Just as the spiritual energy was about to clash with the meridians, an idea struck him. With no time to deliberate, Jiang Feng swiftly redirected the energy to the 5th meridian in the cultivation sequence. He then proceeded to execute the instructions that had appeared. With no other thoughts intruding his mind and no discomfort in his body, Jiang Feng finally exhaled in relief. Damn, that deacon from the cultivation hall is ruthless. What kind of grudge does he hold? The method he issued has the highest consumption rate, and the contents have been tampered with. Having narrowly escaped a disaster, Jiang Feng suddenly recalled the source of his predicament, and that individual who compelled me to do this. Just wait. Without needing to operate the cultivation method himself, Jiang Feng still found time to express his indignation inwardly. The spiritual energy was insufficient to complete a full cycle. Before he could contemplate further, another piece of information flashed in his mind. Are you kidding me? Jiang Feng was taken aback. He had overlooked this issue. Upon carefully sensing his surroundings, he indeed found them utterly barren. No energy remained. How was he to proceed? Without entering the qi refining stage, he could not absorb the spiritual power from the spirit stones. Insufficient spiritual energy meant his breakthrough would fail. He quickly summoned the system panel. Host: Jiang Feng. Realm: Master Level Warrior. Entries: Controllable Nuclear Fusion, Kidney Yang Energy. Super AI, Left Brain Thinking Speed. Extinguisher: Left Hand Fire Extinguishing. Techniques: Shenyang Ju, Yang Fire Strengthening Technique. Basic Martial Skills, Wuxing Lianqi Ju. Soul Points: 22 points. There was only one solution. He concentrated his attention on the term kidney in controllable nuclear fusion. The entry immediately began to flicker. Simultaneously, the three-dimensional holographic representation of his body became ethereal and enlarged, with various parts beginning to shimmer. Jiang Feng focused on a subtly pulsating area just below his navel. Would you like to change the entry location? Note: the first change is free. Subsequent changes require the payment of 100 soul points. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth and declared, change. The golden light that was originally at his waist vanished, reappearing in his lower abdomen. At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy infused into his meridians, allowing the cultivation method to continue its operation. After a week of cultivation, the ethereal energy transformed into spiritual power, seamlessly entering Jiang Feng's dantian, manifesting as his spiritual strength. A subtle aura of spiritual pressure emanated from Jiang Feng. He successfully absorbed the energy into his body. His physical strength nearly doubled, and his senses became significantly sharper, while his mind was exceptionally clear. Having entered the first layer of qi refinement, he could finally perform inner sight. His consciousness delved into the dantian, revealing an exceedingly thin layer of spiritual power resting at the bottom. Merely this strand of spiritual energy enabled him to effortlessly defeat 4 or 5 versions of his former self. It was no wonder that he looked down upon mundane martial arts. The disparity was too apparent. Jiang Feng began to doubt the veracity of Guaitao's claim that top-tier martial artists could contend with those at the third layer of qi refinement. As the first strand of spiritual energy successfully emerged, Jiang Feng did not halt his cultivation. He continued to channel his energy. However, not long after, he frowned and awoke from his meditative state, feeling a sharp pain coursing through his meridians. It appeared that not only was his spiritual root lacking, but his meridians were also quite fragile. Had it not been for the enhancement of his spiritual root, he likely would have had to stop much sooner. If he could only endure this brief period, how would he continue his cultivation in the future? Unbeknownst to Jiang Feng, at that very moment, a round-faced figure atop the roof, wide-eyed and mouth agape, nearly twisted an ankle while leaping down. Chapter 11. Promotion to Outer Sect Disciple Unable to Cultivate. Jiang Feng decided to recline on his bed. Yet, as soon as his back touched the board, he sprang back up. Something was amiss with his dantian. Upon introspection, he discovered that, despite not actively cultivating, the remarkably sparse spiritual energy within was gradually increasing on its own. This was no mere illusion. The phenomenon of controlled nuclear fusion was astonishing. Was this not a swifter method than his arduous efforts to circulate his energy? He could elevate his cultivation even while lying down. At this rate, within 5 days, he would fill his dantian. Moreover, the speed of this controlled nuclear fusion could accelerate. However, instead of hastening the pace of energy accumulation, Jiang Feng deliberately slowed it down. The reservoir, dantian, contained water, yet the conduit, meridians, was not resilient enough. The injuries to the meridians were far more challenging to manage than those to the physical body. He feared that a sudden surge in spiritual energy might inadvertently rupture his meridians when he attempted to utilize it. In such a case, he would have nowhere to lament his misfortune. Nevertheless, even at this reduced pace, he would surely break through to the second layer of qi refinement within half a month, far surpassing others. Unlike that Ma Pai who, at over 30, still lingered at the third layer of qi refinement. It seemed that as long as his meridians could withstand the pressure, he would need to diligently practice his techniques. Cultivating not only enhanced his control over spiritual energy, but also nourished and expanded his meridians. In the future, when casting spells, he would do so with greater speed and potency. Glancing at the interface, he noted that his cultivation level had changed to first layer of qi refinement. After spending some time here, he had truly embarked on the path of immortality. Adjusting the rate of energy accumulation, Jiang Feng peered outside. It was still early. He hastened to replace his outer sect identity token. With techniques capable of manipulation, his enemies were undoubtedly keen to harm him. While his strength could not be rapidly enhanced, elevating his standing within the sect was paramount. As Ma Pai exited the dining hall, his steps were somewhat unsteady. How could that fellow succeed in drawing qi into his body in less than a month? With a low-grade 5 spiritual roots paired with an exceedingly difficult 5-element technique, and he had spent nearly 50 spiritual stones, accumulating so much resentment. This had enabled him to succeed. He shuddered to think how Lu Ruyan would react upon hearing this news. Yet, for some reason, his legs moved against his will, leading him toward Lu Ruyan's small courtyard. Outside Lu Ruyan's courtyard, Sister Wang was just about to step out. It had been several days since the Saintess was absent, and she intended to check on the condition of that furnace cauldron. She noticed Ma Pai approaching, exhibiting signs of unease. "Ma Supervisor, what troubles you?" In his haste, Ma Pai's breath was somewhat erratic. His mind filled with visions of Lu Ruyan managing the cauldron. His words were hardly coherent. Wang sister, something terrible has happened. That. Collect your thoughts and speak clearly. Being flustered will not get us anywhere. Sister Wang admonished sharply, her brows furrowing. Jiang Feng has successfully drawn qi into his body. He is now a first-layer qi refinement cultivator. Ma Pai, upon her scolding, finally articulated his message clearly. What did you say? Sister Wang's voice pierced sharply as she swiftly approached Ma Pai, her aura of a third-layer qi refinement cultivator unmistakable. The Saintess had instructed her to pay close attention to that matter. Just as she left, this incident unfolded. Hearing this, Ma Pai initially managed a smirk, but it quickly faded. The Saintess was absent? How could this be resolved? At least today, he would not have to bear Lu Ruyan's wrath. No, he absolutely cannot become an outer sect disciple. Sister Wang declared after a moment of silence, her teeth clenched, her knuckles turning white from gripping the sword sheath, her body trembling slightly. With that, she strode purposefully toward the administrative hall. Wang sister, what do you intend to do? Ma Pai gasped, realizing she might be making a grave mistake. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurried after her. Could she still prevent Jiang Feng from becoming an outer sect disciple? No, he must not be allowed to attain that status. Sister Wang pondered, feeling the urgency to act. If Lu Ruyan returned and found this matter unresolved, her fate would be dire. The pleading eyes of that junior sister from 3 years ago, asking her to eliminate the threat, were still vividly etched in her memory. In the administrative hall, Jiang Feng had just articulated his request. The steward responsible for assessing cultivation levels remained reclined on a lounge chair, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Feng's promotion request. Observing the steward's half-closed eyes, Jiang Feng suddenly comprehended. This was a blatant attempt to exploit him. How unscrupulous. Disciple Jiang Feng, having successfully drawn qi into my body, I humbly request the steward to conduct an assessment. 5 low-grade spiritual stones clinked onto the table, producing a crisp sound. Fellow disciple, you are too courteous. Just channel your spiritual energy to test it, the steward responded, and the spiritual stones, along with Jiang Feng's identity token, vanished in an instant. A smile as bright as a chrysanthemum appeared before Jiang Feng. His heart bled. 5 months' worth of earnings had vanished. Old dang, do you think my spiritual stones are so easily taken? You will be made to return them. Despite his internal grievances, he proceeded without delay. The fluctuations of the first layer qi refinement manifested around him. Indeed, you are at the first layer of qi refinement. Here is your identity token and sect benefits. To learn spells, take your token to the technique hall. The middle-aged steward produced a package and an identity token seemingly from nowhere. A flicker of envy crossed Jiang Feng's eyes as he noted that the steward possessed storage equipment. Thank you for your hard work, steward, he said, extending his hand for the token. Wait, you cannot give it to him. Just then, a woman's voice rang out. The steward hesitated momentarily. Jiang Feng recognized the voice. It belonged to one of the Saintess' followers. It seemed this incident was indeed tied to her. A surge of strength propelled the items into Jiang Feng's hands. Martial artists possess a physical strength that is not to be trifled with. At the same time, Sister Wang resolutely yanked the package from the stewardess' grasp. Sister Wang strode into the administrative hall, her gaze fixed on the items in Jiang Feng's possession as she spoke rapidly. Jiang Feng, you cannot enter the outer sect. Jiang Feng did not even glance at her, pulling the blue robe from the package and donning it. He was determined to make this a settled matter. Who do you think you are? Just because you say I cannot. Does that mean I cannot? Do you truly believe the Hehuan sect is your family? While dressing, he did not hold his tongue. You. Put that down. Wang Shimi grew anxious, believing that once her words were spoken, Jiang Feng would hesitate for a moment. In her urgency, she reached out to snatch, yet refrained from employing her spiritual power. Jiang Feng swiftly shifted his stance to stand beside the middle-aged steward. The lightness of his steps, enhanced by his spiritual energy, was far swifter than before. As he came to a halt, the blue robe denoting an outer sect disciple was already draped over him. Steward, before your very eyes, he brazenly seizes the token of a newly initiated disciple, clearly disregarding your authority. Jiang Feng hung the identity token at his waist while fanning the flames of discord. Silence. Should you stir further trouble, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The stewardess' countenance darkened. He was well aware that Jiang Feng was deliberately diverting blame. However, what Jiang Feng asserted was indeed factual, and he could not afford to ignore it. This was his domain. After all, should Lu Rian intervene, it would be acceptable to show her some courtesy. A mere maid at the 3rd level of qi refinement dared to raise a ruckus before him and even attempted to take action. If word of this spread, where would his dignity reside? And you, having received your belongings, return and focus on your cultivation. The latter remark was directed at Jiang Feng, as expelling this troublesome source was the most prudent course of action. Wang Shimi felt even more anxious, wishing for Jiang Feng to exit through the door unscathed. Once everything settled, should she truly confront Jiang Feng, she would not dare to do so. The law enforcement hall was no trifling matter. She wished to avoid punishment, yet did not desire to meet her demise. Chapter 12. Confirming goals. Exchanging spells. Upon hearing the voice of the other party, Jiang Feng stepped forward decisively. Silence. Did you not hear? How dare you speak out of turn? The steward is present, It is not your place to interject. After delivering this reprimand, he turned to the steward and offered a respectful bow. The steward, acknowledging the gesture with a nod, thought to himself that although this young man was somewhat troublesome, he still understood the manners expected of him. How dare you? With a sharp clang, Wang Shimi, provoked beyond measure, unsheathed her longsword and charged at Jiang Feng. A smirk played upon his lips. This was precisely the reaction he desired. While keeping a keen eye on the longsword, he also remained vigilant regarding the steward's response. Should the steward refrain from intervening, he had no intention of standing idly by to be struck down. Stubborn fool. A glint of coldness flashed in the steward's eyes as he unleashed a powerful palm strike. The overwhelming surge of spiritual energy compelled Jiang Feng to retreat 2 steps. With a clatter, Wang Shimi was sent flying like a rag doll, and before she could land, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The longsword clattered to the ground, rolling further away as if to escape the premises. All of you get out. After delivering that strike, the steward shot Jiang Feng a glance and spoke coolly, his irritation palpable. Foolish woman. Jiang Feng, feeling disgruntled, once again cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and made his way towards the exit. As he passed through the doorway, he bent down to retrieve the longsword. The steward noticed this action, his eye twitching slightly, yet he chose not to comment further. Once outside the Shumo Hall, Jiang Feng spotted a familiar, rotund figure standing by the door. A flash of cold light flickered in his eyes. It turned out this plump fellow was also involved. Ma Pai's expression was one of shock upon seeing Jiang Feng, who was clad in the outer sect's garb. He wondered how Jiang Feng had emerged unscathed, and whether Wang Shimi had not acted against him. However, when he noticed the sword in Jiang Feng's hand, his pupils dilated in alarm. The tassel on the sword's hilt was unmistakably that of Wang Shimi's weapon. Casting a sidelong glance at Ma Pai, Jiang Feng strode away with purpose, heading to the Gongfa Hall. At this moment, neither the timing nor his strength would allow him to confront this rotund adversary. There was no need to engage in a meaningless stare-down. It was far more prudent to enhance his own capabilities. The reason for Wang Shimi's severe injuries lay in her eagerness to comply with his every thought. Ma Pai, however, was far more prudent. It would be best to wait until he possessed sufficient strength to crush his foes outright. Ma Pai watched Jiang Feng's retreating figure, his expression inscrutable. After delivering the injured Wang Shimi back to her courtyard, he chose not to return to his own quarters. Instead, he turned towards a location reminiscent of Lu Rian's small courtyard. Before he could knock on the door, an elegant figure intercepted him. Wasn't this the favored attendant of Saintess Lu, Manager Ma? What audacity to come to Li Shiji's cave dwelling. Manager? You are merely performing tasks for the sect, he replied with a forced smile, producing a small pouch of spirit stones. In just a month, he had incurred a loss of nearly 60 lower-grade spirit stones. It was acceptable to spend from his own reserves, but he had not utilized a single one. With his life on the line, he gritted his teeth and handed over the pouch. News regarding Lu Rian? You had best not deceive me, or you shall regret it. Just wait. Yao Shimi weighed the pouch in her hand, revealing a pair of small, sharp canines. Ma Pai paced back and forth outside the door, his thoughts churning. The ruckus caused by that foolish Wang Shimi in the Shumu Hall had irrevocably altered Jiang Feng's status as an outer sect disciple. He cursed himself for losing focus upon witnessing Jiang Feng's breakthrough, neglecting to prevent him from heading to the Shumu Hall. Little did he expect Lu Rian to be absent and for Jiang Feng to act with such swiftness. In mere moments, the deed was done. Upon arriving at Jiang Feng's residence only to find him absent, he was ready to abandon hope. Who could have predicted that Wang Shimi would have the courage to stir up trouble in the Shumu Hall? For now, his only option was to leverage the Yin-Yang body as a bargaining chip, aligning himself with Li Yanran, the quasi-Saintess, to avoid being directly eliminated by Lu Rian. Manager Ma, Li Shiji summons you inside. In Lu Rian's courtyard, Wang Shimi consumed a healing elixir. Now that she had calmed down, she realized she had been manipulated by Jiang Feng. Every action and word of his had been designed to provoke her into striking. Before the elixir could take effect, she painfully activated a sound transmission talisman to inform Lu Rian of the events that had transpired. At this point, the situation was beyond her capacity to manage. In the Gongfa Hall, Jiang Feng presented the identity token he had just received to the steward on duty. As a newly admitted outer sect disciple, he was allowed to select 3 spells. Any additional choices would incur a fee of 50 spirit stones per spell. Choose wisely. After examining the token, The steward produced a booklet detailing the available spells and their descriptions. Jin Ci Shu, capable of releasing a golden spike, is swift and unavoidable for those below the late stage of qi refining within a distance of 30 feet. Tung Man Shu, which releases a resilient vine to ensnare or injure the enemy. Qing Feng Jian Fa, characterized by its lightness and agility. As Jiang Feng perused the options, he pondered deeply. With the assistance of a super AI, mastering these spells would not pose a significant challenge. Moreover, he was progressing rapidly. There was no need to learn low-level spells at this time. He also possessed a means to replenish spiritual energy at will, making the consumption of advanced spells manageable. With only 3 choices at his disposal, he needed to craft a well-balanced selection. Evasion and offensive capabilities were imperative. Had he not possessed swift movement skills, he might well have been overwhelmed by that one girl. He resolved to select Ji Feng Bu, which combined speed and agility. While offensive capabilities were not strictly necessary, they could not be overlooked. Otherwise, others would act with impunity. Fortuitously, he had acquired a commendable sword. Thus, he opted for Wu Xing Jian Fa, which encompassed 5 elemental sword techniques, providing a diverse array of combat methods. After much deliberation, he ultimately selected a concealment spell, Lian Shishu. When mastered, it would render one's true cultivation level unrecognizable within the same great realm. With the support of his system, his advancement would undoubtedly be swift. Should he remain unmasked, any astute observer would quickly discern his abnormalities. Most importantly, Jiang Feng harbored suspicions about the sect's peculiarities. Despite spending a month in the dining hall, he had not heard a single rumor regarding any prodigies. It seemed as though everyone was immersed in their cultivation, entirely disinterested in worldly affairs. Even the most lackluster sects would typically cultivate 1 or 2 exemplary figures to inspire the rest. Yet here, even the highly regarded Saintess was only associated with tales of alchemical furnaces. This was decidedly illogical. I have made my selections, Jiang Feng Bu, Wuxing Jianjue, and Liang Sishu. Jiang Feng returned the tome to the steward and articulated his choices. All 3 are advanced first-tier spells. Are you certain you wish to select these? Upon hearing Jiang Feng's choices, the steward furrowed his brow and advised, I suggest you refrain from being overly ambitious. Do not assume that higher-tier spells are inherently better. Without sufficient cultivation, even the act of casting them would be a luxury. Jiang Feng understood the steward's good intentions, yet he had his own considerations. Thank you for your reminder, but I remain resolute in my decision to choose these 3. Since you are so determined, I shall not dissuade you further. Thus, your 3 opportunities as a newly initiated disciple will be completely expended. Remember, should you wish to learn additional spells, it will require 50 spirit stones. Observing his determination, the steward ceased his counsel, marking off the 3 qualifications on the token and handing it, along with 3 jade slips, to Jiang Feng. Until Jiang Feng departed, the steward uttered no more words. Just another self-important youth, he thought. Having witnessed many such individuals in the martial arts hall over the years, they often ended up obediently exchanging spirit stones for lower-tier spells, wasting their own time in vain. Jiang Feng received the jade slips with elation in his heart. At last, he could cultivate spells and personally experience their wonders. He hurriedly made his way back, hardly noticing that amidst the crowd outside the martial arts hall, a similarly attired young man was fixated on his retreating figure, his face registering shock. This is impossible. How could that waste of a 5-element root, Lao Lu, ascend to the outer sect so swiftly? No, I must inform my mother of this immediately. Jiang Lin, upon noticing Jiang Feng's outer sect attire, promptly lost all desire to exchange for new spells and turned back towards his residence. The notion of Jiang Feng impersonating an outer sect disciple never crossed his mind. No one would engage in an endeavor devoid of benefit. Chapter 13. News of Spiritual Beings. 3 letters 3 days elapsed, during which the super AI, Jiang Feng, swiftly mastered 3 spells. He even became proficient in the 5 elements sword technique, enabling him to engage in combat. However, the meridians within him became a shackle to his enhancement. Despite the continuous nurturing of spiritual energy, the fortification of his meridians lagged significantly behind his elevation in rank. He could no longer afford to linger in the dining hall, as the time consumed outweighed the benefits gained. On the 2nd day after breaking through to the first layer of qi refinement, Jiang Feng approached the steward of the dining hall, requesting a replacement for his duties. Jiang Feng, do you truly intend to abandon this task? Guo Tao inquired, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Not entirely. I will still handle the spiritual creatures daily. However, other living beings will need to be delegated to others. Over the past few days, he had visited the sect's marketplace for selling elixirs. A mid-grade 1 Maidan from the first tier cost 10 low-grade spiritual stones. Moreover, this item required prolonged consumption to yield results. The spiritual stones he possessed were merely sufficient to purchase one. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Guo fell silent, hesitating before softly asking, "Junior brother Jiang, is your departure related to spiritual beasts? Perhaps I am intrigued. Does senior brother Guo know where one might capture spiritual beasts?" Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled at the thought. If he could procure spiritual beings, he could sell them to the dining hall for spiritual stones, and simultaneously assist the hall by earning soul points, a dual benefit. To elevate his ranks swiftly, he could either work diligently to amass wealth for medicinal consumption or rely on the system to procure beneficial attributes for his meridians. Presently, accumulating 100 soul points daily would take several months, and the drawn attributes might not even be advantageous for his meridians. Should Guo possess a lead, Jiang Feng was eager to explore the possibility. There is indeed a location, but Guo hesitated. Observing Guo's demeanor, Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. This could be promising. It's fine, senior brother, please share. If there are any issues, I shall certainly refrain from proceeding. I have heard from the outer disciples that there lies a wild boar forest adjacent to the back mountain, where spiritual chickens can be easily found. Guo cautiously elaborated, quickly adding, however, there are also instances of first-tier wild boar demons appearing there. I believe it would be prudent for you to avoid going. The wild boar forest, you say? Thank you, senior brother Guo, for the information. The presence of demon beasts indeed poses a risk. Jiang Feng committed this location to memory, though his thoughts diverged from his spoken words. He had resolved to scout the area the following day. Should he encounter spiritual beings, it would be a fortuitous outcome. With his current capabilities, he felt confident in retreating unscathed even from a mid-tier demon beast. However, preparations were essential before embarking. After slaying 2 spiritual beings, Jiang Feng departed the dining hall. Upon exiting, he turned down a mountain path, where a cacophony of sounds reached his ears. The clamor originated from a small valley ahead, a marketplace for sect disciples. Various low-tier spiritual talismans, elixirs, and even second-hand magical artifacts were for sale. Notably, an abundance of raw materials, spiritual herbs, medicinal plants, and minerals were available, as few could craft talismans or refine elixirs. Junior brother, what talismans do you seek? A scruffy young man at a talisman stall greeted him warmly. Jiang Feng glanced at the book in the young man's hands, the title Comprehensive Guide to Basic Talismans prominently displayed. Feeling the 10 remaining spiritual stones in his sleeve, Jiang Feng replied, I would like 2 golden armor talismans. That will be 10 spiritual stones, the young man declared, lifting 2 shimmering talismans from the stall. Jiang Feng recognized this as the market price and offered the stones without further comment. Allow me to gift you 2 cleansing talismans as well. I hope you will support my business in the future. The young man, seeing Jiang Feng's transaction, handed over 2 white talismans. Much appreciated. Jiang Feng accepted the talismans and turned to leave the valley. Currently, his pockets were barren, and lingering there would yield little more than idle observation. He had seen that book in the martial arts hall, where 100 low-grade spiritual stones were required for exchange. For a brief moment, he considered asking the young man for a glance, confident in his photographic memory. Yet, possessing a legacy was insufficient. He also needed spiritual brushes, inks, and blank talisman papers, each requiring spiritual stones. With his current financial state, even memorization would not enable him to draw talismans. First, he must elevate his strength. Once powerful, earning money would become significantly easier. He would then contemplate whether to craft talismans or refine elixirs. With the super AI's assistance, he would not abandon the 2 lucrative side professions. As for the other 2 vocations, known for their financial burdens and lifelong commitments, he would postpone consideration until a later time. Jiang Feng, you have received a letter placed at the dining hall counter. Before he could step into the dining hall, a fellow disciple informed him. Thank you for the notification. Jiang Feng acknowledged with a respectful nod, his mind filled with curiosity. As an inconspicuous disciple of the sect, who could be sending him a letter? Upon reaching the counter, he discovered not 1, but 2 envelopes. Noticing the golden dragon emblem on one, a suspicion began to form in his mind. Returning to his dormitory, he first opened the envelope without the dragon motif. Sixth brother, greetings. I am heartened to hear of your successful promotion to outer disciple within the sect. The letter continued with expressions of concern and affection from his elder brother, Jiang Yuan, the original owner's half-brother. It was unclear how he learned of Jiang Feng's advancement, but he had taken the time to write and nurture their bond. The content was vague, filled with inquiries about well-being and sentiments of longing. Jiang Feng scoffed, casting the letter aside. In his memories, this elder brother held little emotional connection with the original owner. Before joining the Huan sect, their interactions had been limited to distant encounters during annual feasts, devoid of meaningful communication. The timing of this letter was transparent in its ulterior motives. Picking up the envelope adorned with the dragon emblem, Jiang Feng extracted the letter within. Jiang Feng, my son. Upon reading the initial lines, a wave of discomfort washed over him, invoking a sense of being taken advantage of. Though theoretically, they were indeed father and son. The knowledge that he had been designated as a furnace by this very individual left a bitter taste. Jiang Feng resolved that if this old ding were to remain absent henceforth, he would simply pretend not to know this fellow. After all, he was not the original owner and had not reaped any benefits from the situation. It was inconceivable for him to inexplicably serve as a pawn for someone else. Should the other party dare to stir any trouble, Jiang Feng would not hesitate to confront him. However, to his surprise, the two soon established contact through correspondence. Upon reading the letter, a cold smirk appeared on Jiang Feng's face. Huh, how delightful. I have finally managed to temporarily escape the fate of becoming a furnace, and you, from such a distance, still wish to command me to pursue that Lu Ruyan. Just wait. Once I resolve matters with that woman, I shall send her to you for your enjoyment. The veins on Jiang Feng's forehead throbbed, and his teeth ground together in frustration. He had encountered many a pitiful situation, but never one so brazenly willing to sacrifice a son for another's gain. He felt an overwhelming urge to draw his sword and return to make them understand why the flowers bloomed so vividly. In the midst of his vexation, a voice called from outside, "Is junior brother Jiang here? Someone has brought you a letter." Enough is enough. Jiang Feng sprang to his feet in a fit of anger and stormed to the door, pausing momentarily. After all, the messenger was simply delivering a letter, and there was no enmity. There was no need for such indignation. Jiang Feng opened the third letter and was taken aback by its contents. Do you wish to completely rid yourself of Lu Ruyan? Meet at the Western Bamboo Grove at the hour of the dog, 8 p.m. A fellow traveler. Chapter 14. Meeting Li Yanran. Joining the spirit capture team, Jiang Feng scrutinized the 2 lines of text on the third letter repeatedly, yet he remained unable to discern the identity of the sender. The signature, fellow traveler, left him utterly perplexed. His acquaintances within the sect were few, and those who knew his whereabouts and recognized him as Lu Ruyan's exclusive furnace were even rarer. Could it be that Lu Ruyan had learned of his breakthrough to the first level of qi refinement and was employing this method to test him? However, given her strength, such theatrics seemed unnecessary. A mere hint from her would entangle Jiang Feng in trouble. With just over an hour until the hour of Su, there was little time for preparation. Moreover, no amount of preparation could surpass the thoroughness of the other party. The time and place of their meeting were dictated by the opponent, and who could know how long they had been preparing? Yet, Jiang Feng found himself in a quandary. He was indeed isolated here, and although he had an advantage, strengthening himself would require time. If he could gain an ally, even if it could not entirely free him from the looming threat of Lu Ruyan, it would still greatly aid his rapid ascension in cultivation. As he pondered this matter, he cast aside the previous 2 letters from his mind. After a moment of inner turmoil, Jiang Feng made up his mind. He hastily finished his dinner, placed a talisman in each sleeve, and equipped his sword before heading towards the bamboo grove in the west. He resolved to take the initiative and wait at the entrance of the grove. As practitioners began to exit the bamboo grove, Jiang Feng quietly activated the concealing breath technique. At the hour of Su, 3 figures indeed appeared, 2 slender and 1 stout. Jiang Feng did not recognize the first 2, but the last was unmistakably the portly Ma. Narrowing his eyes, a glint of cold light flickered within. Could this truly be a scheme orchestrated by Lu Ruyan? Jiang Feng continued to lie in wait, showing no intention of revealing himself. As the hour of Su passed, the 3 figures returned. Ma Pai, are you certain that the letter has been delivered to Jiang Feng? Why hasn't he arrived? Questioned a younger female voice. I delivered it for sure, replied Ma Pai, but why hasn't he shown up? I also do not know. Junior sister chose this place. Ma Pai felt somewhat helpless, Who would dare meet a stranger in such a location at night? Senior sister. This place is quite eerie at night. Perhaps Jiang Feng is too afraid to come? The mature female voice responded curtly. The sound of their conversation floated on the evening breeze to Jiang Feng's ears. Jiang Feng rifled through his memories, but had no recollection of the two women's voices. From their dialogue, it seemed they were not lying in ambush. It was better to confront them directly. This area was already close to where cultivators gathered. Even a slight disturbance could attract attention. Jiang Feng was not apprehensive about any potential confrontation. Suddenly, a series of footsteps erupted, startling the three. Who goes there? Ma Zhongwan. When did we become fellow travelers? Jiang Feng seized the initiative, his gaze fixed on the three before him, while quietly channeling his spiritual energy, ready to retreat at a moment's notice. Ahem. Junior brother Jiang, forgive me. I merely wish to ensure my own safety, Ma Pai said, clasping his hands with an awkward expression. Who knew what the letter contained? You are Jiang Feng? Do you know what it means to be punctual? Upon hearing the words fellow traveler, the younger woman realized the identity of the newcomer and chastised him, hands on her hips. You are late. Senior sister, let us go? She reached out to pull the nearby Li Yanran, only to find that the latter showed no inclination to move. Her eyes fixed on Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unperturbed by the actions of the younger woman. Silence. Do you still want to embarrass us further? Though Li Yanran scolded, her voice remained mature and alluring. Turning to Jiang Feng, she said, It seems I underestimated you, junior brother. You have been waiting here all along. Shall we have a discussion? Her tone was steady, unaffected by the earlier events. Jiang Feng remained silent, merely observing the other two. He harbored no thoughts about this senior sister, simply a profound mistrust of her and Ma Pai. You, the younger woman, enraged, stomped her feet. It was evident that Jiang Feng wanted to dismiss them. You and Ma Shidi go ahead and keep watch, Li Yanran commanded firmly. It's your fault. You made me get kicked out. I haven't even been. The voices of the younger sister and Ma Pai faded as they walked ahead. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Feng parted ways with Li Yanran. Tomorrow, members of the spirit capture team will come to find you, so be prepared. On his way back, Jiang Feng reflected on the encounter that evening. The outcome was unexpectedly favorable. He had not anticipated that a rival for Lu Ruyan's position as a Saintess would personally intervene. Li Yanran's objective was to hinder Lu Ruyan's progress in cultivation and undermine her mentality, buying herself more time for development. Jiang Feng had not realized he could exert such influence over Lu Ruyan. Li Yanran's request for him to temporarily leave Lu Ruyan's sight was precisely what he desired. As for whether she had ulterior motives, Jiang Feng could not concern himself with such matters. He was currently in a vulnerable position, and seeking to enhance his power without taking risks was futile. What he needed were resources and soul points. If Li Yanran could provide these, it sufficed. If everything came to fruition, Jiang Feng's strength could accelerate dramatically. Should she renege on her promises, he would not be caught unprepared. It would then be a contest of whose methods were superior. The following morning, a lean man who introduced himself as Fox delivered 2 bottles of warm pulse pills to Jiang Feng. Each bottle contained 10 pills, with a market value of 200 low-grade spirit stones. After inspecting the pills, Jiang Feng could not help but marvel at the advantages of wealth. After exchanging greetings with the steward, he followed Fox to the back mountain. This individual was not only delivering pills, but was also a member of the spirit capture team. Upon arriving at the back mountain, 4 individuals awaited them. Leading the group was a robust man, who furrowed his brow upon seeing Jiang Feng. He turned to Fox and asked, Is this the person who wishes to enter the mountain? How is he only at the first level of chi refinement? Fox shrugged. The lady said this is the one. The first level of chi refinement is still low level, isn't it? Disregarded, Jiang Feng remained unfazed. He was, after all, merely a novice at the first level of chi refinement and had nothing to refute. As long as he could achieve his goals, there was no need to assert his presence. He silently observed the members of the team, 4 men and 1 woman, all possessing strength above the mid-stage of chi refinement. The aura of the captain is particularly refined, suggesting he may be at the late stage of chi refinement. To have such a formidable team escort her, Li Yanran indeed shows her generosity. Allow me to introduce, this is Captain Wang Kai. These are Li Wei, Jiang Yu, and Shi Yu. I am Hu Li, having met some of you before. Hu Li briefly introduced the names of the individuals. I kindly asked the senior brothers to take care of me. Jiang Feng performed a polite salute, clasping his hands, as if to convey that he had nothing to lose. The others merely nodded in acknowledgement, but Wang Kai coldly stated, "Once we enter, remain by our side and do not act recklessly. Our mission is solely to ensure your survival. Any injuries or disabilities are beyond our responsibility." After speaking, he signaled for everyone to commence their actions. The hunting ground is precisely the wild boar forest that Guotao mentioned. As Jiang Feng gazed at the approaching woods, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Whether he could take flight depended on the bounty of this expedition. Chapter 15. The Source of New Soul Points. Jiang Feng. "Come here and lend a hand." In the dense forest, Wang Kai pinned a rabbit down and called back to his companion. Responding promptly, Jiang Feng stepped forward and thrust his sword into the eye of the spirit rabbit, though the blade did not penetrate the fur on its skull. "You have slain a spirit rabbit, earning 1 soul point. Current soul points, 98. Note: every 100 points allows for a normal draw." With the soul point secured, Jiang Feng sheathed his sword and returned to the midst of Li Wei and Shiyu without delay. 3 days had passed, and Wang Kai's attitude towards Jiang Feng had shifted. Initially, he suspected Jiang Feng might be a scion of some family, perceiving his so-called training as merely an excuse to hunt beasts and witness bloodshed. The thought of bringing along a first-layer Qi practitioner into the forest for 3 months was utterly unappealing. Had it not been for the considerable rewards, he would have chosen to leave. However, Jiang Feng, despite his youthful appearance, managed to keep pace with them in the wilderness. The spirit hunting team, initially concerned about his excessive curiosity leading to reckless wandering, found his behavior surprisingly disciplined. His peculiar requirement to only slay spirit beasts, disregarding other matters, raised Wang Kai's suspicion that Jiang Feng might be using this training as a pretext to evade someone. Is this truly a training exercise? Back within the group, Jiang Feng watched as Wang Kai stowed the spirit rabbit into a dusty little pouch, a tinge of envy flickering in his eyes. This was only his second encounter with storage equipment, and he was finally beginning to grasp its appearance. "Let us head back. Nightfall approaches. We should return to the cave from yesterday," Wang Kai stated as he put away the spirit rabbit. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps and the distinct sound of snapping branches echoed through the air. Wang Kai turned to see a menacing brownish-yellow head emerge from the nearby underbrush. 2 long tusks pried open its mouth, aiming directly at Wang Kai, who stood at the forefront. "Beware the wild boar demon," Zhang Yu, positioned at the side of the team, shouted urgently. As scouts, both she and the fox had surveyed that direction, finding nothing amiss. The emergence of the wild boar demon was indeed a lapse on her part. "It's merely an early-stage one. We'll be fine," Wang Kai replied, betraying no sign of anxiety as he drew a long spear. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the spear tip glowed with a brilliant white light. As the wild boar demon closed in, he unleashed his spiritual power, propelling himself sideways with agility. Simultaneously, he thrust the spear toward the demon's abdomen. A piercing scream echoed through the woods. In agony, the wild boar demon unleashed a burst of flames from its mouth, turning to spray the direction with the greatest number of people. It continued its charge, ultimately colliding with a large tree, where it came to a clumsy halt, unable to rise. "Watch out, Jiang Feng," Wang Kai exclaimed, alarmed as he turned back. The flames emitted by the demon engulfed the area where Jiang Feng and the others stood. He was relatively unconcerned for Li Wei and Shiyu, both of whom possessed the strength of the 5th and 6th layers of Qi. Even with only a protective aura, the flames would not harm them. However, Jiang Feng, being merely a first-layer Qi practitioner, stood no chance against such fire. Moreover, he noticed a left hand frantically waving amidst the flames, clearly a sign of struggle. Rushing towards Jiang Feng, Wang Kai hoped the latter would not suffer severe burns. Yet, midway, he was astonished to see Jiang Feng emerge from the flames, left hand raised, with no signs of injury. In contrast, Li Wei and Shiyu appeared disheveled, their hair singed and clothing riddled with smoking holes. Observing Jiang Feng's composed demeanor, Wang Kai couldn't help but self-deprecate. Naturally, a wealthy scion would possess some means of protection while training. Had Jiang Feng known Wang Kai's thoughts, he would likely have rolled his eyes. It was fortunate that the wild boar demon had spewed flames, allowing his fire extinguisher attribute to come into play. Had it been something else, he would have needed to rely on the King Kong talisman for safety. Once clear of the flames, Jiang Feng surveyed the scene. To his astonishment, the wild boar demon's abdomen was ripped open, its intestines trailing on the ground, and its hind leg bones exposed with a deep gash. The team, relieved to see Jiang Feng unharmed and the demon severely injured, exhaled collectively. Jiang Feng, however, was struck by an idea. Pointing at the near-death wild boar demon, he requested of Wang Kai, "Captain, may I finish it off?" Taken aback, Wang Kai was uncertain of Jiang Feng's peculiar inclination. "Do as you wish. It won't survive regardless." After granting permission, Jiang Feng approached with his sword drawn. With a swift thrust, he pierced the demon's eye, twisting the blade within its skull until the creature lay motionless. Returning his sword to its sheath, Jiang Feng's actions sent a chill down the spines of the spirit hunting team members. Did Jiang Feng derive pleasure from ending lives? "Hurry up. Let us clean this up and leave immediately," Wang Kai shouted, surprisingly pleased with Jiang Feng's efficiency. As long as the demon was slain, he cared not for the methods employed. "You have slain a low-level first-stage demon beast, earning 3 soul points. Current soul points, 101. Note: every 100 points allows for a normal draw." Returning to the group, Jiang Feng felt a sense of satisfaction upon viewing the system notification. His soul points had finally reached another 100. He wondered what attribute he might draw this time. More importantly, he had realized that soul points were not exclusive to slaying spirit beasts. Killing beings with a certain level of cultivation also yielded rewards. If Jiang Feng's estimations were correct, the stronger the target, the greater the gain. He pondered whether cultivators would also drop soul points. Casting a glance at Li Wei, a thought crossed his mind. The latter suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck, involuntarily shivering. "Captain, something feels off," he murmured, prompting Wang Kai and the others to hasten their cleanup of the wild boar demon. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng silently recited, "Draw attribute." He had no intention of hoarding points for later. That was a practice for when one had an abundance of soul points. As attributes flickered on the panel, a notification appeared. "Congratulations to the host for acquiring the entry. 3D printing. Purple. Will you use the entry? 3D printing?" Jiang Feng stared at the purple entry on the panel, momentarily bewildered. How on earth is this to be utilized? Can one simply spit out a flying sword? Nevertheless, it would be prudent to first observe where the system places it. Use. With Jiang Feng's command, a radiant purple light erupted, illuminating the character image on the panel with a soft violet glow. Observing this phenomenon only deepened Jiang Feng's confusion, while other entries occupied but a single space. Why did this one dominate so much? Reluctantly, he turned his gaze to the accompanying text. Entry, 3D printing, full body adjustment. Jiang Feng gazed blankly, astonished by the sheer audacity of the purple entry. This adjustment seems remarkably ingenious. A flurry of ideas raced through Jiang Feng's mind. If he were to alter his skeletal structure to that of a unique metal akin to Wolverine, would his physical strength not increase exponentially? Should he adjust his meridians to the widest and most unobstructed state, would his cultivation not soar rapidly? Every aspect, from muscles to skin, and even the future emergence of his consciousness could be refined. Would he not become invincible? Chapter 16. Encountering robbers and the soul points of the cultivators upon contemplation, Jiang Feng immersed his consciousness within his body, focusing intently on his meridians as he silently recited adjustments in his mind. Yet, there was no tangible reference or blueprint available. A sudden thought emerged in his mind. What? It was said that adjustments could be made, yet why was there a need for a blueprint? Where was he to procure such a thing? A reference could only be meaningful if he could perceive it. With his current level of qi refinement, he could hardly even manage his spiritual awareness, let alone view the meridians of others. As for other skeletal and muscular structures, they were even more beyond his grasp. After pondering for a while, Jiang Feng realized that the only option available to him was to utilize his external appearance. However, his current exterior was already on par with esteemed readers, rendering any modifications unnecessary. Nevertheless, should the need arise to don a disguise for a task, this ability could indeed prove advantageous. Moreover, just because he could not observe the bodily structures of others now did not imply that he would be unable to do so in the future. The prospects of 3D printing entries are indeed promising. Although the acquisition of a favorable entry did not yield immediate benefits to his strength, Jiang Feng's spirits remained remarkably high. As he traversed the forest, his steps felt considerably lighter. This left Li Wei and Shiryu with puzzled expressions. Was he truly so elated merely for slaying a mortally wounded beast? Their suspicions regarding Jiang Feng's peculiar predilections deepened. Li Wei silently contemplated. It would be best not to make an enemy of this lad. Otherwise, one could never know what he might be capable of. Upon returning to the cave, everyone resumed their tasks, some cutting meat, others preparing meals, as if nothing had changed since the previous day. Yet, Jiang Feng sensed an unsettling quietude within the cave. Even the most talkative of them, the fox, had fallen unusually silent. "We cannot proceed further," Captain Wang Kai remarked, gazing at Jiang Feng during the meal. Jiang Feng, perplexed, remained silent. The location where they had encountered the beast was unprecedented. Such occurrences were abnormal. If it were just the two of them, it would be acceptable to investigate, but the situation everyone had witnessed today was quite alarming. Wang Kai paused, the implication of his words clear. He was concerned for Jiang Feng's safety. "I have no objections. Wherever you go, I shall follow," Jiang Feng replied, emphasizing his willingness to heed their counsel. In truth, he had no strong preference for their destination, as long as it allowed for the accumulation of soul points. Even remaining within their sect would suffice. However, that depended on Li Yanran's opinion, considering it was her expenditure. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, everyone visibly relaxed. The following day, the spirit-catching team altered their course. After traversing this new path, they indeed encountered no more beasts. However, the number of spirit beasts had also diminished significantly. Previously, they had chosen their route due to the higher presence of spirit beasts, but now, compelled to take an alternate path. Their soul point income had noticeably declined, plummeting from over 20 points a day to around 10. Jiang Feng felt rather helpless about this. It wasn't until the 12th day after their change of direction that his soul points finally exceeded 100 once more. During this time, his cultivation level had advanced to the second stage of qi refinement, propelled by the influence of the controllable nuclear fusion entry. Notably, as Jiang Feng spent more time with the spirit-catching team, the topics of conversation began to expand. Perhaps to alleviate the monotony of the forest, Wang Kai and the others began sharing various techniques with Jiang Feng while searching for spiritual materials. They discussed how to interpret different traces to assess the types and quantities of spiritual materials ahead, and which environments were more likely to yield such materials. They may have spoken casually, but Jiang Feng listened intently. Not only did he absorb their words, but he also utilized advanced AI to summarize this information. Throughout their journey, he attentively absorbed the experiences of his companions while simultaneously applying the methods he had gleaned to make his own judgments. Within less than a month of entering the wild boar forest, he discovered that his analytical skills had far surpassed those of Wang Kai and the others. Observing the clues, he noted that their accuracy hovered around 60, whereas his own judgment reached an impressive 90. Even if he were to operate independently in the forest now, the quantity of spiritual materials he could locate would not fall short of that of the entire team. Of course, finding them was one matter. Successfully defeating them was quite another. Although Jiang Feng's strength was relatively formidable against the spiritual materials, the opponents faced by the spirit-catching team in the forest were never limited to just these creatures. Many entities posed far greater dangers. Presently, they confronted one of the most perilous types. "Drop your weapons and valuables," a sharp-faced youth shouted at Wang Kai. Surrounding the spirit-catching team were 5 individuals, all exuding the pressure of mid-stage qi refinement. The person behind the sharp-faced youth emanated an aura of late-stage qi refinement. "Who are you? Open your eyes and recognize who you're confronting. Do you dare to rob members of He Huanzhou?" Jiang Yu retorted with a stern expression, her face pale with anger. Once again, the blame fell upon her. This direction had been scouted by her, yet they had been ambushed. 2 major blunders within a month had led her to doubt her scouting abilities. Wang Kai furrowed his brow, his spear gripped firmly in hand. Although the adversaries outnumbered the spirit-catching team by 2, they were not without the means to fight back. His frown was exacerbated by Jiang Feng's presence within the group. Regardless of how the battle unfolded, there was a risk that Jiang Feng could be targeted. Estimating that a first-stage qi refinement cultivator would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike in such a conflict, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Feng, only to find him calm and composed, his gaze resolute, with his hand already resting on the hilt of his sword, displaying no signs of anxiety. Inwardly, Wang Kai marveled at Jiang Feng's demeanor, recognizing the qualities of a scion from a prominent family. Little did he realize that Jiang Feng's composed reaction stemmed from his clear understanding of the situation at hand. Surrendering their valuables was one thing, but relinquishing their weapons was tantamount to courting death. It would be far better to fight back. Entrusting one's life to the promises of the enemy was an outright negligence of one's own existence. Wang Kai's right hand slid along the spear's shaft, causing a wave of tension to ripple through the members of the spirit-catching team. This was an unmistakable sign that their captain was preparing to act. What if he Huanzong? Complying would allow for a less arduous fate, otherwise. The sharp-faced cultivator remained unaware of the shift in Wang Kai and his team's demeanor, continuing to bluster. In his view, the members of the spirit capture team were only bold enough to engage in verbal confrontations with him, which he saw as cowardice. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, a cold glint flashed in Wang Kai's eyes, and spiritual energy erupted beneath his feet. His long spear, gleaming with white light, swept fiercely toward the sharp-mouthed man. Sensing the burst of spiritual energy, the others finally reacted. The sharp-mouthed man caught sight of a white streak slicing through the air, his pupils contracting in alarm. Yet, before he could muster any response, Zhao Kai's spear pierced through his chest. With a swift upward flick of the spear tip, the man was hurled into the air. Even as he hung mid-air, blood gushed violently from his mouth. Jiang Feng watched the sharp-mouthed cultivator being flung aside, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He instantly activated Swift Wind Step, and the magical long sword in his hand, gleaming with a chilling light, slashed toward the neck of the figure that had yet to hit the ground. Crack! A head, filled with unwillingness, soared into the air. Blood sprayed from the neck, tracing a long arc in the air, splattering onto the face of a nearby mid-stage qi refining cultivator. For a moment, everyone froze in shock. Had someone just died? Jiang Feng was no exception, standing there in a daze. However, it wasn't due to any discomfort from taking a life. Rather, it was because of the system notification. Killed a qi refining stage human, obtained 5 soul points. Current soul points, 103. Killing a qi refining stage cultivator yielded so many soul points? Suppressing the greed rising within him, Jiang Feng sheathed his sword and retreated to his teammate's side. At the same time, he silently chanted, "Extract the keyword." Given the precarious situation, there was no reason to hold on to soul points. Chapter 17, Ultra-High Voltage, Counterattack. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the attribute, Ultra-High Voltage. Golden, would you like to use the attribute, Ultra-High Voltage? As he gazed at the shimmering golden attribute on the panel, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, almost beyond control. Use it. Any hesitation would be a disservice to that radiant gold. With Jiang Feng's announcement of usage, the figure on the panel, as well as his meridians and dantian, glimmered with golden light. The dantian, influenced by the dual golden attributes, shone even brighter. Attribute, ultra-high voltage, efficient transmission in meridians and dantian. Jiang Feng immediately attempted to circulate his spiritual energy, experiencing no hindrance whatsoever. The speed of energy flow and the volume propelling it were significantly enhanced. Regardless of how he endeavored to push the energy forward, he felt no discomfort within his meridians. I can soar. The controllable nuclear fusion attribute amplified his output. As the spiritual energy surged into the dantian, it was swiftly channeled into the meridians, executing a complete cycle that imprinted Jiang Feng's essence. Returning to the dantian, it transformed into a more manageable form of energy. Before long, the already nearly full dantian brimmed with energy. Breakthrough. Jiang Feng theatrically amplified his own performance. In truth, nothing extraordinary transpired within him. He simply ascended to the 3rd level of qi refinement without any turbulence. However, the external reaction was far from serene. A wave of qi refinement level 3 energy rippled among Wang Kai and the others. 12 pairs of eyes were fixated on Jiang Feng, 1 pair resting on the ground. Is it appropriate to break through during a duel? Jiang Feng's elevation to the 3rd level of qi refinement captured everyone's attention. Even Wang Kai, engaged in battle, could not resist glancing toward this direction. The late-stage qi refinement cultivator, who had been suppressed, seized the opportunity to retreat. Sensing the movement, Wang Kai would not let the chance slip away. He stomped heavily on the ground, enhancing his speed as he charged toward his opponent. At this juncture, other cultivators regained their focus, hastily channeling their spiritual energy to attack or defend. Li Wei and Shiryu, bound to protect Lin Feng, could only passively defend against their adversary's onslaught. Meanwhile, one of the intercepting robbers, lacking a contender, approached the trio's situation, rendering Li Wei and Shiryu even more passive. Having acclimated to the state of energy within him, Jiang Feng gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze honing in on the foe attacking Li Wei. This adversary, also a swordsman, was currently unleashing a rapid sword technique, pressuring Li Wei. Jiang Feng, with his internal energy mobilized, seized an opportunity, sidestepping to slip behind Li Wei. Just as he arrived at Li Wei's side, Li Wei was narrowly avoiding the opponent's long sword thrust. Clang. As the enemy's technique faltered, Jiang Feng drew his sword and executed an upward slash that struck the opponent's blade. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. Jiang Feng, intending only to leave the opponent exposed and provide Li Wei an opportunity, was astonished to witness the adversary's sword flying from their grasp. Clearly, the efficiency of ultra-high voltage surpassed his expectations. This was far more effective than the abstract attribute he had drawn during a previous respite. Glancing at the panel's attribute description, he felt a twinge of disdain. Attribute: potential difference, blue, right foot adjustment. Jiang Feng had struggled for quite some time to manipulate the surrounding air, only managing to stir it slightly while expending spiritual energy. A spiritual energy fan? It would be swifter to simply fan the air directly. Observing the enemy's weapon flying from their hands, Jiang Feng wasted no time, slightly rotating the sword's body to execute a horizontal cut. Swish! A flash of cold light sliced through the air, instantly etching a line of crimson across the enemy's neck. Gasp! The foe seemed to wish to utter something, but the severed throat and surging blood rendered him voiceless. Li Wei, witnessing the sudden demise of his opponent, was momentarily stunned. When did junior brother Jiang become so formidable? Breathing heavily, Jiang Feng turned his gaze towards Shiyu's direction. It was then he noticed that Li Wei remained rooted in place, loudly declaring, "Brotherly, go assist brother Shi." During the brief period they had joined forces against their enemies, Shiyu had been besieged by two attackers, suffering an injury to his left shoulder. Unlike Hu Zi and Jiang Yu, he lacked Jiang Feng's constraint and could not engage in evasive maneuvers. Li Wei, upon hearing this, immediately pivoted, disregarding any contemplation of Jiang Feng's sudden surge in strength. The two approached from either side, transforming Shiyu's 1 versus 2 struggle into a 3 versus 2 confrontation. With the shift in offensive and defensive dynamics, the two adversaries quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Shiyu, facing away from Jiang Feng and Li Wei, was oblivious to how they dispatched their opponents, but the enemies were acutely aware of the unfolding events. Despite their higher cultivation levels, they were unnaturally wary of Jiang Feng's strikes, attempting to evade every blade he swung. In an instant, they became flustered. Li Wei and Shiyu would not let such an opportunity pass. Seizing the moment, they relentlessly pursued their foes. Thud! Li Wei capitalized on an opening, unleashing a fiery palm strike to one opponent's chest. The adversary's clothing incinerated instantly, with the sternum caving in. A plume of frosty blood erupted from his mouth, accompanied by unidentified fragments. The individual collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The other adversary, witnessing this, evaded Shiyu's assault and promptly retreated. This battle cannot continue. However, in the process of retreating, a gleam of sword light erupted from behind. Thud! The retreating enemy felt their vision spiral out of control. Not far away, a familiar headless corpse was falling to the ground. As their gaze reached this point, consciousness faded entirely. The pursuing Shiyu gave Jiang Feng a thumbs up. "Junior brother Jiang, I must say, you possess considerable combat talent." For reasons unknown, a quip surfaced in Jiang Feng's mind, prompting him to instinctively respond, "I have been slaying in the dining hall for a month. My heart is as cold as my blade." Realizing the mismatch of his words, he hurriedly shifted the topic. "Let us assist the other brothers." At that moment, Wang Kai, armed and exuding a murderous aura, charged back into the fray. Upon seeing the 3 corpses on the ground, his bloodlust diminished significantly. He had anticipated that these two could act even faster than himself. Bestowing a satisfied glance upon Li Wei and Shiyu, he observed their puzzled expressions. Wang Kai said nothing further, turning his gun toward Jiang Yu's battlefield. Jiang Feng and his companions were not idle. They sought out the location of the fox and hurried to offer assistance. After a stick of incense had burned, Wang Kai, the fox, and Jiang Yu circled the lifeless body on the ground repeatedly. Leaning on the barrel of his gun, Wang Kai scrutinized the wound of the decapitated enemy for a considerable time before inquiring, "Do you believe both were slain by Jiang Feng?" "Captain, you have already asked this 8 times. Will it never end?" The trio consisted of 1 at the 5th level of Qi refinement and 2 at the 6th. At that moment, we were unable to move, being pressed and attacked by them. Li Wei reluctantly recounted the circumstances in detail, which prompted the other 3 to cast frequent glances at him. "Jiang Shidi, with such prowess, it would be prudent for us to escort you. You are not merely a young master experiencing life outside, are you?" Jiang Yu circled Jiang Feng, arriving at her own conclusion. Just as Jiang Feng completed his ascension and executed a counterattack, inside the sect, Ma Pai knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Lu Ruyin, shedding her usual enchanting demeanor, emanated a palpable aura of malevolence. Where has Jiang Feng gone? Chapter 18. The return of Lu Ruyin and the new crisis at this moment. Lu Ruyin exuded not only a menacing aura but also an exquisite allure. Ma Pai desperately clawed at the ground, finding no solace in his third-level qi refinement realm. His tongue was on the verge of being bitten to shreds, and his consciousness began to blur uncontrollably. I do not know. Jiang Feng, is Shiji Lu Ruyin here? I heard Shiji has returned and came to pay my respects. Just as Ma Pai was on the brink of losing himself and revealing everything he knew, a voice imbued with spiritual energy resonated from outside the courtyard. The sound pierced Ma Pai's mind, clearing his thoughts and halting his speech. Li Yanran, not waiting for a response from within, entered the courtyard with Yao Shimi. Upon hearing that Ma Pai had been taken away by the hurriedly returning Lu Ruyin, she hastened to arrive. Seeing Ma Pai kneeling on the ground, she thought, fortunately, I made it in time. It was not out of concern for Ma Pai, but rather a desire to prevent Lu Ruyin from swiftly unraveling her plans. With her 8th-level qi refinement, it seemed that Li Shimi had been diligently practicing of late. Upon noticing Li Yanran's entrance into the courtyard, Lu Ruyin's menacing aura dissipated. I wonder what brings my Shimi to seek me. Li Yanran had no particular purpose in mind. Having interrupted Lu Ruyin's affairs, she began to ramble aimlessly. Oh dear, we sisters are having a chat. What are you doing here, you foul man? Hurry up and leave. It was not until half an hour later that Li Yanran emerged from Lu Ruyin's cave dwelling, her face beaming with delight. One might presume that she shared a close bond with the cave's owner. Once she reached a secluded spot, her expression returned to its indifferent demeanor. This time, her intervention had merely delayed Lu Ruyin's realization of Jiang Feng's whereabouts. Since she had intervened, Lu Ruyin would surely deduce that it was her doing. She could only hope that Jiang Feng and the others could persist a little longer. Deep within the wild boar forest, Jiang Feng, upon hearing Li Wei boast about his prowess, quickly clarified, that is merely Li Shixiang's exaggeration, inflating my role. It was entirely due to the efforts of you two Shixiang that I succeeded. I only capitalized on my slightly enhanced sword techniques and the element of surprise. If he said nothing further, he feared their thoughts might diverge into unfounded assumptions. Wang Kai and the fox nodded in agreement with Jiang Feng's words. That makes sense. How could a newly advanced 3rd-level qi refinement cultivator possibly turn the tables on opponents 2 or 3 levels higher? It defies our understanding. Li Wei appeared hesitant, clearly wanting to say more, but seeing that the others seemed to embrace Jiang Feng's words, he remained silent. Subsequently, the group found a place to rest and share their spoils. Jiang Feng did not covet any of the weapons or pills, entrusting them all to Wang Kai for management. Wang Kai converted these into 200 low-grade spirit stones for him. Meanwhile, he perused 3 manuals and spells they had confiscated. The fire-type technique, Lai Yang Ju, was of no use to Jiang Feng, but could enrich the database of the Super AI. The 2 spells, Swift Wind Sword Technique and Golden Needle Technique, could be practiced to enhance his combat capabilities. Captain, since Jiang Shidi is so powerful, why not return to that previous route? The gains here are exceedingly meager. After their break, the fox could no longer restrain his suggestion. The others turned their expectant gazes towards Wang Kai upon hearing the fox's proposal. Their current rewards amounted to merely a third of what they had obtained from the initial path. Although they had accepted the task of protecting Jiang Feng, who would ever disdain excess spirit stones? Moreover, given the emergence of rogue cultivators here, it was indeed unwise to continue onward. Who knew if they had accomplices lurking about? They had only incurred slight injuries this time, but their luck might not hold for the next encounter. Wang Kai, observing the eager expressions of his team, ultimately turned to Jiang Feng. What are your thoughts, Jiang Shidi? I'm amenable, as long as the danger isn't excessive. Jiang Feng had only just begun to accelerate his cultivation journey. He should ideally focus on developing in a safe manner. However, if he could acquire more soul points while ensuring safety, why not seize the opportunity? The events of the day had made him acutely aware of the significance of soul points. He did not know when he might draw useful attributes. The more soul points, the better. Then we shall change course tomorrow, Wang Kai declared upon hearing Jiang Feng's affirmation. After this, everyone dispersed to find their own places for cultivation or rest. Jiang Feng sat upon a stone, his mind once again drifting to the battles of the past. During the fray, He had not felt the impact, but in the ensuing quiet, he recalled the inherent dangers. The lives of cultivators were not so different from the chickens in the dining hall's backyard. Death awaited all the same. To avoid such a fate, one must render themselves stronger than their adversaries. Not only must one surpass their opponents, but they must also continue to grow stronger, to the point where they could easily annihilate their foes. As these thoughts swirled in Jiang Feng's mind, he opened his panel to examine his status. Host, Jiang Feng. Realm, 3rd level Qi refinement. Attributes, controlled nuclear fusion, Qi in Dantian. Super AI, left brain thought speed. Fire extinguisher, left hand fire control. High voltage, efficient transmission in meridians and Dantian. 3D printing, body adjustment. Potential difference, right foot regulation. Techniques, Shengyang Ju, Yang Huachang Shengong. Wu Xing, Lian Qi Ju. Spells martial skills, basic martial skills. Wu Xing sword technique, swift wind steps, breath control technique. Soul points, 14. As the frequency of attribute draws increased and his realm elevated, the panel began to feel cumbersome. Jiang Feng frowned and conveyed his desire for simplification to the panel. After a brief moment, the interface became more streamlined. Host, Jiang Feng. Realm, 3rd level Qi refinement. Attributes, expand techniques, expand spells martial skills, expand soul points, 14. Soon, Jiang Feng's attention was drawn to the number of soul points. The greed that had been suppressed during battle resurfaced. Just from these 3 cultivators, he had amassed 16 soul points. The speed of such gains far exceeded that of slaying spirit beasts. Just as this thought began to take root, Jiang Feng swiftly quelled it. Rationality reclaimed its place in his mind. Those rogue cultivators had clashed with them, intent on taking his life, and had been eliminated. Yet, he could not condone indiscriminate killing merely for the sake of soul points. Moreover, he is not invincible. Tales of the young being challenged by the old are not unheard of. The fear lies in the number of soul points he might accumulate, which could attract the relentless pursuit of countless cultivators. Furthermore, he is not devoid of sources for soul points. The number of cultivators is but a fraction compared to the multitude of spirit beasts and demonic creatures. Shaking his head, he cast aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. Jiang Feng began to channel his cultivation technique, striving to enhance his spiritual energy, determined to transform it into his true strength. The following day, under the leadership of Wang Kai, the spirit catching team set forth to alter their route. Having recently scoured the area for spirit beasts, their progress was notably swift, allowing them to return to the path they had traversed a month prior in just a day. Fox and Jiangyu, remain vigilant. There is a high likelihood of demonic beast activity in this vicinity. Wang Kai cautioned the 2 about to venture forward, also signaling to the rest of the team. Understood. The group responded in unison. Consequently, Fox and Jiangyu darted toward either side ahead. However, before the others could continue their advance, Fox, having just plunged into the underbrush, was suddenly sent hurtling back, spitting blood. Wang Kai, quick on his feet, leaped forward to catch Fox, preventing further injury. Upon seeing Fox's mangled chest, where a talisman was burning away its last corner, Wang Kai's pupils constricted in alarm. Golden talisman. At that moment, a towering figure burst forth from the thicket, roaring, "What fortune! I have stumbled upon a delectable blood feast." Chapter 19. United forces to slay the tiger demon. Unable to return to the sect Yaozu, exclaimed Shi Yu beside Jiang Feng. The moment the words escaped his lips, the members of the spirit capture team were taken aback, swiftly preparing for battle. As Jiang Feng caught sight of the imposing figure, a chill ran down his spine. Although the aura emanating from the opponent suggested a mid-stage Qi refinement, it exerted a far more terrifying pressure than the late-stage practitioner he had faced the previous day. Instinctively, he grasped the hilt of his sword. Wang Kai retrieved a pill and placed it in the fox's mouth, momentarily setting it aside, while he tightened his grip on the spear, ready for combat. The tiger demon did not immediately attack. Instead, it observed the movements of the spirit capture team with keen interest. When Wang Kai pointed his spear menacingly at the tiger demon, it flicked its crimson tongue across its lips, aware that the struggle would only enhance the taste of its meal. Before it could utter another word, Wang Kai launched the first assault. A flash of white light shot towards the demon's forehead. Following closely were Li Wei and Shi Yu, unleashing fiery palm strikes and colossal stone fists aimed at the demon's flank. Jiang Yu hid nearby, seemingly preparing for something. "Curse it!" roared the tiger demon, as it met Wang Kai's spear with its claws, attempting to overpower the one who had interrupted it. With a slight tremor, Wang Kai maneuvered the spear, carving a deep gash into the demon's forearm, though the hardened bone ultimately thwarted the spear's advance. Simultaneously, two heavy strikes landed on the demon's sides, a searing heat and an immense weight. The tiger demon, expecting victory, was caught off guard and suffered significant damage right from the outset. It swiftly retreated, dropping to all fours and revealing its towering body, over 10 feet in length. As its transformation completed, the wounds on its forelimbs rapidly healed, leaving only charred remnants of the fiery strikes. With its true form unveiled, the tiger demon lunged at Wang Kai with a powerful leap, a fierce wind preceding its advance. Jiang Feng, standing behind, could clearly see the glinting fangs within the demon's gaping maw. He was desperately channeling the spiritual energy surging within him, striving to enhance his own strength, knowing that his current Qi refinement level of 3 was still too low to withstand such power. Wang Kai, determined to shield his companions, intercepted the tiger demon's claw, sending himself and the spear flying several yards. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wei and Shiryu struck the massive body of the demon before hastily retreating. Wang Kai, upon landing, sustained no serious injuries and advanced once more with his spear. Observing the coordinated retreat of his comrades, Jiang Feng felt a slight easing of tension, silently channeling his magical energy to compress the power of his 5 elements golden sword. Unable to elevate his realm, he would instead amplify the might of his techniques. The tiger demon lunged again. Wang Kai stood firm, tightly gripping his spear, which erupted with a brilliant white light, driving it forcefully into the demon's shoulder. Crimson demon blood gushed forth like a fountain. Just as Wang Kai attempted to withdraw, the tiger demon disregarded the injury and barreled forward. Wang Kai had no time to retract his spear, forcing him to retreat. Not good. Li Wei and Shiryu, poised to attack, were taken aback. Too late to react as the tiger demon viciously took them down, its massive claws striking them, causing them to spit blood. As the tiger demon hit the ground, it let out a cry of anguish. The spear's shaft, still lodged within, had struck the ground, driving the tip deeper into the wound. Instinctively, the demon lifted its body, and at that moment, Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed. Now was the time. A beam of sword light illuminated the eyes of all present. Jiang Yu, hidden nearby, gasped in disbelief at Jiang Feng's audacity to strike despite being only a Qi refinement practitioner of the 3rd level. Channeling his energy to its peak, the tip of Jiang Feng's sword glimmered with a blade of nearly a foot in length. With a swift motion, he plunged it into the wound created by the spear. The sound of bone scraping against metal filled the air, followed by a more piercing scream from the tiger demon as its shoulder flesh was cleaved open, leaving only a thin layer of skin intact. The demon staggered back, unable to contain the spear any longer. The sound of the spear clattering to the ground jolted Wang Kai from his stupor. He reached out, reclaiming the spear, and advanced once more. The tiger demon's forelimb hung limply. Needing to be careful not to touch the ground, Wang Kai seized the moment, striking the demon again, creating a gaping wound in its chest. The creature staggered back once more. At that instant, a barely perceptible flicker of shadow flashed by. An arrow embedded itself deeply into the tiger demon's eye, the shaft remaining still, having pierced too far to be dislodged. With a thunderous crash, the tiger demon collapsed, unable to maintain its footing. Panting heavily, Wang Kai leaned on his spear, his gaze fixed on the fallen beast. Sun Yu emerged from the forest, and the two approached the tiger demon cautiously. Wait, Jiang Feng called out, halting their advance. He approached the demon with his sword in hand, and, when just 3 steps away from its head, released his sword towards the demon's remaining eye. Letting out a furious roar of defiance, the tiger demon struggled momentarily before finally succumbing to stillness. Wang Kai and Jiang Yu exchanged glances filled with apprehension. They prodded the demon's body with their spear, and upon receiving no response, Wang Kai retrieved a storage pouch to contain the beast. The group quickly turned their attention to the injuries of the 3 fallen members. Both Li Wei and Shiryu bore severe wounds. After consuming healing pills, they could barely manage to walk on their own. The fox was gravely injured, struggling to rise, and would require a return to the sect for proper treatment. Even Wang Kai displayed signs of a fractured arm. Together, they fashioned a makeshift stretcher, with Jiang Feng and Wang Kai carrying the fox, as all 6 members made their way back to the sect. On the 3rd day, as they were preparing to depart from the wild boar forest, The fox on the stretcher suddenly struggled to rise and reached into its bosom. "Fox, what has transpired?" Wang Kai inquired, perplexed. The fox remained silent, extracting a sound transmission talisman and activating it. It conveyed that Jiang Feng was already aware of his whereabouts, advising him not to return to the sect and to remain hidden while outside. The others, not far away, overheard the contents of the talisman, and a heavy silence enveloped the group. How could the 3 injured members continue to stay here? "Since I cannot return, you all should head back first." Jiang Feng smiled gently, addressing the members of the Ling capture team. "But you..." Wang Kai began to voice his concerns, but Jiang Feng interrupted, asserting that the injuries of his senior brothers could not be delayed, for any prolonged absence could lead to unforeseen consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Kai produced several bottles of medicinal pills from his storage bag and hastily placed them in Jiang Feng's hands. "Take these. I will escort them for treatment and will join you shortly." Jiang Feng accepted the pills without hesitation but remarked, "There is no need for you to return. I shall endeavor to conceal myself alone. Even if you come back, you may not be able to locate me easily. Moreover, once you return, it may not be simple for you to leave again." Jiang Feng's gaze turned cold as he looked towards the direction of the sect. His voice tinged with a somber gravity. Chapter 20. The 7th Layer of Qi Refinement. The Saintess approaches. Upon hearing these words, Wang Kai and the others silently wished each other well before leading the spirit capture team towards the exit of the wild boar forest. Jiang Feng watched their figures vanish into the woods, then turned to venture deeper within. Uncertain whether Lu Rian had sent someone to find him or was coming in person, Jiang Feng could only prepare for the worst. Anticipating a confrontation with Lu Rian, who was at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. As he walked, he sensed the state of the spiritual energy within his dantian. In just over 2 days, he could break through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, and within a month, reach the 9th layer. Given sufficient time, he would not need to worry about facing Lu Rian alone. Moreover, as his cultivation technique could operate autonomously, he did not have to remain in one place for closed-door training. While that might enhance his training speed to some extent, Jiang Feng felt that it would be more beneficial to hunt spirit beasts and accumulate soul points during that time. If Lu Rian were to strike, she would not wait for long. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, he might draw a powerful attribute to enhance himself. This approach seemed far superior to passively waiting. In the days that followed, the spirit beasts in the wild boar forest met their demise. An experienced hunter had unknowingly arrived in the woods, and no matter how deeply the beasts concealed themselves, he would uncover them and eliminate them. After more than half a month, Jiang Feng sat upon a tree trunk, gazing somewhat helplessly at the system panel before him. Host, Jiang Feng. Realm, 6th layer of Qi refinement. Attributes, high-pressure water gun, left-hand index finger pressure, 3D projection, right eye simulation. Techniques, expand. Art skills, expand. Soul points, for points. Due to the absence of 5 companions, despite his swift search for spirit beasts, he barely earned 10 soul points daily. Over the course of several days, he had only drawn attributes twice, both of which were of little use to him at present. Letting out a gentle sigh, Jiang Feng resolved to continue searching for spirit beasts. At that moment, a slight swelling sensation emanated from his dantian. Just as he was about to descend from the tree, he paused. At last, he had good news. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. After waiting atop the tree for some time, a wave of spiritual pressure corresponding to the 7th layer of Qi refinement radiated outward. The pure spiritual energy coursed through his meridians for several cycles. Once he had fully acclimated to it, Jiang Feng descended from the tree, feeling the newfound strength within him, and began to seek out the next spirit beast. A mere quarter of an hour later, with a swift stroke of his sword, he severed the head of a spirit chicken. Shaking off the blood that clung to his blade, Jiang Feng sheathed his sword. Wait a moment. It seems something is amiss. Why hasn't the system notification appeared? Upon opening the system panel for confirmation, he found only the notification from before he had climbed the tree, regarding the spirit rat he had slain. System, where are my soul points? Have you consumed them? However, despite calling out for an extended period, there was no response from the system. Unwilling to accept this, he quickly captured a spirit rabbit. Before striking, he opened the panel. With a swift motion, the rabbit's head was severed. Yet, nothing happened on the panel. Could it be that this system has usage restrictions? Jiang Feng paused to contemplate the day's events. Aside from drawing an attribute once, it seemed he had accomplished little else. There was also the recent breakthrough, transitioning from the mid to late stage of qi refinement. Could that be the reason? After considering this, he believed it to be the case. He could not help but feel regret. Had he known, he would have accumulated more soul points before his breakthrough. Nevertheless, he needed to verify. Thinking of this, he departed from the current area and headed towards the path he had taken during his first journey. Without soul points from spirit beasts, he wondered if there were any demon beasts left. After hastening his pace, it took Jiang Feng 2 days to return to the spot where he had once slain Yao, who with 5 others. Upon reaching this place, he slowed his movements, continuously sensing the fluctuations of power around him while remaining attentive to the sounds nearby. After half a day of searching, Jiang Feng finally sensed a surge of demonic energy ahead. He carefully concealed his presence and approached cautiously. Upon rounding a large tree, he spotted an injured wolf demon licking its wounds beneath the tree. At the sight of the creature, Jiang Feng's heart raced. A late-stage wolf demon. What brought this formidable beast to this place? Wasn't it said that demon beasts were scarce here? Why had he encountered such a powerful one? As Jiang Feng observed the wolf demon, it too noticed his presence. The creature struggled to rise, emitting a threatening growl from its throat. Upon standing, Jiang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. If he was not mistaken, the wounds on the beast were inflicted by blades. A massive gash had severed a significant portion of its hind leg and waist. Yet, he wondered why it had not been entirely slain. Regardless of the reason, it was now Jiang Feng's prey. With a flash of his sword, he unleashed the 5 elements sword technique. Seeing that its threat had not deterred Jiang Feng, the wolf demon's eyes flashed with despair. It raised its forelimbs high, channeling all its remaining demonic energy into its claws. The sharp claws elongated, aiming directly at Jiang Feng. With a swish, a sound of air being sliced echoed as Jiang Feng seemingly vanished from his spot, appearing as if he had not moved at all. The giant wolf's greatly enlarged paw swung through empty air, crashing into the ground and creating a 3-foot-deep crater. In the forefront of the pit, furlong marks resembling those made by a blade were visible. The giant wolf let out a reluctant whimper, its energy rapidly waning. Unable to sustain its body any longer, it collapsed. Simultaneously, as the sword light shone brightly, it sliced through the wolf's neck in the instant it fell. The enormous wolf head rolled aside. Slayed a late-stage wolf demon, earned 7 soul points. Current soul points, 11 points. Upon seeing the system notification, Jiang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was a relief that the system was functioning properly. He then approached, retrieving 2 wolf fangs and 8 wolf claws before continuing his pursuit for demon beasts. 2 days later, as Jiang Feng traversed the forest, he heard a rumbling sound of water. Suddenly recalling that he had not had a proper bath in many days, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. After walking a short distance, the area ahead became more open. A magnificent waterfall emerged at the horizon. Gazing at the crystalline pool, Jiang Feng observed for a moment before hastily making his way to the water's edge. Tentatively testing the waters, he found nothing leaping forth, and thus swiftly discarded his outer garments and leaped into the depths. Truly befitting a scion of nobility, his physique was indeed commendable. As he indulged in the refreshing waters, a mocking voice suddenly echoed around him. Startled, Jiang Feng realized that someone had approached without his notice. Without turning to face the source of the sound, he instinctively surged out of the water, seizing his long sword with alacrity. Whoosh! As Jiang Feng turned, he beheld a fiery red firework soaring swiftly into the sky. The vivid crimson hue lingered in the air, clearly a specially crafted device. A piercing arrow? Jiang Feng mused, eyeing the young cultivator who held a sword in his left hand while raising his right hand high above his head. He chuckled derisively. Do you wish to make a move? Perhaps you should consider your own capabilities. The young cultivator discarded the launching tube with a sneer. Were it not for the Saintess's desire for a live capture, do you think you could still stand here? Chapter 21. 8th Layer of Qi Refinement. Battling Lu Ruyan. Upon hearing the words of the young cultivator, Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. What audacity! You, a mere 6th layer of Qi refinement, dare to boast in front of someone at the 7th layer? Is that confidence bestowed upon you by a heavenly signal flare? Drawing his sword, Jiang Feng resolved to end this swiftly. How brazen of you to draw your sword before me as a mere 3rd layer of Qi refinement. If I do not teach you a lesson, it seems you will never understand. The young cultivator likewise unsheathed his sword, his mouth incessantly chattering. Yet, in an instant, a brilliant white sword light had already reached him. Clang! With the first strike, The long sword in his hand slipped from his grasp. You are not with a swift motion. A head soared high into the air. My apologies, I misjudged you. Slayed a 6th layer of Chi Refinement Cultivator. Gained 6 soul points. Current soul points, 17. After rummaging through the opponent's belongings, he discovered merely over 30 spirit stones and a few talismans. Bah, a pauper. Although Jiang Feng himself was not wealthy, it did not hinder his complaints. He took the opponent's long sword and donned his own attire, hastily leaving the vicinity of the waterfall with the corpse in tow. Regretting the beheading, he found the aftermath to be quite inconvenient. He had not forgotten the name of the Saintess mentioned by the opponent. Generally, a cultivator at the 9th layer of Chi refinement would be a challenge, but Lu Ruyan, with her formidable talent, practicing the strongest legacy of the Hahuan sect, had trained far longer than he. If she had not mastered several powerful spells, Jiang Feng would not have believed it. Given her background, she surely possessed valuable treasures. Although victory would yield significant benefits, the greater likelihood was being counterattacked by her. It would be wiser to bide his time until his own cultivation improved before confronting her again. After running for a while, he casually discarded the corpse at a random location and changed direction to continue his flight. By the water's edge, Lu Ruyan gracefully descended. Observing the empty scene before her, she frowned slightly. Thud, thud, thud. Before long, several footsteps approached. Saintess, we have discovered traces of blood ahead. It has been less than a quarter of an hour. A young man clad in black reported to Lu Ruyan. Follow. He cannot have gone far. Lu Ruyan felt a twinge of confusion. A fledgling who had only entered Chi refinement for less than 2 months should not possess the ability to deal with the messenger. Or perhaps the messenger had inadvertently injured or killed Jiang Feng. This thought filled her with agitation. After venturing out, Jiang Feng had inexplicably entered Chi refinement. Even more infuriating was that Li Yanran, that wretched woman, had somehow learned of Jiang Feng's situation and sent him out to annoy her. However, they certainly did not anticipate that the yin-yang body in the Chi refinement stage would be even more potent. Once captured, she would directly absorb his essence. This would undoubtedly help her suppress the allure of her body and successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage. Thus, 3 days passed in relentless pursuit, with Jiang Feng scarcely pausing to eat some jerky. Were it not for the automatic operation of his cultivation technique, he would have long since succumbed. However, Jiang Feng also noted a benefit. His spiritual power had become significantly purer. The swift wind steps had grown increasingly refined, displaying a remarkable fluidity compared to a freshly calibrated super AI. The spells and techniques aided by the super AI required extensive practice to truly reach perfection. Indeed, to establish a solid foundation, diligent cultivation was essential. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Jiang Feng was compelled to halt. The spiritual power within his dantian had reached its limit, rendering him unable to execute swift wind steps. He could only pause and wait for a breakthrough. The spiritual power coursed rapidly through his meridians, compressing the existing energy to enhance its purity. Buzz. As the spiritual power became purer, his dantian expanded once more, capable of containing even more energy. The fluctuations of the 8th layer of Chi refinement radiated outward. The flora surrounding Jiang Feng was bent and swayed by the pressure of his spiritual energy, creating a localized tempest. With no time to sense the changes, Jiang Feng rose and departed. He could feel the pursuers drawing near. The intense spiritual energy fluctuations indicated he was regaining his power. Jiang Feng had barely traveled 100 breaths when the martial cultivator appeared at the very spot of his breakthrough. Whoosh! No sooner had the words left the opponent's lips than a lithe figure darted past the martial cultivator, racing ahead. Swish! 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 Jiang Feng covered several zhang with each stride in the forest, leaving barely discernible footprints behind. However, before he could run a few steps, a sound of air being sliced through reached him from behind. Jiang Feng, do not struggle. It is your honor to assist me in my breakthrough. The alluring voice accompanied the declaration. An alien force began to invade, and activating his technique could mitigate some of the effects. The instant he heard the voice, a thought surged into his mind. The super AI intervened, alerting Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng silently rejoiced. How perilous. This Saintess is exceedingly cunning. Even her voice possesses a special ability. Abruptly halting his steps, he turned around, a scowl marring his features as he gazed back. After hearing the name Lu Ruyan for so long, he finally beheld her true form today. He had to admit, she was truly stunning. Just her visage alone was utterly captivating. Not to mention her figure, which could be described using words like towering peaks, delicate curves, full and perky, firm and powerful. All descriptors felt perfectly fitting. No wonder she was regarded as an enchanting beauty of the mortal realm. In that moment of seeing Lu Ruyan, even the more than 1 terabyte of learning materials stored in his hard drive, with images of teachers that had once been vivid, began to blur in Jiang Feng's memory. Gulp. Even though she was his enemy, Jiang Feng could not help but swallow hard. Damn it. To die would be absurd. What an honor for you. Who do you think you are? Clang. Jiang Feng unsheathed his long sword, pointing it menacingly at Lu Ruyan. Since fate had brought them together, let the true contest commence. Hee. This is intriguing. Lu Ruyan's ethereal form fluttered toward Jiang Feng, her alluring voice enveloping the air. A sweet, cloying fragrance wafted around them. Warning. Hallucinogenic gas detected in the vicinity. Evade or take precautions immediately. Jiang Feng swiftly produced 2 detoxification pills from his left hand, swallowing one and holding the other in his mouth. By the time he completed this action, Lu Ruyan had already approached him. With her delicate, fair hand extended, it appeared as though she intended to caress his face like that of a lover. Yet, Jiang Feng perceived her approach as a grave threat and slashed his sword diagonally. In his view, if she were to touch him, it would be his neck she sought to caress. How dare he allow her to come close? Ha ha ha. Quite composed, aren't you? Lu Ruyan withdrew her hand, evading the severed arm's sword strike. A playful pout appeared on her face, as if she were reproaching Jiang Feng for his lack of romantic sensibility. Is that so? Allow me to unveil a grand treasure. At this moment, the distance between them was less than 10 paces. Jiang Feng ceased to conceal his prowess, revealing his formidable strength at the 8th level of qi refinement. The long sword, previously raised, emitted a sword light that surged forth like a silver serpent, extending 3 feet in a sudden flash. The sword descended with the swiftness of lightning. How is this possible? Lu Ruyan felt Jiang Feng's aura and her expression transformed into one of astonishment. Having heard from Lu Kai and others that Jiang Feng had reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, she was already deeply shaken. Yet the scene before her rendered her perception of reality utterly absurd. As the 3-foot sword light rushed towards her, she instinctively raised her hand to shield her head. Chapter 22. The Decimation of the Holy Maiden's Team. With a resounding clash, Jiang Feng's sword, a manifestation of his unwavering determination, struck against a transparent barrier. The blade's luminescence was abruptly halved, and Jiang Feng's expression shifted in surprise, realizing that his adversary was capable of mounting a defense in such a brief moment. He raised his sword once more, delivering another strike. The sound echoed louder, yet the sword's brilliance dwindled to near nothingness. A crack resonated as the barrier shattered, vanishing before Jiang Feng's eyes. Elated, he surged forward, aiming directly for Lu Ruyan. The razor-sharp tip of his sword lunged for her heart. However, after 2 swift strikes, Lu Ruyan regained her composure. In her hand appeared a bronze mirror, its surface radiating a soft azure glow. The mirror intercepted the sword's tip with a clang, only to shatter under the force of the blow. Yet, this moment of defense granted Lu Ruyan a fleeting opportunity to retreat, her expression now etched with frost. Having lost 2 protective artifacts in quick succession, even she felt a pang of regret. Her cheek subtly contoured, revealing her clenched teeth as her gaze fixated on Jiang Feng and the glimmering sword he wielded. However, Jiang Feng, having seized the initiative, would not allow her to escape so easily. Channeling the full potential of his Jifeng Bu, he pressed forward, relentlessly pursuing Lu Ruyan. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. She was employing a high-level movement technique, Yin Bu, acquired fortuitously from outside her sect, honed over 2 arduous years to reach this level of mastery. Who was Jiang Feng truly? In less than 2 months, he had ascended to the 8th level of qi refinement, and his martial prowess was equally formidable. The sword technique he had just executed, if she was not mistaken, was indeed the gold element sword from her sect's Wuxing Jinfa, a high-level sword art as well. Could it be that Jiang Feng had been possessed by some ancient entity? A myriad of thoughts flitted through her mind in an instant. Regardless of Jiang Feng's true identity, her immediate priority was to extricate herself from this perilous situation. The tip of his sword loomed perilously close to her chest, and she found herself at a loss for a solution. Jiang Feng advanced, his wrist suddenly trembling. With a swift motion, the sword's luminescence re-emerged. I await your breath. Yet what do you await? In an instant, the blade pierced through her chest, leaving a gaping wound. The impact left Lu Rian gasping, her vitality waning as she struggled to maintain her technique. Her speed diminished rapidly. Jiang Feng, however, dared not collide with her. Propelling himself off the ground, he angled his blade. With a sickening sound, Jiang Feng halted, the sword cleaving a deep gash from her chest to her left shoulder. A spray of crimson erupted, splattering on the ground between them. As Lu Rian fell, she coughed forth a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning ashen. Jiang Feng landed steadily, but refrained from launching an immediate assault. Unless someone were to administer a life-restoring elixir to her, she would surely perish from the wound he had inflicted. To approach her now would be to risk her desperate counterattack. Who are you? Lu Rian lay on the ground, her voice growing faint, teetering on the brink of death. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is your desire for my life. Jiang Feng replied coldly, his gaze fixed on her hands. Indeed, who else would covet your life? If I do not claim yours, I shall perish. Am I destined to die? Am I to be delivered as mere cargo to a monstrosity by that ancient hag? Coughing, she added, I have a revelation for you. He Hinzong is not but a lapdog, a pawn of the demon clan, the elders of the sect. Her voice dwindled to a whisper as her eyes began to close. Instead of moving closer to listen, Jiang Feng stepped back. You have discerned the truth. You do not trust even one on the verge of death. Are you not curious about the secret I hold? After Jiang Feng's retreat, her voice escalated, tinged with hysteria. Jiang Feng remained silent, awaiting the inevitable conclusion. Moments later, Lu Rian's eyes widened in horror, her right arm falling limp. A pale purple talisman slipped from her palm. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Feng's expression shifted, and he retreated with haste. A cacophony of crackling electricity enveloped her vicinity. Jiang Feng's mind raced. Before departing this world, she could unleash such a devastating artifact. Fortunately, a voice within his mind warned him of the impending danger. With his newly acquired spiritual awareness, he sensed the anomaly within a mere 5 paces. Otherwise, he might have approached, intrigued by her revelations regarding He Hinzong. What he had glimpsed was likely a high-level thunderbolt talisman, with a vast area of effect and immense lethality. Without formidable defenses, he risked not only death, but severe injury. Amidst the flashes of lightning, the sounds of crushed leaves and twigs echoed from afar. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed as he vanished behind a tree. Brother, be cautious. The spiritual energy fluctuations ahead are intense. What manner of entity is this? 2 figures clad in black, alongside a sister in blue, finally beheld the flickering electricity. They halted, observing intently until the energy began to dissipate before cautiously approaching. A scream pierced the woods. The 2 young men in black were equally stricken with shock. The body on the ground, though disfigured by the thunderbolt talisman, bore remnants of its former attire. Was this not the holy maiden Lu Rian? As the sister's scream echoed, subtle footsteps resounded from the nearby woods. The trio, momentarily entranced, failed to notice the approaching danger. The last sound was a heavy footfall. A young cultivator instinctively turned around, only to be blinded by the radiant sword light. His throat was severed in an instant. Brother. The other young man sensed the spiritual energy, uttering 2 words before losing his voice. Gasping, the 2 fallen figures clawed desperately at their throats, desiring to staunch the relentless flow of blood while simultaneously striving to maintain the ability to breathe. One finds that the wounds inflicted by the sword's light cannot be simply obstructed by 2 hands. Thus, one can only struggle amidst the agonies of suffocation and blood loss. With a sharp crack, a sword struck the neck of the screaming Wang Shimi, severing a significant portion yet sparing her life for the moment. Blood pooled abundantly on the ground, but the resilience of a cultivator's vitality is truly remarkable. Jiang Feng, feeling helpless, withdrew his longsword. It was not his intention to torment his opponent. Rather, the battle with Lu Rian had drained him. Each successive strike had been executed with all his might, and the spiritual energy required to vanquish these 3 individuals had been painstakingly gathered. Now, he found himself utterly depleted in both physical strength and spiritual power. A single sword strike proved futile as well. Suddenly, a distant roar echoed, a cry whose origin remained unknown. The air around Jiang Feng became thick with the stench of blood. Frowning, he mustered his waning strength to scavenge for various items, collecting everything regardless of familiarity, and bundled them into a large package to carry away. Who dares to slay the holy maiden of my sect? Not long after, an ancient and tyrannical voice reverberated throughout the wild boar forest. Jiang Feng quickened his pace. utilizing the scant recovery of his spiritual energy to hasten his departure. Chapter 23. Medium-grade storage equipment. Abundant harvest. After 3 hours, a hunched figure appeared in the charred remnants left by the explosion of a thunder talisman. The scene was in utter disarray, with only pools of blood and dragged trails remaining. A multitude of ants scurried over the blood-stained ground. A golden core-level consciousness swept across the area, encompassing a radius of 10 miles. Various venomous insects and fierce beasts trembled in fear, cowering in place. 2 hidden demonic beasts fled in panic, but one collapsed to the ground after a few steps. Within this 10-mile radius, myriad details flooded the elder's mind, revealing only tattered garments and gnawed bones. Soon, a somewhat familiar robe was drawn back to the elder's side by his consciousness. Amidst the extensive charred areas, a distinct cut was evident to the elder's gaze. Observing the breadth of this incision, the elder's pupils involuntarily constricted. If this cut was inflicted while the wearer was alive, the owner of the robe must have endured immense suffering before their demise. After a thorough investigation yielded no further discoveries, the elder expanded his search radius. However, after such a lengthy interval, the surrounding marks had become chaotic. He could only barely discern some footprints to pursue. Jiang Feng pressed on, running tirelessly throughout the day. Ultimately, his body could no longer withstand the exertion, prompting him to seize a bear's cave to rest. During his journey, he endeavored to leave as few traces as possible. Whenever spiritual energy gathered in his dantian, he would utilize it to enhance his movement technique. The fluctuating energy within his dantian caused him considerable discomfort. Now that he had paused, he longed to collapse into a deep slumber, yet he knew he could not afford to do so just yet. Summoning his resolve, he activated his cultivation technique to recover his spiritual energy. After merely a quarter of an hour, he halted his meditation to allow the technique to run its course. Once he regained some vitality, he opened the package he had discarded on the ground. He separated the familiar items from the unfamiliar ones. Aside from 2 uncertain vials of elixirs, he recognized nearly everything belonging to Lu Ruyan's 4 subordinates. The unfamiliar items were primarily sourced from Lu Ruyan: an inconspicuous bracelet, a stylish sachet, 3 talismans, 2 tokens, and a piece of unremarkable beast hide. He began with the items he recognized, keeping only those he could use without any peculiarities. The rest were piled aside to be disposed of or consumed later. The 4 individuals collectively acquired 214 low-grade spirit stones, most of which had been retrieved from the body of a female cultivator with the surname Wang. They also found 6 vials of various elixirs from the Qi refining stage, valued at approximately 200 to 300 low-grade spirit stones. Jiang Feng decided to retain only a single long sword among the weapons, discarding the rest. None of the 4 possessed jade slips or books, presumably considering that they were executing a task for a short duration and deemed it unnecessary to bring such items. The remaining possessions consisted of trinkets made of gold and silver. Jiang Feng tested each item and discovered a hairpin-like artifact. Thus, he had completed the sorting of the 4 individuals' belongings. Next, he turned to the items found on Lu Ruyan. Although their quantity was minimal, Jiang Feng held great anticipation. As a peak Qi refining cultivator and a Saintess of the sect, she was likely to possess at least 1 piece of storage equipment. He pondered whether it would be the sachet or the bracelet. Lifting the sachet, he cautiously probed with his consciousness. A sweet, cloying fragrance immediately wafted forth, inducing a wave of dizziness. With a snap, Jiang Feng quickly set the sachet down. That intoxicating scent was the very aroma released when she made her entrance. He had foolishly stimulated it with his consciousness. Fortunately, he had not infused it with spiritual energy. Otherwise, the fragrance would have overwhelmed him, likely leaving him dazed in this very spot. Next, he picked up the 3 talismans, but could not decipher their meanings. Having learned from the earlier experience with the sachet, he refrained from recklessly experimenting and set them aside. One of the 2 tokens was evidently the Saintess token of the sect. The other token, whose purpose Jiang Feng could not discern, was also placed aside. Finally, he was left with the bracelet and the beast hide. Upon grasping the bracelet, he infused it with his consciousness once more. This time, he was relieved to find it was not a noxious smoke or poison mist. Instead, a restriction revealed itself within his perception. Indeed, it was storage equipment. His heart raced with excitement. Once he could refine this restriction, the artifact would belong to him. Carefully placing the bracelet aside, Jiang Feng turned his attention to the beast hide. After examining it for a while, he found nothing remarkable. Without waiting for his spiritual energy to fully recover, Jiang Feng commenced the refinement of the bracelet. The difficulty of refining the bracelet exceeded his expectations. However, the more challenging it proved, the more elated he became. The increased difficulty indicated a higher quality of this storage bracelet. Even though the original owner had perished, Jiang Feng expended over half an hour to complete the refinement, aided by the advanced AI attributes. It appeared that this haul was substantial, leaving his spiritual imprint on the runes. His consciousness successfully entered the bracelet, revealing a space exceeding 30 feet in length, width, and height. Over 1,000 cubic meters. This capacity was considerable even among mid-grade storage equipment. Jiang Feng felt a sense of confusion. Even if Lu Ruyin was the Saintess of the Hahuan sect, she was merely a qi refining cultivator. How could she possess storage equipment of such caliber? This question lingered without an answer. It was best to investigate the contents of the storage first. Setting aside the unfamiliar women's items, he discovered that the low-grade spirit stones alone exceeded 3,000. Additionally, he found 20 crystalline, translucent spirit stones in a jade box, each exuding a richer aura of spiritual energy, medium-grade spirit stones. Each was worth at least 100 low-grade spirit stones. However, Jiang Feng was certainly not foolish enough to exchange medium-grade spirit stones for low-grade ones. Such items were rare, even within the Hahuan sect. He was astonished that Lu Ruyin could possess so many. Next came the elixirs, 7 vials of superior gathering spirit pills, totaling 70 pills. Consuming them during the later stages of qi refinement could rapidly condense spiritual energy, and they were sold for 10 spirit stones each within the sect. In addition, there were 5 vials each of medium and low-grade qi gathering pills, along with hundreds of various detoxifying, healing, and energy replenishing elixirs. The total value of these elixirs approached 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Jiang Feng discovered 2 well-preserved jade boxes, noticing the labels on them. Foundation Establishment Pills. Astonishingly, 2 Foundation Establishment Pills had been prepared. Zhuji Dan is an indispensable elixir for most cultivators during their foundational stage, often scarce and highly sought after. Its price typically hovers around 2,000 inferior spiritual stones. In addition to these elixirs, the space within the bracelet contains several ordinary magical artifacts, albeit all of low to mid-tier quality. It is evident that Lu Ruyin intends to bestow these upon her subordinates, with a total of over a dozen items. There is not a single high-tier artifact to be found. It remains uncertain whether she has yet to encounter one that captivates her, or if they are simply left for external use. Beyond the aforementioned items, the most substantial portion of the space is occupied by various mineral spiritual materials. Jiang Feng is not particularly familiar with them, so he sets them aside for the time being. After a thorough inventory, his total gains approach 20,000 spiritual stones. Given his current monthly benefit of 1 spiritual stone, it would take him a millennium to accumulate such wealth. The old adage rings true: one must take risks to reap rewards. However, this time is exceptional. The majority of this fortune has been acquired from the storage bracelet. Most cultivators, like the one by the pond, possess only a few dozen spiritual stones. Jiang Feng quickly suppresses his excitement. He then examines his final acquisitions, the texts and jade slips. These are precisely what he currently lacks the most. Chapter 24. Return to the sect. An uneasy feeling with a mere thought, Jiang Feng summoned several books and a dozen jade slips before him. These were the last remnants of his harvest from the bracelet. Jiang Feng activated his spiritual sense to delve into them one by one. Among these, he discovered 2 sets of techniques. One was the foundational qi refinement section of the sect's core inheritance, the Yin-Yang Mi-Lu. The other jade slip contained the Bai Hai Chao Xingju, which astonished Jiang Feng. It documented the entire process from qi refinement to the golden core stage, encompassing not only the primary cultivation method, but also corresponding spells. Among them was a first-tier movement technique, Yin Yun Bu, which bore a resemblance to the way Lu Ruyin executed it. Besides the jade slips containing cultivation methods, others recorded several spells. After a quick glance, Jiang Feng set them aside, retaining only 2 jade slips that detailed basic alchemy techniques and water element sword body. The content of basic alchemy techniques was exceptionally rich, encompassing identification and processing of spiritual herbs, the workings of alchemy furnaces, fundamental alchemical techniques, and several basic formulas. With this inheritance, as long as one was not an alchemical outcast, there was a strong possibility of becoming an alchemist. regardless of the alchemist's rank. They were among the wealthiest individuals in the same realm, akin to a money tree in the world of cultivation. Holding basic alchemy techniques, a glimmer of interest sparkled in Jiang Feng's eyes. He had once aspired to learn alchemy, but found himself financially constrained, unable even to purchase the introductory knowledge. It was unexpected to acquire such inheritance at this moment. The water element sword body was a body refinement technique. According to its description, upon completion, not only would one's physical strength and flexibility see significant enhancement, but it would also greatly improve the affinity and power of water attribute sword techniques. Setting aside the latter ability for now, the prospect of enhancing his physical strength and flexibility was highly appealing to Jiang Feng. Since the beginning of his cultivation journey, his weak meridians had hindered rapid advancement, leading to an obsession with physical strength. Now that he finally encountered a sword body technique, it was only natural that he wished to give it a try. Lastly, he flipped through the miscellaneous books, most of which contained various insights into cultivation and miscellaneous writings, intending to revisit them when time allowed. With a flick of his wrist, he stored all the items back into his storage bracelet. Jiang Feng rose once more to depart. After such an extended period, his internal spiritual power had recovered to nearly 80%, sufficient for long-distance travel. His current objective was to return to the sect. The sound that had swept through the wild boar forest was an enigma, but it was certainly beyond Jiang Feng's current capabilities to provoke. Taking advantage of the absence of pursuit, he left the wild boar forest from another direction, eager to return to the sect and lay low to minimize any suspicion surrounding him. 3 days later, Jiang Feng discreetly returned to the sect, stealthily slipping into an uninhabited outer sect disciples' quarters. After a deep slumber, he fully recovered. He refrained from meeting any acquaintances. Jiang Feng utilized 3D printing terminology to alter his appearance, wandering through the sect to gather information. After a brief exploration, he learned that the formidable presence in the wild boar forest was none other than the strongest of the Hehuan sect, the Jindan realm's grand ancestor of joy. Subsequent developments remained unknown to the lower-tier disciples. Jiang Feng did not dare approach the Foundation establishment cultivators, fearing for his life, and thus gleaned no further useful information. However, there were no signs within the sect of a search for spies or traitors. Observing Li Yin Ran and Ma Pai discreetly, he found no unusual behavior from either of them. As of now, these two remained oblivious to Lu Ru Yan's demise. Li Yin Ran even expressed concern that Jiang Feng might not endure much longer. While it appeared to be genuine concern, it was minimal. The matter of Lu Ru Yan seemed to have been concealed by the grand ancestor of joy. Judging by the atmosphere within the sect, Jiang Feng felt relatively safe. If any threats arose against him, he would have no choice but to flee. At present, he did not wish to leave this place. On one hand, his understanding of this area was limited to various notes, leaving him blind to the surrounding environment. The Hehuan sect, after all, was the most spiritually abundant location in the region. Though his cultivation level did not heavily rely on spiritual energy, the execution of spells and sword techniques necessitated the resonance of external spiritual energy. In areas deficient in spiritual energy, even the potency of spells would diminish significantly. Additionally, the Wuxing Lianqi Ju in his possession only contained methods for breaking through the Foundation establishment stage. Leaving the Hehuan sect would leave him uncertain of where to seek further techniques. Here, there were ample techniques and resources. Why venture into the unknown? Ideally, he could quietly elevate himself to the golden core stage. At that point, whether to leave would depend on his mood. As Jiang Feng wandered through the outer sect, he pondered his next steps. Suddenly, he spotted 3 figures traversing the mountain path, not far away. One of them appeared strikingly familiar. Why was Ma Pai being escorted by someone? Jiang Feng, having just returned a few days ago, was still on edge. Witnessing this scenario, his first instinct was to ascertain if it had any connection to him. He stealthily followed, but soon had to halt. Advancing further would take him into the domain of the Foundation establishment elders, who possessed spiritual senses and could easily detect his presence. Retreating back to his temporary residence, a sense of unease settled within him. Logically, how could Ma Pai, a third-tier Qi refiner, provoke a Foundation establishment cultivator? Could it be that a Foundation establishment elder required the essence of Qi refiners? This was the only explanation Jiang Feng could conceive. Considering it was a long-standing tradition within the Hehuan sect, he could only wait to see if Ma Pai would be released. For some inexplicable reason, less than 15 minutes after sitting down, An unsettling feeling washed over Jiang Feng, compelling him to rise. He quietly made his way to Li Yin Ran's cave dwelling. Ma Pai seemed to have developed a close rapport with her. If anything were amiss, she should be aware of it. Concealing himself near Li Yin Ran's cave, he found no unusual occurrences. Was it too soon for any news to have reached her? At a loss for what to do, he could only wait in silence. After half an hour, a change finally occurred. A certain Yao Shimi hurriedly approached from a distance. Not long after, Jiang Feng overheard their conversation. "Sister, it's bad. Steward Ma has been captured." "What does bad or captured mean? Please clarify your words." "It's not just bad. It was Ma Pai who revealed the matter of the yin-yang body." "What? How could he disclose something so important?" "Exactly. Senior sister, what should we do?" Jiang Feng, listening nearby, was utterly confused. What exactly was this yin-yang body, and why did it make them so anxious? After a while, voices emerged again from within. "Wait, don't panic just yet. Apart from this, have you heard any other news? Nothing else is known. If it's only about revealing the yin-yang body, it's not a big deal anyway. It has little to do with me. Let Lu Ruyan and Elder Pan fight it out among themselves. One is a former Saintess, the other the current Saintess. It would be quite interesting to see them clash." "Right. What does this have to do with us? I'll go gather more information and see what else I can find out." Watching junior sister Yao depart, Jiang Feng's doubts remained unresolved. Lu Ruyan is already gone. What is there left for Elder Pan to fight over? Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I'll just go back to cultivate. As long as my strength is sufficient, all schemes and plots are nothing but jokes. I don't even know who this Elder Pan is. What does their conflict have to do with me? Jiang Feng shook his head, trying to cast aside these chaotic thoughts. After all, in the world of cultivation, strength is the foundation of one's existence. Soon, he would advance to the 9th level of qi refining. After that, the foundation establishment stage wouldn't be far off. With this thought, Jiang Feng lingered no longer and quietly returned to his temporary dwelling. He resolved not to show his face again until he achieved foundation establishment. Chapter 25. The Arrival of the Tiger Demon and the Chicken Rib Sword Body Boom. As Jiang Feng returned to his temporary dwelling, he had yet to settle in when the Huanqi sect suddenly trembled. Dust cascaded down from the long-abandoned cave dwelling. Fortunately, he promptly shielded himself with spiritual energy, preventing himself from becoming covered in dirt. "Huanqi Laozu, come forth." Immediately following, a voice filled with rage resonated throughout the sect, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that enveloped the Huanqi sect. Countless sect servants were instantly pressed to the ground, unable to move. Many outer disciples who were in the midst of cultivating were disturbed. Some merely experienced a disruption in their internal energy, which could be restored with slight adjustment. However, the more unfortunate disciples faced internal energy backlash, resulting in damaged meridians that affected their foundation. Under this formidable pressure, Jiang Feng could not help but tremble. This force was undoubtedly beyond the foundation establishment stage. Suppressing the fear within, Jiang Feng cautiously peered through a crack in the door. Just in time, he witnessed a beam of light, tinged with pink and purple, soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, a voice Jiang Feng recognized echoed, announcing the arrival of the Tiger Demon Lord, expressing regret for not having received a proper welcome. Jiang Feng observed the commotion above with trepidation, recognizing the source of the light as Huanqi Laozu of the fake Dan realm. Following the trajectory of the escaping light, Jiang Feng finally discerned the appearance of the visitor. It was a burly man towering over 2 meters, his robust physique straining against his garments. The sheer presence of his form was striking. "My little tiger has vanished in your vicinity. Did you have a hand in this?" The tiger demon, upon seeing Huanqi, immediately inquired. The oppressive aura radiating from him bore down upon Huanqi, causing her to involuntarily retreat a step in the air. "Unjustly accused, my lord. We have never laid eyes upon the little tiger here," Huanqi declared, while her mind raced with thoughts. A little tiger demon would possess at least late-stage qi refinement strength. There could be no more than 10 individuals within the sect capable of slaying a little tiger demon. Of the 4 foundation establishment cultivators, aside from one who had ventured out 3 months prior, the rest had not left the sect. A formidable figure, Lu Ruyan, had just perished. The remaining few perfected qi refinement cultivators were mostly in seclusion. After surveying the situation, Huanqi found no feasible suspects capable of killing the little tiger demon. It could not have been done by anyone from the Huanqi sect. With this thought, Huanqi's heart steadied slightly, still attempting to argue. Since the little tiger arrived in this territory, It has vanished without a trace. There is no one in this wretched place who possesses such power, and you still wish to deny it. The tiger demon was relentless, his pressure intensifying. Observing the situation, Huanqi felt a sense of calm. This fellow had simply come to exploit the situation. The search for the little tiger was merely an excuse. My lord, in this impoverished land, how could we possibly have the courage to confront the little tiger? Perhaps the little tiger, having grown bored, has gone elsewhere, Huanqi suggested, while closely observing the tiger demon's expression. Noticing minimal reaction to her words, she continued, I will immediately organize 1,000 people to assist in searching for the esteemed tiger lord. What say you? 1,000 is far too few. How could we possibly find it? At least 1,500. The tiger demon expressed discontent. My lord, we lack sufficient manpower. If too many go, it may cause issues with the demon general. Below, within the temporary dwelling, Jiang Feng listened to their exchange and could not suppress a cold laugh. Even including those who had just begun their qi refinement, the total number of cultivators in the Huanqi sect barely exceeded 200. The 1,000-odd individuals being dispatched were likely mere servants. As for the search, it was a farce. The Tiger King was probably concealing his tears at this moment. Quietly closing the door, Jiang Feng returned to his room. Despite the brevity of the conversation above, it contained a wealth of information. Piecing together the words of Lu Rian before her demise, Jiang Feng began to form a rough outline of the situation. The Huanqi sect was, in reality, a subordinate force of the demon clan. The common folk under its jurisdiction were likely nurtured as livestock by the demons through the Huanqi sect. Even a talent as exceptional as the Saintess Lu Rian could be treated as an item to be offered to the demons. It was no wonder that when Jiang Feng and the others encountered the tiger demon in the wild boar forest, there was not a hint of tension. Instead, the demon displayed excitement. Anyone encountering a sudden snack would not feel nervous. With this realization, Jiang Feng began to understand why the sect turned a blind eye to disciples who were frequently harvested. They only needed to gather a sufficient number of individuals at the appropriate cultivation level. How they progressed beyond that was of no consequence. With this thought, Jiang Feng's heart tightened. His own rapid advancement in cultivation might attract the attention of high-ranking sect members like Huanqi. Would he also be treated as livestock? At the same time, he felt fortunate that he had acted covertly upon his return. Even if he ventured out, he changed his appearance. Those who knew his true cultivation had perished. Until he chose to reveal his level, others would perceive him as no more than a third-layer qi refinement cultivator, as known by Wang Kai and the others. For now, he was safe. It appeared that he would need to keep the Lianxi Shu constantly active in public and refrain from appearing before cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. Remembering how he nearly wandered into the territory of a foundation establishment cultivator while tailing Ma Pai today, Jiang Feng found himself drenched in cold sweat. The oppressive force within the sect dissipated after Huanqi agreed to dispatch 1,000 individuals. Lost in thought, Jiang Feng did not notice when the two figures in the sky departed. When he finally looked up to check on the Golden Dan cultivators, the sky was already devoid of their presence. Deciding to close his door and focus on his cultivation, Jiang Feng resolved that regardless of the relationship between the Huanqi sect and the demon clan, enhancing his own strength would never be amiss. Once he became invincible in the world, he would not have to worry about such troubling matters. With his cultivation technique in motion and his spiritual energy no longer a concern, he dedicated himself to studying the Shui Xing Jian. Practicing this sword body required a considerable amount of water attribute auxiliary spiritual materials. His storage bracelet contained a few, but the quantity was scant. It was unclear whether Lu Rian had little interest in this particular technique or for another reason. After several trips to the trading area, he finally gathered the necessary auxiliary materials by the third day. He could then commence his training. In order to acquire these spiritual materials, Jiang Feng had spent a significant amount, totaling over 1,300 spiritual stones. It was only when Jiang Feng commenced his cultivation of the body refining technique that he realized the endeavor was far more complex than he had initially envisioned. The cultivation of the Shui Xing Jian tea necessitated the infusion of water attribute spiritual energy. Although he possessed the complete spectrum of the 5 elements, he could indeed isolate the water attribute energy. However, according to the insights provided by the Super AI, the sword body cultivated in such a manner would only possess a mere 20% of its original efficacy. What had initially seemed like a commendable body refining technique now appeared somewhat lackluster. It was no wonder that Lu Ru Yen had not prepared an abundance of water attribute spiritual materials, She likely discovered this limitation post-cultivation. Jiang Feng tapped his fingers rhythmically against the table as a thought sparked to life in his mind. Relying solely on one attribute was insufficient. Could he perhaps cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously? The super AI promptly affirmed the possibility. Theoretically feasible, yet it necessitated further theoretical substantiation. More theory indeed. It seemed a visit to the Gong Fa Tang was in order. The following day, Jiang Feng arrived at the Gong Fa Tang. As he approached the entrance, a familiar silhouette was seated behind a desk. Upon recognizing the individual, a cold smirk crossed Jiang Feng's face. Old Deng, we meet again. Chapter 26. Wuxing Jinni, the obstacles of alchemy. Jiang Feng observed the individual seated behind the desk. It was none other than the steward Lu Chang, who had forcibly assigned cultivation methods and sect tasks on that fateful day. After all this time, Jiang Feng had come to understand that one could select their own cultivation techniques. For disciples who had just awakened their spiritual roots, the sect's tasks were far from burdensome. The combination of these factors indicated that Lu Chang's initial intent was to thwart Jiang Feng's progress in cultivation. Although Jiang Feng had successfully mitigated the impact of these challenges through the use of the entry system, transforming them into stepping stones for his advancement, the enmity stemming from this obstruction was irreconcilable. Lu Chang had already paved his path to demise. Initially, Lu Chang sat idly behind the desk, but suddenly felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He quickly lifted his head to scan the surroundings, only to see a dark-skinned youth approaching him. Upon making eye contact, the young man greeted him with a smile. The originally dark complexion appeared even darker under the shadow of the cultivation hall, accentuating the stark whiteness of his teeth. For reasons unknown, Lu Chang found the youth's smile somewhat unsettling. Now face to face, Jiang Feng could clearly sense that the youth's cultivation level was at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Against such a realm, unless wielding powerful artifacts for protection, he could dispatch Lu Chang in no more than 3 strikes. Nonetheless, Jiang Feng forcibly suppressed the murderous intent brewing within him. To eliminate Lu Chang here would likely result in immediate encirclement by the enforcers before he could even escape the cultivation hall. For now, he would spare Lu Chang's life. Awaiting a more opportune moment. Purchase a cultivation method, Jiang Feng stated directly as he approached. Lu Chang hesitated momentarily, uncertain of Jiang Feng's capabilities, this senior brother. Suddenly, the oppressive aura of the 8th layer of qi refinement enveloped Lu Chang. Though he too was at the 8th layer, Jiang Feng's total spiritual energy far surpassed his own. Lu Chang felt his spiritual power flow sluggishly, even his breath becoming labored. Please, senior brother. Lu Chang managed to utter with difficulty, feeling the pressure lift as he spoke. Jiang Feng swiftly perused the volume of cultivation methods laid before him. However, after finishing the entire book, he found that it lacked any body refinement techniques related to the metal element. When he inquired with Lu Chang, the answer was the same. There were no metal element body refinement techniques here. Reluctantly, he opted to choose techniques pertaining to the wood, fire, and earth elements instead. With 600 spiritual stones spent in an instant, Jiang Feng felt an impending economic crisis. He had barely begun his cultivation, and nearly half of the spiritual stones acquired from the wild boar forest were already depleted. Moreover, he had yet to purchase materials for the remaining 4 elements. Doubts began to creep in regarding whether he should even practice this body refinement technique. Are you collecting the 5-element body refinement techniques? Lu Chang suddenly inquired as Jiang Feng picked up a jade slip and prepared to leave. Speak only of business. Jiang Feng's impression of Lu Chang was exceedingly poor, and he was not inclined to be courteous. Cough, cough. Earlier, you inquired about metal element body refinement techniques. I happen to know of a place that has Vajra body. Lu Chang, undeterred by Jiang Feng's demeanor, continued nonchalantly. Conditions. Well, if you wish for the water element body refinement technique in your possession, an additional 300 lower-grade spiritual stones is required. Lu Chang, despite his seemingly weak position, presented his terms without hesitation. Jiang Feng fixed a cold gaze upon him, and after a prolonged silence remarked, "Greed is a trait that can lead to one's downfall. You merely need to ascertain whether you desire Vajrabhati." Lu Chang, contrary to his usual demeanor, asserted decisively, "Yes." "How shall we transact?" Jiang Feng, no longer interested in banter, asked directly. "At this time tomorrow, 20 miles within the western bamboo grove, prepare the spiritual stones." Lu Chang promptly specified a location. Jiang Feng nodded in acknowledgement and departed, finding it peculiar that outer sect disciples preferred to resolve matters in that particular bamboo grove. The following day, Jiang Feng arrived for their appointment. There was no underhanded scheme, as Lu Chang did not provide him an opportunity to strike, for he was accompanied by 2 fellow cultivators at the 8th layer of qi refinement. If they were to engage in combat, victory was not guaranteed, and capturing them all would be unlikely. After the transaction, both parties departed, remaining vigilant. Upon returning with the cultivation method, Jiang Feng fed the Vajra body to the Super AI. A day later, a body refinement technique named Wuxing Jiani was unveiled. After reviewing the contents, Jiang Feng could not help but inhale sharply. The technique, which unified the 5 elements, could significantly enhance the practitioner's meridians and physique. It even promised to greatly improve affinity with swordsmanship and bolster certain cultivation qualifications, proving to be remarkably powerful. Additionally, the demand for single-element spiritual materials was reduced by 30%. However, the total requirement for all 5 elemental materials remained substantial, unless he were to utilize the mid-grade spiritual stones for purchase. Jiang Feng realized he could not commence his cultivation at this time. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to retain the mid-grade spiritual stones, as they were typically consumed only by those in the golden core stage. Spending them on qi refinement materials felt excessively wasteful. Furthermore, he was not without means to earn money. With this in mind, Jiang Feng retrieved another jade slip, Basic Alchemy Techniques. The alchemy he had previously contemplated was now due for serious consideration. This was a veritable money tree. After meticulously studying it, Jiang Feng had gleaned some insights. Coupled with the Super AI entries integrated into his mind, he felt confident enough to attempt alchemy. However, he still lacked the necessary tools and materials. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng entered a shop named Duobao Pavilion. In the entire trading district, this was the only establishment selling alchemy furnaces. What sort of artifact does this esteemed senior wish to purchase? Upon entering, a beautifully adorned saleswoman approached him. Please introduce me to your alchemy furnaces. An alchemy furnace? Right this way, esteemed guest. The young lady, unsure if it was a difference in terminology or merely a lack of clarity, misinterpreted his request. As Jiang Feng glanced at an object before him that resembled a frying pan atop a stove, he realized her misunderstanding. I seek a furnace for concocting elixirs, not this contraption. Jiang Feng responded, somewhat exasperated. An alchemy furnace? I cannot make decisions on this matter. Please wait while I fetch the manager. The young lady hurriedly went to summon someone. Before long, a middle-aged manager with a goat-like beard appeared. May I inquire, young friend, are you purchasing an alchemy furnace to learn alchemy, or are you already an alchemist? His opening question left Jiang Feng momentarily bewildered. Is it not the case that your alchemy furnaces cannot be purchased by those who are not alchemists? That is not the case. In the spirit of commerce, we certainly do not shun our customers. However, it is often observed that non-alchemists, after acquiring an alchemy furnace, tend to return it shortly thereafter. Fear not. As long as there is no defect in your alchemy furnace, I shall not seek a refund. Jiang Feng, eager to return to his alchemical pursuits, had little time to entertain such idle chatter. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Feng emerged from Duobao Pavilion with a grim expression. Indeed, alchemy proves to be the most lucrative endeavor. A single first-tier high-grade alchemy furnace commands a price of 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. Were that not enough, the spiritual wood required to fuel the furnace must be procured separately. And while one spirit stone can purchase 100 jin, such items are mere consumables, never sufficient in quantity. These matters are trivial, provided one possesses spirit stones. What truly drives Jiang Feng to the brink of madness is the monopolization of spiritual herbs and medicines by the sect. Disciple transactions are strictly prohibited. This leaves Jiang Feng, despite his proficiency in alchemy, bereft of practical application. He found himself contemplating a return to the proprietor of Duobao Pavilion. Originally, his supply of spirit stones was already scant. After purchasing the furnace and other necessities, little remained. Now, with no means to engage in alchemy, he was at a loss as to how to acquire spirit stones for materials. Chapter 27. The Art of Talismans. From novice to abandonment, Jiang Feng walked through the trading district with a sense of dissatisfaction. He had purchased both the pill furnace and the spiritual charcoal, yet without the necessary raw materials, he could do nothing but leave them idle. As he passed a stall selling books, his attention was suddenly drawn to a physical tome titled Detailed Explanation of Basic Talismans. Of course, if I cannot concoct pills, surely I can still draw talismans. Although the consumption of talismans is not as great as that of medicinal pills, it is still considerable. With the aid of the entry assistants, drawing talismans is not merely a matter of having hands. After carefully inquiring about the necessary preparations for talisman crafting, he confirmed that there were no insurmountable obstacles. Jiang Feng spent 10 spirit stones to purchase that volume of detailed explanation of basic talismans. He then sought out another shop specializing in talisman supplies to acquire a talisman brush, talisman ink, and several stacks of blank talisman paper. With no hope of alchemy, Jiang Feng had no choice but to take a step back and attempt to draw talismans instead. The restrictions on talisman crafting are significantly less than those for pill concoction. However, the required materials are genuinely not inexpensive. Merely the talisman brush cost him 220 low-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, the talisman ink and paper only set him back less than 30 spirit stones. If one lacks some financial foundation, not only is becoming a talisman master a distant dream, but even the initial preparations can be quite burdensome, with a substantial amount of practice awaiting the cultivator thereafter. Upon returning to his temporary residence, Jiang Feng took out the talisman brush and paper, ready to attempt crafting a talisman. With a swift motion, he completed a basic cleansing talisman in no time. However, the moment he lifted the brush, the talisman paper spontaneously ignited. Unwilling to accept defeat, Jiang Feng tried several more sheets, but the results were consistently the same. Reluctantly, he retrieved the recently purchased detailed explanation of basic talismans and scrutinized it once more. Utilizing a super AI for analysis, he finally grasped the intricacies of talisman drawing. Ultimately, with the combined assistance of the super AI and 3D projection, he completed his first talisman. As a talisman imbued with spiritual light materialized on the table, a flicker of achievement surged within Jiang Feng. The notion of being clumsy was non-existent. He seized the talisman paper and activated it upon the floor of his room. A beam of spiritual light enveloped an area of approximately 5 square meters. Once the light dissipated, the ground lay pristine and spotless, with all debris neatly congregated beyond the boundaries of the spiritual light. Witnessing this outcome, Jiang Feng resolutely continued crafting talismans. 3 days later, as Jiang Feng exited the talisman shop, a sheepish expression adorned his face. Excluding the cost of the talisman brush, he had incurred a net loss of 11 spirit stones over the 3 days. This was only because he had focused on crafting low-level talismans, utilizing the cheapest talisman paper. Others could create fireball talismans and lightness talismans of the first tier using such paper, suitable for combat or assistance. Jiang Feng could only concede that he possessed no innate talent for talisman crafting. Despite having employed 3D projection to project the strokes of the talismans onto the paper, he found it exceedingly difficult to replicate the ink strokes perfectly according to the projected image. He even attempted to draw the 3D projection lines on the ground with a long sword. The result? The lines drawn with the talisman brush were less precise than those made with the sword. Who could he turn to for justice? If he truly wished to pursue talisman crafting, with entry assistance, Jiang Feng could undoubtedly produce more talismans. His success rate would undoubtedly improve with practice. Yet, Jiang Feng chose not to be obstinate. Rather than investing time in such a fruitless endeavor, he would be better off capturing spiritual beasts or slaying demon beasts for greater rewards. While Jiang Feng fretted over his spirit stones, his information was continuously forwarded to Elder Pan. In the realm of cultivation, it boldly proclaimed, "Third layer of Qi refinement, suspected improvement." This indicated that those compiling the information were already aware of his previous missions alongside Wang Kai and others. Upon reviewing the compiled data, Elder Pan furrowed her brow, her alluring visage marred by concern. Her finger lingered at the point of his cultivation level, refusing to move. Upon learning that Jiang Feng was in yin-yang body, her desire to break through to the late foundation establishment stage surged uncontrollably. However, when she discovered that Jiang Feng was merely at the third layer of Qi refinement, yet wandering alone in the wild boar forest, she felt a flicker of resentment toward Lu Ruyin, the new generation Saintess. Such a promising furnace was not being properly safeguarded, allowing him to venture outside. Should any mishap occur, even the finest furnace would be reduced to mere scraps of flesh. Yet now, more than a month had passed since Jiang Feng had independently departed from that spirit capture team, and he had yet to reappear within the sect. Was it truly, as he claimed, that he would remain outside for 3 months before returning? Or had he already become prey for some demon beast? If Lu Ruyin were to perish, it would be for the best, otherwise. Elder Pan inadvertently pressed down with her finger, creating a hole the size of a finger on the table. The edges of the hole were charred, as if it had been pierced by something of extreme heat. She had considered entering the wild boar forest herself, but was thwarted by the old hag. Huanxi. The reason given was that there had been some disturbances in the wild boar forest recently. What disturbances? Merely sending a few mortals to be devoured by the demon race. Even that girl Li Yan Ran was already aware of it, yet they maintained an air of mystery. Huanxi, that old coot, thought she was concealing it well. Elder Pan scoffed coldly within, deriding Huanxi's actions. If she were in charge, she would have already dispatched more mortals to the demon race, perhaps even securing some valuable items to enhance her own progress. Why should she compete with the Qi refinement stage Saintess for a yin-yang body? Yet, she was also aware that this was merely a fanciful thought. Among the 4 foundation establishment members of the sect, she was the youngest and the one with the lowest cultivation level, making it unlikely for her to ascend to that position. It would be more prudent to locate Jiang Feng as soon as possible. Tomorrow, she would issue several tasks concerning the wild boar forest. Elder Pan mused to herself. In the trading district, Jiang Feng exited the talisman materials shop, feeling somewhat dejected. After his failure in talisman crafting, he recognized that this was not his calling. In the end, he could only sell the talisman brush back to the shopkeeper at 80% of its original price. He incurred a loss of over 50 spirit stones, yet it was a timely decision to cut his losses. As he walked away from the trading district, he contemplated beginning his hunt for demon beasts on the sect's back mountain the following day. This would not only yield spirit stones, but also allow him to collect soul points. He was only a few days away from advancing to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. At that time, he would be able to break through outside, providing him with better concealment. Just as he was deep in thought, 4 individuals suddenly appeared before him. This junior greets you. Jiang Feng raised his gaze and beheld 4 outer sect disciples. 3 were at the 4th level of Qi refinement, while 1 had reached the 5th level. With a slight frown, he inquired, "What brings you here?" "Haha. I'm a bit short on resources and was hoping to borrow some spirit stones from you, junior brother." A smile crept across the face of one of the 4th level disciples as he leaned closer. "Absolutely not. I am in dire need of spirit stones myself. How dare you approach me with such demands?" Jiang Feng retorted, indignation rising within him. "I distinctly witnessed you receiving a considerable amount of spirit stones from Wang Laoban." Another 4th level cultivator chimed in, also inching towards Jiang Feng. At this point, the 4 had subtly formed a circle around him. Jiang Feng's brow furrowed further. Wang Laoban. Was he not the proprietor of the talisman materials shop? The demeanor of these individuals suggested they were intent on extorting him. Why waste words? "Kid, hand over the spirit stones." Before Jiang Feng could utter a response, the 5th level cultivator pointed menacingly at him and barked. Crack. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a sound of bones snapping echoed through the air as Jiang Feng's foot pressed down firmly on the 5th level cultivator's face, twisting with deliberate force. "Now, relinquish all your spirit stones. You dare strike me. You will pay for this. My elder brother is an enforcer in the spirit herb district." At these words, Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. "Which district do you claim your elder brother belongs to?" Chapter 28. A ray of hope and successful alchemy. Jiang Feng initially believed he was merely confronting a few insignificant individuals seeking retribution. Little did he anticipate that he would encounter a benefactor. Brother Hao Yi's elder brother, Hao Run, is indeed the steward of the spirit herb district. Those with discernment should hastily release us. As Jiang Feng inquired, one cultivator at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, feeling intimidated, immediately sat up and exclaimed, "Are you certain he is your biological brother?" Jiang Feng exerted force beneath his feet, deforming the face of the individual on the ground. Sorry. The hapless Howie struggled to utter a few words. He harbored an unsettling feeling. Why did this person seem more invigorated upon hearing his brother's name? "Now, don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Go summon that so-called good person." Jiang Feng pointed towards the only individual still seated. "I grant you merely a quarter of an hour. Delay even a moment longer, and I shall break one of his fingers." "Why you?" The man raised his unbroken hand, attempting to point at Jiang Feng, but as a thought struck him, he quickly withdrew it. His eyes widened in disbelief. Was this person truly unafraid? 10 breaths had already elapsed. Jiang Feng kindly reminded, "Hurry up." The Howie beneath him was on the verge of tears, struggling to utter 2 words. As for why he did not urge the other 2, it was simply because their legs were too feeble to move. In a flash, within less than a quarter of an hour, a figure clad in stewardess robes swiftly arrived at the scene. "Brother." Upon seeing the newcomer, Howie weakly called out. He did not glance at the three huddled in the corner. The newcomer focused on Jiang Feng, scrutinizing him. He sought to ascertain the identity of this mysterious individual, only to discover he did not recognize him. "Esteemed Taoist, I am Hao Run. I apologize on behalf of my younger brother. I hope." Realizing he could not fathom Jiang Feng, Hao Run clasped his hands in greeting. "It is merely a trivial matter. I have business with you." Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively, his gaze towards Hao Run somewhat fervent. "Pray tell, esteemed Taoist." Hao Run frowned but did not reply immediately. "Assist me in procuring some spirit herbs and elixirs." "No way. I will pay with spirit stones." "That is also unacceptable. Not even purchasing? Then I shall buy with his life." Jiang Feng's patience wore thin. If one cannot procure spirit herbs, what use is there in being a steward? "You. How many do you intend to acquire?" Hao Run was taken aback. Was this how one conversed? Based on this, how many spirit stones would be required? Jiang Feng tossed a jade slip at him. Upon examining it, Hao Run shook his head vigorously. "So many? Absolutely not. The matter of spirit herbs has always been under the purview of the Grand Elder. Such a significant discrepancy is impossible to manage. I am not denying spirit stones." "Where does this discrepancy arise?" Jiang Feng inquired, puzzled. "The sect's spirit herbs are divided into those cultivated in spiritual fields and those gathered from the wild. These are all to be supplied to the sect's alchemists for concocting pills." Hao Run extended 2 fingers, retracting one. "I can only provide you with a portion collected from the disciples. If the quantity varies too greatly, the alchemists will surely voice their objections." Jiang Feng then grasped his meaning. "How much can you provide?" 2/10. "The contents of the jade slip indicate I can only offer you that much." Jiang Feng frowned, about to object when Hao Run added, "Monthly, 2/10. Deal." The two agreed on a method to meet, and Jiang Feng vanished from sight. "Brother, you are at the 9th layer of qi refinement, and you simply let him go?" Once Jiang Feng departed, Howie approached Hao Run, arms crossed. Slap. Hao Run raised his hand and struck him across the face, leaving Howie bewildered. With a tone tinged with exasperation, he remarked, "You ought to keep your eyes peeled. All you do is stir up trouble. If we don't let him leave, are we to challenge him to a fight? Then we would perish here without a trace. Impossible. He seems not to possess even the mid-stage of qi refinement." Howie still felt somewhat unconvinced. Murmuring a retort, he had thought that with his brother's arrival, he might regain his honor. Who would have imagined that a few casual exchanges would lead to such an abrupt conclusion? "You know nothing. Were I to act, you would be a corpse by now." Hao Run retorted irritably, knowing nothing but to cause trouble. Before arriving, he had prepared to assess the situation. His ability to serve as the steward of the Spirit Herb District was not merely due to a name that suggests benevolence. However, upon setting foot here, he was immediately enveloped by an unsettling aura that sent chills down his spine. Otherwise, when had he ever bowed to a cultivator of the qi refinement stage? Having said that, he instructed Hao Yi and the others to tend to their injuries and return to prepare the spirit herbs. As for reporting and sending someone to capture Jiang Feng, he had no such intentions. If he could capture him in one fell swoop, that would be ideal, but should the individual escape? Jiang Feng purchased with spirit stones, not acquiring them for free, selling to whom is not relevant. It was not worth risking his life. Jiang Feng was keenly aware of this, which is why he left so decisively. The following day, Jiang Feng successfully obtained the spirit herbs and hurried back to his residence to commence alchemy. He did not intend to concoct any fasting pills. Those were left for those who enjoyed using the alchemy furnace. Beginning with the most basic gathering spirit pill, Jiang Feng progressed swiftly, averaging 1 type of pill daily. Were it not for the lack of materials for a foundation establishment pill, he might have attempted to concoct one. 4 days later, Jiang Feng emerged from his abode. Though the spirit herbs were not yet fully refined, he could no longer contain his burgeoning energy. Gazing at the several vials within his storage bracelet, a smile graced his lips. "I told you, I am not clumsy. Alchemy has proven far more successful than talisman crafting." Nearly all first-tier pills required only a single refinement for him to master their concoction. Furthermore, the quality of the pills gradually improved with each attempt. Jiang Feng first ventured to the trading district to sell his pills at various locations. He garnered 155 spirit stones, netting a profit of 5 stones. Stowing away the spirit stones, Jiang Feng's steps became notably lighter. Having turned a profit even while still unskilled, the future promised to be increasingly bright. Arriving at a secluded area, He once more altered his appearance and proceeded to the sect's task distribution center. Since he was going out, he might as well see what tasks were available. Not only could he achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he could also augment his income. After perusing for a while, Jiang Feng accepted a task to gather materials from demon beasts. This thought struck him as he realized he was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th layer of qi refinement. The next step involves laying a solid foundation for the path ahead. Naturally, the stronger, the better. According to the records of the sect, practitioners with inferior spiritual roots find it exceedingly challenging to achieve the foundational stage. This difficulty arises not only from their poor aptitude, which hinders their cultivation speed, but also due to the subpar quality of their spiritual roots, which fail to meet the requirements for establishing a solid foundation. In light of this, Jiang Feng resolved to maximize his spiritual roots before embarking on this crucial stage. Not only the spiritual roots, but also his physical prowess must be enhanced. Consequently, the tasks he must undertake prior to establishing his foundation have multiplied significantly. Unbeknownst to Jiang Feng, the individual assisting him with task registration had turned away and dispatched a message using a communication talisman. Chapter 29, Re-entering the Wild Boar Forest. Refining Qi at the 9th level, Jiang Feng entered the Wild Boar Forest, but did not venture deep within. Instead, he turned in another direction and swiftly traversed the periphery, finally coming to a halt after half a day. He was now seated cross-legged in a cave nestled within a cliff. This was the location he had discovered during his previous return to the sect. Aside from the ability to fly, it was generally difficult to locate this cave. Jiang Feng turned his attention inward, inspecting his dantian, where he found that his spiritual power would be fully replenished within half a day. His plan was to break through to the 9th level of refining qi before delving into the depths where demonic beasts roamed, spending some time to collect enough soul points. However, he did not intend to draw new attributes, but rather to prepare for enhancing his spiritual root in advance. Once his internal spiritual power reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, he would return the controllable nuclear fusion attribute to his waist. By fully activating the attribute to provide yang energy to his spiritual root, the time required for its enhancement should not be excessively long. Meanwhile, on the path Jiang Feng had taken, a group of cultivators was diligently observing the traces within the wild boar forest. Monkey, what is the situation ahead? Boss, I've discovered new traces. The distance between the two traces is nearly 9 zhang. The target possesses remarkable agility. Should we continue the pursuit? Yes. That is 2,000 spirit stones. How many demonic beasts must we slay to earn that much? Not long after this group of cultivators departed, another 5 cultivators arrived, heading in the same direction as Jiang Feng. Captain, can we trust the words of that person? This direction has no resources. Why would the target come this way? As long as we capture the target, why bother with the details? Be cautious. Fresh traces have just been discovered up ahead. The other party may be adept at navigating the wild boar forest, so watch for ambushes. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. At the foot of the mountain where Jiang Feng resided, an unexpected group of visitors arrived. Monkey, are you sure you're not mistaken? Why are we heading towards that small mountain? The traces lead in this direction. The cultivator named Monkey moved with remarkable speed, appearing atop a rock in the blink of an eye. Look, here is another footprint. After the duration of an incense stick, Monkey and his companions had approached the mountain's summit. At this moment, several figures reappeared at the foot of the mountain. They're heading up? What could possibly be on such a small mountain? Don't ponder it. Look, there is someone on the mountain. Not good. We cannot allow them to get there first. Otherwise, it will be difficult to seize it back. Charge. With a command, 5 figures simultaneously rushed toward the mountain. The sound of their accelerated charge and the fluctuations of spiritual power immediately attracted the attention of those atop the mountain. Jiang Feng, within the cave, also felt the surge of spiritual energy. With a hint of confusion, he opened his eyes. He had deliberately chosen this resource-scarce periphery to avoid drawing attention. Why would cultivators at the late stage of refining qi come here? On the verge of a breakthrough, Jiang Feng had no intention of emerging. Instead, he simply retrieved his long sword and placed it beside him. Perhaps they were merely passing through, as this location was quite difficult to discover. As the cultivators below charged upward, they quickly realized that their opponents were similarly equipped, with an entire team. After a brief survey, they noted that their adversaries were empty-handed, clearly having not yet achieved their goal. In an instant, both groups of cultivators found themselves in a standoff. Both leading figures were at the late stage of refining qi, appearing in this remote area. Without needing to say a word, they could surmise each other's intentions. However, with neither side having yet located their target, the stalemate was meaningless. Under the captain's directive, scouts from both sides began searching for traces in the vicinity. Before they could uncover any useful clues, a sudden surge of intense spiritual energy appeared near the mountainous peak. The strength of this energy was at least that of the peak refining chi. The captains of both teams instantly turned alert, exchanging glances filled with confusion. Wasn't he the target supposed to be at the third level of refining chi? Had they pursued the wrong person? It was impossible for someone at the mid-stage of refining chi to generate such fluctuations. Brother, there's a narrow path here. The person must be behind it. At this moment, Monkey discovered a pathway leading to the cliff wall. Recognizing that this was not the time to be secretive, he loudly reported his finding. The two captains, wary of one another, proceeded toward the path. Upon arrival, both felt a weight in their hearts. The path was not only narrow but also obscured their view of what lay beyond. In such a perilous situation, if someone were to lay an ambush on the other side, they would be left with no means of escape. However, they were not without options. They were not the only team present in this area. For a moment, neither side was prepared to initiate an attack. Within the cave, Jiang Feng turned his focus inward once more. The space within his dantian expanded further, and his spiritual power became significantly purer. The range of his spiritual perception also doubled, increasing from 10 meters to 20 meters. This distance would prove beneficial for both combat and auxiliary reconnaissance. Attempting to extend his spiritual awareness, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow. Two presences at the 8th level of refining chi were less than 15 meters away from him. Additionally, he sensed several presences at the 5th and 6th levels of refining chi further away. Beyond that distance, he could not ascertain if more individuals were present. Were these people approaching him? Otherwise, why would they linger near the entrance of the cave? He had chosen this location for its secrecy, yet now he found himself cornered. If he still believed this situation did not concern him, he would be deceiving himself. The only course of action was to seize the opportunity and rush outside while they were distracted. Otherwise, being trapped would leave him powerless, no matter how strong he was. Resolutely, Jiang Feng concealed his aura and cautiously approached the cave entrance. Estimating that he was about 10 meters away from the two 8th-level cultivators, he suddenly activated his wind step. With just 2 strides, Jiang Feng burst out of the cave and onto the narrow path. The path was only wide enough for a single foot, with the other side dropping into a chasm. The moment Jiang Feng unleashed his spell, the two 8th-level cultivators detected the fluctuation in spiritual energy. Both turned their heads toward the source of the disturbance. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, a glint of excitement flashed in their eyes. It was indeed their target, Jiang Feng. Observing Jiang Feng's form, they momentarily felt the urge to take action. However, a quick glance at each other forced them to suppress their intentions. At that moment, Jiang Feng had already shifted his form, leaving the narrow path and standing atop the mountain. A quick glance revealed a total of 10 individuals. This could prove troublesome. Facing 10 opponents at once would likely result in some injuries. It remains uncertain whether everything can be preserved. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Feng devised a strategy, a vigilant expression gracing his visage. He altered his course, cautiously moving away from the crowd. Wait, are you Jiang Feng? The captain, who had ascended the mountain first, swiftly approached Jiang Feng, extending his hand to obstruct his path. You are indeed Jiang Feng? Elder Pan wishes to see you. Please accompany me. In response, however, a brilliant silver flash of sword light greeted him. Empowered by spiritual energy, the sword swiftly severed the opponent's head. Without pausing, Jiang Feng pivoted and dashed towards another cultivator at the 8th level of chi refinement. As he advanced, a sudden sensation of his heart racing overwhelmed him. A talisman was activated by the adversary, and a bolt of thunder, as thick as a man's arm, descended from the heavens. Chapter 30. Counterattack. Temporary residence discovered crack. The thunder roared as Jiang Feng, with an unyielding expression, swung his sword in a horizontal slash. A blazing column of blood soared into the sky. The second captain was slain. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Feng dispatched 2 foes. The ground was soon stained with the glaring crimson traces of blood. The remaining team members, who had been cautiously eyeing each other, finally reacted. The quickest to respond was the monkey, who bolted at the first opportunity. Ironically, Jiang Feng's initial target was him. The moment he was intercepted, this fellow had been edging in that direction, making him the closest target now. The monkey's anguished scream sent a jolt through the others. Some fled, while others, paralyzed with fear, fell to their knees in desperate supplication. Jiang Feng remained resolute, specifically pursuing those who fled the fastest. His swift wind step, bolstered by his 9th layer of qi refinement, rendered him as swift as the wind. The others, being merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement, stood no chance of escape. When Jiang Feng tossed 3 cultivators, akin to dead dogs, beside the legless monkey, the latter's eyes flickered slightly, as if awakened from a stupor. The one who had prided himself on speed had only shrieked in agony when his legs were severed, afterward remaining as motionless as if he were dead. "Who can explain this to me?" Jiang Feng inquired, casting aside the 3 similarly legless cultivators. He believed he had exercised sufficient caution, yet he had nearly been cornered in the cave. There must be circumstances he was oblivious to. The first to speak, surprisingly, was the silent monkey. "Someone has put a bounty of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones on your capture." The message from the task hall a quarter of an hour later, Jiang Feng departed the mountain peak, his countenance grim. The recent elimination of 10 cultivators had yielded considerable rewards. Not only had he accrued 61 soul points, but he also possessed over 1,000 spirit stones and numerous spiritual items beneficial to the whooshing sword body. The harvest was undeniably substantial. However, elation eluded him. He had just received the task notification when it was disseminated. Elder Pan Hongxiu had been searching for him, even willing to expend 2,000 spirit stones to issue the task. Yet, he had no prior interaction with this Foundation establishment cultivator. Why would the latter target Jiang Feng? Wait. A thought flickered through Jiang Feng's mind, illuminating the enigma. If he were indeed the one who had eavesdropped on Li Yanran and her companions discussing the yin-yang body, it would all make sense. If Elder Pan sought the yin-yang body, it could only be Jiang Feng. At that time, Li Yanran and the others were unaware of Lu Rian's demise, hence their remarks about provoking Elder Pan to confront Lu Rian. This could explain why Elder Pan was willing to pay such a price to capture Jiang Feng. Could the yin-yang body possess some unique advantage for those who harvested it? Otherwise, Lu Rian's insistence that only he could serve as her furnace was inexplicable. Even the already Foundation establishment stage Pan Hongxiu had been stirred by it. Jiang Feng diligently sensed his own condition, finding no evidence linking him to the term yin-yang. He promptly set the matter aside, hastening deeper into the wild boar forest. Of course, he was not pursuing the task. Knowing the task hall was compromised, undertaking a mission would only invite trouble. He resolved to adhere to his own plan and gather sufficient soul points. As he traversed, Jiang Feng produced a bound volume and perused it swiftly. The cover bore no inscription, yet Jiang Feng regarded it with great importance. This tome had been discovered from the first cultivator whose legs he had severed. Had he not been curious enough to glance at it, he might have discarded it outright. Upon completion of his reading, a technique called Ning Shin Shu appeared on the system panel. After thorough analysis by the super AI, Jiang Feng's face lit up with delight. This indeed was a technique related to the spirit. Mastery of it could enhance one's sensitivity to external perceptions. With prolonged practice, it might even slightly bolster one's spiritual essence. Jiang Feng attempted to activate it, finding only an increased finesse in his perception with no other noticeable changes. The scout's ability to escape ahead of others was likely attributed to this technique. Alas, the disparity in strength between him and Jiang Feng rendered any heightened perception futile. He opened the panel to review. Host, Jiang Feng. Realm, 9th layer of Qi refinement. Attributes, expand. Technique, whooshing sword body expand. Technique skills, Yunwu step, Dai Lang sword technique, water arrow technique, water wall technique, water mirror technique, water line entanglement, first order talismans, first order alchemy, Ning Shin Shu expand. Soul points, 96 points. During his time back at the sect, aside from crafting talismans and alchemy, he had thoroughly studied the techniques obtained from Lu Rian. Learning them had consumed little time. He decided to absorb them all. After 7 days, Jiang Feng returned to Hehuan's sect, his demeanor slightly weary. His soul points had increased to 227. He had no intention of reporting to the task hall. After altering his appearance, Jiang Feng stealthily re-entered the sect. As he approached the vicinity of his temporary dwelling, his heart tightened slightly. A group of cultivators donned in red and black garments emerged from an unoccupied cave. However, having resided here for some time, Jiang Feng knew that the cave was vacant. What could the enforcement hall members be doing there? Seemingly sensing Jiang Feng's gaze, the leader of the group glanced back. After a brief scan of Jiang Feng, he led his companions towards another uninhabited cave. An ominous thought crept into Jiang Feng's mind. He hurried to his own temporary cave. Upon entering, he discovered the furniture was in disarray. Several low-grade spirit talismans that had been on the table had vanished without a trace. The spirit coal piled in the corner had dwindled to mere remnants. Fortunately, he had stored the alchemy furnace within his storage wristband. Otherwise, it too would likely be lost. With just a glance, Jiang Feng retreated. He discreetly made his way to the trading area. Only members of the enforcement hall he had seen earlier could enter another's cave in the absence of its owner. Judging by their demeanor, they did not appear to be there for casual reasons. Their inspection of even the unoccupied caves clearly hinted at a specific motive. In the worst-case scenario, they were indeed searching for Jiang Feng. Having assumed several identities, Jiang Feng finally managed to process all the materials acquired from the demon beasts during this period. He obtained an additional 535 low-grade spirit stones. He refrained from utilizing the weapons acquired from the two teams of cultivators, as he was fully aware that they had been sent by the sect's elders to locate him. Thus, he dared not expose anything related to them. With the spirit stones in hand, Jiang Feng swiftly procured the spiritual materials required for the Wuxing Jianti. Upon discovering a surplus of spirit stones, he contacted Hao Run, hoping to acquire some medicinal herbs from him. Regrettably, the time interval was too short, and Hao Ren had only managed to gather less than half of the medicinal herbs he had previously collected. After obtaining the herbs, Jiang Feng contemplated where to prepare for his foundation establishment. As he pondered, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Looking up, he realized that he had inadvertently wandered close to the dining hall. In just 2 short months, so much had transpired. After leaving this place, he had not returned even once. Quietly approaching his former dormitory, he was taken aback by the familiar furnishings inside. Despite a layer of dust accumulating, none of the belongings had been removed. Even the letters atop the table remained untouched. However, when Jiang Feng reached out to grasp them, he hesitated. The thickness of dust beside the envelope was markedly different. With a self-deprecating smile, he retreated. How could the sect possibly have a servant room that remained unused? Moreover, in such a well-maintained single room? Chapter 31. Obsession. Returning to Tianlonggua in a moment of contemplation, Jiang Feng found himself wavering about his future. Given the current intensity of the search by Huanzong, remaining within the sect would inevitably lead to his discovery. Although the modifications to his appearance through 3D printing instilled him with confidence to evade most qi refining stage practitioners, his own cultivation at the 9th layer of qi refining rendered him vulnerable to the spiritual senses of foundation establishment cultivators. It was clear that he could no longer remain in Huanzong. The wild boar forest was hardly a sanctuary either. Over the past week, he had managed to collect only a little over 100 soul points, primarily due to the time spent evading both demonic beasts and sect practitioners. During this period, the numbers of both groups had been steadily increasing. Yet, Jiang Feng held on to the belief that soon, the number of cultivators would significantly dwindle. As he grappled with his inner turmoil, the letters that had recently graced his desk resurfaced in his mind. Suddenly, a wave of urgency to return to Tianlonggua surged within him. Startled, Jiang Feng quickly sought a secluded spot to sit cross-legged. However, no matter how hard he tried to suppress it, the thought only grew stronger. It was only when he contemplated the idea of returning to take a look that the tumultuous feelings began to subside. Was it an obsession? Rising to his feet, Jiang Feng murmured to himself, speculating that perhaps it stemmed from the original owner's unwillingness to accept his fate. Now that he had reached the 9th layer of qi refining and was preparing for foundation establishment, he felt a pressing desire to showcase his achievements to the one who had ensnared him in this predicament. With a soft sigh, Jiang Feng conceded, "So be it. Having occupied your body, this journey was destined to unfold." Initially, he had been uncertain about where to spend the time before his foundation establishment. In light of this situation, a trip to Tianlonggua seemed like a commendable choice. The practice of Wuxing Jianyi required many spiritual materials, yet the requirements for spiritual energy were not as stringent. Even if he shifted the controllable nuclear fusion to his waist, he could still cultivate in Tianlonggua. Moreover, breaking through to foundation establishment also demanded a certain mental state, and the emergence of this obsession now was fortuitous. If it were to surface at the moment of his breakthrough, it would be perilous. Thus, departing the sect for Tianlonggua appeared to be a wise decision. With this in mind, Jiang Feng immediately set his plan into motion, heading towards the mountain gate. Upon reaching the gate, his pupils constricted. 2 figures clad in red and black stood guard. The enforcers of the law had come to watch over the mountain gate. Jiang Feng did not falter in his steps. Instead, he suppressed his spiritual power to the level of a mere first-layer qi refining cultivator. His skin changed, and his features were reminiscent of the person he had been when he had just left the spirit field area. As he approached the mountain gate, his pace quickened slightly. Halt! What is your purpose? Why are you leaving the sect? Before he could get close to the mountain gate, a member of the enforcement team halted him. Senior brother, I just joined the outer sect and am returning home to share the good news. Jiang Feng rubbed his hands together, ensuring that the two enforcement members caught sight of his hands, adorned with cracks and calluses. As he spoke, he exerted the pressure of a first-layer qi refining practitioner, seemingly attempting to prove that he was no longer a mere servant, but a true outer sect disciple. What good news can a first-layer qi refining cultivator bring? You are not permitted to leave. The interrogating cultivator's face displayed a look of disdain. But I have not returned in 3 years, and I've finally managed to break through. Wasn't it said that once one enters the outer sect, they can go out? Jiang Feng feigned fear, taking a step back, yet still positioned himself to negotiate. Forget it. A trash cultivator who took 3 years to reach the first layer should be allowed to leave. At that moment, another, slightly older cultivator interjected. Seeing Jiang Feng's current state, he was reminded of his own past. Humph. Since senior brother Wu has spoken, you should hurry and leave. Jiang Feng lowered his head, repeatedly cupping his hands in farewell, fearful that if he looked up, he would betray his murderous intent. After exiting the mountain gate, Jiang Feng did not immediately accelerate, but continued at the pace of a first-layer qi refining cultivator. Speeding up now could attract unwanted attention and lead to further complications. Senior brother, why did you let him go? What if there are any issues? We might face punishment. At the mountain gate, the young enforcement cultivator inquired. A first-layer qi refining cultivator leaving is no cause for alarm. Do you really think we would make such a fuss over someone so weak? The older cultivator closed his eyes, appearing unconcerned. But I heard that the rogue excels in stealth. What if the younger cultivator retorted, somewhat unwilling to concede? If you are truly worried, then go and bring him back. Before the younger cultivator could finish, the older cultivator casually replied. He was indifferent to whether that first-layer cultivator could leave. His earlier words had merely been a momentary flicker of compassion. Instead, the persistence of his colleague was becoming bothersome. Forget it. He has already left. The younger cultivator remained still, finding it boring to stand there, merely arguing for the sake of it. He was reluctant to take action. Little did he know, he had inadvertently spared his own life. Just moments ago at the mountain gate, Jiang Feng had refrained from acting. Had he found himself in solitude 10 miles beyond the mountain gate, Jiang Feng slipped into the woods beside the path. He waited for a full half-hour, ensuring that no one followed him before altering his appearance and stepping out. He then executed the swift wind step, rapidly distancing himself from Hehuanzhong. An hour later, he arrived at the nearest town, Wangshanjin. Due to its proximity to Hehuanzhong, all the tributary teams from various countries destined for the sect would pass through here. Although it bore the name of a town, it rivaled many larger cities in grandeur. The towering 3 Shanghai city walls surpassed those of most urban centers. Jiang Feng did not enter the town, as there were many Hehuanzhong practitioners within, and he had no pressing need to enter. Utilizing his swift movements, he sped along until sunset, finally reaching a mundane city. He found a carriage service and arranged for departure the following morning before seeking a tavern for a meal. The capital of Tianlonggua was not particularly close to Hehuanzhong, and even at full speed, it would take him 2 or 3 days. Now that he was far from the sect, there was no necessity to continue utilizing his swift movements. Not only would it leave him in a disheveled state, but it would also hinder the efficiency of his cultivation. 7 days later, the carriage entered a grand city gate, the cacophony of voices filling Jiang Feng's ears. Young Master Jiang, we have arrived at Tianlong. Where shall we alight? The voice of the coachman resonated from outside. Jiang Feng had generously bestowed enough silver, ensuring that the coachman not only tended to the horses, but also provided ample emotional support throughout the journey. To the palace, came Jiang Feng's voice from within the carriage. Very well. Please hold on tight. The coachman replied, his habitual jesting faltering as he realized the destination seemed rather unusual. Just drop me off at the front. Do you really intend to drive the carriage into the palace? The carriage traversed the city, and Jiang Feng curiously peered out of the window. Although he was once a prince, he had seldom had the opportunity to meander through this imperial city. The streets, whether from his past life or his current identity as Jiang Feng, appeared exceedingly unfamiliar. After a good half an hour, The carriage finally came to a halt beside the square in front of the palace. Since he sought to dispel his obsessions, he knew he could not afford to act discreetly. Standing before the grand gates of the palace, Jiang Feng bellowed, "Open the gates." Chapter 32. Entering the palace. An invisible duel. As Jiang Feng made his way to the palace gates, the coachman, who had yet to depart, widened his eyes in disbelief. He had always thought Jiang Feng was jesting, never anticipating he would be earnest. Hastily, he drove away, fearing possible entanglement. On the palace walls, the guards were equally bewildered. As they prepared to reprimand the approaching figure, they were taken aback when he commanded them instead. "Even if you possess the qualification to enter, why not seek the attendants at the side entrance rather than shouting at us?" Jiang Feng was acutely aware that no one could enter through the main gate except for the emperor, yet he insisted on doing so. The saying goes, a nobleman returning home is akin to a silk garment parading at night. Since he intended to avenge the original owner's grievances, he would do so in the most direct manner possible. Wasn't the sixth prince below? At that moment, someone recognized Jiang Feng and tentatively inquired. After all, when Jiang Feng had left years ago, it was under the pretense of going to the Xianmen to cultivate. Many had witnessed his departure. Although years had passed, and his physique had changed considerably, his visage retained a semblance of familiarity. "Recognize me, yet you hesitate to open the door? Your Highness, please do not make things difficult for us. The main gate can only be opened for His Majesty's entrance." One of the guards stammered, secretly pondering whether the sixth prince had lost his wits during his years of cultivation, forgetting such basic protocols. Meanwhile, someone rushed into the palace, and personnel were mobilized atop the walls. Should any news arise, they would either apprehend this ignorant individual or open the gates to welcome him. However, they believed the former scenario to be far more likely. What secrets could exist within the palace? It was evident that the sixth prince was not favored, a fact widely acknowledged. This was an opportunity for merit to be gained. "Grant me 1 incense stick's time. If the door remains shut, I shall enter uninvited," Jiang Feng proclaimed, standing resolutely, unfazed by the chaos behind the gates. Taunting these guards held little amusement for him. His true confrontation awaited within, with the one seated inside. In the palace garden, upon hearing the report from the head guard, the emperor, who was feeding fish, was taken aback. Fish food spilled from the box in his hand. The accompanying Hua Fei felt a tightening in her chest and stepped forward to steady the emperor's arm. "Since my son has returned, summon him to meet me," the emperor commanded, maintaining a stoic expression. Were it not for the fish food on the ground, the head guard might have believed the emperor to be truly formidable, even summoning cultivators to see him. Ultimately, he braced himself and reiterated, "The sixth prince insists on entering through the main gate. He has stated he will wait only for an incense stick's time, or else he shall enter himself." He knew full well that the emperor wanted him to devise a means to bring Jiang Feng inside. Yet, if the prince heeded his words, there would be no need for his report. Such audacity from the sixth prince. Does he think that after spending years at the Xianmen, he can act without restraint? Even as an immortal, he remains the emperor's progeny. He is defying the heavens. Hua Fei asserted, feeling she had found a compelling argument, urging the guards onward. Indeed, inform him that should he proceed, he is defying the heavens. But the guard dared not lift his gaze. Should he step outside now, the time of an incense stick would swiftly elapse. Whether he succeeded or failed, he would not have the chance to return with another report, and regardless of the outcome, it would fall upon him. He must secure the emperor's decree today. "Your Majesty, time is running short," the head guard softly reminded, dismissing Hua Fei's words. "Zhao Fu, go and welcome him in. Make the occasion grander and announce the arrival of the immortal into the palace." The emperor remained resolute, unwilling to concede in this invisible duel, addressing Zhao Fu standing nearby. After waiting for a while, Jiang Feng noticed that the time for an incense stick was nearly up. A commotion arose behind the door, and soon, the massive gates, towering nearly 2 zhang, creaked open. 2 rows of palace guards, clad in armor, stood erect on either side. Zhao Fu, dressed in the robes of the chief eunuch, hurriedly approached. Upon seeing him, Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed. His memories of Zhao Fu were vivid. He was the one who had reduced his allowances at Hua Fei's behest. Upon reaching the palace entrance, Zhao Fu boomed, "We respectfully welcome the immortal into the palace." Observing their demeanor, Jiang Feng smirked, stepping beside Zhao Fu and locking eyes with him. "Do you not recognize me?" Now, Jiang Feng stood tall and imposing, towering over Zhao Fu by nearly half a head. Under Jiang Feng's gaze, Zhao Fu's back instantly became drenched in cold sweat, and he promptly knelt. This humble servant Zhao Fu greets the sixth prince. Smack! Before he could finish, Jiang Feng delivered a resounding slap, sending Zhao Fu spinning through the air, crashing against the open gate. The sound of his dislodged teeth striking a guard's helmet echoed sharply. You recognize me, yet still shout foolishly. Come, say it again. Jiang Feng remarked leisurely after the slap. However, he received no response and turned to see Zhao Fu still embedded in the door. A grandmaster-level martial artist, attempting to play this game with me? He chuckled, addressing the nearby guards. Oh, has he fainted? Fetch 2 people to bring him down. I shall help him regain consciousness. Bang! As soon as the words left his lips, Zhao Fu extracted himself from the door. This humble servant is not faint. I merely took a moment to gather myself. Upon descending from the door, Zhao Fu disregarded his bleeding mouth and once again proclaimed loudly, We respectfully welcome the sixth prince back to the palace. Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction, turning to the guards standing nearby. What are you all doing? Shout. Consequently, the resonant calls of We respectfully welcome the sixth prince back to the palace reverberated throughout the vicinity. Wherever Jiang Feng went, they were compelled to follow suit. As Jiang Feng approached the Jinluan Hall, the emperor seated upon the dragon throne wore a countenance so dark it seemed it might rain. His schemes had borne no fruit. However, upon Jiang Feng reaching the hall's entrance, the emperor swiftly donned a genial expression, smiling broadly as he sat upon the throne. Without waiting for the eunuch at the door to speak, Jiang Feng strode inside. Fenger, you have returned. Why did you not inform me in advance so that I could send someone to welcome you? Jiang Feng suppressed a cold laugh within his heart. You wish to summon me? It would be more fitting to dispatch someone to capture me. You might as well have someone force me into Lu Rian's embrace. You think you can return at will? Do I owe you a report upon my return? Sixth Prince, do you truly believe this is how one converses with your imperial father? Did you merely acquire these manners at the Xianmen? The emperor has yet to respond, and already, Hua Fei has taken the initiative. What I say to him is none of your concern. Since you have chosen to intervene, let us first address the matters between us. Jiang Feng fixed his gaze upon Hua Fei, speaking with a hint of amusement. Your manner of speech lacks refinement. What business could we possibly have? As Hua Fei felt his scrutiny, she instinctively recoiled. She reminded herself that her son is also a celestial master. Why should she fear him? Thus, she straightened her posture once more. Fenger, you must not be disrespectful. The emperor, unable to bear the scene any longer, hastily interjected. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence, it will be brief. Were you not the one who claimed sending me to become a furnace was for my own good? Now that I have achieved something, it is only fitting that you partake in the benefits as well. Chapter 33 The True Fate of the Cauldron. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, both the emperor and Hua Fei's expressions drastically changed. In the past, Hua Fei was wholeheartedly determined for her son to obtain a direct admission quota to the outer sect. She fervently encouraged the emperor to supply various resources to the Hahuan sect, and even suggested sending Jiang Feng to Lu Rian as a cauldron. However, back then, the immortal had assured her that Jiang Feng would not survive beyond 3 years. When they sent Jiang Feng away, they never anticipated he would return alive. Now, 3 years later, Jiang Feng not only returned in high spirits, but had also attained the status of a true immortal. News of the Palace Gate incident had already been reported back, and even Zhao Fu, the palace's foremost expert and martial arts master, could not stand against him. You cannot harm me. I am your mother. This is an act of filicide. It is a great disrespect. If this were to spread, it would lead to public disdain. Hua Fei's voice was sharp and piercing. Yet, Jiang Feng remained unmoved, continuing to advance towards her. You still remember you are my mother? How could you forget your maternal identity when you deprived me of my winter clothing? When you seized my nourishing food? How could you forget your maternal identity? When you instructed your son to rob me of my scholarly treasures? How could you forget? For your son's quota to the outer sect, you sent me to serve others, even to my death. How could you forget your maternal identity? With every word Jiang Feng spoke, Hua Fei's complexion paled further. The emperor, who had initially extended his hand to intervene, slowly retracted it. He wished to defend Hua Fei, but with each point Jiang Feng made, his guilt deepened. Finally, Jiang Feng stood before Hua Fei, looking down upon her. As she gazed up at Jiang Feng, who towered over her by nearly 2 heads, her heart sank like a stone in an icy abyss. You cannot harm me. My son is also an immortal master. Yes, my son is also an immortal master. You cannot harm me. Hua Fei clung to this final statement as if it were a lifeline. I still have a son. He is also an immortal master. However, Jiang Feng paid her words no heed, channeling his spiritual energy into his hands, binding Hua Fei in a grip of restraint. I almost forgot about that. Rest assured, I will send that useless one to reunite with you, lest you feel too lonely. Enough, Jiang Feng. How long do you intend to cause this ruckus? Do you truly wish to kill them all? The emperor, upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, felt a chill run down his spine and shouted vehemently. Jiang Feng unleashed another wave of spiritual energy, immobilizing the emperor as well. It is not your turn yet. If you cannot wait, I can allow you both to enjoy the experience together. What do you say? Good father who sends his son to his death? The emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he was bound. Sixth brother, cease this at once. Do not show disrespect to our father. Do you wish to commit a grave mistake? At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed at the palace entrance. A young man clad in a dragon robe rushed in, shouting loudly. Jiang Feng turned slightly to regard the newcomer. Cultivating immortality is a survival of the fittest. What is wrong with that? You, who feign affection as an elder brother, do you not also yearn for immortality? Jiang Feng fixed his gaze upon the individual, a cold smile curling at his lips. Today, I shall demonstrate how an immortal acts. You shall witness what it is like to be a cauldron. With a sudden surge of spiritual energy, the essence of Hua Fei's physical form was forcibly extracted. Visibly, she began to wither away, her cheekbones protruding and her eyes bulging. Her once delicate hands transformed into withered branches. Her already modest stature gradually shrank, becoming hunched. The opulent garments she wore appeared even more garish, resembling a haphazard pile of tattered rags. The crown prince, witnessing this scene, was so frightened that he stumbled backward, eventually colliding with the wall to steady himself. The bound emperor gaped, mouth agape, yet no sound escaped. His trembling dragon robe revealed his current state of distress. With a resounding thud, Jiang Feng released his binding energy, causing Hua Fei to collapse to the ground like a heap of rotten flesh. Apart from her eyes occasionally flickering, she resembled a lifeless corpse. My dear father, you must hold steady, do not faint. This is merely the first step. If you lose consciousness, you will miss the entirety. Just then, the sound of the crown prince collapsing to the ground echoed through the hall. Outside the Golden Luan Hall, the clamor of clashing metal grew louder as the imperial guards finally arrived. Charge in. Protect the emperor. At the command, numerous soldiers stormed into the hall, only to halt at the scene before them. They quickly helped the crown prince to his feet. You have arrived just in time. Drag this wretched creature away to feed the dogs. Upon hearing this, the guards hesitated, weapons trembling in their hands, their heads bowed in silence. They had silently cursed the commander who summoned them, as he himself did not move yet ordered them to rush in. Those who do not act will meet the same fate as him. Jiang Feng's words, like whispers from a demon, terrified the guards, rendering them as trembling as leaves in the wind. As they contemplated advancing, fear of the emperor on the steps held them back. In such dire circumstances, any action could lead to death. What were they to do? You have only 3 breaths of time. 3. Jiang Feng's voice echoed once more. At this juncture, the guards could no longer concern themselves with the emperor's reaction. They rushed forward, hastily dragging the almost lifeless Hua Fei from the hall. We finally made it out alive. That was truly exhilarating. With a final rush, the guards fled, while Jiang Feng remained unperturbed. Just moments ago, he felt as if something in his mind had shattered. The distractions that had plagued him began to dissipate, and the integration of soul and body grew even tighter. The obsession has vanished? Jiang Feng pondered, somewhat bewildered, as he realized he had yet to utilize much of the knowledge he had gleaned from his previous life. Did you see that? This is the fate of a cauldron. For 3 years, I have witnessed such scenes periodically. Having spoken, Jiang Feng unbound the emperor and strode out of the Golden Luan Hall without a backward glance. The emperor, now utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Yet he remained hesitant to lift his gaze towards the departing Jiang Feng. Before long, Jiang Feng stepped into a courtyard overrun with weeds. The threshold, cloaked in moss, was nearly unrecognizable. Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, and with a gesture resembling a sword, he gently swept through the courtyard, swiftly severing all the weeds. A few cleansing spells were unleashed, and in an instant, the entire prince's residence was rendered immaculate. Initially, he had anticipated that this journey to rid himself of his obsessions would entail numerous tasks. To his surprise, The very first day had already concluded. He bore no ties to anyone here, and it was highly unlikely that they would intersect again in the future. As long as they refrained from provoking him, he had no intention of taking further action. He spared the emperor's life, primarily to avoid entanglements during his time in the imperial city. Should the other party act foolishly, it would be a different matter. In 3 or 4 days, his spiritual energy at the 9th level of Qi refining would reach completion. He needed to devote himself to cultivating the 5 elements sword body to prevent any delays in his progress towards foundation establishment. Sixth brother, are you home? However, he had scarcely begun his practice when someone knocked at the door. Chapter 34. The soul tenderness in the palace. Hearing the voices from outside the door, Jiang Feng felt a wave of confusion. Who would dare to come here? Before he could step out to open the door, it was slowly pushed open. The first thing that came into view was a delicate, fair hand, which energetically pushed against the crack of the door. As the door opened a bit wider, a little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, squeezed her way in. Ah, sixth brother has really returned. Upon seeing Jiang Feng standing under the eaves, the little girl cheered and rushed toward him. At that moment, a memory surfaced in Jiang Feng's mind. Jiang Xiaoyu, the 9th princess of Tianlong Kingdom. He recalled a little girl, merely 3 or 4 years old, who had no interest in playing with the princes of similar age, yet would tirelessly follow Jiang Feng around. Sixth brother, let us play hide and seek. Before Jiang Feng could fully organize his memories, the little girl had already leaped into his embrace. Where have you been for so long? Mother didn't even let me come find you. The little girl began to chatter incessantly, leaving Jiang Feng somewhat flustered. He genuinely did not know how to interact with children. By this time, the original owner's memories had become quite hazy. Haha, it's been years. And you've grown so tall, 9th sister. Jiang Feng awkwardly reached out to support her, managing a dry laugh. But you're still much taller than I am. Jiang Xiaoyu raised her hand above her head, gesturing, and replied with an upward gaze. Come in and sit down. I have some fruits I brought back from outside for you to try. Jiang Feng was at a loss for words, so he could only invite her into the room. As a prince, although his material life had been somewhat limited, the room itself was spacious. However, now that Jiang Feng lived alone, it felt exceedingly empty. He took out a plate of spiritual fruits from his spatial bracelet and placed it on the table, with both of them sitting across from each other. These spiritual fruits had no effect on cultivation. They were merely pleasant in flavor. Jiang Feng had saved some as snacks, and he never expected they would come in handy now. Upon smelling the enticing aroma, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but swallow, yet she refrained from immediately reaching for them. Try them and see if you like them. Only when Jiang Feng spoke did she pick up a small fruit and take a bite. For some reason, as Jiang Feng watched the little girl eat, the turbulent emotions he had experienced in the Jinluan Hall dissipated entirely. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu had eaten only half of her fruit, a knocking sound came from outside. Jiang Feng frowned once more, but before he could react, Jiang Xiaoyu stood up first. With a small bite still in her mouth, she quickly said, "Oh no. It must be mother coming to find me. Where should I hide?" Jiang Feng chuckled at her words. It seemed this little girl was not one to be easily managed. What do you have to worry about with me here? With a flick of his fingers, he opened the door wide, allowing anyone who came to enter freely. Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly hid behind Jiang Feng, revealing only half of her head. Upon seeing the beautiful woman standing outside the door, she instinctively shrank back. The moment Jiang Feng laid eyes on the woman, a series of memories flashed in his mind. Come sit with mother, Feng Guer, and keep Xiaoyu company during dinner. Feng Guer, I made a few pieces of clothing, but I accidentally made them a bit large. Why don't you try them on? In the original owner's memories, Rongfei often produced items that were not quite suitable, giving off an impression of being somewhat foolish. It was only after growing older that he realized she was caring for him. Unfortunately, by then, he had already found himself lying on the communal bed of He Huan's sect. Now, although Jiang Feng was not the original owner, he felt a certain respect for Rongfei, despite not harboring any particularly strong emotions. Perhaps this was the only trace of tenderness within the palace from the original owner's memories. Greetings, sixth prince. Before Jiang Feng could respond, Rongfei had already bowed first. As she noticed Jiang Xiaoyu beside Jiang Feng, her heart raced with anxiety. The news from the Jinluan Hall was truly frightening. Mother has put me in a difficult position. Jiang Feng has just returned and has yet to pay his respects to you. However, Jiang Feng's demeanor surprised her. They said the sixth prince had undergone a drastic change, confronting the emperor and even killing Hua Fei. But the person before her did not appear to be the least bit violent. She welcomed Rong Fei into the courtyard, and the three of them sat down once more. Xiao Yu is mischievous. I trouble the sixth prince to keep an eye on her. Rong Fei remained somewhat tense, sitting upright. Seeing her in such a state, Jiang Feng had no intent to linger. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he packed up the spiritual fruits and sent the two of them on their way. As Jiang Feng had anticipated, several more groups of people arrived subsequently, all of them bringing supplies and laborers. They replaced items in the room and delivered 2 large chests. It was not until dusk that things finally quieted down. After consuming the dinner that had been sent over, Jiang Feng opened the chests to inspect their contents. Upon seeing what was inside, a playful expression crossed his face. The old emperor had actually sent him 2 chests of spiritual materials. Inside were spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, and spiritual ores, all neatly contained within jade boxes. Jiang Feng took out a few to examine. They were preserved quite well. Among them, 2 were even second-tier spiritual medicines. The combined worth of these 2 chests easily exceeded 500 low-grade spiritual stones. He did not hesitate to categorize them and stored everything in his bracelet. In an instant, he could retrieve nearly 100 pieces of spiritual materials. It seemed that the Tianlong kingdom had a substantial yield of spiritual materials. From this, one could also infer just how well Zhang Lin lived day to day. However, Jiang Feng had no intention of relying on the resources of Tianlong kingdom. He would soon be establishing his foundation, and at that time, most of these items would have to be exchanged for spiritual stones. Even if Tianlong kingdom could find second-tier spiritual materials, they were exceedingly rare and would provide him with limited assistance. It would be faster for Jiang Feng to earn resources through alchemy himself. In the days that followed, Jiang Feng secluded himself within the palace, making very few public appearances. The palace fell silent once more, as if nothing had changed. Yet this tranquility made some feel uneasy. Days passed, and although Jiang Feng had not emerged to cause any disturbances, he showed no intention of leaving. In the imperial study, the emperor and the first prince sat across from one another, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. The memorials in the emperor's hand had not been turned for quite some time. After a considerable period, he finally lifted his gaze towards Jiang Yu, inquiring, "It has been 7 days. Has he not emerged to engage in any activity or utter a word?" The crown prince straightened his posture and pondered for a moment before responding. "There has been no news. The shadow guards dare not approach too closely, only able to observe from a distance. Aside from Xiao Ju visiting occasionally, he has disclosed nothing to the outside world, seemingly engrossed in his cultivation. Does he intend to remain within the palace indefinitely?" The crown prince mused, considering that keeping him there might not be unfavorable, as he is, after all, an immortal. "He is, nonetheless, my 6th brother. His presence here." "No, he is no longer." The emperor, having reached this point, refrained from continuing. "Send a letter to your 2nd brother to inquire about the situation." "Second brother? How should I convey that?" A poorly worded message could ignite an immortal conflict within the palace. Jiang Yu hesitated, pondering that 1 immortal was already a considerable burden. 2 would surely be catastrophic. Let us speak frankly. An immortal conflict would be preferable to our current predicament. The old emperor finally exhibited some resolve. The day following their conversation in the imperial study, a letter soared towards He Huanzong. Chapter 35 3D Printing Entry on Body Refinement. On the 3rd night of Jiang Feng's stay at the prince's residence, he finally sensed that his dantian had reached its capacity. He opened the panel and spent 100 soul points to transfer controllable nuclear fusion to his waist. He replaced the autonomously operating technique of Wuxing Lianqi Ju with Shenyang Ju. The continuous influx of yang energy flowed through his body once again, perpetually nourishing his spiritual roots. After observing for a while, Jiang Feng discovered that the situation was not as the steward of the technique hall had described. It was not that Shenyang Ju had diminished in efficacy upon drawing energy into the body. Rather, the spiritual roots, continuously nurtured by the cultivator's spiritual power, maintained their affinity for spiritual energy, while their quality had improved akin to the physical body. Naturally, elevating the spiritual roots required greater consumption. However, this posed no significant issue for Jiang Feng, as he merely needed to enhance the output of the controllable nuclear fusion. With the extraordinary pressure within the meridians, he could efficiently transmit yang energy without the concern of damaging the meridians. After a brief calculation, he realized that the time required to elevate the spiritual roots from medium grade to high grade was even less than half of that needed to advance from low grade to medium grade. Once the entry was transferred, Jiang Feng ceased to concern himself with it and turned to cultivate Wuxing Jinni. After leaving the Hehuan sect, he had been traveling and unable to practice, but now that he was settled in this residence, he began his training. He retrieved the prepared 5 elemental spiritual materials from his storage bracelet and arranged them one by one. 2 days later, Jiang Feng had entered a rhythm with his cultivation of Wuxing Jinni. From this point onward, he needed to absorb the 5 elemental energy from the spiritual materials to assist in his training. Following the proper sequence, he picked up a material to begin the refining process. After 6 hours, only the remnants of the refined spiritual materials remained before Jiang Feng. Sensing his condition, he frowned. After such a lengthy period and considerable consumption of spiritual materials, the coverage of the 5 elemental attributes over his body was scarcely 1/10. To proceed with the next absorption of spiritual materials for cultivation, he had to wait for the 5 elemental energy within him to diffuse throughout his body. Otherwise, it would result in chaos within the energies. Even with diligent practice of Wuxing Jinni each day, this process would take at least 5 days. In the Qi refinement phase, Wuxing Jinni required the absorption of 10 portions of spiritual materials similar to those previously refined. Consequently, would it not take at least 2 months to master this technique? If others knew that Jiang Feng required 2 months to master a body refinement technique, they would surely be astonished. Yet Jiang Feng was dissatisfied. He did not have the luxury of time for gradual cultivation. Perhaps in a few days, Elder Pan would come knocking. If he had not broken through to the foundation establishment stage or attained combat prowess at that level by then, the consequences were self-evident. An elder like Pan, a seasoned cultivator with many years of experience, would not grant him the same freedom as Lu Ruyan. Jiang Feng observed the 5 elemental energy within him, pondering if there were any means to expedite his cultivation. He attempted to hasten the diffusion of the 5 elemental energy throughout his body, but the results were negligible. This force, once combined with the physical body, limited the effects of spiritual power and consciousness. The physical body. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Jiang Feng's mind. He wondered if 3D printing could assist in adjusting the physical body. With this thought, he focused his consciousness on the area containing the 5 elemental energy and activated the 3D printing entry. Imagining the distribution of the 5 elemental energy throughout his body, Jiang Feng witnessed a visible transformation as his body responded to his concentration. The previously concentrated 5 elemental energy gradually faded, completely dispersing throughout his body. With a crackling sound, Jiang Feng stood up, and his body emitted sounds akin to popping beans. After a slight stretch, he felt a noticeable enhancement in his physical strength. Checking the time, he realized it had only taken a little over an hour. Compared to 5 days, this was a monumental difference. Thus, refining all the spiritual materials would require just a few days. With the capabilities of the entry for adjustments, he no longer had to worry about the misalignment of the 5 elemental energies. He only needed to consider the time consumed in absorbing the spiritual materials. Time flew by, and it was already the 10th day since Jiang Feng returned to Tianlong Kingdom. On that morning, Jiang Lin of Hehuan sect received a letter from Tianlong Kingdom. The moment he finished reading its contents, he stood there in a daze. His expression twisted into one of rage as he gritted his teeth and uttered 2 words, Jiang Feng. Jiang Lin tucked the letter into his bosom and swiftly grabbed a long sword from within the room as he rushed outside. Just as he was about to reach the mountain gate, his pace slowed. He had initially been focused on avenging himself against Jiang Feng. During his frantic run, the content of the letter kept replaying in his mind. He recalled the part about slapping Zhao Fu away. When he thought of that, his steps came to an abrupt halt. He knew the strength of that person, a martial arts master, a hidden expert by his father's side. A typical 3rd-layer Qi refinement cultivator would struggle to win without capturing a magical artifact. Could he, a 1st-layer Qi refinement cultivator, contend with Jiang Feng? Thinking this, Jiang Lin turned and sprinted in another direction. Brother Ma, you must help me. Jiang Lin found a young man and urgently recounted the situation. That is your family matter. Brother Ma cannot intervene. Besides, the opponent's strength is unknown. Brother Ma wore a troubled expression. He was a 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, but Jiang Lin only knew that the opponent had struck down an ordinary martial artist. Who could say what the opponent's true strength was? But Jiang Feng had just entered the Qi refinement stage 2 months ago. His strength could not be too formidable. I am merely concerned. Wait, you said that person is named Jiang Feng. Jiang Lin quickly explained, fearing Brother Ma would refuse. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted as Brother Ma's demeanor shifted rapidly. Is it Jiang Feng? What issue could this pose? This matter is beyond our control. A glimmer of excitement appeared in Brother Ma's eyes as he led Jiang Lin outside. Before long, the two arrived at Elder Pan's cave abode. Jiang Lin looked at the beautiful woman before him, feeling anxious. Wasn't this about dealing with Jiang Feng? Why had they come to the Foundation Establishment Elder? Unexpectedly, Elder Pan merely inquired about Jiang Feng's situation before promptly deciding to assist him. The immense surprise left Jiang Lin momentarily stunned. What merit did he possess to warrant the direct involvement of a Foundation Establishment Elder? You wait here, I shall return shortly. Until Elder Pan left, Jiang Lin remained in a daze, merely nodding vacantly. However, Elder Pan had been gone for less than a quarter of an hour when she returned with a somewhat grim expression. Jiang Lin, please follow me. The sudden shift in Elder Pan's demeanor left Jiang Lin bewildered. Just moments ago, everything seemed perfectly fine. How could such a drastic change occur so swiftly? With a heart full of trepidation, he trailed behind Elder Pan. If anyone inquires about your situation, simply state that you have received intelligence regarding a threat to your family and are seeking my assistance. As for the enemy's strength, just say they are at the late stage of chi refinement. Do you understand? As they walked, Elder Pan's voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Lin's ears. Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Elder Pan would say such a thing. However, upon reflection, he realized that as long as he could obtain the assistance he sought, he was indifferent to the specifics. Yet, upon reaching their destination, Jiang Lin's legs trembled uncontrollably. Are you the one seeking help? Faced with the individual before him, Jiang Lin dared not lift his gaze. An elderly woman, somewhat stooped, sat in the main seat. Indeed, it was the sole golden core true person of the sect, the venerable Huanqi Laozu. Chapter 36: The Might of the Five Elements Sword Body. The Foundation Establishment approaches confronted by a venerable elder of the Golden Core realm. Jiang Lin found himself nearly bereft of words. Yet, the animosity he harbored towards Jiang Feng ultimately prevailed. He exerted every ounce of effort to suppress the trepidation within, embellishing the tale of Jiang Feng's deeds according to Elder Pan's directives. Upon concluding his account, he lowered his head, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, while simultaneously delivering a silent verdict of death upon Jiang Feng in his heart. With the attention of a Golden Core elder focused on this matter, Jiang Feng, you have indeed met your fate. Huanqi, with his slightly murky eyes half closed, appeared lost in thought. After a brief moment, he lifted his gaze to Elder Pan, a spark of brilliance flashing in his eyes. It was reasonable, he mused. Since Elder Pan was willing to intervene, he would accompany him on this journey. Upon hearing this, Pan Hongxiu looked up at Huanqi but discerned nothing amiss. After a moment, she bowed and replied, I shall obey the elder's command. Shortly thereafter, a peach-red streak of light surged forth from Hahuan's sect. Jiang Lin stood atop the floating ribbon, his heart racing with a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. The fourth elder was indeed taking him back. At this pace, they would likely return to the imperial city in less than half a day. Jiang Feng, it seems the elder wishes for your demise to come swiftly. Meanwhile, in the chamber of the sixth prince of Tianlong Kingdom, a formidable wave of energy emanated. Just moments ago, Jiang Feng had finally refined the last piece of spiritual material. A fierce and sharp aura radiated from him. The five-element sword body had at last been perfected. Clenching his fist, Jiang Feng unleashed a punch toward a distant artificial mountain. Boom! The sheer force of his physical strike shattered the mountain, creating a radiating hole within it. This feat was far more challenging than merely pulverizing stone. It required not only strength but also speed to achieve such results. Retrieving his fist, Jiang Feng then drew forth his sword artifact. An indescribable sense of harmony enveloped him. Having previously utilized auxiliary terminology for comprehension, and after a prolonged period of practice, his mastery of the five-element sword technique had reached a remarkable level. With the complete formation of the five-element sword body, he realized that his previous understanding of the technique had been somewhat superficial. As he executed the sword technique, it initially retained the exquisite nature of its former self, albeit with a mechanical rigidity. However, as he continued to wield the technique, myriad insights began to emerge in his mind. The technique gradually evolved, becoming more animated and better suited to Jiang Feng's essence. Before long, an aura emanating from him began to subtly merge with the surrounding environment. Should a spectator have been present, they would have witnessed the sword in Jiang Feng's hand intermittently vanishing, only to reappear from astonishing angles. Evidently, during its disappearance, the sword was undergoing continuous transformation. In battle, such variations would undoubtedly leave opponents at a loss. The five-element sword body bestowed upon Jiang Feng not merely intricate changes, but also a conspicuous enhancement of the sword technique's might. Channeling his spiritual energy, a blade of light extending 2 feet erupted from the sword's tip. This length was a full double of what he had achieved at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and it was even more refined. Just gazing upon it elicited an acute sense of sharpness that pierced the eyes. Jiang Feng swiftly approached the artificial mountain and swung his sword. Whoosh! After the blade's light passed, the mountain appeared untouched. Only when Jiang Feng turned to leave did the upper portion of the mountain slowly slide away from the point where the sword had struck, its edge as smooth as a mirror. Jiang Feng continued to unleash several strikes upon the mountain until it lay in ruins, a pile of shattered stones, before he finally paused, feeling a sense of fulfillment. With such power, should it strike a beast or a person, it would surely leave them bruised and battered. Although Jiang Feng ceased to wield the sword technique, the blade's radiance did not dissipate. With a thought, the colors of the sword's light fluctuated among gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. The transitions between each hue were so fleeting they were nearly imperceptible. After further practice, he surmised that even this minuscule pause would vanish. In combat, when opponents beheld the dazzling golden light approaching, they would assume it was a metal-based attack. Only upon impact would they realize it had transformed into a fire attribute, undoubtedly leaving them reeling. Next, Jiang Feng attempted several sword techniques he had mastered, feeling satisfaction as he finally sheathed his sword. Turning towards the pavilion, he suddenly halted in his tracks. A powerful suction emerged from him, stirring the debris and dust on the ground. In an instant, a small whirlwind began to form beside him. However, the suction quickly subsided, leaving the whirlwind to dissipate silently. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him. A subtle smile graced Jiang Feng's lips as he stood in the garden. His spiritual root had just successfully ascended, transforming into a superior 5-element root. Now, even without auxiliary terminology, he could swiftly progress to the foundation establishment stage through self-cultivation. Yet, sensing the almost imperceptible spiritual energy surrounding him, Jiang Feng shook his head. The spiritual energy in Tianlong Kingdom was so sparse it was nearly non-existent. In such a place, how could one hope to cultivate? Resolutely, he expended his last 100 soul points to transfer controllable nuclear fusion to his dantian. Jiang Feng was eager to sit cross-legged and break through to foundation establishment immediately. However, as he prepared to do so, hesitation crept in. With no soul points remaining, should he first gather some soul points? He recalled the circumstances surrounding his breakthrough at the 7th level of Qi refinement. After establishing his foundation, it was likely that defeating most Qi refinement realm beasts would yield no soul points. Although he possessed a commendable array of auxiliary terms, who could say how many excellent terms remained undiscovered within the system? The sect had remained quiet thus far, suggesting they had yet to track his whereabouts. Gathering soul points for a few days should pose no significant issue. Contemplating this, Jiang Feng stifled the urge to break through on the spot. He hurried back to his quarters, preparing to depart from Tianlong Kingdom, for there was no longer any reason to linger. Were it not for Elder Pan's watchful eye, he might have been merrily accumulating soul points in the wild boar forest. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of murderous intent ignited within his heart. Old Deng, you'd best be prepared. Once I establish my foundation and return, I shall ensure you pay dearly. However, before Jiang Feng could reach the door, an astonishing pressure suddenly enveloped the palace. Jiang Feng looked up, his pupils constricting sharply. He beheld a peach-red ribbon suspended above the palace. A beautiful woman and a young man stood upon the ribbon, appearing as if celestial beings descended from the heavens. Jiang Feng instantly recognized that the youth before him was none other than Jiang Len. It was evident that the beautiful woman accompanying him was a foundational cultivator. How could it be that Jiang Len, who had only managed to reach the first layer of Qi cultivation after 3 years of arduous training, had such a formidable ally? This seemed utterly implausible. Countless thoughts raced through Jiang Feng's mind as he fervently practiced the concealment technique, gradually inching towards the corner of the wall. He was uncertain whether his presence had been detected. The intentions of his adversaries in bringing Jiang Lin back were all too clear. given the enmity between himself and Jiang Lin. It was apparent that their summons of a foundational cultivator meant that he would be afforded no chance of survival. He certainly would not foolishly remain here, awaiting their assault. As he approached the corner, Jiang Feng suddenly halted. His initial instinct had been to flee, yet how could he possibly outrun a flying foundational cultivator? Moreover, their possession of spiritual awareness would allow them to easily pinpoint his location. At this juncture, only by breaking through to the foundational level could he hope for even a glimmer of salvation. With this thought, Jiang Feng promptly settled into a meditative posture, channeling his spiritual energy according to the method outlined in the Wuxing Lian Qi Ju to strive for a breakthrough. Chapter 37. Building the foundation while running. As Jiang Feng moved, the spiritual energy surged rapidly within his body. Under the influence of his cultivation technique, the gaseous spiritual energy was continuously compressed. The first step in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage is to condense the spiritual energy within oneself into a liquid state. At this moment, Jiang Feng's resilient meridians displayed formidable strength against the pressure. After merely one cycle, the spiritual energy within him began to mist. Simultaneously, the overall quantity of spiritual energy in his body diminished considerably. Typically, a cultivator advancing to foundation establishment must refine their spiritual energy while simultaneously absorbing more to maintain sufficient levels. Yet, Jiang Feng found no need for such measures. The spiritual energy continuously surging from the attributes served as his solid support, far surpassing the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy from the external environment. Meanwhile, he quietly observed the commotion in the sky. Upon noticing the peach-colored escape light descending, he realized it was heading towards the Jinluan Hall rather than his prince's residence. He promptly set off in the direction away from the Jinluan Hall. Had he known that the other party would not approach directly, there would have been no need for him to hastily compress his spiritual energy. At this moment, he felt as if an arrow was nocked and ready to fly. If the foundation establishment cultivator had already unfurled their divine sense, his actions would be immediately detected. Jiang Feng was gambling on the notion that the other party would trust his strength and refrain from directly seeking him out. Since he had not absorbed spiritual energy from the outside, his compression of spiritual energy did not create any noticeable fluctuations. However, once he succeeded in liquefying the spiritual energy, it would undoubtedly generate a disturbance. The typical range of divine sense for a foundation establishment cultivator spans from 30 zhang to 2 li. He was uncertain if the distance between him and the other party fell within this range. Regardless of the distance, the fluctuations resulting from the liquefaction of spiritual energy would be sensed by them. Nevertheless, there exists a distinction between vague perception and precise perception, which would ultimately determine how much time he had to achieve his breakthrough. Without utilizing spiritual energy, he was currently unable to exert it. Jiang Feng ventured far enough from the Jinluan Hall to unleash his martial arts and swiftly distance himself. His mastery in martial arts, combined with the formidable physique bestowed by the Wuxing GMT, rendered his speed nearly impossible for a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator utilizing the swift wind step to match. However, constrained by various buildings and pedestrians within the city, he could not advance at full speed. As he felt the liquefaction of spiritual energy within him intensify, Jiang Feng's pace hastened. Yet, the liquefaction would not cease merely due to his urgency. When he was less than 100 meters from the east gate, his internal spiritual energy abruptly contracted, resulting in a pool of liquefied spiritual energy flowing within his dantian. This quantity was minimal, occupying less than half of the dantian's volume. As Jiang Feng rushed towards the city gate, a surge of spiritual pressure erupted from him. The people on the street immediately collapsed in disarray. Fortunately, Jiang Feng's speed was sufficient for this force to dissipate almost instantly, sparing the fallen from further pressure. Concurrently, the spiritual energy surging from his controlled nuclear fusion underwent a transformation, flowing out as liquid spiritual energy, which both astonished and delighted Jiang Feng. He rejoiced that this attribute could autonomously adjust and provide energy alongside his rising cultivation level, alleviating concerns even in areas of sparse spiritual energy. However, he was startled that the continuing increase in his spiritual energy also heightened the spiritual pressure surrounding him. The liquefaction of spiritual energy would naturally attract the attention of the foundation establishment cultivator, becoming increasingly conspicuous. Yet, Jiang Feng remained unconcerned. After all, he was in dire need of spiritual energy at this moment. Were it not for the thin spiritual energy in the Tianlong kingdom, a vortex of spiritual energy would have already formed around him. Following the liquefaction, the spiritual energy flowed throughout his entire body, further enhancing his already formidable physique. The stimulation from this experience caused Jiang Feng to alter his stride slightly. In his current state, he hardly paid attention to such details. Leveraging his enhanced body, his speed subtly increased. Just as Jiang Feng burst through the city gate, both Pan Hongxiu and Jiang Lin in the palace were taken aback. Jiang Lin felt overwhelmed by the sheer strength of that aura, while Pan was puzzled as to how a perfected qi refinement cultivator could appear in such a place. Neither had considered that the one emanating this aura was Jiang Feng. Should they investigate? A cultivator of such caliber wreaking havoc in a mortal city could pose significant danger. Pan Hongxiu aimed to display her sex authority, yet Jiang Lin had other thoughts. No need, Master Uncle. We should first deal with that rogue Jiang Feng. If he appears unexpectedly while you are away, wouldn't that leave me in a predicament? The aura's owner, no matter how powerful, would not affect him. There were plenty of mortals, and the loss of a few mattered little compared to his own life. Indeed, we must resolve the matter with Jiang Feng first. The emperor, who had been hesitant to speak, chimed in. Pan Hongxiu shot them a glance, choosing not to elaborate further. It had merely been a casual suggestion. Since they were indifferent, she would not press the issue. Thus, she decided to seek out Jiang Feng, fearing that delays might lead to unexpected complications. As Jiang Lin and his companions departed for the 6th princess residence, Jiang Feng had already dashed out from the east city gate, racing along the official road, stirring up clouds of dust behind him. After covering several li, he veered into the woods beside the road, turning back towards the capital. He surmised that the foundation establishment cultivator had likely ascended into the sky, coming towards him. The sprint along the official road was intended to conceal his movements. Having turned back a distance, Jiang Feng plunged into the mountains. Knowing that returning was impossible, he was still in the midst of his breakthrough, and the ensuing commotion would only grow larger. After sprinting through the forest for another 15 minutes, he could no longer suppress the situation within his body. He had to begin his foundation establishment. While other cultivators feared failure and sought opportunities, he had been suppressing himself since exiting the city gate and could finally no longer hold back as he sat cross-legged. Once his technique was activated, the turbulent liquid spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a raging torrent, ultimately forming a tidal wave that crashed violently towards his Zifu. Watching the state of the spiritual energy in his meridians, Jiang Feng felt a rush of trepidation. This was not merely preparation for a breakthrough. It seemed as if it were a force aimed at self-destruction. A thunderous sound reverberated within him, akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. The most arduous barrier recorded in the scriptures was violently breached by the onslaught of surging spiritual energy. Jiang Feng suddenly felt as though the world had transformed dramatically. Everything within a radius of 30 zhang lay before him in its entirety. This was the perspective granted by his divine consciousness. Yet, before he could fully immerse himself in this newfound awareness, a sharp pain radiated from his brow. Hastily retracting his external vision, his attention shifted to his forehead. Upon entering the Zifu, Jiang Feng was taken aback. What was supposed to be the sea of consciousness was, in fact, akin to a parched fish pond. Cracks marred the entirety of the consciousness sea, and the surging spiritual energy showed no signs of abating. The fissures within the sea of consciousness were widening by the moment. The sole piece of favorable news was that, amidst this onslaught, the expanse of the consciousness sea was also progressively enlarging. Jiang Feng's range of divine consciousness, which had initially broken through to 30 zhang, was now gradually nearing 40 zhang. After searching every inch of his being, he found nothing that could heal the consciousness sea. Should it shatter, his soul would undoubtedly dissipate along with it. Even with his current level of cultivation, he would merely exist as a soulless husk. Chapter 38. Unconventional Foundation Establishment. Are you Elder Pan? Jiang Feng, unable to find any healing items on him, hastily opened the system panel, his eyes scanning through the various entries. 3D printing. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng activated this entry, gradually smoothing out the cracks. However, more fissures appeared immediately. It was merely a temporary fix. He continued searching for other entries, but none were related to materials or recovery. At that moment, a previously unused entry caught Jiang Feng's eye. The positional difference function was for adjustment. As he activated the entry, Jiang Feng redirected his focus to his consciousness. An invisible force instantaneously impacted his mind. The stinging sensation persisted, but no longer felt as though it was tearing Jiang Feng's head apart. Useful. A surge of joy filled Jiang Feng's heart as he observed the changes in his consciousness. The force of spiritual energy remained, but its chaotic direction shifted to focus solely on expanding his consciousness. In an instant, the expansion of his consciousness accelerated. Seeing this, Jiang Feng quickly divided his focus, stabilizing his consciousness while hastily repairing the cracks. As the pain subsided, the spiritual energy gradually calmed. The energy withdrew from his purple palace, flowing back along the meridians to his dantian. Before Jiang Feng could assess the situation in his consciousness, changes had begun to manifest within his dantian. The final step of foundation establishment was to forge the Tao foundation. Upon entering his dantian, Jiang Feng was momentarily bewildered. Inside were not one but 5 Tao foundations, gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, spinning in a frenzied competition for the central position. Detecting a conflict in the techniques, he was forced to choose one as the primary Tao foundation or make adjustments. At this moment, the super AI in his mind finally chimed in. Damn it! Jiang Feng felt an overwhelming urge to drag Lu Ruyan out and slay her again. This was utterly frustrating. He resolved to eliminate the steward of the technique hall upon his return, leaving no trace. Observing the 5 Tao foundations vying for dominance, selecting one as the primary foundation seemed impossible. He could only devise a method to merge them. Focusing on the super AI, he set the objective to fuse into the 5 elements Tao foundation. Fortunately, having studied the 5 elements sword body, he had thoroughly grasped the principles of mutual generation and restraint among the 5 elements at this stage. Within 10 breaths, a solution emerged. The positional difference function activated once more, leveling the 5 Tao foundations. 3D printing followed suit, creating connecting channels between the 5 sequentially arranged Tao foundations. Yet, this was not the end. They also needed an initial impetus. The high-pressure water gun entry applied a bit of pressure to the water attribute Tao foundation. Only then did the spiritual energy from the water attribute begin to flow towards the wood attribute Tao foundation. With the initial momentum established, the 5 elements finally began to circulate. Water flowed to wood, wood to fire, fire to earth, earth to metal, and ultimately returned to water in an endless cycle. As the 5 elements circulated, a loop formed among the 5 Tao foundations. The channels Jiang Feng had printed were rendered unnecessary, devoured mercilessly. Not only that, but the portions between the 5 Tao foundations gradually connected as well. Jiang Feng's Tao foundation transformed from a ring into a disc. He was left speechless. What kind of situation was this? The Tao foundations of others resembled altars or pagodas, yet his had morphed into a large disc. Before he could voice his complaints, the disc, now his Tao foundation, settled firmly in the center of his dantian. With a hum, as the Tao foundation took its place, Jiang Feng successfully established his foundation. An invisible wave radiated from the Tao foundation, colliding against the outer wall of his dantian, which was already substantial, causing it to expand further. Initially, Jiang Feng noticed no issues. However, the changes in his dantian seemed endless, doubling, tripling, increasing 5-fold, until it reached 25 times its original size before finally halting. Good heavens! Even in unity, each must contribute a portion. Jiang Feng gazed at the minuscule amount of magical power occupying the bottom of his dantian, feeling a mix of despair and frustration. How long would it take to fill? Never mind. It was already this way. What else could he do? A larger volume indicated ample magical power, when others had depleted their blue bars. He would still have 80% remaining. He could carelessly unleash those extremely magical power-consuming spells. The thought brought a sense of satisfaction. He could only hope that his controllable nuclear fusion brother would exert more effort. Withdrawing his consciousness from the dantian, Jiang Feng finally had the leisure to sense his own condition. A powerful sensation coursed through his body. With a gentle coaxing of his magical power, he became as ethereal as a wisp of smoke, floating unpredictably. As he moved, indistinct afterimages lingered behind him, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Union step indeed required foundational strength to manifest its full effect. Moreover, as soon as Jiang Feng touched the ground, he soared into the air like a cloud, able to fly. However, while Union step was adept at short-distance maneuvers, it was less proficient for long journeys. After testing his magical power, Jiang Feng released his consciousness. Instantly, he had a clear grasp of the surroundings within 100 feet. Whether it was the ant eggs in an ant nest or the fuzz atop the eggs, he could discern them all with clarity. Suddenly, Jiang Feng pointed behind him, and sword energy surged forth in an instant. With a swoosh, 20 feet away, a snake head, almost indistinguishable from a branch, was severed in an instant, leaving behind a grotesque, headless serpent writhing on the ground. With the advantage of heightened awareness, he could strike accurately even without looking behind. However, before Jiang Feng could continue his attempts, his expression suddenly froze. A figure appeared within his consciousness, the Foundation establishment cultivator who had returned with Jiang Lin. Jiang Feng, right? I have been searching for you. Her voice was quite melodious, embodying the alluring tone Jiang Feng favored. Damn, what was he thinking at a time like this? From her tone, it seemed she was here specifically for him. May I ask the esteemed senior's name? What brings you to me? At that moment, footsteps echoed behind the beautiful woman. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Lin stumbled through the woods, exclaiming, Jiang Feng, you're in trouble. This is Elder Pan of the sect. How dare you show disrespect in front of the elder? You will face severe consequences. Jiang Feng glanced at Jiang Lin, noting that in 2 months, her strength had not progressed much, but her proficiency in throwing accusations had certainly improved. Wait a minute. Jiang Feng suddenly recalled. You are called Elder Pan, are you not? His eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the beautiful woman anew. The simple, oversized Dao robe could not conceal her graceful figure. The curves beneath the robe undulated like majestic peaks. The exposed skin outside the robe was fair and delicate, with faint blue veins clearly visible. Her enchanting eyes, filled with a mix of anger and reproach, left one momentarily uncertain of her intentions. How is it that all the female disciples of Hahuan Zong possess talents that far exceed those of their masters? Is it a matter of elevated average skill, or merely my good fortune in encountering such exceptional individuals? No, wait. A sudden realization struck Jiang Feng. This elder was coveting my body. How unethical. Resorting to enchantment. With a sharp clang, the sound of a sword being drawn resonated in the air as Jiang Feng unsheathed his long sword, directing its point at Pan Hongxiu. His voice, cold and piercing, declared, You have been intent on capturing me for quite some time, haven't you? Indeed. If not for your dear brother, I would never have imagined you would venture into the realm of mortals. Jiang Lin, observing the unfolding situation, found himself in a daze. This narrative was amiss. I am the victim here. I have yet to utter a word, and the tension between the two of you is already palpable. Shouldn't I first be the one to accuse Jiang Feng of his crimes? Then, Elder Four would emerge to subdue him, bringing him to justice as a warning to others. Wait a moment. Was Elder Four already planning to seek out Jiang Feng? At last, Jiang Lin comprehended why, as a mere calami. He had sought assistance only to be confronted by a Foundation establishment cultivator. This matter bore little relevance to him, nor did it concern whether his mother had been slain. The reason the other party was willing to intervene was solely because that individual was Jiang Feng. Chapter 39. Each with hidden intentions. Fleeing with a severed arm, hearing Pan Hongxiu's words, Jiang Feng cast a glance at Jiang Lin, feeling a chill in his heart. He had deliberately positioned his long sword across his body, but did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, he posed another inquiry. I did not anticipate your arrival so soon. I am somewhat curious about the unique qualities of the yin-yang body. Pan Hongxiu glanced at the long sword in Jiang Feng's hand, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Previously, when she could not find Jiang Feng in the imperial palace, she nearly assumed that the peak aura of the refinement stage emanating within the city belonged to him. However, upon pursuing him out of the city, she realized he had already departed. After flying a distance, she lost track of him, just when she thought he had escaped again. She sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy in the forest and came to investigate. Unexpectedly, her efforts bore fruit effortlessly. Jiang Lin immediately recognized that this was the Jiang Feng they were seeking. It seemed he had come here to practice spells on those wild beasts. It must be said that the sharp golden sword energy he demonstrated earlier was indeed quite skillful, leaving an impression. However, that was all there was to it. No matter how well a refinement stage spell was executed, it could not harm a Foundation establishment cultivator. As for the long sword in his hand, it was merely a superior magical weapon, perhaps a decent tool in the eyes of a refinement stage cultivator. But it would require a hit to be effective, and under the divine sense of a Foundation establishment cultivator, that sword was no different from a mere firewood stick. Would you like to know? I shall not hesitate to tell you. Pan Hongxiu, initially reluctant to speak, noticed the position of Jiang Feng's sword and said, The yang energy of the yin-yang body can assist in purifying spiritual roots and enhancing one's aptitude. After saying this, she looked at Jiang Feng with keen interest, eager to observe his reaction. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Jiang Feng's expression soured. He stepped back, bringing the long sword closer to his body. Suddenly, Jiang Feng shouted loudly, "This is impossible. If that were the case, why hasn't my aptitude improved?" Eager for an answer, he took a few steps toward Pan Hongxiu. The mockery on Pan Hongxiu's face did not wane. "That is because Lu Ruyan has planted a restriction within you. Only by lifting the restriction can you discover this ability." It seemed she found delight in undermining Jiang Feng. As she spoke, she spread her arms wide, finally raising an eyebrow at Jiang Feng. "How do I lift the restriction?" Jiang Feng's attention was drawn to Pan Hongxiu's words, and the sword he held before his chest unconsciously lowered slightly. Unbeknownst to him, he stepped closer to Pan Hongxiu again, now within 2 zhang. Pan Hongxiu flicked her Taoist robe, releasing a faint fragrance. Yet, a cold smile appeared on her face. "Do you think I would tell you?" While the two conversed, Jiang Lin had undergone a transformation. Suddenly, he was flushed, breathing heavily. His gaze upon Pan Hongxiu seemed ablaze with fury, wishing to rush forward and exact justice on the spot. Noticing Jiang Lin's commotion, Jiang Feng turned his head slightly to regard him, appearing somewhat displeased at the interruption. Just as Jiang Feng turned his head, Pan Hongxiu's figure lunged forward like a specter. Her fingers curled like claws, her power condensing into 5 sharp points aimed directly at Jiang Feng's left shoulder. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng transformed into a cloud of mist, colliding with Pan Hongxiu. As they moved towards one another, the mere 2 zhang distance was bridged in an instant. Pan Hongxiu, with her arm extended, was taken aback to see Jiang Feng making a surprise attack at the same moment. The expression on Jiang Feng's face was cold and resolute, devoid of confusion or urgency. Unlike Jiang Lin, who appeared poisoned, Jiang Feng's lengthy dialogue was merely a ploy to find an opportunity to close the distance. To his astonishment, Pan Hongxiu had the same idea. The success rate of their surprise attack soared. With a flick of his wrist, a beam of cold light slashed towards Pan Hongxiu. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes. She did not alter her attack, her right hand striking forcefully at Jiang Feng's shoulder. A sword from the refinement stage could at most inflict minor injuries upon her. Jiang Feng, upon enduring her grasp, would either succumb to her control or suffer a shattered shoulder, sustaining grievous wounds. However, before she could grasp Jiang Feng, a sharp aura erupted. A 2-foot-long golden sword radiance erupted from the magical long sword. The sound of slicing echoed as the sword's light swept through, encountering no resistance from the mid-foundation establishment body. One right arm soared into the air, with excruciating pain instantly jolting Pan Hongxiu's mind. "Ah!" She let out a piercing scream, her mid-foundation establishment power surging forth, hurtling towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's figure faltered, and he could only manage a downward slash in response. The sound of fabric tearing resounded. Pan Hongxiu was already 5 zhang away. Her severed arm vanished without a trace, and from her chin to abdomen, she bore the mark of the sword's fury. Had it not been for Pan Hongxiu pressing her left hand against her right arm, her once ample Taoist robe would have already fallen. Even so, beneath the tattered remnants of her clothing, patches of smooth skin were still visible. Jiang Feng lamented the missed opportunity to subdue her in one blow. Heavy breaths echoed as a figure lunged toward Pan Hongxiu. "Retreat!" Pan Hongxiu, wary of Jiang Feng, kicked out in anger, sending Jiang Lin flying. This action further disheveled her attire, causing a surge of malevolent energy to rise within Jiang Feng's abdomen as he readied his sword again. After delivering the kick, Pan Hongxiu turned to glare at Jiang Feng. "You are not a refinement stage cultivator." "Hee. What do you think?" Jiang Feng's figure flickered as he charged toward her. Unfortunately, this time Pan Hongxiu did not advance. She executed her escape technique, distancing herself from Jiang Feng's attack. With her speed, she could easily evade him and find a place to heal, yet she did not leave immediately. While dodging, she continually observed her severed arm. After several exchanges of blows, Jiang Feng sensed something was amiss. He feigned an attack, but suddenly retreated, positioning himself near the severed arm. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a ring adorning the finger of the severed hand. He neither launched an attack, nor did he attempt to retrieve the ring, instead standing calmly in place. At this moment, Pan Hongxiu realized that neither the severed arm nor the ring could be reclaimed. Casting a resentful glare at Jiang Feng, She activated her escape light and soared away. Jiang Feng gazed at the retreating figure of his opponent, feeling a profound sense of helplessness within. He could not match their speed, nor did he possess any means of ranged attack. After much effort in creating a close-quarter opportunity, he had managed to injure them severely in a moment of surprise. Had he been granted time to acclimate to the powers of the foundational realm, he might have been able to detain his adversary just now. He could only wonder who would be sent to contend with him upon the opponent's return to Hehuan Zone. With matters standing as they were, he could only take each step as it came. With a swift motion, he removed his ring and, wielding his sword, reduced the severed arm to mere powder. Just as he was about to depart, he heard a rustling sound. Turning to investigate, he discovered it was that little rascal, Jiang Lin. Despite having been struck by a mid-foundational cultivator's kick, he miraculously remained alive. It appeared that Pan Hongxiu's injuries were indeed quite severe. Approaching, he delivered a decisive blow to the writhing figure on the ground, rendering him unconscious, and then hoisted him as he made his way back to the imperial city. Having broken through to the foundational realm, he found himself lacking further cultivation techniques. Since he had successfully established his foundation, he resolved to thoroughly address the affairs at hand before seeking ways to enhance his strength. Chapter 40 The Affairs of the Tianlong Kingdom. Jiang Feng felt a deep sense of regret as he realized that Pan Hongxiu, whom he had hoped would return to the Hehuan sect, did not do so. She had only flown a short distance of over 10 miles before descending in a rather disheveled manner. Her injuries were far more severe than Jiang Feng perceived. If it were merely a severed arm, she would not have so hastily given up on engaging with Jiang Feng. After all, the storage ring on her finger contained her entire fortune. However, the wounds on her chest and abdomen compelled her to refrain from prolonging her escape. Upon landing, she immediately channeled her mana to seal her wounds. Only then did she dare to lift her left arm. A smooth incision extended from her chest to her abdomen, perilously close to her dantian. Not only had her sternum nearly been cleaved open, but the gaping wound on her abdomen also revealed her pink innards. Had she not concealed it with her left arm, the truth would have been unmistakable. Finally, she paused to gradually dispel Jiang Feng's lingering mana from her wounds. After half a day, Pan Hongxiu managed to rise from the ground. Her wounds had mostly healed, and as long as she refrained from engaging in magical combat, she could move about without significant issues. Casting a final glance towards the direction of the capital of the Tianlong Kingdom, she soared into the sky, though her trajectory did not lead her to the Hehuan sect. Having spent many years in the Hehuan sect, she had long seen through the facade of that old witch, Huanxi. If she were to return, she would undoubtedly find herself powerless against Jiang Feng, a young foundational cultivator. Alongside a foundational cultivator who could no longer progress and was now incapacitated, it was evident how the old witch would choose. In the palace of the Tianlong Kingdom, when Jiang Feng appeared, dragging Jiang Lin like a lifeless dog, an eerie silence enveloped the entire court. The second prince, accompanied by the elders of the sect, had created quite a stir in their attempt to capture the sixth prince. The commotion had been far from ordinary, as many had witnessed the aerial pursuits above the royal city. Those who had not seen it firsthand had heard the accounts from others. Yet here was Jiang Feng, returning unscathed and carrying Jiang Lin aloft above the palace. The outcome was all too clear. In the imperial garden, the emperor and the first prince, Jiang Yu, stood frozen in terror. It turned out that Jiang Feng could indeed fly. He possessed the very power that Jiang Lin had claimed could annihilate the entire royal lineage and reduce the palace to rubble. This power rightfully belonged to the old Jiang family. How foolish they had been to attempt to expel such a figure. With a thud, Jiang Feng descended and casually tossed Jiang Lin into the fish pond of the imperial garden. The emperor and Jiang Yu, witnessing this act, dared not even breathe. Gulping and coughing, Jiang Lin raised his head from the water, gasping for air. After a moment, he became aware of the three figures standing on the bank and realized his predicament. Searching left and right, he found no sign of Elder Pan, leaving him utterly perplexed. Hadn't he been taken by Elder Pan to capture Jiang Feng? How had he returned to the palace? I promised your mother I would take you to see her. However, your father feared she would grow impatient, so he called you back. Perhaps this is for the best. Before Jiang Lin could comprehend the situation, Jiang Feng's emotionless voice cut through the air. The emperor was then reminded of the scene in the Golden Luan Hall. This time, Jiang Yu did not faint. Jiang Feng had declared that whoever fainted would be next. Bring forth those who moved to apprehend Hua Fei that day. They surely remember which dog they were feeding, lest they inadvertently prevent a reunion between mother and son. As Zhao Fu arrived, he heard Jiang Feng's words and hurriedly rushed out again. Jiang Feng's statement left Jiang Yu so terrified that he fell to his knees. It was him. He instructed me to send word to Jiang Lin. He wanted to expel you from the palace. I was merely following orders. I never intended to go against you. Jiang Yu stammered, pointing at the emperor, his face streaked with tears and snot. When judging actions without regard for intent, there are no good people. Regardless of the reasons behind your actions, your sole purpose remains to take my life. What have I done to deserve such hatred? Why does each of you wish for my demise? Jiang Feng articulated this segment with a steady tone devoid of inflection. Even as the old emperor leaned against the pavilion's column, he could not maintain his balance and collapsed to the ground. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, a look of confusion spread across his face. Indeed, what had the sixth prince, Jiang Feng, done wrong? Having lost his mother at a young age, he had been bullied by those fortunate enough to have maternal figures. As he grew slightly older, he had left the palace to struggle alone within the realm of immortality. Why had such burdens been inflicted upon him? Deep down, they all understood. It was because he had been weak at that time. He had no choice. Lacking a maternal figure as a support, he was deemed weak. Lacking the strength to resist the destinies they had imposed upon him, he was weak. Even upon returning as a formidable cultivator to exact vengeance, they still regarded him as inferior, believing him less capable than Jiang Lin, whom they had meticulously selected and trained. Alas, this time, they had misjudged. In this brutal game of survival of the fittest, he had become the loser. Once Jiang Feng finished speaking, he unleashed his divine consciousness, obliterating the souls of both men and slaying them on the spot. He refrained from turning them into dried corpses, allowing them the last remnants of dignity. For those who sought his life, he would not show mercy. Unless unable to kill, there was no chance he would permit his adversaries to continue living and repulsing him. Zhao Fu, rushing back to relay the message, was met with the sight of the two fallen figures, sending him into a panic as he turned to flee. What chance did a martial arts master have against Jiang Feng? Just as he completed his turn, he found himself immobilized before Jiang Feng. I shall grant you an opportunity to survive. It is up to you to seize it. With that, Jiang Feng released his binding. Zhao Fu fell to his knees before Jiang Feng. Sixth, Senior, please command. By any means necessary, ensure that Jiang Xiaoye ascends the throne. Jiang Feng concluded, a smile gracing his lips. Time to put your mischief to work. This will surely keep you spinning like a top. Senior, there has never been a precedent for a woman ascending the throne in the Tianlong kingdom. There may be dissenting voices, Zhao Fu expressed, astonished. He had surmised that Jiang Feng wished for himself to become emperor, but he had not anticipated this declaration. That is your concern. My question is whether you can accomplish it? Yes. However, it will require the emperors. At this moment, Zhao Fu finally exuded a hint of the imposing aura befitting a top-tier expert. How to proceed is your concern. I merely await the outcome. Jiang Feng's words lingered as his figure transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing silently before Zhao Fu. Only at that moment did Zhao Fu muster the courage to rise, standing still in contemplation for a while before mentioning the emperor and Jiang Yu's departure. Upon returning to the sixth prince's estate, Jiang Feng promptly retrieved Pan Hongxiu's storage ring. Given that the owner of the ring was still alive, its refinement would not be an easy feat 6 hours into the attempt to decipher the ring. Pan Hongxiu, soaring beneath a mountain peak, suddenly let out a soft groan, her complexion slightly pale. She channeled her magical power to dispel the impact on her spirit before continuing her ascent. As she reached the mountainside, a figure with a wolf's head from the demon clan approached her. Fairy Hongxiu, what brings you here on this fine breeze? Have you finally come to your senses and decided to become a companion to our great king? Humph. Has Kuei Mu met his demise, prompting you to come here and disgust me? Pan Hongxiu retorted coldly, continuing her ascent. Fairy Hongxiu, do not curse King Kuei Mu. He is merely away on business and is not currently at the cave. If you have something to discuss, speak with me first. Does becoming a companion hold any significance in discussing it with you? This. Chapter 41. The backup list of the former Saintess. Taking stock of Gain's Tianlong Kingdom, 6th Prince's Mansion. Jiang Feng held a jade slip in his hand, his expression quite complex. Yet, his expression paled in comparison to the contents of the jade slip. Most of it consisted of love letters sent by others. Among them was another jade slip containing statistical information. Kuei Mu, a wolf demon at the late Foundation establishment stage, occupies a second-level spiritual land alone. commanding 100 demon tribes and 3,000 demon beasts. Impatient, with a chauvinistic streak, if forming a cultivation partnership requires frequent coaxing. Hu Ben, a tiger demon at the peak of foundation establishment stage, occupies a second-level spiritual land alone, commanding 200 demon tribes and 7,000 demon beasts. Calm in temperament, with violent tendencies. If forming a cultivation partnership requires maintaining a strong woman image. Zhu Jinxiang, crude, needs to remain sharp. Huang Laojiu. Weak-willed. Bao Xianfeng, a leopard demon at the early golden core stage, already has 2 cultivation partners, intense competition. The following, though not particularly strong in cultivation, are well endowed and abundant in yang energy. If time permits, they could be considered. Incredible, Jiang Feng exclaimed inwardly after reading. He never expected Pan Hongxiu to have so many backups. He couldn't help but worry about his own safety in the days to come. None of these demon tribes had cultivation levels below the late foundation establishment stage, and some even reached the golden core realm. At present, he couldn't defeat even one of these backups. If they all came together, he wouldn't stand a chance. Enough of that. Let us take a look at the other gains first. There were over a dozen foundation establishment spells, but only 3 were usable, which had been employed during the battle. Profound Yin Claw possesses strong penetrating power and carries a soul attack, capable of rendering opponents of the same cultivation level instantly defenseless. The drawback is that it can only be used at close range. After reading the spell description, cold sweat broke out on Jiang Feng's forehead. Fortunately, he hadn't been struck by it, or else he would likely be. Wind Riding Technique is a movement spell for travel, with moderate speed among similar spells, suitable for long-distance journeys. The third spell, which Jiang Feng valued the most, was Hidden Qi Art. When mastered to a high level, even Golden Core cultivators would find it difficult to discern one's true cultivation level. The remaining item was the Cultivation Manual Yin Yang Secret Record, covering the Qi refining to foundation establishment stages, which could serve as a reference. There seems to be something different. Among them was an aged-looking jade slip titled Basics of Formations. The entire catalog of spells and cultivation manuals from the outer sect made no mention of anything related to formations. This was a rare find for the Hahuan sect, and he could study it later. Next were 13 mid-grade spirit stones and over 1,300 low-grade spirit stones, a modest but acceptable haul. Then came the elixirs. 2 bottles of mid-grade Qingyuan pills, which could accelerate cultivation speed for mid to late foundation establishment stages, with 14 pills remaining. These were likely used by Pan Hongxiu for her own cultivation. 3 high-grade Qingyuan pills, well sealed in bottles, indicating their rarity. Various detoxification, healing, and energy-restoring pills were too numerous to count, roughly numbering in the hundreds. Jiang Feng wasn't familiar with the market value of these elixirs, but they were likely worth no less than 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1 mid-grade spiritual artifact, the Peach Blossom Ribbon, was the very item they had used when arriving at the Imperial Palace. It was effective for both trapping enemies and attacking, though its activated form was rather garish in color. Jiang Feng recalled seeing it mentioned in one of the love letters as a gift from a certain demon tribe. Swish! Jiang Feng drew a long sword, unable to suppress his delight. Finally, he had found a spiritual artifact that satisfied him. A mid-grade spiritual artifact, the Scarlet Gold Sword. It could enhance fire and metal attribute spells. He swung the sword toward another intact rockery. Boom! The fire attribute, sword energy reacted violently upon contact with the rockery, shattering it completely. Impressive power. Jiang Feng set the sword aside and continued examining the contents of the storage ring. Among the spiritual artifacts, there was also a second-grade formation disc equipped with 7 formation flags. However, Jiang Feng didn't yet know what kind of formation it was. The remaining dozen or so magical instruments were not examined in detail. He simply transferred them to his storage bracelet and left them for later. Next were several unrefined spiritual herbs and plants, mostly first grade, with fewer than 10 second-grade varieties. It seemed the Hahuan sect indeed had a scarcity of spiritual herbs and plants. Jiang Feng didn't carefully identify the ores and spiritual materials either, as they weren't immediately useful, so he set them aside for the time being. Overall, the gains were quite satisfactory, but Jiang Feng wasn't particularly excited. The spiritual energy in his dantian was continuously increasing, fueled by the controlled nuclear fusion, yet he lacked a cultivation method to refine this energy after reaching foundation establishment. He had the Blue Sea Tideborn art, which extended to the Golden Core stage, and the foundation establishment-level yin-yang secret record, but neither matched his spiritual root attributes. Moreover, given the temperament of the Tao Foundation and his Dantian, if he practiced a cultivation method that wasn't balanced across the 5 elements, it would likely rebel against him. It seemed he needed to return to the Hehuan sect soon to gauge the situation. After tidying everything up, Jiang Feng took the hidden qi art and began studying it. The Tianlong Kingdom's imperial palace was both quiet and lively today. The quietness stemmed from the appearance of flying immortals in the sky twice in a row, leaving everyone too afraid to make a sound. The liveliness, however, came from several imperial decrees issued by the emperor. The 3rd prince and 4th prince both received decrees ordering them to embark on a 3-day expedition. Both princes and their maternal clans were extremely excited. Although the emperor had increasingly relied on the crown prince in recent years, he had not officially named an heir, sparking ambitions among the other princes. The expedition involved independently governing a region. Those maneuvering within the palace were all shrewd. Upon reading the contents, they speculated about the emperor's intentions. This was a test from the emperor. Soon, officials from various ministries were summoned to their palaces for discussions. However, all their actions were quickly compiled by palace eunuchs and sent to Zhao Fu for summarization. After Jiang Feng left, Zhao Fu had considered fleeing. But the moment he recalled Jiang Feng descending from the sky, he abandoned the thought. Before taking action, he had visited the 6th princess palace but couldn't even get past the gate. He received only one statement: "I only care about the results." Thus, Zhao Fu threw caution to the wind. Wasn't he just about elevating someone to power? Having served in the palace for nearly a century under 3 emperors, what underhanded tactics hadn't he witnessed? In less than half an hour, he issued several forged imperial decrees, spreading ambiguous messages. The members of the royal family immediately sprang into action, dragging along officials of all ranks in the court. By evening, Jiang Feng finally summoned Zhao Fu. After inquiring about the situation and offering a few casual words of agreement, he dismissed him. Before the sky had darkened, Jiang Feng had already departed from the capital. Zhao Fu's plan was intricately detailed, thus Jiang Feng refrained from interfering. Allowing him to handle matters himself would only result in reliance on brute force. It was far more prudent to entrust such tasks to a professional like Zhao Fu. Jiang Feng remained resolute in his pursuit of enhancing his strength and cultivation level. With the assistance of a super AI, he had successfully mastered the Yin Qi Ju, and he intended to further familiarize himself with it during his journey. Even if he could not achieve perfection, he was nearing a significant level of proficiency. Apart from the venerable golden elixir ancestor, no one could discern the true extent of his cultivation. As dawn broke on the following day, Jiang Feng entered the Hehuan sect. His immediate inclination was to ascertain the activities within the sect. In one of the outer sect's cave abodes, Lu Chang had just completed his cultivation practice and was preparing to rest. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his neck. Glancing down, he beheld the tip of a cold sword. Which fellow cultivator dares to jest with me? Chapter 42. Procuring goods at the library pavilion. Deacon Lu, I hope you have been well. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Lu Chang quickly pondered, yet failed to identify the speaker. It was only when the swordsman took a few steps forward that a vague recollection surfaced. Was this not the young cultivator who had recently made a breakthrough? His expression contorted with disbelief. How dare such a minor outer sect disciple act so boldly? What audacity to intrude upon his abode and threaten him with a sword. As he spoke, his inner energy began to circulate, preparing to subdue the intruder. However, before he could make a move, an overwhelming pressure emanating from the 9th layer of the refining qi stage descended upon him, quelling his rising fury. You. Lu Chang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Had it not been for Jiang Feng's technique being acquired from him, he would scarcely believe that the person before him had entered the refining qi stage less than 3 months ago. Approaching 40 years of age yet remaining at the 8th layer of refining qi, he found this situation unbearable. Soon, he had no time to dwell on such thoughts as Jiang Feng's dispassionate voice broke through. The technique you provided me, Deacon Lu, is indeed remarkable. If it were altered even slightly more, it might only retain the name and bear no relation to the original text. As soon as the words left his lips, beads of sweat began to form on Lu Chang's forehead. Initially, he had felt that Lu Ru Yin had been generous. Now, he simply felt the weight of 100 spirit stones burning in his hands. He hurriedly forced a smile. Brother Jiang, I was left with no choice. You seem to be quite well. I ask. And you answer. Dare to utter a single word beyond that. and I shall immediately make you regret it." With a gentle press of the sword, it grazed Lu Chang's skin, a thin line of crimson appearing upon the blade. Lu Chang shivered, his smile twisting into a grimace more grotesque than tears. "Why yes, brother, may I inquire if the complete 5 elements refining Qi technique exists in the Outer Sects Technique Hall?" "It does not. The Technique Hall only contains techniques and spells for the refining Qi stage. Anything above the foundation establishment must be sought in the Inner Sects Library Pavilion," Lu Chang replied hastily, fearing that any delay would result in the blade slicing through him once more. Jiang Feng frowned. The disciples of Hehuan's sect were only permitted to apply for entry into the inner sect if they reached the late refining Qi stage before the age of 30. He could have entered normally, but his rapid ascension and encounters with 2 successive holy maidens had left him without the opportunity to exchange for an inner sect token, and now, having injured an elder of the sect, entry would be even more difficult. Was there anything unusual in the sect yesterday? Lu Chang found this question strange. Was Jiang Feng not present in the sect today? How could he inquire? No, everything seems quite normal. Jiang Feng's spiritual sense enveloped Lu Chang, and apart from his accelerated heartbeat, there were no other anomalies. Pan Hongxiu had left the Tianlong kingdom well over half a day prior, and logically, the elder's serious injury should have garnered significant attention. Could it be that Lu Chang's weakness and low status rendered him ignorant of such events? Are you being polite? There is a possibility. If Pan Hongxiu returned to the sect in secret and entered seclusion to heal, the refining Qi disciples might indeed be unaware. Thus, he ceased further inquiries, deciding to visit Pan Hongxiu's abode later to ascertain the situation. For now, the immediate concern was the technique. What is the quickest way to obtain inner sect qualifications? The inner sect review is overseen by Elder Mu, others. Before he could finish, he felt the sword on his neck grow heavier. Finding Elder Mu's disciples would work as well. However, it will require some spirit stones. How much? Brother, your realm is sufficient. To expedite the process, 200 low-grade spirit stones will suffice. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Feng departed Lu Chang's residence. At the entrance, a sign indicating seclusion hung, yet the place was devoid of occupants. Given Lu Chang's cooperation, Jiang Feng allowed him to leave without inflicting any pain. Utilizing concealment technique, he arrived at Pan Hongxiu's dwelling. Jiang Feng did not reveal himself, but chose to remain hidden, awaiting her return. One need not enter to discern if Pan Hongxiu had returned. The reactions of her disciples could provide valuable insights. Having lingered outside for a brief time, dawn began to break. Hehuan's sect lacked the tradition of collective morning lessons. However, Jiang Feng learned from Lu Chang that the disciples of the elders were required to rise early for practice. Before long, 2 or 3 young cultivators arrived in the courtyard, accompanied by several miscellaneous workers. Jiang Feng observed quietly, noting that they were all quite handsome young men. Could they possibly be the renowned figures mentioned in the jade slips? Intrigued, Jiang Feng speculated. With no supervision, the trio practiced diligently while engaging in conversation. Did not the master say he would return within a day? Why is there still no news? Perhaps he encountered some delays. Stop prying. Our master's affairs are not for us to discuss frivolously. After listening for a while, Jiang Feng departed quietly. Unless these individuals became aware of his presence and conspired together, it appeared that Pan Hongxiu had not yet returned. This presented an excellent opportunity for Jiang Feng. Greetings, Elder. At the entrance of the Inner Sects Library Pavilion, a captivating mature woman approached briskly. The disciple tasked with guarding the entrance swallowed hard, but still reminded her, Elder, please present your elder token to enter the library pavilion. Ah, a delicate, alabaster hand revealed a token, which she waved toward the entrance. Unbeknownst to others, her fingers gripping the token had begun to turn pale. As she held the token, Elder Pan's heart raced. A ripple, akin to water, manifested as the formation of the library pavilion activated. The alluring figure stepped into the library pavilion, drawing the intense gaze of onlookers. Indeed, she had entered. Jiang Feng gazed at the surrounding shelves, his heart swelling with joy. The techniques of the inner sect cultivators were nearly finalized, and they possessed a solid understanding of their own spell systems. They would not be like novices at the onset of their cultivation, grasping at everything. The spells within the library pavilion differed from those in the Outer Sects Technique Hall. The techniques and spells on the shelves were complete volumes. There was no need for a deacon's assistance in copying, as one could directly consult the entirety of a technique or spell. Only if one was certain they wished to take something out for practice would they utilize jade slips for copying. Thus, the sect only imposed limits on the number of copies to prevent a mass outflow of techniques or spells. Jiang Feng did not linger on the first floor, as the techniques above the foundation establishment resided on the third floor. On the third floor, there stood but a solitary bookshelf, housing no more than 20 martial arts techniques. A cursory glance revealed the presence of the Hunyuan Wuxing Jingong. However, instead of examining it immediately, Jiang Feng swiftly picked up the Yin Yang secret record and began to peruse its contents. The moment he entered the third level, he sensed a divine consciousness sweeping over him, presumably belonging to the only male foundation establishment cultivator of the sect, Elder Mo Yuan, who was responsible for the management of the techniques. Even though Jiang Feng could no longer detect the fluctuations of this divine awareness, he did not appear overly anxious. Adopting a demeanor of mutual verification, he finished reviewing all the techniques in less than half an hour. No one would have anticipated that he had meticulously recorded every single technique. After a brief pause, Jiang Feng descended to the second floor and spent a whole hour deciphering spells, only to leave the library with a look of regret. Unbeknownst to him, his heart was brimming with joy. In less than 2 hours, he had managed to encapsulate the techniques and spells of the Hehuan sect in their entirety. Driven solely by an insatiable thirst for knowledge and a mind on the verge of bursting from the sheer volume of information absorbed in such a short span, he restrained himself from bursting into laughter. This remarkable acquisition ensured that he would not have to fret over martial arts techniques and spells until at least the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Elder Pan, please come to my cave abode. But before Jiang Feng could relish his triumph, a hoarse and chilling voice echoed in his ears. Alas, the Golden Core ancestor. Jiang Feng found himself momentarily paralyzed. He was merely an esteemed figure, not Elder Pan. Chapter 43. I merely seek a sense of security. What wrong have I committed? Upon hearing the joyful summons, Jiang Feng was caught in a web of indecision. Should he choose not to attend, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion, leading to unpredictable consequences. The crux of the matter was that even if he went, he was not the esteemed Elder Pan. What if his true identity were to be exposed? Be quicker. I do not have the luxury of time to wait for you. Without allowing Jiang Feng a moment to devise a plan, the exuberant voice echoed once more. Thus, he steeled himself and made his way to the grand hall of the sect. Currently, the Hehuan sect lacked a leader. It could be said that the spirited Huanqi held both the roles of the sect leader and the esteemed ancestor. Nevertheless, she seldom engaged in the mundane affairs of the sect. The sect was divided into 3 major divisions, each overseen by various elders. The first elder was responsible for resources, encompassing spiritual herbs, medicinal concoctions, magical artifacts, and even spirit stones, wielding considerable authority. The second elder oversaw the enforcement of sect laws, governing the regulations of various halls. The third elder was tasked with the transmission of martial arts, serving as the elder of teachings. As for Pan Hongxiu, despite holding the title of fourth elder, she bore no responsibility for any specific management, akin to a mere figurehead. Upon entering the grand hall, Jiang Feng felt a twinge of nervousness. After a few steps, he confirmed that Huanqi did not recognize him as a mere pretender to the fourth elder's title and subsequently relaxed. Hongxiu, the matter for which I sought you pertains to the demon race. For the sect to survive, we must curry favor with the demon tribe. It is our fate. Have you yet considered with whom you will forge a partnership? As soon as Jiang Feng settled into his seat, Huanqi immediately broached the subject. It appeared that this was not the first instance of her urging Pan Hongxiu. Jiang Feng's spirit was instantly invigorated upon hearing her words. He inquired how Pan Hongxiu's storage ring could possibly contain such an abundance of information regarding the demon race. He had initially assumed she was scouting for a partner herself, only to discover that she was merely a pawn in Huanqi's scheme. If you have any conditions, feel free to express them. I shall do my utmost to negotiate on your behalf, striving to ensure you do not suffer excessive grievances. Noticing Jiang Feng's silence, Huanqi spoke again. At that moment, Jiang Feng had completed his contemplation. Seeking a partner? This was familiar territory for him. Well, since the esteemed ancestor has put it forth, I have a few requests. Pray enlighten me. Huanqi's spirit lifted, and her murky eyes sparkled with interest. Initially, her plan was to have Lu Rian serve as the marriage candidate. Pan Hongxiu, being in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, held a significant position within the sect. If she were to be married off, it would considerably impact the sect's strength. However, with Lu Rian encountering difficulties at this juncture, she was reluctant to part with Li Yinran. After careful consideration, Pan Hongxiu was the only one who met the criteria. Having faced rejection in previous attempts, Huanqi was astonished to hear a change of heart this time. Given that I shall be the one marrying, it is not unreasonable to request a residence. I mean, a cave dwelling that meets my standards, is it? Jiang Feng discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, nearly letting his true thoughts slip. Not unreasonable at all. Please continue. I have yet to finish. The cave dwelling must be situated in a spirit land of at least mid-tier second grade. I also require a mount for my travels. My expectations are modest, a creature at least of mid-foundation establishment, otherwise it would not suit my stature. Additionally, a monthly provision of at least 3,000 spirit stones is necessary, as my cultivation will incur expenses. Furthermore, the resources required for my cultivation must be provided, for I am venturing into unfamiliar territory and am uncertain where to acquire them. Ideally, he should surrender his storage ring to me for safekeeping. I can simply request items as needed. As Jiang Feng elaborated, the smile on Huanqi's face gradually faded, until her expression turned a deep shade of anger. Pan Hongxiu, do you take this as a wish list? Surrender your storage ring? Huanqi pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Feng, her anger palpable. Jiang Feng, wearing an expression of innocence, gazed at her. I merely seek a sense of security. What wrong have I committed? If my requests cannot be met, it merely reflects his inadequacy. Who in this world expects to marry without the means to do so? You. Get out. Huanqi's patience had finally reached its limit. After knowing Pan Hongxiu for so many years, it seemed she was encountering a completely different person for the first time. Jiang Feng, with an expression that conveyed "you do not understand me," departed the grand hall. Once away from Huanqi, he nearly laughed out loud. However, the faint chill at the back of his neck cautioned him against any overt displays of mirth, for that old demon was still watching him closely. How was he to extricate himself from this predicament? Jiang Feng ambled forward, the sensation of being scrutinized lingering in the air. Resolved, he trudged toward Pan Hongxiu's cave dwelling, compelled to maintain the guise of the fourth elder. Master, you have returned. Master, you must be exhausted from your journey. Upon arriving at the cave, the three disciples of Pan Hongxiu, whom Jiang Feng had observed earlier, instantly appeared, each clamoring to pay their respects. Observing the glint of fervor in their eyes, Jiang Feng sensed something amiss. Their seemingly earnest greetings belied an unmistakable possessiveness that he recognized immediately. These were no disciples. They were merely three sycophants. A wave of revulsion washed over Jiang Feng as he hastened into Pan Hongxiu's cave dwelling. What on earth was happening? He merely wished to peruse some martial arts texts, yet found himself amidst marriage proposals and sycophantic behavior. As he walked, Jiang Feng suddenly sensed something was off. Why were these three following him as well? Did Pan Hongxiu engage in group brawls with them? The elders of Hehuan sect certainly knew how to play their cards. With Huanqi keeping a watchful eye, Jiang Feng felt it prudent not to confront the three directly and opted to enter the cave first. Surely, Huanqi would not be so keen as to monitor their group brawls, would she? Contemplating the sight of her uneven skin, he couldn't help but shudder. Open the formation. Upon stepping into the cave, Jiang Feng promptly commanded. Lacking knowledge of how to manipulate the formation, he naturally delegated the task to the three sycophants. Jiang Feng took the opportunity to observe quietly, for he would need to operate it himself shortly. With a hum, the trio fumbled about, and the spiritual energy ripples indicated the formation was activated. At last, Jiang Feng felt liberated from the sensation of being watched, if only momentarily. Just as he exhaled in relief, the three eager faces approached him. Good heavens! With three swift punches to their heads, he declared, "Youth is a blessing, sleep it off." After delivering his blows, Jiang Feng felt a pang of regret as he vigorously rubbed his fists. These fellows truly revolted him. Infuriated, Jiang Feng felt his teeth grind in frustration. Although he was aware that their true intentions were directed towards Pan Hongxiu, it was nonetheless he who stood before them. With a swift motion, the Xianin claw was activated, a sharp surge of magical energy manifesting at his fingertips. Even if he could not eliminate these ruffians, he would ensure they did not escape unscathed. Each received a vicious strike to their thighs. Ouch! Master, what have I done wrong? Why do you treat me this way? Master, I was wrong. I should not have been with Miao Shimi. Please spare us, master. The three young men, who had been peacefully slumbering, erupted into wails akin to that of slaughtered pigs. Jiang Feng paid no heed to their pleas, delivering a heavy blow to each of their skulls, plunging the world into a state of silence. Next, he would devise a plan to vanish from the sight of that old hag of delight. Chapter 44. Enhancement of Strength. Mid-foundation establishment within the cave abode of Pan Hongxiu, Jiang Feng once again subdued 3 individuals. He then activated the 3D printer to alter his visage, adopting the countenance of one of them. Subsequently, he stripped that individual of their inner sect disciple robes. Dressed appropriately, Jiang Feng strode out of the cave with an air of confidence. During this time, the sensation of being observed flitted away, as if he were completely oblivious. Exhibiting not a trace of anxiety, the surveillance was directed at Pan Hongxiu, so why should it concern her disciple? Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, he feigned nonchalance, instructing a few servants to prepare hot water before meandering towards other parts of the sect. Once in a secluded area, he swiftly changed his appearance and donned the garb of an outer sect disciple. The Jiang Feng who re-emerged bore no resemblance to Pan Hongxiu. Nevertheless, he hastened towards the exit at the back of the sect. Remaining within the sect was no longer feasible, should anyone discover Pan Hongxiu's disappearance. Even if he concealed himself among the outer sect disciples, he would likely be found. His physical form could be altered, but his cultivation level could not. The presence of a foundation establishment cultivator amidst a group of qi refining disciples would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Now equipped with both martial arts and techniques, his priority was to enhance his prowess. He envisioned a time when even the venerable Huan Shi would be subdued, eliminating the need for furtive evasion. He found a location more than 200 miles from Huanzhong, where he established a temporary cave dwelling. From his storage bracelet, he retrieved soft cushions and chairs to ensure comfort, even in a transient abode. He then began to organize the legacies within his mind. The first technique he examined was the Huan Yuan Wuxing Gong. As it was an ancient relic passed down from eons past, Jiang Feng made slight adjustments based on other martial arts. However, due to the limited selection of techniques within Huanzhong, he could only refine the finer details. Next, he reviewed various second-tier spells suitable for the foundation establishment stage. While the quality was somewhat lacking, the quantity was plentiful. Jiang Feng was particularly pleased with the Wuxing Jian Fa and the sword techniques at the foundation establishment level, which significantly reduced the time required for practice. One technique known as Yu Jian Shu greatly delighted Jiang Feng. Alas, upon further scrutiny, he realized it was merely an upgrade of Yu Wushu, falling far short of the sword cultivator's exclusive skill capable of claiming an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. Nonetheless, he resolved to study it, as his foundation in Wuxing Jian would provide bonuses to any sword-related cultivation. Jiang Feng selected a total of over a dozen spells for study at this stage, encompassing offense, defense, and support. To maintain the advantage of his physical form, he also chose several body refinement techniques, intending to replicate the method of Wuxing Jian, which might yield additional benefits such as enhanced affinity for the sword path. As he delved into his practice, Jiang Feng realized he may have been overly ambitious. The cultivation of Yu Jianshu required specially crafted flying swords, while body refinement demanded spiritual materials and medicinal pills for assistance. Some unique spells also necessitated the preparation of corresponding materials. Once he commenced his training, he found that spiritual stones were depleting at an alarming rate. The prospect of complete seclusion was simply unattainable, compelling Jiang Feng to resume his original vocation of alchemy. This way, he could both concoct necessary medicinal pills and increase his income. The spiritual stones at his disposal were insufficient to support such extravagant expenditures. 2 months later, at Huanzhong, a voice called out, "Brother, here are the medicinal materials for this month. The second-tier spiritual herbs you requested are woefully scarce, totaling only 6 stalks." Haoren handed over a dusty bag. Jiang Feng accepted it, probing inside with his consciousness to examine its contents. This bag had been specially purchased to facilitate the transportation of items. Yet Haoren had never managed to fill it completely. Just barely. Next time, you need not bother with Jingu Cao and Ronghua. Do bring more of the other spiritual herbs, Jiang Feng remarked, tossing a small pouch of spiritual stones to Haoren. Haoren received it, and, after counting, smiled. Brother is generous. Though I cannot guarantee I can procure them next time. What do you mean? Jiang Feng queried, a slight tension gripping his heart. If Pan Hongxiu had returned, then his condition of having established his foundation might have been exposed. Well, this morning, Elder C caused quite a ruckus at the Ancestress residence, and I heard he even resorted to violence. Haoren whispered, What does this have to do with your procurement of spiritual herbs? Jiang Feng pressed, concern mounting. How could it not? Their quarrel stirred several elders. Each time a few elders gather, there are bound to be movements in the medicinal garden. Luckily, you arrived swiftly. The Grand Elder has not yet returned. If I had been delayed, it would have been uncertain whether I could deliver the spiritual herbs, Hao Ren elaborated. Jiang Feng nodded in response, contemplating that moving freely within Hehuan Zone would likely become increasingly challenging. He resolved to pause the sale of medicinal pills for resource exchange. In the coming days, the sect would undoubtedly tighten scrutiny on him as a Foundation establishment cultivator. He felt that even staying in proximity to Hehuan Zone might lead to his discovery. 20 days later, within a certain mountain in the wild boar forest, a surge of magical energy resonated. As the fluctuation subsided, Jiang Feng rose from his bed. Mid-Foundation establishment. He opened the system panel to take a glance. Host, Jiang Feng. Realm, Foundation establishment, mid-level. Attributes, controlled nuclear fusion, Dantian mana. Super AI, left brain thinking speed. Fire extinguisher, extinguishing fire with left palm. Ultra-high voltage, efficient transmission through meridians and Dantian. Potential gradient, right foot adjustment. High-pressure water gun, left index finger pressure. 3D projection, right eye simulation. Techniques, Huan Yuan Wuxing Jingong, Wuxing Jianti, Foundation Establishment Edition. Spell skills, Wuxing Jian Fa, Foundation Establishment Edition, Xuanin Zhao, Yufeng Shu, Inqi Jua, Yujian Shu, Bao Yin Jua, Yuliao Shu. Second tier alchemy, first tier formation. Soul points, 323 points. In less than 2 months, the system panel had accumulated numerous spells. The reorganized Wuxing Jianti, Foundation Establishment Edition was also completed. Utilizing the capabilities of 3D printing for body refinement was nothing short of miraculous. Regardless of the theoretical duration required for body refinement, once he grasped the fundamentals, he could compress that time to mere hours. Jiang Feng sensed that, in terms of physical strength and power, he was nearly on par with late Foundation Establishment body cultivators. Regrettably, within the library, there were no spells for body cultivators beyond the Foundation Establishment stage. Otherwise, his prowess could have been even more formidable. Closing the panel, Jiang Feng emerged from his cave abode. Deftly forming a sword gesture with his fingers, and a long sword swiftly soared toward him. It carried Jiang Feng deep into the wild boar forest. Before long, he encountered a late-stage chi refining demon beast. Utilizing his wind manipulation technique, he detached from the sword and skillfully retracted it into its sheath. This sword flight technique was indeed a misstep. It was his own invention for soaring through the skies. Not only was the speed lackluster, but he also had to constantly adjust his balance midair to avoid being unceremoniously dropped by the flying sword. Before Jiang Feng could finish his grumbling, a demon beast, larger than a bison, came charging toward him with a thunderous roar. Swiftly, Jiang Feng pointed his sword gesture at the beast. In an instant, the long sword was drawn, slicing toward the creature's head. The sharpness of the mid-tier spirit weapon effortlessly severed the demon beast's head. The massive headless body tumbled several times before coming to a halt. Indeed, there were no soul points. Jiang Feng murmured to himself after a brief pause. During this time, aside from alchemy and body refinement, he often sought out these demon beasts to hone his spells. He had accumulated a modest number of soul points, but had not rushed to draw any attributes. 100 soul points allowed for a standard draw, and he wondered if there were items of a higher caliber. Without soul points, Jiang Feng did not immediately return. He first tested nearly all his spells before leisurely flying back on his long sword. Suddenly, as he soared, Jiang Feng retrieved a communication talisman to examine. Chapter 45, Fury, Night Raid on the Imperial Palace. How could Hao Ren claim that there would be no opportunity to acquire spiritual medicine this month, yet manage to obtain it in less than a month? Jiang Feng's first instinct was that something was amiss. Hao Ren had deduced from past experiences that recent events could be significant. As he was directly involved, he was certain that the Hehuan sect would not remain tranquil in the near future. However, the mere fact that Hao Ren had reached out indicated that some change must have occurred within the sect. Jiang Feng resolved to return and gauge the situation. At the rear mountain of Hehuan sect, cultivators periodically returned from the wild boar forest. Some appeared buoyant, evidently with bountiful gains, while others bore expressions of disappointment, suggesting their endeavors had not been fruitful. Seizing a moment when the crowd was particularly dense, Jiang Feng cautiously approached the entrance. When he was still 30 zhang away, he noticed a group congregated at the entrance, gesticulating and murmuring. He could vaguely hear snippets of their discussions. When did news from the mortal realm find its way here? And why was it announced under the name of the fourth elder? The Tianlong kingdom has been invaded by the demon clan, and they are already near the capital. The fourth elder has gone to provide aid. Has the fourth elder's departure prompted this announcement, urging us to also confront the demon clan? Amidst the crowd, Jiang Feng overheard their chatter and discreetly scanned with his spiritual sense. Moments later, he left the rear mountain entrance with a grim expression. Pan Hongxiu, if you wish for an early demise, I shall oblige. If the news above were about demon beasts, Jiang Feng could take it with a grain of salt. If the demon clan were interested in ordinary mortals, the Hehuan sect would have long ceased to exist. The emergence of such circumstances could only imply one reason. Pan Hongxiu was at her wit's end in locating Jiang Feng, hence resorting to this tactic. Otherwise, why announce it at the rear mountain of all places? She even revealed her own location, intending for Jiang Feng to notice. At the hour of Shun, 3:00 p.m., Jiang Feng arrived within 30 miles of the capital of Tianlong Kingdom. He did not rush into the city but circled the vicinity, discovering a mist-laden, secluded valley. Uncertain of the enemy's numbers, he needed to prepare an escape route. He retrieved some materials and formation flags from his storage ring. Although Jiang Feng's mastery of formations was only at the first tier, rendering him incapable of setting up formidable arrays, he was adept enough to utilize concealment and confusion formations effectively. 2 hours later, as dusk began to fall, Jiang Feng departed from the valley. To an outside observer, the valley appeared unchanged, save for the thickening mist. Activating the concealment technique to suppress his aura, Jiang Feng employed the smoke and cloud steps to gradually approach the capital. His spiritual sense continuously scanned for movements within a 3-mile radius. Having reached the mid-foundation stage, his spiritual sense had expanded significantly, surging from 100 zhang at the beginning of his foundation establishment to over 3 miles now, greater than even the typical late foundation cultivator. This afforded Jiang Feng an undeniable advantage in the realm of spiritual perception, bolstering his confidence in confronting Pan Hongxiu alone. As he neared the capital, Jiang Feng detected the presence of demon beasts within 10 miles. Their numbers were considerable, with both first and second-tier specimens present. It appeared these creatures were particularly cautious, having dispatched demon beasts to patrol the area. Jiang Feng transformed into a wisp of smoke, stealthily approaching a second-tier demon beast comparable to the foundation stage. With a swift motion, the sound of a blade slicing through the throat resonated. The demon beast intended to cry out, but its head was already severed from its body. The carcass was swiftly concealed by Jiang Feng's hand, vanishing in an instant. Eliminated a mid-second tier cat demon, earning 5 soul points. Total soul points, 328. Having advanced to the mid-foundation stage, Jiang Feng found that eliminating first-tier demon beasts yielded no soul points, while those from the second tier provided rewards commensurate with his own level. Frowning, he noted that the bloodshed from his beheading was excessive and cumbersome to manage. He extended his hand to the ground, channeling his mana to incinerate the bloodstains completely. As Jiang Feng continued his approach towards the capital, the area gradually fell silent. The occasional roar of beasts became increasingly rare. Upon reaching the city walls, he observed his soul points had increased to 355. His expression turned grave. Within a mere 10 miles, there were indeed 5 second-tier demon beasts. It seemed Pan Hongxiu had summoned a formidable force from the demon clan. Within the imperial palace, Jiang Xiaoye and consort Qi were huddled together in a corner, both bearing traces of tears yet to be dried. Zhao Fu stood before them, his complexion unusually pale. "Do not look at me like that. I have no interest in you," he said. Pan Hongxiu reclined languidly on a soft couch, her right arm having fully healed. "Once Jiang Feng appears, we shall depart. If he remains absent, perhaps someone else will take an interest in you." As she spoke, her gaze flicked to the massive wolf crouching nearby. Even in a squatting position, the beast towered over an ordinary person, its protruding fangs glinting ominously in the light. At her words, Jiang Xiaoye and the others involuntarily shuddered. They had witnessed 2 eunuchs being devoured whole by that terrifying creature merely for moving slowly. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside, causing the trio in the corner to instinctively shrink back against the wall. Entering was a well-proportioned young man, but instead of a human head, he bore a grotesque wolf's head. "Madam, Lord Koemu seeks you." The wolf-headed figure did not spare a glance at the trio in the corner, addressing Pan Hongxiu directly. Pan Hongxiu raised her brow in irritation, retorting, "Doesn't he enjoy watching dances? Let him continue to do so. What does he want with me?" The wolf-headed figure offered no response and turned to leave. Reluctantly, Pan Hongxiu rose and approached the door, turning back to command the giant wolf, "Keep an eye on them." The giant wolf flicked its eyelids in acknowledgement. Pan Hongxiu did not employ any movement techniques, walking slowly, yet a sense of annoyance began to brew within her. Having waited for nearly 3 days without Jiang Feng's arrival, could it be that he harbored no feelings for these individuals within the palace? Or perhaps he had simply not seen the announcement. Such a possibility was not entirely unfounded, as it was not uncommon for Foundation cultivators to seclude themselves for 10 days or even half a month. Was she to continue waiting in this place, where the spiritual energy was exceedingly sparse? Suddenly, Pan Hongxiu sensed that something was amiss ahead. Why did this stretch of road seem significantly darker than the others? Although she was not easily troubled by darkness, she soon discerned that the brightness here differed from other areas. Scanning with her spiritual sense, she detected the wolf-headed figure slowly advancing ahead. With determination, she quickened her pace to catch up. "Hey, what exactly did Kuei Mu ask you to summon me for?" As she drew closer, she could not help but inquire once more. The wolf-headed man slowly turned, his head drooping slightly. Before him stood a distinct silhouette. Jiang. Suddenly, the sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed, and before Pan Hongxiu could utter another syllable, a sword pierced her abdomen. "Ah, you." Pan Hongxiu frantically summoned her waning magical energy. She grasped the sword's blade with both hands, desperately trying to halt its advance. Jiang Feng channeled his power, causing the sword's sharp aura to gleam brilliantly. The golden light of the blade erupted from her back. Pooh! In an instant, her internal energy surged violently, and Pan Hongxiu spewed forth a mouthful of blood, her hands losing their grip on the sword. "Kuei Mu, save me!" Pan Hongxiu screamed with her last ounce of strength. Chapter 46. Resolution. With a resounding crash, the anguished cry of Pan Hongxiu pierced the air, and the sound of the wolf-headed man collapsing followed closely behind. Jiang Feng sheathed his sword and seized a handful of Pan Hongxiu's hair, unceremoniously tossing her beside the fallen wolf-headed man. As her garments tore in midair, Pan Hongxiu landed and struggled to rise, only to feel an oppressive weight descending upon her. Pushing away with her hands, she discovered it was the furry head of a wolf. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed in fear, but her words morphed into muffled sounds as something was thrust into her mouth. It was not her intentions that mattered, but rather the actions of others. Pan Hongxiu pushed vigorously, yet she found that her foundation-building physique was incapable of moving the wolf-headed man. Her only recourse was to pry the obstruction from her mouth. "I'm coming, Hongxiu. Let us see who dares to touch you." A powerful voice resonated from nearby. Jiang Feng swiftly retreated into the shadows. Only when a robust youth approached did he release the magical force pressing down upon the wolf-headed man. "Oh!" The wolf-headed man instantly supported himself on all fours, emitting a pained howl. As Kuei Mu arrived on the scene, he was met with this distressing sight. The wolf-headed man was atop Pan Hongxiu, producing strange cries of agony, while she, trapped beneath, coughed incessantly as if choking on something. "What are you two doing?" Kuei Mu's eyes turned a furious crimson. With a sweeping motion, he conjured a massive phantom wolf claw that struck the wolf-headed man with ferocity. Instantly, 3 deep gashes appeared across the bare back of the wolf-headed man. Following the momentum of the claw, he was sent crashing against the wall with a thud, his fate uncertain. After swatting the wolf-headed man aside, Kuei Mu seized Pan Hongxiu by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. His green pupils were now a vivid scarlet as he glared at Pan Hongxiu. "You shameless creature. Are you so desperate that you would?" Just as Pan Hongxiu managed to catch a breath, she found herself grasped by the throat again, her eyes rolling back in desperation as she futilely attempted to pry his arm away. "Speak. Aren't you the eloquent one? Why the silence?" Kuei Mu shook his arm violently, oblivious to the fact that Pan Hongxiu's face had begun to turn purple from lack of air. "Friend, fighting is one thing, but give us some air." At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Kuei Mu. Only then did he notice that Pan Hongxiu's hands had gone limp. The grip around her neck slackened as if she were collapsing. Reaching out to assist her, he was suddenly pierced by a golden sword beam emerging from his abdomen. Pain surged through him as he looked down to see the sword spinning within him. Roar! Forgetting about Pan Hongxiu, Kuei Mu swung his hand behind him in a reflexive gesture, but met with nothing. It was then he realized that the phantom claws he wielded had diminished to half their size, and his strength was waning. With a jarring thud, a powerful fist collided with his chin, sending him soaring into the air. He sensed another figure moving with greater speed than his ascent. Glancing up, he saw a knee descending rapidly, crashing into his chest. With a resounding boom, both figures hit the ground heavily. The sound of cracking ribs echoed. Kuei-mu lost count of how many had broken. Jiang Feng finally halted, slowly rising. I expected more from the demon race's physique. Well, the warm-up is over. It is time to attend to business. With a gesture, he summoned his sword, which flew to a corner of the room before returning. You have slain a mid-foundation wolf demon, earning 6 soul points. Total soul points, 361. Jiang Feng smirked at the system notification flashing before him. This system was indeed intriguing. While the demons were referred to as certain demons, the beasts displayed their ranks, yet the demon race was represented by their realm. He unleashed his magical energy, binding the ankles of both Kuei-mu and Pan Hongxiu, dragging them across the floor toward the Golden Throne Hall. Big dog, come greet your master. Jiang Feng called out as he approached the entrance of the hall. With a whoosh, a gigantic wolf, standing 2 meters tall at the shoulder, burst forth from within. Its claws scraped against the stone floor, leaving deep gouges. Jiang Feng turned to the incapacitated Kuei-mu and asked, "Did you truly provide a mid-foundation steed? Is it registered under your name or hers?" Kuei-mu gazed vacantly at the sky, unable to comprehend the reality of his ruined dantian, let alone Jiang Feng's words. With no response from Kuei-mu, the giant wolf lunged at him. Jiang Feng calmly raised Kuei-mu with his magic to shield himself. The wolf struck, sending Kuei-mu flying. Pan Hongxiu appeared next, and the wolf skidded to a halt, desperately trying to stop. So it's registered under her name. Kuei-mu, you truly are. With a swift motion, Jiang Feng delivered a punch to the wolf's head. Pain shot through his fist. It was indeed sturdy. Switching his stance, he executed an uppercut that lifted the wolf off its feet, followed by a powerful kick to its flank. With a crack, the giant wolf was incapacitated. If its waist was compromised, it could hardly serve as a worthy steed. It seemed that even among demon beasts, certain traits bore resemblance to wild animals. A head peeked from the doorway. "Senior, you have arrived." Zhao Fu, seeing the absence of the giant wolf in the hall, cautiously approached the entrance. "Yes." Jiang Feng dropped the 2 captives and ascended the steps. He delivered a final kick to the struggling giant wolf, shattering its throat. "Sixth brother." Jiang Xiaoye rushed forward and clung tightly to his leg upon seeing Jiang Feng enter. Zhao Fu hastily assisted the empress to her feet. "Take them to rest. I shall seek you out later," Jiang Feng instructed Zhao Fu, who led the mother and daughter away. Once they left, Jiang Feng swiftly cleared the corpses littering the palace. Their presence would only invite calamity. Finally, he set fire to a section of the palace. Just as Jiang Feng prepared to ignite the flames, Pan Hongxiu seized an opportunity to fiercely bite down on a jade talisman, shattering it. After setting the imperial palace ablaze, Jiang Feng took flight from the capital with 2 captives in tow. Arriving at a desolate clearing along the path he had traversed, he unceremoniously dropped the 2 onto the ground. "Speak. Is there any valuable treasure left?" His laborious effort to bring them here was undoubtedly for the sake of resources. Currently, aside from some materials, he possessed little more than 300 spirit stones, a meager amount remaining after purchasing elixirs from Hao Ren. He was even apprehensive about making noise while sleeping, fearing others might deem him destitute. Pan Hongxiu's countenance was ashen, remaining silent. "If I give you spirit stones, will you let me go?" Kuei-mu's eyes shimmered with fleeting hope. With a swift motion, a wolf fang was hurled far away. "You answer my questions, understood?" Initially, Jiang Feng bore no particular malice toward Kuei-mu. However, upon collecting the corpses earlier, he had discovered that this individual was far from virtuous. The conditions within the imperial palace he had occupied were utterly deplorable, reduced to ashes by Jiang Feng's fire. "Still silent, are we? Just wait here while I fetch a pair of wild boars." Jiang Feng feigned an intention to rise. "No, I will speak." To his surprise, it was Kuei-mu who faltered first. It appeared that the bravado of the Sao competing with Jiao Chan was merely bluster. Upon receiving the information from the two system notifications materialized. Before Jiang Feng could contemplate his next move, a familiar, terrifying pressure swept over him. What the hell? Why has that old monster come here? Chapter 47. The illusion of a serpent. A frenzied escape. The moment Jiang Feng sensed the aura of the Jin Dan, his entire being went numb. Just moments before, He had been contemplating how to acquire the resources of Kuei Mu and Pan Hongxiu. Now, he found himself pondering how to preserve his very life. While his strength might stand a chance against the peak of the foundation establishment stage, confronting a Jindan was far beyond his capabilities. Not to mention that Jindan cultivators possessed superior quantities and qualities of spiritual power compared to those at the foundation establishment level. The mere fact that they had spent significantly more time in cultivation meant that they held far greater knowledge and skills. Moreover, Huanqi was the sole Jindan ancestor of the Hahuan sect. She was well aware of the nuances within her sect. In a genuine confrontation, Jiang Feng felt he had no hope of victory. Nevertheless, he was not one to shy away when the time for desperate measures arrived. However, the current situation was ambiguous, as Huanqi was merely exerting her pressure without immediately resorting to violence. Thus, Jiang Feng resolved to remain still for the time being. In the blink of an eye, his somewhat hunched figure materialized in the clearing. Foundation establishment? You must be Jiang Feng, Huanqi remarked, her brow furrowing upon laying eyes on him. Disciple Jiang Feng pays respects to ancestor Huanqi, Jiang Feng declared, unsure of how much Huanqi knew about his circumstances, and he bowed respectfully. His response left Huanqi somewhat uncertain. From her perception, Jiang Feng's aura clearly indicated that he had only recently entered the foundation establishment stage, aligning with what Pan Hongxiu had mentioned. However, given the loose state of his spiritual power, she found it hard to believe he could best Pan Hongxiu. She decided to test him. Perhaps he was merely putting on an act. Suddenly, Huanqi's voice rang out sternly, "Humph. You know I am the ancestor? Jiang Feng, do you know your crime?" Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes, perplexed by her sudden outburst. "I am unaware of any offense I have committed," he replied, tightening his grip on the sword sheath, ready to respond to any sudden movements. "Humph. Are you still pretending? Speak. Did you kill Lu Rian?" Huanqi demanded, her formidable pressure bearing down on Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng felt a powerful aura bearing down upon him. Was she attempting to intimidate him? However, it hardly affected him. His robust physique remained largely unscathed. The influence on his internal spiritual power was even less significant, as he felt he could easily dispel such interference with a slight effort. Yet, Jiang Feng maintained a pained expression, lowering his center of gravity to feign a struggle for balance. "Lu Rian is dead. How is that possible? She is the holy maiden of our sect. If the elders wish to confront me, they should do so directly, rather than accuse me of such baseless crimes." Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, casting his gaze downward, yet a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. This elder was already suspecting him. Huanqi's doubts remained unassuaged. Aside from the demon race, the only individuals within the sect capable of slaying Lu Rian were a handful of elders at the foundation establishment level. Beyond them, there was only this unexpectedly emerging foundation establishment cultivator before her. She believed that the intelligence Pan Hongxiu had gathered regarding Jiang Feng was entirely erroneous. How could a mere disciple with a low-grade 5-element spiritual root, who had only integrated his qi a few months prior, possibly be a threat? Huanqi, possessing a superior dual attribute spiritual root, had spent 3 years advancing from qi integration to foundation establishment, aided by the abundant resources of the sect and countless alchemical furnaces. How could someone so obscure within the sect progress at such an astounding rate? Denying it will not avail you. After lurking in the sect for so long, you must harbor some unspeakable secret. Once I extract your marrow and bones, you will have no choice but to confess. With that, Huanqi suddenly struck out towards Jiang Feng with a sweeping palm. A dark red palm imprint descended upon him. What the hell? This elder is truly unprincipled. How could she flip so suddenly after speaking so nicely? In a flash, Jiang Feng sensed the surge of spiritual power and swiftly drew his long sword from his waist. As he unleashed a brilliant white sword light, he retreated with great speed. Witnessing the dark red palm imprint split in two by his sword aura, Huanqi's weathered face, resembling dried orange peel, registered shock. "You are not being suppressed," she exclaimed, taken aback by the ineffectiveness of her attack. Jiang Feng had no intention of engaging in conversation. After distancing himself from Huanqi, he immediately fled, sprinting towards the outskirts of the capital. Huanqi watched his retreating figure, initially perplexed, then a look of disdain crossed her features. "He intends to escape from under my nose, running on the ground? Truly a naive bumpkin, utterly unaware of the might of a Jindan cultivator." Soaring into the air, she pursued Jiang Feng. Although she was merely at the Jedon stage, he was no match for her as a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Jiang Feng executed the swift wind step to perfection, leaving swirling gusts in his wake, each stride covering several zhang. The fallen leaves in the forest were swept up by the winds he generated, forming a path of drifting foliage behind him. Yet, Jiang Feng had no inclination to admire the scenery. He was still several li away from the valley he had previously set up. While racing through the forest posed no issue, the trees could obscure her attacks, but could not hinder her line of sight. Jiang Feng's resistance would be partially concealed. He recalled a stretch of approximately 3 li of open ground ahead. He needed to traverse it before she could react. Otherwise, his secrets would be fully exposed, rendering his escape hopeless. 2 li. 1 li. Boom. Just as Jiang Feng was about to burst forth from the forest, a torrent of roaring flames descended from the sky, engulfing his path ahead. The surging heat caused the hair on his forehead to curl slightly. With a series of rapid steps, Jiang Feng leapt onto the tree trunks, narrowly altering his course before plunging into the inferno. Whoosh! Just evading the flames ahead, Jiang Feng pressed onward, skirting the edge of the burning area as he dashed toward the open ground ahead. In such a dire situation, he remained composed. High above, Huanqi observed with a flicker of admiration in her eyes. A sense of appreciation for talent stirred within her, momentarily halting her assault. Humph! This young man possesses a rebellious spirit. He cannot be left alive. Yet, just as this thought emerged, she suppressed it. At that very moment of hesitation, Jiang Feng had already crossed the open ground, re-entering the dense forest. After a while, Huanqi soared high above a canyon. Gazing at the thick mist below, she let out a derisive snort. How naive. Did she truly believe that hiding within would be of any use? With that thought, she plunged into the valley. To her surprise, upon entering, she discovered that the mist possessed a subtle ability to obscure her spiritual senses. Originally capable of probing 10 miles, her awareness was now limited to only about 5. No wonder that young man chose to flee into it. Even if her senses were hindered, they were still far superior to the mere dozens of feet typical of the early stages of foundation building. Jiang Feng arrived at the canyon and immediately entered a concealment formation, all the while remaining vigilant to the movements above. Before long, he observed the mist swirling, and a vague figure descended into a certain part of the valley. Jiang Feng swiftly made his way toward the point where the figure had landed. The success or failure of this endeavor hinged upon this moment. If he succeeded, he would have ample time to enhance his strength. Should he fail, he would either meet his demise or fall into the clutches of the old hag. Death would mean the end of all affairs, a final resolution. Yet, the thought of being captured by her was far more terrifying, a fate worse than death. Chapter 48. The Valley Battle. Both sides suffered. Jiang Feng diligently suppressed his aura as he traversed through the concealed formations. He harbored a tinge of regret for not saturating the valley with more traps. Initially, his plan was to deal with the foundational stage, but he found it unnecessary against Pan Hongxiu, ultimately reserving it for confronting Huanqi, who was at the golden core stage. His most significant advantage at present was his physical prowess. Having reached the late foundational stage, if he could lure Huanqi into close combat, he might have a slender chance of victory. However, in an open area, even if he were to be toyed with, he would likely not even graze Huanqi's attire. The disparity in spiritual awareness and attack range would render him utterly helpless. Upon reaching the nearest concealed formation to Huanqi's landing point, Jiang Feng fully restrained his presence. He refrained from releasing his spiritual awareness. Fixating intently on the scene ahead, a somewhat hunched figure was gliding slowly along the valley floor. The distance closed in. 1 mile, 100 zhang, 90 zhang, 50 zhang. Now was the moment. He could not afford to wait any longer. He had a strong premonition that if he approached any closer, Huanqi would detect him within the formation, and he would completely lose his opportunity for a surprise attack. With a swift motion, Jiang Feng executed the smoke and cloud step, transforming into a wisp of mist, melding into the fog of the valley. Like a hawk diving for its prey, he swooped down towards Huanqi with fierce determination. Just as he burst forth from the formation, Huanqi sensed the commotion and turned her head. In an instant, Jiang Feng had closed the distance of over 20 zhang, positioning himself near Huanqi. At that moment, Huanqi's spiritual awareness swept across. Recognizing the peculiar mist, as Jiang Feng, with a flick of her fingers, she clawed towards him, her fingertips shimmering with a chilling light that promised to pierce through flesh. Despite witnessing her maneuver, Jiang Feng showed no inclination to evade. He maintained his assault posture. The distance of 20 zhang vanished in an instant. With a clang, his long sword was drawn, striking fiercely against her icy claws. Brilliant sparks erupted in the dim valley, illuminating Jiang Feng's face, which bore a hint of madness. Before Huanqi could change her strategy, Jiang Feng lunged forward, colliding with her. The impact sent both figures crashing to the ground, creating a crater 3 feet deep. As they landed, Huanqi was momentarily dazed. What manner of combat was this? How had the noble cultivator devolved into a rolling gourd? While she was befuddled, Jiang Feng was undeterred. His fists, akin to sandbags, rained down upon Huanqi's face. The strikes produced a resounding echo, reverberating like the clamor of a blacksmith's forge. Birds took flight in alarm, and beasts scurried away in panic. Although he failed to breach Huanqi's protective spell, the relentless assault deepened the crater beneath them. Huanqi attempted several times to retaliate, but Jiang Feng swiftly disrupted her hand gestures. After numerous strikes, he realized that sheer brute force alone would not suffice against this formidable opponent. While pummeling her, he simultaneously directed a super AI to execute spells. In that instant, the pit resonated not only with the sounds of physical impact, but also shimmered with various magical illuminations. Crack! After unleashing a barrage of punches, a shattering sound echoed. Huanqi's expression turned to one of astonishment. Her defenses had been compromised. With a resounding thud, Jiang Feng's fist landed squarely on Huanqi's aged visage for the first time, nearly rendering her orange peel skin smooth. Jiang Feng felt she ought to be immensely grateful for restoring her former glory. However, before he could revel in his success, a sudden surge of formidable magical energy erupted, propelling Jiang Feng skyward. Glancing sideways, he noticed Huanqi's fingers moving rapidly. Instinctively, he grasped her claw-like hand, preventing himself from being flung out of the pit. This realization struck him. His window of opportunity was dwindling. As he hovered in the air, his wrist twisted abruptly. Crack! The sound of splintering bones filled the air. Damnable insect! Huanqi's palm was crushed, and she descended into a frenzy. Her magical energy poured forth like an unrestrained torrent, aiming to obliterate Jiang Feng. His garments were ripped apart by the onslaught, and crimson welts emerged across his body, saturating his attire with blood. Yet, he showed no signs of relinquishing his grip on Huanqi's hand. Seizing the moment, he yanked her upwards, drawing her into the air. With his other hand, he reached for her shoulder, locking onto it and exerting force to redirect her magic behind him. Crack! A more profound sound of bone fracturing resonated as Jiang Feng yanked Huanqi's entire arm backward, breaking it. If he were to release her now, her arm would undoubtedly be as limp as freshly cooked noodles. Preparing to apply the same tactic to her other arm, he suddenly felt a spray of blood splatter across his face. Although his hands remained firm, he sensed a loss of leverage. Shaking his head, he realized that while he still held one arm, the other was severed from Huanqi's body. Huanqi's complexion turned pale, blood streaming from her left hand. It appeared she had used that very hand to sever her shoulder. With a powerful push, Jiang Feng aimed to close the gap, but Huanqi had already soared into the air, evading his grasp. By the time Jiang Feng ascended, Huanqi had distanced herself by over 20 zhang. With a venomous glare, she swallowed a blood-stained healing pill. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Feng surmised she was gearing up for a second round. He could not allow her to proceed unimpeded. Prepared for this scenario, he accelerated towards her, the long sword he had previously discarded swiftly following him. As the sword reached his side, he did not reach for it. Instead, he delivered a powerful kick to its hilt, simultaneously shifting from the manipulation technique to the sword control technique. The sword surged forward, its speed surpassing that of before, crossing the distance of over 20 zhang in an instant. Huanqi, having just swallowed the healing pill, stared in disbelief at her chest. A long sword had nearly pierced her through. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng, who had yet to complete his turn, was violently propelled backward by a concentrated ball of flame. His skin was charred black, and a scorched hole marred his chest, the extent of his injury uncertain. Just as Huanqi intended to approach and ascertain his condition, her body abruptly froze. To her astonishment, the long sword embedded in his chest suddenly flew back to his side. It was fortunate that the sword had not been drawn. Forcing its extraction now would cause her energy to dwindle dramatically. In that brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Feng had already leaned on his long sword and vanished into the mist. Huanqi made several attempts to pursue him, but ultimately restrained her steps. Having successfully entered a concealed formation, Jiang Feng sensed no pursuit and exhaled a sigh of relief. The reason he had retracted the sword was to convey to her that he possessed the strength to fight back. It appeared that this display had effectively achieved its intended deterrent effect. As he walked, Jiang Feng utilized his magical energy to expel the charred flesh from his chest, while simultaneously activating a 3D printing incantation to regenerate his tissues. In no time, the external injuries vanished entirely, rendering him seemingly unscathed. However, Jiang Feng did not linger. He swiftly departed the valley, moving continuously through the forest. The outward appearance of wholeness was merely an illusion, for within him, two foreign energies churned relentlessly. He exerted all his magical power to suppress them, barely preventing further harm. He dared not remain in the vicinity and continued to traverse the mountainous terrain. After a considerable duration, Jiang Feng finally arrived at the foot of a mountain. "My lord, why have you returned alone? Where is the new mistress?" Chapter 49. Healing and Foundation Establishment. Jiang Feng gazed at the wolf-headed man that appeared before him and gestured with his hand, requesting him to accompany him to the cave dwelling. The wolf-headed man stood frozen in place, taken aback by the request. "You wish for me to follow you to the cave?" Though he hesitated, he dared not defy the wishes of his sovereign. It was perplexing why Lord Kuei Mu had chosen to walk. Reluctantly, he led the way, panting slightly. "Very well. I require a period of seclusion. Inform them that there is nothing of concern and that I should not be disturbed." The cave of Kuei Mu was devoid of the anticipated chaos or odors, possibly due to the arrival of Pan Hongxiu. Inside, Jiang Feng noticed garments and belongings belonging to a woman. After closing the stone door, his heart felt a tad more at ease. He immediately began to address the foreign golden core energy within his body, manipulating the balancing forces of the positional attributes to suppress the smaller mass of energy around his shoulder. As he initiated the process, the energy visibly calmed. Jiang Feng summoned his own power to expel it from his body. In an instant, a flame ignited as the energy left his form, causing the temperature within the cave to rise several degrees. Yet, Jiang Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him as he shifted his focus to another matter. Meanwhile, Huanxi had secretly returned to the Hehuan zone. Aside from the loss of an arm, she appeared to be largely unscathed. However, upon returning to her cave and meditating for a while, she suddenly expelled a mouthful of foul blood. The blood struck the ground with a clang, echoing like metal. A clear gash was visible on the solid floor. Ignoring the blood at the corner of her mouth, Huanxi's eyes were filled with confusion. Sword intent. To her astonishment, there existed individuals with sword intent at the Foundation establishment stage in this remote land. Wasn't such talent typically reserved for the prodigies of great sects, as described in legends? How could her Hehuan zone possess such brilliance? Within the sect, the sword techniques could be counted on both hands. If mere common techniques could yield such achievements, how extraordinary must this individual's talent be? For a moment, Huanxi forgot her injuries. A true genius is one that has grown. Now that the situation had become tangled, she resolved that such a person could not be allowed to remain. The moment of confusion was fleeting, and Huanxi quickly made up her mind. She retrieved a communication talisman and issued several commands before returning to her recovery. Due to her orders, many disciples of the Hehuan zone surged forth from the sect. Ordinary folk from the surrounding nations suddenly found themselves frequently spotting immortals, who had previously been a rare sight throughout the year. Particularly in the territory of Tianlong, the presence of these immortals was notably abundant. Many speculated that the immortals were seeking some opportunity, and numerous mortal warriors flocked to witness the commotion. The disciples of the Hehuan zone, dispatched to locate individuals, were already in a state of agitation. Yet, these mortals dared to intrude, only adding to their workload. Many of these misinformed mortal warriors met their demise as a result. Unbeknownst to Jiang Feng, who resided within the cave of Kuei Mu, these events unfolded outside. After just a few days, he successfully eliminated the foreign energy within his body and, aided by 3D printing, restored his physical injuries. Now, aside from a slight deficit in his power, he had fully recovered. At this juncture, he began to contemplate the assets of Kuei Mu. These cannot all be taken away. Most of these are offerings to Lord Xuelong. A wolf-headed man obstructed the entrance to the storeroom, persistently trying to persuade Jiang Feng. "If I cannot use my own possessions, what purpose does my position as king serve?" Jiang Feng paid him no heed, asserting, "Kuei Mu must offer tribute. What does that have to do with me?" It was evident that this wolf-headed man was quite bothersome. Clearly, he needed to consider his own soul more carefully. It turned out that these lower-ranking demon tribes were also required to offer tributes to their superiors, a fact Jiang Feng had previously been unaware of. However, with less than a month remaining before Lord Xuelong's arrival, if you use these, the wolf-headed man clung to Jiang Feng's trousers stubbornly. Suddenly, Jiang Feng dispatched a mid-stage wolf demon and garnered 5 soul points. Soul points, 372. With a swift twist of his hand, he silenced the wolf demon, placing its corpse into his spatial bracelet before striding into the storeroom. Inside, the contents were sparse, consisting of only a few large chests and several shelves, with a corner piled with various ores. Upon opening a small chest, Jiang Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he discovered 500 lower-grade spirit stones neatly arranged within. It seemed the wolf-headed man's claims of tribute were not unfounded. Otherwise, such resources would not have been stored here rather than in a storage ring. The other chests contained spirit herbs and fruits, which Jiang Feng promptly stowed away in his storage bracelet, taking advantage of the ample empty space. He cleared the second-tier spiritual materials from the shelves and selected a few from the pile of ores before finally exiting the storeroom. The items within the storeroom paled in comparison to those within Kuei Mu's spatial equipment. It was no wonder he had so readily offered them up. With the acquired resources, Jiang Feng returned to his cave to enter seclusion once more. With an abundance of materials at hand, he was determined to enhance his strength. Day after day within the cave, Jiang Feng either practiced spells or refined pills, converting all the spirit herbs into their respective elixirs. The spirit fruits were consumed eagerly. Despite the materials obtained from the Kuei Mu wolf demon, he still lacked sufficient resources to forge a flying sword. Thus, he found himself needing to venture out periodically. Before he knew it, a month had slipped by. Within the cave of Kuei Mu, a surge of energy indicative of the late Foundation establishment stage emanated. Just as Jiang Feng began to sense the changes following his breakthrough, a wolf-headed man arrived to report. Recently, unknown thieves had stealthily infiltrated the territory, and many of their kin had fallen victim to their treachery. Your Majesty, you must take charge. Jiang Feng regarded the Qi refining stage wolf-headed man with a tinge of regret. Notify all to enhance their patrols. Any unusual occurrences must be reported to me immediately. I shall not remain secluded. I am eager to discover who possesses the audacity to harm my people. As Jiang Feng spoke, silence enveloped the Kuei-mu territory. 7 days later, within the cave, Jiang Feng observed the flying sword gradually taking shape, his heart brimming with joy. His efforts, nearly vanquishing half of the foundational stage wolf-headed men and the wolf clan beasts, had not been in vain. Knock, knock, knock. My lord, the human sheep for this month has arrived. This time we received fewer than 10. My lord, I suspect the blood wolf territory is bullying us. Just as Jiang Feng was preparing to complete the final step of tempering, a sudden knocking echoed from outside the cave. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Come in and speak. The wolf-headed man, bewildered by Jiang Feng's command, obediently pushed the door open. However, upon witnessing the scene within the cave, his mouth fell agape in a gasp. Yet, before he could utter a sound, a searing red flying sword pierced through his mouth in an instant. The wolf-headed man's body convulsed violently, yet it was to no avail. It was not until the dark silver flying sword emerged from his lower abdomen that his spasms ceased. Kill a foundational stage wolf demon. Gain 3 soul points. Soul points, 1001. Note, every 1000 points allows for a high-level draw once. Chapter 50 Advanced Extraction. Radar entry. Jiang Feng's reaction was influenced both by the recent completion of his flying sword and the information he had received from the other party. Renyang, the tribute that He Huanzong was to provide to the demon clan, was a long-term offering. The lowest tier consisted of mortal warriors, while the highest typically reached the Qi refinement stage. Jiang Feng had only heard of these offerings and had never witnessed them firsthand. The territory of Kuei Mu, a late-stage Foundation establishment wolf demon, was divided into 8 segments, which seemed insufficient. How many such creatures existed within the demon clan? Those with greater strength received even more segments. This tribute was to be delivered monthly, and one could only imagine the terrifying quantity involved. However, Jiang Feng had no time to ponder this matter further, as there was a new development in the system prompt. Advanced extraction, what could be different? He immediately commanded in his mind, System, extract the entry. Detected that the host's soul points exceed 1000. Please confirm whether to choose normal extraction or advanced extraction. Advanced extraction. After issuing the command, Jiang Feng fixed his gaze on the changing entries. As he observed the entries flashing before him, his heart began to race. Although the first entries to appear had a golden hue, there were far more in white and green. It did not seem significantly different from a normal extraction. Could he have been deceived? A sense of foreboding crept into Jiang Feng's mind. Surely, these 1,000 soul points would not go to waste. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the entry, radar. Would you like to use the entry, radar? As the flashing of the entry came to a halt, a fleeting flash of golden light appeared before Jiang Feng. What on earth? Is this the effect of drawing gold? Wait, what does the question mark mean? Where is my golden light? Why did it just flash like that? System, are you playing tricks again? Jiang Feng was no longer calm upon seeing the question mark following the entry. A full 1,000 soul points. It had taken him several months to accumulate that. Yet, the system continued to remain non-responsive. Use it. Use it. The soul points had already been depleted. It was futile to wish for more, Jiang Feng hurriedly said. The radar entry flashed on the panel and vanished into the three-dimensional avatar. Huh, where did it go? Looking again at the panel's entry content. Radar, full body detection, lock on. Oh, this is not what he had envisioned. Shouldn't the radar be placed within the sea of consciousness to enhance his spiritual awareness? In the next moment, Jiang Feng immediately sensed a difference. His physical senses, already quite acute due to being in the late stage of foundation establishment, now allowed him to perceive the movements outside his cave without any deliberate effort. That was the sound of ants scuttling 10 zhang away, the vibration of leaves slicing through the air, and this was merely the information received through his ears. His body surface provided feedback for these two situations as well. There was some sensation, but not much. What could be accomplished at this distance? For 1,000 soul points, is this all? Jiang Feng, refusing to be deterred, hurried out of the cave and gazed towards another mountain. Instinctively, he leaned back to avoid the foreleg of a mantis 6 li away. Only after moving did he realize it was not attacking him. This dynamic vision and long-range capability are rather extraordinary. Finally, Jiang Feng tested the aspect he was most concerned about, spiritual awareness. If it did not enhance his spiritual awareness, then it would all be in vain. He extended his spiritual awareness, 3 li, 6 li, 10 li. Huh, why has it not reached its limit yet? The basic range of spiritual awareness for late-stage foundation establishment is 2 li. During his foundation establishment, his sea of consciousness expanded threefold, thus reaching 6 li. But now it had exceeded 10 li, and he had still not reached the maximum. Ultimately, when his spiritual awareness reached 100 li, his soul finally felt a hint of fatigue, a distance achievable only in the late stage of golden core. Jiang Feng felt that this was not truly the limit. It was merely his soul's inability to bear it that caused him to stop. He had acquired the ability to transcend an entire realm ahead of time. System incredible. With such a spiritual awareness capability, his safety was significantly enhanced. Whoosh. With a mere thought, the flying sword he had previously refined appeared beside him. The sound of it slicing through the air echoed around him. As he grew more adept, the sword's speed increased. Ultimately, it produced a sharp sword cry, and with a flick of his mind, the sword soared into the distance. You have killed a beginner foundation establishment wolf demon. You have gained 3 soul points. Current soul points, 4. 100 li away, a beginner foundation establishment wolf demon lay motionless, its head severed a distance away. This was the most formidable aspect of this entry. Whoosh. Retrieving the flying sword, a satisfied look crossed Jiang Feng's face. He seemed to grasp the meaning behind the question mark associated with the radar entry. The fewer the words, the greater the implications. Subsequently, Jiang Feng wished to experiment with other spells, but again felt the fatigue of his soul, forcing him to abandon the endeavor. Just as he prepared to retract his spiritual awareness, he suddenly sensed the presence of a golden core realm aura. Stifling the fatigue of his soul, Jiang Feng focused to discern the figure's appearance. A golden core realm wolf demon. How could such a creature be here? Whoosh. Jiang Feng quickly retreated into the cave, sealing the stone door tightly. He could not afford to show any weakness at this moment. Kuei-mu, come out. Just as Jiang Feng was ready, a voice echoed into the cave. He could only remain silent within the cave. There was no other choice. He did not recognize this individual. Kuei-mu, I know you are inside. If you do not open the door, I will come in. The other party was relentless, continuing to shout. Jiang Feng could only feign irritation and reply, I am in the midst of a crucial practice. If you have something to say, speak directly. There was no way he would step outside. Either the other party would storm in, and Jiang Feng would have a sliver of a chance to fight it out inside, or they would barter for a few spirit stones through the door. Humph. In 3 days, the tribute is due. I heard from the wolf cubs that you have not prepared the offerings here. Hurry and open the warehouse for me to see. Jiang Feng felt a bit vexed upon hearing this. The lackeys in his territory had not yet been dealt with? Wasn't there still 3 days remaining? You trust the other wolf cubs more than me. As it turned out, the demon clan was still quite straightforward. The wolf demon ultimately did not force its way into the cave, but chose to leave the territory instead. After forcibly extending his spiritual awareness once more and confirming that the other party had truly departed, Jiang Feng immediately packed up and fled. He could not remain here. To collect offerings, they had to send a golden core over. What happened to the trust among wolves? Leaving Kuei Mu's territory, Jiang Feng found himself momentarily at a loss for where to go. Returning to Hehuan Zone was out of the question. Having already offended the Saintess ancestors, going back would only lead to his own demise. After soaring through the forest for a while, Jiang Feng found himself unwittingly nearing the realm of Tianlonggua. Should he perhaps venture into the capital city? It had been quite some time since he had sought his own path, and he wondered if that old fellow had taken a leaf out of Pan Hongxiu's book, venting his frustrations on mere mortals. Unbeknownst to him, as he flew above the treetops, numerous qi refining cultivators below raised their heads in observation. Before Jiang Feng could reach the capital of Tianlonggua, a powerful aura from the Jindan realm surged behind him in fervent pursuit. The moment Jiang Feng sensed this presence, his consciousness expanded outward. How delightful! Jiang Feng found it hard to believe that he could be so easily located in these desolate hills and valleys. With a swift motion, he dove into the thicket. Simultaneously, his flying sword materialized beside him. Jiang Feng's original plan was to break through to the Jindan stage before confronting that old rascal. He never anticipated encountering her so soon. If that old fool dared to pursue him, he would ensure she tasted the consequences. Chapter 51. Fierce Battle at Jindan. Slaying Huanqi before Huanmen in the skies above the Linhai behind Jiang Feng, Huanqi observed as he vanished into the depths of the forest. With a cold smirk, she swiftly soared towards Jiang Feng's direction. At this moment, her severed arm had already healed completely. Upon reaching the point where Jiang Feng had entered the woods, she did not linger. Moving at an astonishing speed, she ascended over a dense thicket, scattering countless tiny particles with a wave of her hand. These particles expanded in the wind, transforming into twisted vines upon descending into the forest. The radius of these vines was extensive, effectively ensnaring Jiang Feng below. Inside the woods, Jiang Feng sensed this unfolding scene, his pupils narrowing instantly. Just this maneuver severely restricted his mobility. The vines not only served as Huanqi's weapon, but also acted as her eyes. Despite the towering trees, Jiang Feng's every action was laid bare. It seemed that after sustaining an injury, Laoding had become considerably more astute. Jiang Feng evaded the vine attacks with great effort while gradually closing in on Huanqi's location. At present, his only means of offense was the flying sword in his hand. His movement aimed to create the illusion that he could not pinpoint her position, thus making him appear unable to launch an attack. In reality, Huanqi monitored all her actions with clarity in her spiritual sense. As Jiang Feng approached her vicinity, on the verge of escaping the vine's confinement, a flurry of fiery arrows shot towards him at great speed, blocking all his paths forward. With a clang, Jiang Feng drew his long sword, attempting to sever the arrows. However, upon contact with the first arrow, a violent explosion ensued. Forced to retreat, he was grateful that his sword was imbued with magical energy and sword aura. Otherwise, he would have sustained injuries from that single strike. Nonetheless, pushing him back aligned perfectly with Huanqi's battle strategy. Before Jiang Feng could land, the vines behind him lashed out. He had no choice but to sever them with his sword, momentarily averting this crisis. With a swift motion, his long sword easily cleaved through the approaching vines. Yet he had lost the advantage of his previous rapid movements. Continuous attacks surged towards him, accompanied by the distant rumble of explosions. Before long, a raging inferno ignited amidst the towering trees, enveloping Jiang Feng in thick smoke and intense heat. Surprisingly, rather than panic, he felt a surge of exhilaration. In his spiritual sense, it was unclear whether Huanqi aimed to intensify her assault or simply wished to observe Jiang Feng's situation more clearly. Her position was now less than 3 miles from him. A faint sound of sword resonance emerged, almost drowned out by the cacophony of flames and combat. Concurrently, Jiang Feng executed a sweeping maneuver from the five elements sword technique, effortlessly severing numerous vines and sending several burning trees flying, clearing a substantial area in the forest. Huan Qi's attention was instantly captured by Jiang Feng's display. At that moment, a piercing sound pierced through the air as a flying sword surged from behind Huan Qi, piercing her from below. Who dared? Huan Qi's spiritual sense swiftly scanned the surrounding woods, unable to fathom that anyone would dare strike at her in this moment. After a thorough search yielded nothing, the flying sword charged at her again. Huan Qi swiftly raised her hand, conjuring a wall of vines that appeared before her, blocking the sword while entwining around its blade. Just then, her gaze sharpened. Jiang Feng had unexpectedly soared towards her position. He never intended to flee. The thought flashed through Huan Qi's mind. How could this be? How dare he? The last time she had underestimated him, allowing Jiang Feng to close the distance. This time, he hadn't even come within 5 miles. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator engage in such long-range combat? As Jiang Feng rapidly approached, she realized this was not the time for pondering. A fireball erupted against her vine shield, flames swiftly consuming the entire barrier, the spell dissipating into the sky. With a whoosh, the flying sword launched itself towards Huan Qi at blinding speed. Her eyes flickered as she once again formed a hand seal, summoning a fire serpent to meet the sword. Then, she conjured several robust vines targeting Jiang Feng not far away. Enduring the piercing pain emanating from her spiritual mind, she unleashed her previous fire arrows again. This time, the arrows did not scatter but precisely locked onto Jiang Feng. Initially, Jiang Feng had intended to deal with the vines using his long sword, but quickly altered his approach upon seeing the arrows. He adjusted his flight path, soaring sideways and tracing a long arc through the sky, successfully evading the vine's grasp. He then unleashed 2 water walls beside him. The ensuing explosions resounded against the water walls, shattering them just enough to counter the fiery arrows. Nevertheless, the immense shockwave still sent him staggering. A chill ran through him, reflecting the formidable power of the Jindan-level spells. After tracing a wide arc, he found himself within 3 miles of Huan Qi. Steadying his stance, Jiang Feng unleashed a series of sword qi attacks. Although their power was not overwhelming, they effectively disrupted her rhythm. Simultaneously, the flying sword, aided by the sword qi, broke free from the fire serpent's entanglement. Just as Jiang Feng prepared to launch a fierce assault, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Poison? Or something else? Shaking his head alleviated the symptoms somewhat, but a wave of fatigue washed over him. It turned out to be the consequence of prolonged use of his spiritual sense beyond its limits. Regaining his composure, Jiang Feng did not hesitate to intensify his barrage of attacks upon Huan Qi. The spells he cast required no incantations, their frequency surpassing Huan Qi's by a significant margin. Under such relentless onslaught, Huan Qi appeared increasingly overwhelmed. With a lapse in concentration, she was once again pierced through the chest by a flying sword. At that point, she could no longer endure. A massive surge of flames erupted from Huan Qi, blasting away Jiang Feng's overwhelming assault. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, she activated her escape light and fled frantically. The 2 flying sword strikes had made it impossible for her to continue battling Jiang Feng. Not only did Jiang Feng possess a spiritual sense that far exceeded that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, but his array of spells was also remarkably diverse. What vexes me most is that this fellow's magical prowess seems inexhaustible, unleashing spells like raindrops. Huan Qi, filled with joy, did not anticipate that fleeing would become her gravest error in this battle. Jiang Feng retracted his flying sword and consumed a pill to restore his consciousness, immediately pursuing Huan Qi. Seizing the opportunity to strike while she is weakened, he vowed not to let this old being live another day. He recognized that after enduring 2 of his strikes, Huan Qi's condition had deteriorated significantly. If he could land a few more blows now, she would surely succumb to slumber. However, Jiang Feng's own consciousness was waning, necessitating a brief respite. The 2 figures engaged in a relentless chase, and before long, Huan Qi reached the vicinity of Huanzong. Moyu, Hanchuang, come forth to aid me at once. Before she could approach the mountain gate, Huan Qi cried out hoarsely. The 2 figures flying out from the sect, upon witnessing Huan Qi's disheveled state, were momentarily taken aback. They had yet to notice Jiang Feng, who was 5 miles away. Upon seeing the 2 emerge, a glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. He could wait no longer. With a slight movement of his consciousness, the flying sword shot forth in an instant. Whoosh! The sound of the sword echoed across the heavens. At the sound, Huanqi felt a surge of dread. Swish! The flying sword did not pierce through Huanqi directly, but instead cleaved with its blade. Bang! Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The flying sword did not sever Huanqi. Instead, the sky bore witness to a strong man cleaved in two. Chapter 52. The decapitation upon encountering Elder Jiang. Jiang Feng disregarded his recently restored consciousness and immediately scanned the area 10 miles away. Suddenly, a disheveled figure emerged 12 miles distant. With a gasp, the newly appeared Huanqi coughed up a copious amount of blood. The use of her substitute doll had cost her nearly half of her vitality. As Jiang Feng caught sight of Huanqi, he unhesitatingly summoned his flying sword, directing it toward her from over 10 miles away. Still reeling from her earlier trauma, Huanqi was startled by the sound of the sword's whistle, her pupils dilating in shock. How could the sword still be approaching her despite the distance? Was it possible that the substitute doll had unwittingly cast her toward Jiang Feng? Yet, she could not detect Jiang Feng within a 10-mile radius. Was she truly at the gold core stage, or was Jiang Feng? How was it that his spiritual awareness seemed to surpass her own? However, these questions remained unanswered. With a swift motion, the flying sword slashed downward. The blade cleaved through Huanqi's left shoulder, sending a torrent of blood cascading through the air. A piercing scream echoed in the heavens, marking the tragic finale of Huanqi's existence. At this moment, Jiang Feng's figure gradually materialized within the spiritual awareness of the two Foundation establishment cultivators. Before they could display any caution, they realized Jiang Feng was utterly indifferent to their presence. You have slain a gold core stage cultivator, earning 20 soul points. Current soul points, 21. Jiang Feng glanced at the system notification, noting his usual soul point tally, and proceeded directly towards the Hahuan sect. Wait, Elder Muhan's Huang began to speak, only to be interrupted by Elder Li Moyu's telepathic communication. Hold on. This person is at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. The two elders widened their eyes in astonishment as Jiang Feng entered the sect's gates without obstruction. Although the Hahuan sect lacked sophisticated formations, it still posed some resistance to outsiders. The current situation unequivocally indicated that Jiang Feng was, indeed, affiliated with the Hahuan sect. Unable to contain their curiosity, the two elders followed closely behind. Inside the sect, chaos erupted. Anyone who heard the anguished cry could not resist the urge to investigate. Upon arriving at the site where Huanqi had fallen, Jiang Feng found a multitude of Hahuan sect disciples gathered around. As they noticed the three figures approaching, they dared not come closer, opting instead to observe from a distance. Among the crowd, Li Yanran and Yao Shimi stared wide-eyed at the slowly descending Jiang Feng. Could it truly be the person they knew? In the distance, a figure scrambled desperately towards the spirit field area, arriving at a small courtyard and frantically knocking on the door. Manager Ma. With a thud, Jiang Feng landed, preparing to depart the Hahuan sect after taking Huanqi's storage ring. Mo Yuan. Greetings to Elder Jiang Feng. Suddenly, a robust male voice resonated from afar. Jiang Feng paused, turning to the source of the voice. A young man clad in a black robe with a resolute countenance approached him from the direction of the scripture pavilion. Third Elder Mo Yuan. Greetings to Elder Jiang Feng. Upon reaching Jiang Feng, Mo Yuan bowed respectfully. Simultaneously, Li Moyu and Mu Hanshuang received a telepathic message. What are you two waiting for? The two elders snapped back to reality, their attention shifting from the severed corpse on the ground. Greetings, Elder Jiang Feng. Both Li Moyu and Mu Hanshuang addressed him with reverence. Jiang Feng regarded the individuals before him with a hint of amusement. Three esteemed elders. This robe need not trouble Elder Jiang Feng personally. I shall handle it. Mo Yuan subtly collected Huanqi's remains into a storage bag, then turned to Jiang Feng with an inviting gesture. Shall we proceed to the main hall for a discussion? He exchanged glances with the other two, who momentarily failed to comprehend. Jiang Feng regarded Mo Yuan with newfound respect, yet he remained curious about Mo Yuan's intentions. In the Hahuan sect's grand hall, the four took their seats. Mo Yuan stood once more, addressing Jiang Feng. Senior Jiang, I acted unilaterally before the crowd. I hope for your forgiveness. Not at all. What is your true intention in seeking my presence? Jiang Feng replied directly, shedding any pretense. Li Moyu and Mu Hanshuang both turned their attention to Mo Yuan, puzzled by his earlier demeanor. Senior Jiang's ability to dispatch Huanqi indicates that you must be at least at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. The Hahuan sect has dwindled to but a few of us. Without a formidable cultivator's protection, our existence is precarious. Mo Yuan refrained from explicitly stating what he desired from Jiang Feng, yet his words clearly illuminated the current state of the sect, primarily directed at the other two elders. Senior Jiang, you must have some ties to the Huan sect. I hope you will consider our shared legacy and remain within the sect. Mo Yuan bowed deeply once more. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Feng extended 2 fingers. I am willing to stay, but I have 2 conditions. First, I shall not overly involve myself in sect matters. Second, I wish for Elder Mo to oversee sect affairs henceforth. The 3 were taken aback by Jiang Feng's words. While the first condition was somewhat unexpected, it was understandable, given that Jiang Feng might be preparing to challenge the Gold Core realm. Their previous interactions suggested that Jiang Feng and Mo Yuan were not particularly close, and Jiang Feng likely lacked familiarity with the sect's administration. The second condition left them somewhat bewildered. I agree. After a lengthy pause, it was Mu Hanshuang who first responded. We have no objections. Li Moyu and Mo Yuan concurred. Thus, Jiang Feng became the de facto leader of the Huan sect. That same day, he took residence in the most spiritually enriched location within the sect, Huanshi's former cave dwelling. Even though he claimed to refrain from involvement, Mo Yuan consistently provided him with jade slips detailing the sect's management. From these, Jiang Feng discerned that Mo Yuan possessed considerable acumen in governance. It seemed that Mo Yuan had remained in the scripture pavilion due to the sect's nature and Huanshi's legacy. Observing Mo Yuan's fervor, Jiang Feng found himself willing to engage in dialogue with him. Unbeknownst to them, over 4 months had elapsed since the slaying of Huanshi. From Huanshi's storage ring, Jiang Feng had only acquired a modest collection of gold core spells, including a few that she had previously wielded. There exists a scarcity of teachings concerning the realm of Jindan. Jiang Feng surmised that it would not be long before he attained the pinnacle of cultivation, a state where no further advancement could be made. While it was conceivable to derive subsequent paths of practice through personal contemplation, such an endeavor would be as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Each lineage of cultivation has been forged through the relentless experiments and enduring efforts of countless individuals across the ages. Rather than squander precious time in vain, it would be more prudent to venture forth in search of opportunities. This notion was sparked by the fragmented map and the tomes detailing the surrounding conditions that he had unearthed within the joyous storage ring. These texts broadly delineated the location of the Huanshi zone, revealing it to be but a corner of desolate wasteland. Within this realm, humanity appeared as pitiable creatures, ensnared and nurtured by the demon race, unable to escape their plight. Upon reading this passage, Jiang Feng remained silent for an extended period, beginning to grasp the reason behind Lu Ruyan's earlier hysterical demeanor. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng retained a modicum of confidence in himself. If the fake Dan could not escape, then he would advance to the Jindan. After more than 4 months of cultivation, he was but a few days away from taking this significant step. Just as Jiang Feng contemplated where to break through to the Jindan, Mo Yuan, exuding the heavy aura of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, approached him with a grave expression. Elder Jiang, we need to discuss the matter of tributes to the demon race together. Chapter 53. Changes in the sect, breakthrough to the Golden Core, what about the Thunder Tribulation? Upon witnessing Mo Yuan's demeanor, Jiang Feng realized that he could no longer remain uninvolved in the matter. Thus, he accompanied Mo Yuan to the grand hall of the sect. As they walked, the spirits of the disciples within the sect visibly brightened, a stark contrast to the previously oppressive atmosphere. In simple terms, it felt as though there was hope for the future. Along the way, disciples of He Huan Zone greeted the two with utmost respect, their faces reflecting admiration and gratitude. Over the past few months, the disciples had suddenly discovered a plethora of additional primary cultivation techniques available for selection within the sect. These techniques catered to both single and 5-element roots, encompassing all 5 elemental attributes. Almost all disciples found techniques suitable for their spiritual roots, enabling them to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. No longer restricted to inner-sect disciples, this revelation sent waves of joy through many disciples. Moreover, the sect's control over cultivation resources had become noticeably more lenient. It was not a matter of indiscriminate distribution, but rather a relaxation of exchange restrictions. As long as one possessed the ability to earn spirit stones and contributions, they could redeem resources. Coupled with the events that transpired within the sect on that day and Mo Yuan's recent management actions, it was easy for the cultivators to deduce the reasons behind such changes. Mo Yuan, walking beside Jiang Feng, cast a glance filled with gratitude towards him. Only he understood that these techniques had originated from Jiang Feng's hand. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder speculated whether these techniques were already contained within the treasures of the sect. Mo Yuan scoffed at this notion, having witnessed countless times over the years how the former leader ambled about the library. If she truly possessed such a wealth of techniques, there would be no need for the current situation. Most importantly, Mo Yuan himself was a beneficiary of the sect's transformation. With just a slight guidance from Jiang Feng, he had successfully ascended from the late foundation establishment stage to its pinnacle, with prospects of attaining the golden core. These techniques were essentially Jiang Feng's consolidation of all the cultivation methods at his disposal, aimed at advancing the Hun Yuan Wu Xing Zhen Gong to the pinnacle of the golden core. As for why it only reached the peak of foundation establishment, he had yet to cultivate to that level himself, hence lacked any insights. The decision to present these techniques stemmed from Jiang Feng's belief that he would ultimately leave Hehuanzhou. Having traversed this world with a wealth of knowledge, he could not simply fade away in a corner of existence. Furthermore, the inheritance in his possession could only be developed to the pinnacle of the golden core. Given the limited reference materials, he felt that only the latter stages of the golden core could be utilized, while subsequent portions always seemed lacking. The journey continued to the Grand Hall, where Li Mo Yu and Mu Han Shuang awaited. The expression on Mo Yuan's face grew serious. The demon clan demanded a doubling of tribute, totaling 2,000 individuals. Upon hearing this, both Li Mo Yu and Mu Han Shuang wore grim expressions. How could this be? What explanation do they have? Li Mo Yu inquired in a deep tone. Indeed, was it not always only 1,000? The sudden doubling was unreasonable. Mu Han Shuang echoed. Jiang Feng stood silently by, aware only of the general notion that Hehuanzhou owed tribute to the demon clan, without grasping the intricate details. They claimed it was to honor Elder Jiang. Furthermore, they also required that the new holy maiden of the sect, Li Yanran, be offered alongside the tribute. With that, Mo Yuan fell silent, and the other two were also drawn into a pensive quiet. It was evident that this was a test for Jiang Feng, the newly appointed elder, to ascertain who truly held authority within the sect. Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged, making it unclear whether he was genuinely unperturbed or merely feigning such. Given Jiang Feng's stance, they had no choice but to comply. Before long, only Jiang Feng and Mo Yuan remained in the Grand Hall. Share with me your understanding of the demon clan's strength, Jiang Feng requested. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan became anxious, hastily advising, Elder Jiang, there is no need to rush. We can deliberate further. Just clarify this matter for me. I will assess the rest, Jiang Feng insisted. Seeing Jiang Feng's resolute attitude, Mo Yuan reluctantly agreed. Very well, as far as I know. Shortly thereafter, Mo Yuan concluded his account, and Jiang Feng allowed him to depart. Alone in the Grand Hall, Jiang Feng lowered his gaze. The strength of the demon clan was formidable. The total number of golden cores was but a handful, with indications of more than 2 in the later stages. This did not even account for the unknown number of demon beasts. In any regard, it represented a force capable of easily overpowering Hehuanzhou. No wonder the former leader had bowed and scraped before the golden core tiger demon. It was not merely because she was at the false core stage. The overall strength of the demon clan was the primary reason for her restraint. It truly felt like an insurmountable mountain looming overhead. The path forward would soon be revealed. 5 days later, Jiang Feng sat cross-legged atop an uninhabited mountain several thousand miles from Hehuanzhou. The controllable nuclear fusion energy from his dantian continuously surged forth, filling his dantian with power, which propelled through his meridians. Within his meridians, the energy surged with increasing intensity, its operational speed escalating. The already pure liquid energy underwent relentless compression and refinement through the cultivation technique. After countless cycles, a crystalline solid form of energy emerged within the foundation. At that moment, the flow of energy quickened exponentially. However, upon reaching the foundation, it ceased to depart, merging seamlessly into the solid energy. Ultimately, even the foundation became enveloped in this solid energy. Within his dantian, a massive, irregularly shaped sphere spun continuously. A tremendous gravitational force emanated from the sphere, generating intense winds around Jiang Feng. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, and countless ominous clouds gathered above him, pressing down nearly to his head. However, there was little spiritual energy to absorb. the gusts remained merely winds. Only within the dantian did the energy, continuously emerging from the fusion, flow into the sphere. The sphere's rotational speed accelerated, gradually diminishing in size, while becoming increasingly smooth. At the moment when Jiang Feng achieved his breakthrough, beyond the wild boar forest on the rear mountain of Hehuan Zone, a formidable presence emerged in more than 10 locations. Several colossal figures congregated, roaring with intensity. The golden core thunder tribulation loomed far away. Could it be the human race? The human race? Impossible. They are merely blood fodder devoid of any inheritance. How could that be? These self-important ants always fantasize about standing on equal footing with us. There had been instances of unauthorized golden core formation in the past. Wasn't that old fool one of them? Foolish beings, lacking in spiritual energy, yet desiring to form a golden core. It is a pity that it was merely a flawed imitation. Otherwise, it could have been offered to the esteemed one. Roar. It is not as if you have not exploited us to the point where we have not made offerings for a long time. Huiying, you are swift. Go ascertain whether it is a human golden core. Chirp. I told you not to call me Huiying. Call me Jining. Atop the mountain, the orb within Jiang Feng's dantian gradually revealed a hint of gold under the infusion of magical energy. The final golden core, as large as an adult's fist, spun brilliantly within his dantian. No matter how hard Jiang Feng exerted himself, he could not compress it further. Reluctantly, he could only dispatch a wisp of his consciousness into it. With a powerful pressure, an overwhelming force swept across the desolate mountains. Everything atop the peak, be it flora or stones towering above Jiang Feng, was swept away in an instant. Then, tranquility returned. Jiang Feng gazed upward at the dissipating dark clouds. Where is the thunder tribulation? Chapter 54. The Battle Eagle Demon. Your neck is not as strong as my grip. It seemed to be a response to Jiang Feng's confusion when the dark clouds, about to disperse, struck down a lightning bolt as thick as a chopstick. Crack! Before he could react, it instantaneously struck the crown of his head, causing a tuft of disheveled hair to stand on end, resembling a certain universal gesture. If Jiang Feng could perceive its meaning, he would understand just how vulgar the insult was. However, at that moment, he had no time to contemplate the resentment behind the thunder tribulation. Though this lightning was slender, it bore a peculiar energy that continuously tempered the small area atop his head. Jiang Feng's entire focus was on the transformation of his flesh. Countless insights related to body refinement surged through his mind, until wisps of blue smoke rose from the tips of his hair. The world fell silent. Although only a small area had been tempered, a smile crept across Jiang Feng's lips. The methods and structures of the refinement were both present. A small area was no different from the whole. Most importantly, it was about the golden core. Whoosh! Without employing any evasion technique, he soared into the sky, and his consciousness spread outwards. 10 miles, 100 miles, 450 miles. The entries marked with a question mark are truly impressive. This vast range of consciousness exceeded that of the peak golden core by 5 times. Who could possibly launch a sneak attack now? Why does a golden core aura seem to be approaching? A grayish figure was flapping its wings, swiftly entering his consciousness with a clear target, directly flying towards him. That is, a golden core eagle demon? What the heck? Is it coming for him? You're not a dog. How can your nose be so keen? Jiang Feng instantly transformed into mist and vanished from his original spot. It was not the time to engage. He had just broken through in rank and had yet to hone his skills in slaying demons. Yet, while Jiang Feng wished to avoid contact, the creature charged straight at him. Oi, that human, were you just breaking through to Golden Core? A voice that left him speechless echoed from above as he had just hidden in the woods. Goodness, no wonder it's an eagle. Its vision is remarkable, finding his location so quickly. It's not me. I didn't do anything. Don't make baseless accusations. Jiang Feng vehemently denied. In truth, he was carefully observing the adversary, a mid-golden core eagle demon, which posed a significant challenge. Caw! The golden eagle in the air, incensed by his words, raked the air with its talons, its transformed hand cracking as it clenched. Is there any other living creature within 10 miles besides you? So what if you're a cultivator? Just because you're a golden core? If I don't have one, do you plan to give me one? Jiang Feng concealed himself behind a tree, exposing only his head, seemingly intimidated by this demon clan. In reality, he was struggling to control his facial expressions. The rapid pace of his 3D printed body modification made it exceedingly difficult to maintain composure. His hand, gripping the tree trunk, trembled uncontrollably. The golden eagle, stifled, attempted to take flight, but remembered it had no wings in its transformed state, and instead landed to approach him. Do you think I can't smell the scent of the heavenly tribulation? I was just looking for you. Before I found you, you startled me. Ha ha. Am I really that frightening? Look at how we're not so different. The golden eagle seemed intrigued by its claim of scaring Jiang Feng. Just then, Jiang Feng's hand finally released the tree trunk, no longer shaking. Feeling the explosive power within him, he smiled at the golden eagle. Actually, there is indeed something quite different. Before finishing his words, he suddenly crouched and advanced. Seeking death, the eagle demon's aura surged, and the oppressive force of its mid-golden core status crashed upon him like a wave. In the next instant, Jiang Feng's hand had already gripped its carotid artery. His arm bent like an iron claw, squeezing the eagle's throat, causing a choking sound. Clang, clang, clang. The impact of the demon's power struck against his body, creating a metallic clash. Caw! The golden eagle abruptly transformed into its true form, its wings spanning over 10 feet, stirring up a tempest. Jiang Feng felt as if his arm had collided with steel, sharp feathers slicing through flesh, yet he maintained a firm grip on its struggling windpipe. As both man and eagle ascended into the sky, the golden eagle suddenly flapped its back, unleashing a barrage of feathers like arrows. Oh no! Jiang Feng desperately twisted his body, managing to evade most of the onslaught, yet still sustaining a multitude of wounds. He spun, leveraging the momentum to tighten his grip even further. Killing me won't benefit you. You'll die too. The sharp beak of the eagle struggled to articulate those words. Huh, if I don't kill you, I might die right now. Jiang Feng showed no intention of loosening his grip. Instead, he intensified his strength. As the last feather fell to the ground, the faint sound of a neck breaking echoed in the air. Jiang Feng landed on the swaying back of the golden eagle, holding the severed head, wiping the blood from his lips. The difference is, your neck isn't as strong as my grip. Killed a mid-golden core eagle demon, earning 8 soul points. Soul points, 25. Observing the system notification, Jiang Feng let out a soft sigh. His soul points had again dwindled to single digits. Ignoring the flesh that still writhed on his body, he collected all his belongings and swiftly departed from the scene. After running 1,000 miles, Jiang Feng finally stopped to find a place to heal. Just as he intended to use 3D printing to recover from his injuries, upon closer inspection, he discovered that not only were numerous feathers lodged in his wounds, but each injury also harbored remnants of demonic energy. Thus, he could only begin by purging the demonic energy within. Almost a month passed in the blink of an eye, and in the territory of the demon clan behind the wild boar forest, several golden core demons congregated. Has the gray shadow not returned yet? Damn it! He wouldn't have gone to catch that golden core prize himself, would he? That seems unlikely. He is not that bold, unless he no longer wishes to stay here. Huh. Submitting a golden core alone, and then what? He wouldn't come back? Perhaps he has already received benefits from the Lord to enhance his strength. What nonsense. You're fabricating tales about something that hasn't even begun. It's better to go take a look together. No way. What does that great eagle's fate have to do with me? The human race will soon deliver blood food. I'll wait at home to enjoy it. I won't go either. I'd rather wait for the blood food, and this time it's double the usual amount. I heard there's even a seductive body this time. I wonder who will benefit from it. In the cave of Jiang Feng within the Hahuan sect, the sound of a sword humming gradually ceased, and a pale blue flying sword slowly hovered before him. This sword was a magical artifact he had painstakingly pieced together from the sect's ancient texts, barely achieving the threshold of a magical artifact due to the severe lack of inheritance content. Even the nurturing of one's internal essence has become a formidable challenge. If only Jiang Feng were granted a little more time, the quality of the flying sword might improve. However, the impending duty to present offerings to the demon clan looms large. Regardless of the circumstances, it cannot compare to true magical artifacts. Thus, it is prudent to forge the flying sword for now. After a series of tests, it is fortunate that its offensive capabilities and flight speed are deemed satisfactory, at least surpassing that of superior spiritual tools. The urgency to forge the flying sword stems from Jiang Feng's helplessness. After his breakthrough to the Jindan stage, aside from the joy of mastering a few spells and possessing a technique known as Yuan Shu within his golden eagle storage pouch, he finds himself lacking any substantial Jindan spells. Were it not for the realization that the might of his sword control technique increases in tandem with the strength of his divine consciousness, he would hesitate to confront Jindan cultivators. Clearly, the pursuit of new legacies is imperative. While contemplating this, a voice echoed from outside the cave. Elder Jiang, the convoy for the offerings is ready to depart. Would you like to accompany us? Chapter 55. Rescuing the Tribute. The human race's heritage comes from the demon race. No. Jiang Feng prepared everything, but only uttered 2 words. With his spiritual awareness, he observed the escort team as they departed for over 100 miles before quietly leaving the cave. Among the entire convoy, apart from the driver, only Mo Yuan and Li Mo Yu remained conscious. Throughout the journey, they encountered few dangers, aside from a few oblivious demon beasts appearing along the way. Upon reaching a mountainside approximately 500 miles from Hehuan Zone, a group composed of tiger demons, wolf demons, and other creatures suddenly emerged. Hey, are you the human tribute? After Mo Yuan intervened, the convoy was allowed to proceed alongside the demon group. Along the journey, most of the demons gazed hungrily at the humans in the carriage, with several unable to resist reaching out. Whoever dares to act will find me informing the Demon King. Mo Yuan continually warned them, which kept their hands at bay. After traveling over 300 miles, the lengthy convoy finally arrived at a valley beneath a range of mountains. As Mo Yuan approached the base, he felt invigorated. The spiritual energy here was nearly 50% denser than that at the He Huanzong's gate. If he could cultivate in such an environment, his chances of breaking through to the golden core stage would increase by at least 10%. Unfortunately, even if he wished to cultivate alone, he could not. This entire second-tier high-level spirit land belonged solely to the golden core wolf demon, Xuelang. Lord Xuelang, these are the tributes for this time, Mo Yuan stated, though Jiang Feng's image inexplicably flashed in his mind at that moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng, 100 miles away, had already lingered for a while. You lot, count them thoroughly. For every one missing, they shall compensate tenfold. Xuelang's crimson eyes fixated on Mo Yuan and Li Mo Yu, his sharp fangs bared. For nearly half a year, he had been in a foul mood, ridiculed by all Golden Core Demon Kings for his inability to manage even a Kuei Mu. Tasked with this errand under the pretext of encouraging interaction with the humans to prevent his subordinates from being easily deceived, he had stubbornly brought only 5 wolf-headed beings to avoid further annoyance. Mo Yuan and Li Mo Yu felt a chill as Xuelang's gaze fell upon them, compelling them to lower their heads. A flash of disdain crossed Xuelang's eyes as he turned to observe the blood food in the carts. Suddenly, he sensed a golden core fluctuation approaching from nearly 100 miles behind and instinctively turned to check. Boom! In that instant, a rumbling sound echoed from the front. A light blue flying sword, glinting with a sharp coldness, aimed directly at his head. With a swift motion, Xuelang managed to dodge, but not entirely. The flying sword grazed his face and head, slicing away a portion, splattering blood everywhere. Even the hardest parts of his body could not withstand the onslaught of a magical artifact-level flying sword. In a haze, Xuelang's mind became chaotic, and his demon core frantically unleashed its power, launching indiscriminate attacks in all directions. The flying sword struck him once, but continued on, decapitating 2 wolf demons behind him before making its retreat. Humans, how dare you launch a sneak attack? Mo Yuan and Li Mo Yu were startled by the sudden roar, wondering what had driven the wolf demon mad. Fortunately, the injured demon lacked accuracy and did not attack them. Both realized it was not the time for contemplation and quickly retreated to evade. As they reached the side of the convoy, they found the 3 demons sent to count the tribute had all been decapitated and lay lifeless on the ground. Upon seeing them, one of the drivers poked his head out from under the cart and asked, Elder, what should we do now? Should we flee? Mo Yuan glanced at the frenzied Xuelang ahead, then at the convoy, gritting his teeth as he replied, We cannot leave on our own. Drive us back. Boom. Amidst the sounds of landslides and chaos caused by Xuelang's erratic attacks, Mo Yuan's group quickly retreated. Elder Mo, while I do not know what has driven that demon to madness, returning like this may provoke retaliation from the demon race. Once they had distanced themselves somewhat and found no pursuers, Li Mo Yu spoke with concern. I am uncertain, but I know that remaining here would not earn us any goodwill from the demons. Mo Yuan replied, though in his heart, he harbored a vague suspicion. This manner of attack seemed familiar. He believed he had witnessed it on the day of the joyous death. Jiang Feng observed through his spiritual awareness as Mo Yuan and the convoy departed, growing increasingly satisfied with the elder. It was time to deal with that golden core wolf demon. Approaching Xuelang, who was still unconsciously releasing demon power, Jiang Feng activated his flying sword to strike. Clang, clang, clang. The attacks were not rapid, granting Shui Lang ample time to react. Yet each strike was delivered with considerable force. Shui Lang's demon power quickly dwindled. At this moment, his consciousness gradually returned, and he ceased his wild thrashing. One eye, now alert, fixated intently on Jiang Feng, who heaved out, "Huff, huff, human, was it you who ambushed me?" Unexpectedly, Shui Lang, panting heavily, continued, "Huff, huff, relying solely on those trivial legacies, huff, the humans could produce a golden core like you." It seemed Shui Lang's energy was indeed depleted. As he struggled to speak, Jiang Feng, however, gleaned deeper meaning from his words. The demon race appeared to possess considerable knowledge regarding He Huanzong's heritage. The heritage and foundation of the human race are not something a mere wolf demon like you can comprehend. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, spit. What heritage? What foundation? The so-called foundations you speak of were all given by us. You truly believe those items are your own? Cough, cough. Shui Lang spoke with great difficulty, yet he continued to voice his thoughts. Hearing such claims for the first time, Jiang Feng desired to learn more. He feigned ignorance of Shui Lang's struggle to recover from his injuries and provocatively remarked, "You say they were given by you. Therefore they belong to you? I assert they were self-created by me. What a farce. Were it not for the discovery by the ancestors, cough, cough, of the enhanced flavor of humans' post-spiritual root activation and cultivation, the human race would have long been devoured." Listening intently, Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed. A being capable of referring to a mid-golden core as an ancestor should surely be beyond the golden core level. This suggested that there existed entities of even higher realms among these demons. The texts of He Huanzong made no mention of such, and by the order of naming, they should be at the nascent soul stage. Jiang Feng suddenly found himself in a precarious situation. His initial intent had been to slay this wolf demon, eliminating demons and beasts in succession. Now, it seemed he could only target those of the Foundation establishment late stage or above to gain soul points. However, it appeared he could not be too overt in his actions. Countless thoughts swirled within his mind. Yet his lips continued to utter the words of Shui Lang. What purpose does this serve? Unless you can present evidence, I shall remain unconvinced. Haha, Shui Lang, you truly are worthless. Not only can you not manage your own subordinates, but you have also been grievously wounded by a mere human. Nevertheless, before anything could be extracted, a sharp voice interrupted the exchange. Jiang Feng's heart jolted. He had not retracted his spiritual sense. And yet this demon had managed to approach so closely. It seems that even with his spiritual sense surpassing an entire realm, one should not underestimate the demon race. Turning his gaze, he beheld a diminutive figure standing atop a rock above them, hands on hips. Two small red mustaches quivered as he spoke. "Qiying Shu, quickly summon them to rescue me." Ignoring the mockery from Qiying Shu, Shui Lang hastily called for help, simultaneously retreating swiftly to distance himself from Jiang Feng. Chapter 56. How impressive are wings. They even call for help. Upon hearing the words of Shui Lang, Jiang Feng sensed impending doom. Without hesitation, he directed his flying sword towards the direction of the Qiying Shu. In a flash, the figure of the Qiying Shu vanished before Jiang Feng's eyes. The rapidly flying sword executed a sharp turn in midair, aiming for an open space a mile away. Clang, crack. After the clash of metal, a diminutive figure materialized out of thin air, staggering backward, leaving behind a shattered wooden shield. Jiang Feng was taken aback, surprised that his radar locking strike had failed. Fortunately, the Qiying Shu, after being attacked, was unable to immediately employ its elusive techniques again. Jiang Feng maintained his assault with the flying sword, while simultaneously drawing his long sword to confront Shui Lang. Seeing Jiang Feng daring to engage him in close combat, Shui Lang let out a sinister laugh, his arms transforming into wolf claws as they lunged at Jiang Feng. With a clang, Jiang Feng deflected the claws with his sword, then slashed again, sending a brilliant beam of sword light 3 feet long directly into Shui Lang's mouth. With a gasp, Shui Lang uttered something indistinct before collapsing, leaving Jiang Feng puzzled as he couldn't discern the words. Killed a gold core stage wolf demon, gained 4 soul points. Soul points, 39. Even without a mouth, he still has something to say? Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, collecting Shui Lang's remains as he hastily charged toward the Qiying Shu. While Shui Lang was dealt with, the more formidable flying sword had failed to capture the Qiying Shu, which had escaped to a distance of 10 miles. Meanwhile, he sensed three figures rapidly approaching from different directions. It would be challenging to withdraw easily. But the Jiang Shu must perish. This creature possessed exceptional stealth abilities and a plethora of techniques. In such a short time, it had produced 4 or 5 items capable of countering his flying sword. If allowed to escape, who knows when it would strike Jiang Feng with a surprise attack. Squeak. As Jiang Feng neared the Jiang Shu, it emitted a shrill, piercing sound, far more lethal than nails scraping glass. Fortunately, Jiang Feng's physical prowess mitigated much of the impact. He advanced with his sword, coordinating his attack with the flying sword. Roar. Woof. Caw. At that moment, 3 distinct calls echoed from afar, seemingly in response to the Jiang Shu while simultaneously intimidating Jiang Feng. Undeterred by the sounds, Jiang Feng concentrated all his strength and struck fiercely at the Jiang Shu. The creature's lips quivered like a pair of red whiskers about to take flight, and it conjured a small bell to shield itself from the sword. Boom. Clang. Jiang Feng's expression shifted as his high-grade spiritual weapon shattered instantly, leaving him with only the hilt in hand. Fortunately, the bell was also sent flying, and the flying sword swiftly followed, decapitating the Jiang Shu. Killed a gold core stage Jiang Shu, gained 10 soul points. Soul points, 49. Regrettably glancing at the hilt in his hand, Jiang Feng stowed away the Jiang Shu and took to the skies. The 3 gold core figures had already arrived within 100 miles. At this moment, both sides were probing each other's spiritual senses, leaving no room for concealment. A tiger demon, a dog demon, and a crow demon. 1 in the late gold core stage and 2 in the mid gold core stage. This was becoming quite troublesome. With a swift motion, Jiang Feng darted toward the tiger demon, the one with the weakest aura among the 3, determined to strike first. This creature, muscular and imposing in appearance, was the most likely to present a challenge. Roar. As Jiang Feng approached, the tiger demon howled in fury, its form suddenly enlarging as its true shape emerged. Who gave you the confidence to break through from me? Just as the flying sword closed in, the tiger demon's tail lashed out like lightning. Sizzle. The impact produced a shower of sparks. The tiger demon, taken aback by the sword's sharpness, found its thick tail nearly severed, almost transforming into a short-tailed tiger. Before it could lament the loss of its tail, Jiang Feng delivered a powerful punch to its jaw, causing the massive creature to nearly flip over, its roar abruptly silenced. Immediately afterward, with a heavy blow, he struck its exposed abdomen. The continuous assault disrupted the flow of demonic energy within the tiger demon. Whoosh! The flying sword followed closely, precisely piercing through its belly, extracting a demon core from its body. After securing the core, Jiang Feng directed the flying sword to pierce through the tiger demon's eye and into its brain, bringing about its demise. Just as he completed these tasks, the shrill cries drew near. Stowing the tiger demon away, Jiang Feng took a few hurried breaths. Feeling slightly dizzy, they were a mix of men and women, adorned in identical attire, evidently hailing from the same faction. 10 individuals bore insignias with 2 stripes emblazoned upon their chests, cautiously wielding their weapons while surveying their surroundings. Meanwhile, the remaining 2, marked by an additional stripe on their badges, stood with arms crossed at a distance, suggesting a difference in their status. Senior Sun Luyao, must you also submit the demon cores from the Jindan realm for your previous training missions? One of the youths, bearing the 2-stripe insignia, seized the opportunity to inquire of the silent woman beside him. Had there been others present, they would surely have been astonished by the youth's words, for his aura unmistakably emanated from the foundational realm. Remain vigilant and observe your surroundings. Is it not clearly stated on the mission brief? Why pose such unnecessary questions? The woman retorted icily, casting him a sidelong glance. Before she could finish her sentence, a voice rang out from within the group. Attention! Potential danger ahead. Prepare for combat. Moments later, they beheld a disheveled figure stumbling towards their ranks. Chapter 57. These individuals are unusual. The Yuaning demon clan has arrived in the sky. Jiang Feng's abdomen was stained crimson, with a large tear in his clothing. The wound had been hastily mended, and while the bleeding had ceased, the roughness of the repair revealed the flesh still rolled and twisted. Beneath the skin, the damaged dantian fluctuated with spiritual pressure, the output of magical energy intermittent, causing his flight to be erratic. Akin to an engine with a clogged fuel line. The residual demonic energy continued to wreak havoc within Jiang Feng's body and dantian. He could only rely on 3D printed inscriptions to continuously repair his dantian, ensuring he retained the ability to fly. Furthermore, the repeated forced activation of his flying sword had caused his sea of consciousness to rupture, leaving him in a state of extreme dizziness and difficulty concentrating. Previously, while evading the pursuit of the crow demon, Jiang Feng sensed 5 new Jindan auras and chose to break through using the weakest one. Little did he know it was a pangolin demon, astonishingly resilient, and yet exceedingly treacherous. It withstood a strike from his flying sword, solely to claw at his abdomen. However, the pangolin demon paid dearly for its recklessness with its life. Subsequently, Jiang Feng, despite his injured sea of consciousness, forced the flying sword to vanquish a cat demon. This barely allowed him to break free from the encirclement and escape to this location. Given a moment to expel the residual demonic energy within him, he believed he could continue fleeing and perhaps even evade capture. Yet, Jiang Feng's condition was dire, with 5 demon pursuers relentlessly trailing him. Sensing the ever-approaching crow demon behind him, Jiang Feng sighed inwardly, realizing that today might be his downfall. Suddenly, the faint awareness he projected sensed a surge of magical energy ahead. There was a situation up ahead. Exercise caution. Prepare for battle. A voice, tinged with both tension and excitement, reached his ears. Jiang Feng realized he had encountered other cultivators. If they could delay his pursuers for a while, there might still be hope. Stumbling forward, he finally discerned the situation ahead and felt his heart sink. The number of cultivators was considerable, over a dozen. Yet their quality seemed lacking, all being at the foundation establishment stage. Even if they joined forces, it would hardly suffice against the formidable Jindan demon clan behind them. However, there were 2 Jindan cultivators. As long as they were not utterly inept, they should be able to delay the demons for a time. Halt! You cannot approach any closer. Either stop or detour. Do not interfere with our battle. Before Jiang Feng could draw near, one individual shouted loudly. Although his consciousness was somewhat hazy, Jiang Feng discerned that the speaker was merely at the late foundation establishment stage. There are 5 Jindan demons behind, Jiang Feng warned. The response was cold and dismissive. Do we need a native to remind us? Stay aside and do not come any closer. Incoming. Senior sister, bring that horse demon over. Jiang Feng was baffled by their misplaced confidence. However, the agonizing pressure in his sea of consciousness and his increasingly foggy mind left him little room for contemplation. These individuals intended to confront the demons trailing him. That was sufficient. Wobbling past the group, Jiang Feng could no longer hold on and quickly sought a place to sit cross-legged. If he did not repair his sea of consciousness soon, he would lose consciousness. At that point, he would not only be unable to continue fleeing, but might also plummet from the sky. Upon settling on the ground, Jiang Feng disregarded the pain from his damaged dantian and the leakage of magical energy. He transferred the power of the 3D printed inscriptions from his dantian to his sea of consciousness and promptly began the repair process. After several breaths, the dizziness and throbbing in his head gradually subsided, and the side effects of forcibly activating his sea of consciousness finally dissipated. With a sigh of relief, he immediately focused his spiritual awareness on the ongoing battle not far away. The crisis was not yet averted. The outcome of that confrontation would significantly influence Jiang Feng's next course of action. If things went smoothly, he would have ample time to expel the demonic energy within him and restore his combat capabilities. If not, he would have no choice but to make a hasty retreat. As for whether his arrival would bring harm to these cultivators, that was a concern for another time. Scanning with his spiritual awareness, Jiang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. These individuals were extraordinary. Among the 2 Jindan cultivators, the female practitioner employed sword techniques to suppress 2 demon beasts, rendering them unable to advance or retreat. One of those was the crow demon that had relentlessly pursued Jiang Feng. The other Jindan practitioner wielded spells that bore resemblance to formations, similarly ensnaring 2 Jindan demon clans. While engaged in combat with the demons, their gazes often drifted towards another direction. There, 10 Foundation establishment practitioners surrounded a horse demon, launching continuous assaults. In a matter of moments, the horse demon was already covered in numerous wounds. Each time it attempted to counterattack, 3 or more individuals would join forces to thwart it. The others seized the opportunity to strike the horse demon. However, the offensive and defensive spells they cast differed greatly from those Jiang Feng had learned. A second-tier water arrow spell managed to pierce a blood hole half a finger deep into the Jindan horse demon. Due to severe depletion of his spiritual awareness, Jiang Feng could not delve deeper into the nature of these spells. He was left wondering why these individuals possessed such formidable power and spell potency. Was it due to their lineage from a powerful sect? Yet, employing second-tier spells to breach the defenses of a Jindan demon was an extraordinary feat in itself. When he was at the Foundation establishment stage, he had contended against Jindan opponents, and even when he faced a mere illusionary Jindan, he found himself in a dire predicament. He had painstakingly pieced together the classics of the Hahuan sect and even procured the secret tomes of its highest-ranking members. After integrating this knowledge through a super AI, he barely attained the strength to surpass a minor realm. These individuals could effortlessly overpower opponents of the same realm, and with their numerical advantage, they could engage enemies across realms. Jiang Feng could not help but feel an intense sense of envy. Nonetheless, regardless of how astonishing the situation might be, it was, at least for Jiang Feng, a welcome piece of news. If these cultivators could hold off the demon clan, he would have sufficient time to heal. Reclaiming most of his spiritual awareness, Jiang Feng immersed his consciousness into his dantian. After a period without repair, the damage to his dantian had intensified. He directed his awareness to adjust the capabilities of the inscription to affect his dantian and surrounding flesh. The chaotic demonic energy gradually subsided, yet the condition of his damaged dantian showed no signs of alleviation. As a reservoir of energy, the magical power within the dantian bore the weight of pressure. If the dantian cannot be restored to its complete state, it will continue to deteriorate until it is utterly destroyed. Enduring the pain, Jiang Feng began to channel his spiritual energy to expel the demonic force. With a sudden burst, a gash opened in his abdomen, and a surge of demonic energy erupted from the wound, tearing apart a nearby tree trunk. Though his flesh was once again torn and bloodied, a flicker of joy ignited within Jiang Feng's heart. As long as he could expel the demonic energy from his body, the physical injuries were merely trivial matters. However, before he could continue to cleanse himself of the second wave of demonic force, an overwhelming pressure, unlike anything he had ever experienced, swiftly descended upon him. Jiang Feng assumed that a demon from the rear ranks had broken through to launch an assault, prompting him to cease his efforts and rise to assess the situation. He observed 5 golden core demons still engaged in combat with the group in the distance. Yet, at that moment, the Foundation establishment cultivators unleashed their spells with reckless abandon, relentlessly targeting the horse demon. The spells cast by the cultivators had transformed into a frenzied onslaught, and it would not be long before they would slay 2 of the demons on the spot. The swordplay of the female cultivator had become exceptionally sharp, with just a few strikes. She severely wounded one of the demons. Simultaneously, she shouted urgently, "Do not hold back. Resolve this battle quickly. A Yuanying demon is approaching." Chapter 58, Semi-Permeable Membrane. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Jiang Feng, disregarding his injuries, hastened towards the battlefield. "Do you require assistance? I can still manage a few strikes," he called out loudly before even approaching. It was evident that the adversary was a Yuanying. He realized that relying solely on himself was futile. The female cultivator's choice to eliminate the Jindan demon clan suggested she had some form of support. "What can you, a mere early Jindan with a shattered dantian, possibly accomplish? Do not hinder us," Sun Luyao retorted sharply, her sword's aura becoming even more formidable. However, Jiang Feng paid her no heed. In an instant, his flying sword surged forth, targeting the horse demon besieged by the Foundation-building cultivators. With a swift strike, he decapitated the already severely restricted horse demon. "You have slain a mid-stage Jindan Shiying mouse, gaining 10 soul points. Soul points, 81. Only 19 points to go." Jiang Feng endeavored to calm the tumult within his sea of consciousness, reflecting on his situation. His decisive strike against the horse demon attracted numerous glances, particularly from 2 Jindan cultivators who regarded him with mild astonishment. They had not anticipated that this native Jindan possessed such an impressive flying sword. However, some Foundation-building cultivators were displeased, perceiving it as an act of stealing kills. Yet, they had overheard Sun Luyao's earlier remarks, leaving them momentarily speechless. With a brief pause, Jiang Feng seized the opportunity for another strike. "You have slain a mid-stage Jindan horse demon, gaining 12 soul points. Soul points, 93. Taking advantage of the chaos, he executed a surprise attack on a demon beast that was being bombarded by spells. Observing his remarkable efficiency, Sun Luyao, in a moment of respite, urged Jiang Feng, "If you can act, do so quickly. Help me eliminate one." Her urgency was palpable. She had sensed the approaching aura of a Yuanying-level demon. She was facing a late-stage crow demon, and, in a 2-against-1 scenario, she found it challenging to resolve the conflict swiftly. A bitter expression crossed Jiang Feng's face. Having already unleashed 2 strikes was the limit of his current capabilities. Should he attempt another, his sea of consciousness would likely shatter again. Yet, recognizing the urgency of the situation, he inhaled deeply and launched his flying sword once more, not to assist Sun Luyao, but to target another demon facing a Jin Dan cultivator. You have slain a mid-stage Jin Dan snake demon, gaining 10 soul points. Soul points, 103. Sun Luyao was taken aback by his choice not to aid her, feeling a surge of frustration. What is wrong with this person? Even if he harbors grievances against me, does he not comprehend the gravity of the situation? The Jin Dan cultivator also found Jiang Feng's behavior perplexing and turned to him in confusion. Quickly assist that female cultivator. I am unable to continue. Jiang Feng stifled the agony of his torn consciousness and addressed the other cultivator. After speaking, he disregarded everything and sat cross-legged on the ground to begin mending his sea of consciousness once more. He wished to help the female cultivator conclude her battle swiftly, but the circumstances did not permit it. Since the moment he drew his first sword, the crow demon had been wary of his actions. Jiang Feng was certain that should he strike, the demon would certainly intervene. He had only 1 sword strike left, and he intended to utilize it with utmost precision. Otherwise, a missed opportunity would leave him powerless. With the situation unchanged, a waste indeed. Currently, the circumstances were favorable. He had liberated the young man from the snake demon's grasp, allowing him to fight freely. The young man quickly responded, corralling one of the demon beasts into the attack range. Before long, as Jiang Feng sat cross-legged to repair his consciousness, he heard the crow demon's anguished cries in its final moments. Concurrently, the sound of spell explosions echoed from the other side, indicating that both parties had managed to vanquish their adversaries. You must leave this place immediately. Sun Luyao, ignoring the corpse of the crow demon on the ground, turned to the assembly of foundation-building cultivators. And be sure to take this fellow with you. After a moment's hesitation, she added this instruction. Just then, the pale-faced Jiang Feng successfully repaired his sea of consciousness and opened his eyes. Despite having restored it, his aura remained somewhat disordered due to the earlier strain. Upon hearing the female cultivator's words, he was astonished. He had assumed that Sun Luyao was hastening to finish the battle in order to depart quickly. He did not expect her intention was to stay and confront the Yuanying demons. As he began to rise unsteadily, 2 cultivators approached and, without further ado, seized him, swiftly carrying him into the forest. Although Jiang Feng's mind was still somewhat hazy, his strong physique enabled him to move without issue. However, he did not struggle against the 2. To do so now would only waste precious time, and his own movements would create more noise than theirs. They had not run far before sensing a formidable disturbance from behind. It appeared the 2 Jin Dan cultivators had engaged the Yuanying demons. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Feng opened his system interface to take a glance, noting the 103 soul points displayed on the panel. He resolved to make a draw. With his life uncertain, he deemed it wiser to expend the soul points. Thus, he commanded inwardly, System, draw an entry. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the entry, semi-permeable membrane, blue. Do you wish to use the entry, semi-permeable membrane? Upon seeing the result, a sigh escaped Jiang Feng. Indeed, a mere ordinary draw yielded gold, only to realize it was an illusion of the novice protection period. Observing the seemingly useless entry, he thought with resignation, use it. The semi-permeable membrane entry flashed across the panel and vanished into his 3-dimensional avatar. This entry does not have a fixed location. Not noticing any new luminous points appearing on his avatar, Jiang Feng was taken aback. He could only glance at the panel's entry list, semi-permeable membrane, full body filtering. Filtering, how does one utilize this? At that moment, he struggled to comprehend the function of this entry. The departing group did not halt, continuing to advance swiftly. They displayed a clear division of labor, with 2 leading the way, 2 bringing up the rear, while the remaining 4 formed a formation to protect Jiang Feng and the other 2 in the center. Judging by their adeptness, this was not their first encounter. After running for 300 miles, they finally came to a stop. One of the individuals retrieved a jade tablet, sliding across it. Jiang Feng observed his actions, feeling as if the individual were swiping a smartphone screen. Oh no, there is no Lingxin signal here. I cannot determine our current location. Another person quickly leaned in. We have only covered a little over 300 miles. That cannot be right. Why don't you climb a tree to check? Upon overhearing their conversation, Jiang Feng was momentarily bewildered. Aren't you supposed to be my buddy? Are you truly consulting a map? And there's no signal. Yet you manage this? Was it the remoteness and isolation of his current location, or was the outside world simply that advanced? How could it be that in a place steeped in feudal dynasties, merely traversing a wild boar forest led to the discovery of map coordinates? Was this the right context? Just as Jiang Feng questioned the fabric of his existence, the cultivator indeed ascended into the air, holding a jade tablet aloft. After a brief interval, he descended once more, stating, "It still won't do. The wilderness mountain range is far too distant from the Tao Alliance. The distribution of spiritual veins here is also disorderly, significantly affecting the spiritual signal." Tao Alliance. Jiang Feng encountered yet another unfamiliar term. Could this be the name of their faction? Chapter 59. Membrane-assisted healing. Signals established while Jiang Feng was contemplating in silence. Another individual gestured towards him. Why not inquire with that fellow Taoist? He suggested. His presence here suggests he is quite familiar with the surroundings. Just call me Jiang Feng. I am of a similar age to you, Jiang Feng replied, seeing their gazes directed at him, as he clasped his hands in greeting. My name is Qiao Chu. I wonder if Senior Jiang is acquainted with the topography of this area? The man, noticing Jiang Feng's approach, returned the gesture. With a wry smile, Jiang Feng recounted a brief summary of his predicament. Upon hearing his words, the group of young people displayed expressions of disappointment. However, Jiang Feng shifted the tone of the conversation, smiling as he said, "But fret not. I believe our two Taoist friends will come looking for us shortly." They were still within Jiang Feng's spiritual sense range from the previous battlefield. Unfortunately, the condition of his sea of consciousness was not stable. Having just recovered, it had yet to settle. It was only recently that he managed to conduct a tentative probe. The Yuan realm demon was unable to contend with the two golden core practitioners, who were, in fact, exerting subtle pressure on it. The weapons and talismans wielded by the two golden core cultivators were formidable. Unless the Yuan demon intended to fight desperately, it was likely that both sides would soon reach a ceasefire. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's expression changed. Run. They are coming. The optimistic scenario he had anticipated had not materialized. The Yuan demon, seemingly in a frenzy, was charging towards them while attacking. The 10 Foundation establishment cultivators' faces shifted with alarm, and they immediately resumed their frantic flight. Jiang Feng observed for a moment before reluctantly retracting his spiritual sense, his face pale. He turned to the cultivators supporting him and whispered, "I must trouble you, fellow Taoist. I need to tend to my internal injuries first." He then leaned entirely against the other party, closing his eyes to introspect. The person supporting him initially froze, noticing an increase in the strength of his arm before coming to a realization. Astonishment filled his heart. In such a situation, was it wise to heal without fearing accidents that might exacerbate injuries? At that moment, Jiang Feng's consciousness had already entered the sea of awareness, where he observed two new fissures appearing, sighing inwardly. He had overexerted his sea of consciousness today, denying it the opportunity for nurturing. The entire sea of consciousness was on the verge of collapse, with any slight provocation likely to cause further cracks. Had he not performed repairs twice along the way, he would have likely succumbed to madness due to the collapse of his sea of consciousness. After mending the two fissures, he shifted his focus to his dantian. Currently, it resembled a deflating balloon, with demonic energy relentlessly gnawing at it while his own mana continued to surge chaotically. Jiang Feng minimized the mana released through controlled nuclear fusion, fearful of bursting himself. He then activated the 3D printing process to initiate repairs. His dantian had faced numerous calamities today, and he had lost count of how many times he had repaired it. If not for the external demonic energy interference, he could have isolated it with his mana once fully repaired, allowing him to recover his early golden core combat power. The membrane could serve to block foreign forces. Without further pondering external factors, the super AI finally activated, processing this thought in his mind. Yes, Jiang Feng suddenly felt exhilarated, realizing how he had overlooked this earlier. He promptly focused and activated the membrane, conjuring an invisible barrier before him. However, upon moving the barrier outside his dantian, he discovered it had no effect. Could it be that the positioning was incorrect? Upon further examination of the membrane, he noted its function was filtering, indicating it could not be utilized as a barrier. He silently attempted to invoke Demonic energy cannot penetrate. At that moment, the demonic energy was immediately isolated beyond the barrier. It worked. Jiang Feng intended to return to repairing his dantian, but suddenly halted. If the membrane could block demonic energy, could it not encapsulate them entirely? This way, even if the demonic energy remained within, it would pose no threat to him. With the thought in mind, Jiang Feng swiftly acted, envisioning the barrier transforming into a hollow sphere, enclosing the demonic energy. Before long, around his dantian, 8 streams of demonic energy lay peacefully within the transparent barrier. Jiang Feng's consciousness returned to his dantian, joyfully commencing the repairs. The Foundation establishment cultivators supporting Jiang Feng had not run for long when he noticed a sudden lightness in his arm. Turning to look, he found Jiang Feng had opened his eyes at some point and was now casting spells. Aside from a slightly pale complexion, he bore no signs of severe injury, leaving the cultivator astonished by this indigenous practitioner's healing methods. At this moment, Jiang Feng's sea of consciousness had slightly recovered. Utilizing the capabilities of early golden core level consciousness would not impose too great a burden. Running continuously was not a viable solution. "What is your name, fellow Taoist? From which direction have you come?" Jiang Feng inquired while running alongside the cultivator on his right. "My name is Zhang Jiajia. All 10 of us hail from Qi Feng Cheng." Zhang Jiajia replied, panting heavily. After running for quite some time, coupled with the burden of supporting Jiang Feng, he was beginning to feel fatigued. "I meant the direction." Jiang Feng, somewhat exasperated, rephrased his question, "Which side of the mountain range is Qi Feng Cheng on? East, west, south, or north?" "To the south," Zhang Jiajia promptly replied. Jiang Feng quickly visualized their current location in relation to the north. "Inform your companions. We shall change direction and run this way," Jiang Feng instructed, pointing to one side. "Why should we run that way?" Zhang Jiajia asked in confusion. "Qi Feng Cheng lies in that direction. Zhou Kai? Head that way. That is the direction of Qi Feng Cheng," the leader exclaimed. The person in front paused. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" After another incense stick's worth of time, the Pathfinder exclaimed, "We have a signal." At this moment, Jiang Feng was the only one in the group who was not gasping for breath. Even without flying, exerting themselves fully for so long had taken a considerable toll on their mana and stamina. Upon hearing this, everyone in the group felt a surge of renewed energy. Immediately, someone eagerly shouted, "Quick, try to connect with the seniors or mentors." I seem to have heard something peculiar," Jiang Feng mused, the strange feeling in his heart growing stronger. "Aren't we supposed to use messaging talismans? Could it be that what they possess can make phone calls?" Before long, Jiang Feng witnessed it firsthand. The cultivator named Zhou Kai was indeed conversing animatedly with the jade plate, as if engaged in a video call. Jiang Feng felt as though he was on the verge of dismantling the worldview he had painstakingly adapted to over the past few months. Had he never encountered a communication device before? That was merely of the spiritual artifact grade. It was rumored that advanced communication devices could directly invoke formations to assist in combat. Even more sophisticated ones housed spirit entities, which could aid cultivators in their endeavors. Zhang Jiajia, who was beside him, noticed Jiang Feng's gaze fixed on the jade tablet in Zhou Kai's hand and began to elaborate on its features. Jiang Feng yearned to proclaim that he was well acquainted with such devices, having used them frequently in the past. Was that not akin to a mobile phone? However, upon hearing the mention of formations and spirit entities assisting cultivators, he swallowed his words. This world seemed to be a far cry from the cultivation realm he had previously envisioned. Chapter 60. Crisis averted. Murong Yuyan has promised to come and meet us soon, announced Zhou Kai cheerfully as he put away his communicator. The group of Foundation establishment cultivators immediately erupted in excitement, engaging in animated discussions about their mentor. Many praised Zhang Jiajia as well. The fact that Mentor Murong is coming in person. Zhou Kai truly deserves his top-ranking status. Zhang Jiajia couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder upon hearing the news. Jiang Feng, puzzled, inquired, "Who is Mentor Murong? Is she strong?" "Of course. Murong Yuyan, the youngest Yuanying mentor of the Qifeng City Dao Academy. She has reached the pinnacle of Yuanying before the age of 36. It is said that other Dao academies have attempted to recruit her countless times, but fortunately, the wise dean did not allow it. Most importantly, she is a stunning beauty. Countless individuals in Qifeng City yearn to catch a glimpse of her." As Zhang Jiajia spoke, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Jiang Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. Even at such a critical moment, they were still preoccupied with trivial matters. He truly considered leaving them behind. However, he realized that departing now might complicate his reintegration into the outside world. He continued walking, attempting to halt Jiang Feng's daydreaming. No matter her strength, can she match the Yuanying-level monsters pursuing us? Jiang Feng paused, suddenly realizing the gravity of their situation. Indeed, their true danger lay in the Yuanying-level monsters behind them. Minter Murong was far away in Qifeng City. Their celebration was premature. His expression changed dramatically, and he hastily shouted, "Zhou Kai, don't be so hasty to celebrate. Everyone, stop chatting. We must keep running." At that moment, Zhou Kai was reveling in the admiration of others and was displeased by Jiang Feng's interruption. "What madness are you spouting, Jiang Feng? With Minter Murong here, why would we need to run?" Others nodded in agreement, casting unfriendly glances at Jiang Feng. Having paused to rest, they found it difficult to muster the desire to continue fleeing. Jiang Feng, taken aback by Zhou Kai's outburst and the ire of the others, found himself at a loss for words. "I hope that Minter Murong arrives before the monsters do." Just then, Jiang Feng was on the verge of leaving their sight. But his voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Suddenly, they all recalled the Yuanying-level monster trailing behind them, and they hurriedly scrambled to their feet. Fortunately, despite the chaos, no one recklessly took to the skies. Half an hour passed, and the leader of the group had now changed to Jiang Feng, whose spiritual sense extended further. Attention! A powerful, unidentified presence is ahead. He sensed an immense aura that had abruptly appeared 100 miles away. Zhou Kai hastened to catch up, asking, "Is it Minter Murong?" Jiang Feng replied helplessly, "How would I know what she looks like?" "It's me." A woman's voice rang out just as he finished speaking. Jiang Feng was startled. Her speed was astonishing. From the moment he detected her presence until now, they had exchanged only 2 sentences, and she had already traversed 100 miles. If the monster behind them possessed such speed, they would surely have become fodder by now. "Minter Murong, you finally arrived." The crowd erupted in excited greetings, with several female cultivators even beginning to sob. Jiang Feng gazed at Murong Yuyan, who was busy comforting the Foundation establishment cultivators. She wore a form-fitting lavender gown, her hair elegantly styled, and her features were exquisite. Indeed, she was a rare beauty, Jiang Feng thought to himself. However, he refrained from staring further and cleared his throat, declaring loudly, "Ahem. While your excitement is palpable, allow me to interject." Hearing his words, the crowd turned to look at him. Murong Yuyan turned her gaze towards Jiang Feng, frowning slightly. "Who are you? Which Dao Academy do you hail from? Your aura feels rather peculiar." "I am Jiang Feng, honored to meet you, Minter. I will explain my circumstances shortly. Shouldn't you first attend to the 2 who are still contending with the Yuanying monsters behind us?" Murong Yuyan's expression shifted to one of confusion as she turned her attention to Zhou Kai. "Didn't you say that the Yuanying monsters were pursuing you?" At that moment, she realized the gravity of the situation. How had a group of Foundation establishment cultivators escaped the pursuit of Yuanying monsters? Senior Sister Sun Luyao and Senior Zhou Yuyu are fighting the monsters. Zhou Kai, startled by Murong Yuyan's gaze, hurried to clarify. Overwhelmed by excitement at seeing Minter Murong, he had completely overlooked this critical matter. In an instant, before Zhou Kai could finish his explanation, Murong Yuyan's figure vanished. Jiang Feng had been watching her closely, yet he failed to catch sight of how she departed. He was left questioning whether the disparity in strength to the Yuanying pinnacle was too vast, or if Murong Yuyan was simply extraordinarily powerful. Both the combat prowess displayed by Sun Luyao and Zhou Yuyu and the communication device Zhou Kai had used made him yearn even more for the world beyond the forest. Witnessing Murong Yuyan's extraordinary abilities intensified his desire to venture into the outside realm. With the pressure of the pursuing monsters alleviated, Jiang Feng finally allowed himself to relax. He sat down cross-legged, intending to expel the demonic energy lingering within him. As keeping it contained was not a viable option, the Foundation establishment cultivators were already exhausted, and the emotional roller coaster had left them fatigued. Some took pills to replenish their energy, while others sat on the ground to recuperate. Before Jiang Feng could delve into his internal state, his keen senses detected 2 hostile gazes fixed on him from behind. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed their identities. One belonged to Zhou Kai and the other to a female cultivator named Zhao Rong. Zhao Rong's hostility was mild, but Zhou Kai's eyes were filled with resentment. Jiang Feng was puzzled. He had not interacted directly with either of them, so what could have provoked such animosity? Sensing the tension, he decided against focusing on expelling his demonic energy for the moment. If these two attempted to ambush him while his attention was diverted, he was uncertain whether he could withstand the assault. He had witnessed the myriad of techniques wielded by Sun Luyao and Zhou Yuyu, all of which were formidable tools for battling opponents beyond their level. If these two possessed similar capabilities, it would spell disaster for him. After all, he was merely at the early Golden Core stage. His physical strength, while surpassing that of mid-Golden Core demonic beasts, had its limits. He doubted he could endure the impact of such formidable attacks. Upon reflection, Jiang Feng chose to disregard the supernatural forces surrounding him and instead began to gently cultivate his consciousness. However, given the palpable hostility exhibited by the two individuals, he had already resolved in his heart that they were destined for demise. An hour later, Murong Yuyan arrived with two figures in tow, prompting Jiang Feng to ponder the possibility of complications arising. Noticing the gloomy expressions on their faces, he felt a sense of foreboding. As soon as they landed, Sun Luyao inquired with confusion, Jiang Feng, have you resolved the issue with your shattered dantian? The mention of a shattered dantian immediately captured Murong Yuyan's attention. Jiang Feng hails from the depths of the wasteland. When we encountered him, Sun Luyao proceeded to recount the circumstances of their meeting. Once she finished, Murong Yuyan's gaze towards Jiang Feng glimmered with a dangerous intensity. I demand an explanation. Chapter 61. Journey to Qifeng City Dao Academy. This is only natural. Jiang Feng offered a respectful gesture to Murong Yuyan, managing a wry smile as he began to explain. This situation had long been anticipated by Jiang Feng. Even if she refrained from inquiring, the other party would inevitably seek clarity outside. During the hour of respite just past, Jiang Feng had contemplated this matter. He merely elucidated his venture into the territory of the Yao clan to rescue blood food, glossing over his personal circumstances. There was no need for deceit. The Hahuan zone was right there, and given the other party's capabilities, they could easily investigate the truth. Jiang Feng, even if he wished to intervene, would find it futile. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's account, the three fell into silence, not only due to Jiang Feng's tribulations, but also because of the mention of the human sheep. To have slain that individual with a single sword stroke seemed to have benefited him. After a lengthy pause, Murong Yuyan gritted her teeth and spoke, though her words puzzled Jiang Feng. Previously, he had assumed their grim expressions indicated some trouble. It now appeared that it had little to do with that Yuaning Yao. This matter could be addressed later. Your dantian is shattered? Yet, you seem to be in decent condition, Murong Yuyan remarked, shifting her inquiry towards Jiang Feng. He sensed a keen interest in her tone regarding this issue and managed a faintly bitter smile. It's merely a temporary suppression technique. I am currently troubled by how to resolve it. I see a glimmer of suspicion flitted through Murong Yuyan's gaze as she slowly nodded. Then redirected the conversation. What are your plans moving forward? Would it be possible to accompany you back to Qifeng City? Jiang Feng expressed his intentions candidly. Before Murong Yuyan could respond, Sun Luyao interjected with curiosity. You plan to leave just like that? What about the Hahuan zone? Jiang Feng shrugged with a bitter smile. The instigator was that Yuaning fox demon. This is merely our speculation. As for anything else, what could a cultivator of my level possibly know? His words plunged the trio into silence once more. After a while, Murong Yuyan finally stated, since you have this intention, you should accompany me back to Qifeng City. As for your sect and those mortals, let me discuss it with the others at the academy upon my return. Jiang Feng sensed an additional implication in her gaze, yet he would not naively assume she harbored any romantic interest. As long as she did not seek his life, he could defer any further considerations. Having concluded her words, Murong Yuyan ascended into the air, gracefully waving her hand. With a whoosh, a colossal object measuring approximately 10 zhang in length, 6 zhang in width, and nearly 2 zhang in height appeared in the sky. It was the flying apparatus of Instructor Murong. How magnificent! The prospect of returning via such a vehicle was truly exhilarating. The students of Qifeng City Dao Academy were flushed with excitement. Jiang Feng gazed at the sleek, aerodynamic design of the craft, reminiscent of a high-speed vehicle from a science fiction film, and felt profoundly astonished. The outside world appeared to be far more enticing than he had previously imagined. Following the others aboard the flying vessel, he noted that the interior decor was not significantly different from that of his own sect. He speculated that while the world outside had developed many technological marvels, the lifestyle differences were not exceedingly pronounced. Of course, this might only pertain to this particular vehicle's aesthetic. The specifics would require Jiang Feng to witness firsthand for confirmation. Entering a compartment resembling a small chamber, Jiang Feng sat cross-legged. He sensed the demon power isolated within his abdomen and felt a twinge of helplessness. Being in someone else's domain, he was reluctant to create disturbances. Despite Murong Yuyan providing him with a private space that seemed to afford considerable freedom, if she truly intended to monitor him, Jiang Feng might not even realize it. Thus, he opted to remain quietly patient until they reached their destination. After all, it had taken Murong Yuyan less than an hour to respond to Zhou Kai's plea for assistance, so a brief wait would not be detrimental. However, Jiang Feng had not anticipated such a significant speed disparity between the flying vessel and Murong Yuyan, causing half a day's time to elapse. It was not until he felt a slight tremor beneath him that he finally opened his eyes. "We must take our leave now," Murong Yuyan had said. "Your matters will be arranged by me." On a small square, Sun Luyao, accompanied by a group, bid farewell to Jiang Feng. They were currently situated within the Qifeng City Dao Academy, specifically within Murong Yuyan's residence, which served as her private landing platform. Once the others departed, Jiang Feng took the opportunity to survey his surroundings. Nearby were individual small courtyards, while the academy's teaching area lay further afield. The buildings appeared grander and more expansive, yet retained an ancient architectural style. There were no towering skyscrapers in sight, which evoked a complex mix of disappointment and relief within him. Before he could fully observe his surroundings, Murong Yuyan approached. "Let us proceed. I will first take you for testing." Jiang Feng felt a surge of wariness. "What sort of testing?" Murong Yuyan pouted in exasperation. "Of course, it pertains to knowledge retention and cognitive assessment. What did you think it was?" After parting ways with the group of students, she seemed to transform, shedding her imposing instructor demeanor. I thought you were going to take me for dissection studies," Jiang Feng muttered under his breath. The ancient methods of refining golden elixirs had long been thoroughly researched. What more could there be to uncover? If you were an ancient method of transforming deities, I might find that somewhat intriguing. Suddenly, a chill crept down Jiang Feng's spine, prompting him to take a couple of steps back. "There really are studies in that area? What are you thinking? Hurry up and follow me," Murong Yuyan called back. "Even if there were research, it's not the kind of dissection you're imagining. What could possibly be gleaned from mere flesh and skin?" She turned to beckon him again, noticing he remained stationary, and clarified. "The research I refer to primarily involves examining the differences between ancient and contemporary methods. We must first obtain consent from ancient method practitioners before applying for research topics with the Academy. Only upon approval from the Academy can research truly commence. Furthermore, such research cannot inflict harm upon the practitioners. Otherwise, not only would one have to pay for treatment from the Academy as medical experts, but they would also face exorbitant fines. Only a fool would pursue such research." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng finally followed her pace, though he still inquired. "If you were to secretly capture someone for clandestine research, would it remain undiscovered? Are you questioning my sanity? It seems that we will need to conduct a test in the testing hall shortly to ascertain whether any harm has been inflicted." Murong Yuyan turned to the side, her enchanting phoenix eyes glaring at Jiang Feng. "I have already told you that it holds no value. What purpose would I have in studying you? To discover how to master that ancient method of golden elixir that I could crush with a mere fingertip? Or perhaps to analyze how to synthesize your bulk of flesh?" Jiang Feng, momentarily embarrassed, responded, I am unaware, which is why I wish to inquire. If anyone were to execute such actions, rest assured that the enforcers of the Dao Academy would address it. It is not a concern that falls upon us." "Oh, is that not our esteemed Murong mentor? It is not the season for recruitment at the Dao Academy. What brings you to my humble abode?" As the two entered, they were greeted by a voice tinged with a slight rasp. "This is Jiang Feng. I have brought back an ancient golden elixir from the Huanyuan mountain range, which was damaged during combat with the demon clan. And I would be grateful if Elder Miao could conduct a test to determine its suitability for transitioning to contemporary practices. The aura, the Dantian, is damaged? Murong, are you certain about proceeding with the test directly?" Chapter 62. Testing. Joining the Dao Academy. Attitude shift. Jiang Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he was scrutinized by old Miao's gaze. What kind of power does this old man possess? Could he have discerned that my Dantian is no longer an issue? "Oh dear, old Miao, why are you being so verbose today? Just proceed with the test. The longer my Dantian issue lingers, the more problematic it becomes." Murong Yuyan's attitude suddenly shifted as she pouted. The more Jiang Feng listened, the more he felt that this test was dubious. Moreover, The level of concern these two had regarding the condition of his shattered dantian was somewhat unexpected. With this thought, Jiang Feng found himself slightly uncertain and discreetly released the confinement of the semi-permeable membrane. After a brief moment, a sharp pain surged through his lower abdomen, and his complexion turned slightly pale. He suddenly realized that not having had the chance to expel the demonic energy within him might not have been such a misfortune after all. Subsequently, he covered the shattered area of his dantian with the semi-permeable membrane once more, slowing the rate of its deterioration before ceasing his manipulation. Upon hearing Murong Yuyan's words, old Miao ceased his rambling, turning to Jiang Feng and saying, "Jiang Feng, correct? Just sit in that compartment. Do not worry. The test will be swift." With that, he gestured towards a wooden door on the side. Jiang Feng complied, realizing there was no turning back at this point. Upon opening the door, he found a simple chamber, empty save for a mat placed in the center. No sooner had he taken his seat than the wooden door slammed shut behind him. After sitting for a brief moment, he felt his consciousness begin to blur, and various images flashed through his mind. Warning: an external force is invading the mind. Would you like to initiate a shielding process? At this moment, Jiang Feng's head felt heavy, yet that thought was remarkably clear. Instinctively, he thought shield. The instant that thought emerged, the heaviness dissipated significantly. However, he still could not exert free control over his consciousness, as if he were temporarily isolated from the outside world. Time passed without measure until suddenly, his senses were restored. The instant he regained control of himself, Jiang Feng immediately noticed a significant change. The demonic energy in his lower abdomen had vanished. However, the damage to his dantian remained. Just as Jiang Feng was about to investigate further changes within himself, old Miao's voice echoed, "The test is concluded. You may exit." Reluctantly, he abandoned his exploration and opened the door, only to hear Murong Yuyan inquiring, "Old Miao, how is Jiang Feng's aptitude for the current method?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng turned his gaze towards old Miao, eager to learn about his own capabilities. He had listened to them discuss ancient and current methods. The ancient method must refer to the techniques he had been practicing, while he remained oblivious to the current methods. He speculated that the so-called current methods were the source of Sun Luyao and her companion's formidable strength. Quite good, with diligence. He should manage to catch up to the current third-tier students within 3 to 5 years. Is that so? Then, that is still somewhat decent. Upon hearing old Miao's words, Murong Yuyan's expression visibly dimmed. It was only as they were about to leave that she recalled the pressing question she had been pondering. What of his dantian's condition? Old Miao sighed. Alas, the demonic energy within him has been purged. Yet I possess no means to mend the shattered dantian. There remains hope. It depends on his innate talent in the physical realm. Murong Yuyan nodded. Let us go. I will arrange accommodation for you. Jiang Feng bowed to old Miao before departing. Not long after, he encountered a familiar figure. Luyao, I still have matters to attend to. Please take Jiang Feng to complete his enrollment procedures. Sun Luyao had just arrived when Murong Yuyan instructed her and then vanished before the two. Jiang Feng gazed at the spot where Murong Yuyan had disappeared, deep in thought. Since the conclusion of his test, it was evident that she had lost the initial interest she had shown. However, he quickly dismissed this matter from his mind, as he was unclear about her intentions, and even if he did know, it would likely be beyond his current capacity to address. The imminent exposure to the current methods and the Dao Academy was what truly warranted his attention. Apologies for the trouble, Dao friend's son. Not at all. There are points to be gained. I haven't engaged in a new recruit task in quite some time, so it is rather nostalgic. Sun Luyao appeared aloof, yet was quite conversational. What are points? Are they akin to contribution points in the sect, where certain items can only be exchanged with points? Jiang Feng naturally seized the opportunity to glean information. One could say so, but the applications of points in the Dao Academy are likely more extensive than contribution points. In the Academy, all necessities related to cultivation must be exchanged with points. Do they not use spirit stones here? Jiang Feng asked, astonished. Sun Luyao grimaced. Spirit stones, with their inefficiency and mixed energies, were phased out 500 years ago. Now, we utilize spirit energy values, like this. As she spoke, she produced a pale green square box from her storage bag. Jiang Feng marveled. Are we truly using energy blocks? Sun Luyao continued her explanation, handing the box to Jiang Feng. One spirit energy value equates to the total value of standard magical power in the initial stage of foundation establishment. This box contains 5 spirit energy values. Feel it for yourself. Jiang Feng accepted the box and sensed the pure and stable spirit energy contained within. While it was said that one spirit energy value corresponded to the magical power of the initial stage of foundation establishment, Jiang Feng felt it exceeded what he understood as a standard. Perhaps the current methods allow for a greater capacity of magical power in the initial stage? Indeed, the differences were vast. Was this the transformation brought about by the current methods? What exactly are the current methods? Jiang Feng returned the spirit energy box while inquiring further. To his surprise, Sun Liao did not take it back, waving her hand dismissively. It's a gift. This item holds little value. Compared to the ancient methods, the current methods have indeed undergone significant changes. The most profound shift pertains to the understanding and application of spirit energy and the Tao. Meanwhile, at the testing area Jiang Feng had just vacated, Morong Yuyan had returned. Morong, why have you come back? Is there something else? Old Miao asked, surprised to see her. Is Jiang Feng's dantian truly shattered? Morong Yuyan gazed intently into Old Miao's eyes. Indeed, although his aura seems relatively stable, the array in the testing chamber made it quite clear. The remnants of demonic energy within him are unmistakable. Morong Yuyan felt a lingering sense of reluctance. Why was his aura so remarkably stable? It must have been due to some ancient and secretive method. I could only perceive a force striving to prevent her dantian from further shattering. Elder Miao gazed at her countenance and remarked, even if that young man possesses some means, your father, the injuries of the esteemed Morong are not something a mere Jindan could remedy. Is there still no progress from the medical institute? Morong Yuyan gently shook her head. I apologize for troubling Elder Miao. It was my desperation that led me to seek aid recklessly, believing he might have some extraordinary method. At the hospital registration desk, under the guidance of Sun Luyao, Jiang Feng swiftly completed all the necessary procedures. She escorted him to a lodging area before bidding farewell. The small courtyard number 198 is located here. Jiang Feng presented his identity token at the entrance, and after a ripple of energy, the courtyard door swung open. Entering with a card swipe was indeed quite advanced. As he stepped inside, a voice resonated from above. Who has returned? Who are you? Is there a newcomer at this hour? Chapter 63. Hospital admission package. Sense of urgency. As Jiang Feng raised his gaze, he spotted a figure clad in white, descending gracefully from the second-floor balcony on his right. Adorning his chest was a badge marked with a single stripe. With a soft thud, the young man in white landed in front of him and clasped his hands in greeting. I am Nangong Yu, at the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Might I inquire if you are also a practitioner of the ancient methods? Jiang Feng, a loose cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core, has just completed the admission formalities, he replied, shaking the token in his hand. Observing Jiang Feng's reaction, Nangong Yu scrutinized him for a moment before smiling and adding, a pleasure to meet you. Our residence, number 198, is now fully occupied. There remains only the outer dwelling on the left. Allow me to escort you there. The other two friends have stepped out, and we shall introduce ourselves upon their return. Nangong Yu's demeanor struck Jiang Feng as somewhat awkward. Although he exhibited a warm demeanor, there lingered an unspoken sense of aloofness. Jiang Feng chose not to address this and followed him to a small building on the left side of the main entrance, occupying approximately 100 square meters. True to its nature as a cultivator's abode, it was not only a standalone structure, but also equipped with comprehensive formations. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they retreated to their respective rooms. Inside the small building, the amenities were remarkably complete, with designated spaces for cultivation and rest, along with a living room and balcony. Apart from the absence of a spell-casting chamber and alchemical or crafting facilities, it bore a striking resemblance to a cultivator's cave dwelling. After a leisurely inspection, Jiang Feng settled into the cultivation room and retrieved the admission package he had received earlier. It included a basic storage bag with a cubic space that could be utilized without the need for spiritual energy, and a spirit energy box, which was merely a fifth the size of the one Sun Liao had given him, containing only a tenth of the spirit energy, equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Evidently, Sun Liao's comment about its lack of value was relative. He had chosen a basic magical artifact, a sword, wishing to compare the artifacts of the Tao Academy with those he had previously used. Additionally, he received 2 sets of Tao Academy attire, reputed to help calm the mind, though for him, they served solely as symbols of identity. A badge devoid of any insignia was also included. Jiang Feng had initially assumed that the Golden Core would correspond to a badge with 3 stripes. However, Sun Luyao informed him that such insignia represented knowledge of contemporary methods rather than attainment levels, requiring corresponding assessments to change. The remaining contents consisted of a series of paper books: History of the Dongxian Realm, Regulations of the Tao Academy, Essence and Structure of Spirit Energy, Fundamentals of Spells, Basics of Attributes, and more. Jiang Feng spent 4 hours perusing the contemporary method texts that piqued his interest. He was surprised to find that even in a fantastical world, the dominion of mathematics remained unavoidable. While one may be driven to desperate actions, tackling mathematical problems was certainly not guaranteed. Rubbing his slightly throbbing head, Jiang Feng exhaled deeply, grateful for his entry system. Even with the assistance of a super AI, he felt a certain fatigue of the spirit. Although he understood this was due to the excessive absorption of information, he began contemplating how to enhance his spiritual capacity. Not only was this necessary for mastering contemporary methods, but the plethora of combat experiences also urged him to improve his spiritual abilities. Otherwise, possessing a radar capable of extraordinary functions yet being limited by his foundational conditions would be quite regrettable. He pondered whether contemporary methods offered means or elixirs to enhance spiritual capacity. Otherwise, he could only hope to draw a strengthening attribute from his entry system. Taking a deep breath, he temporarily shelved these thoughts, closing his eyes to meditate and organize the knowledge swirling in his mind. To gain greater strength, he would need to transition to contemporary methods, which unveiled new ways to absorb and utilize spirit energy through an analysis of its essence. This made the cultivation process for practitioners markedly more efficient, with the potency of various spells generally surpassing that of ancient methods. Having witnessed these advancements, clinging stubbornly to ancient methods would indeed be foolish. Unless one had a penchant for masochism, relishing being challenged by cultivators significantly younger, it was illogical to resist the adoption of contemporary methods. The tier distinctions in contemporary methods were not vastly different from ancient methods, encompassing qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, and integration. However, from the qi refinement stage onward, there existed a practical and effective theory. For instance, activating spiritual roots required testing the yang energy produced by a practitioner over a complete cycle, allowing for an approximate calculation of the time needed to activate the roots, rather than aimlessly cultivating as Jiang Feng had previously done. Furthermore, the Tao Academy provided a series of auxiliary means to facilitate rapid entry into the Tao. During the qi induction phase, one only needed to study foundational materials like essence and structure of spirit energy to a certain degree. Upon passing the assessment, one would attain the status of a first-level practitioner and receive a badge marked with a single stripe, thus enabling easy access to the qi refinement phase through the Academy's induction chamber, eliminating the need for overly esoteric practices. This significantly enhanced the efficiency of becoming a cultivator. It was at the qi refinement stage that true differences from ancient methods emerged. Unlike ancient methods, which were divided into numerous qi cultivation techniques, contemporary methods offered solely the Dongxian Gong. It was said to be an unlimited technique, allowing practitioners to cultivate indefinitely, contingent on their comprehension of the technique and contemporary methods, potentially leading to ascension. However, Jiang Feng would first need to pass the assessment for first-level practitioners to gain access to it. He recalled seeing Nangong U.S. badge, adorned with 2 stripes, and pondered how long it had taken him to achieve that. Subsequently, Jiang Feng picked up History of the Dongxian Realm and Regulations of the Tao Academy. The world he currently inhabited was known as the Dongxian Realm, initially a domain dominated by the human race. One day, however, the humans discovered that the Dongxian Realm was inhabited not only by beasts, but also by demon clans. These demon clans were formidable and numerous, and upon their emergence, they engaged in warfare with the humans. Despite the strength of human cultivators, they were unable to contend with the demons' innate advantages. Ultimately, the majority of the Dongxian realm fell under the dominion of the demon clans, resulting in widespread scenarios akin to that of the wild boar forest. Even the humans' most cherished legacy, the Dongxian immortal canon, was seized by the demons. It was not until a millennium ago that a human sage, enduring humiliation, managed to reclaim part of the Dongxian immortal canon from the demons. Moreover, by establishing new laws, the living conditions of the human race have gradually improved. This has resulted in the current situation where, under the leadership of the Dao Ming, humans are resisting the forces of the Yaozu. Nevertheless, humans still occupy merely 1/10 of the Dongxianjie. Upon finishing the Dongxianjie, Jiang Feng could not help but furrow his brow. The Tao Academy appears overwhelmingly powerful, yet it cannot afford to be complacent. It can even be argued that joining the Tao Academy might prove more perilous than his solitary cultivation at the Hehuan Zone. The Tao Meng is merely a larger entity, temporarily exempt from tribute to the Yaozu. While the Hehuan Zone faces adversaries limited to the Yuaning stage, the Tao Meng, on the other hand, contends with the Yaozu that can decisively suppress the human race within the Dongxianjie. It seems imperative that he promptly enhance his own strength, Jiang Feng mused quietly. He resolved to participate in the first-tier cultivator assessment the very next day, aiming to acquire the extraordinary technique known as Dongxian Gong and swiftly commence his transformation. Chapter 64. First Stage Test. Is this guy playing us? At dawn the following day, Jiang Feng opened the door, preparing to attend the assessment. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Nangong Yu. Jiang Daoyu, where are you heading so early? You are quite early as well, Nangong Daoyu. I am going to the Chuan Gong Yuan, Jiang Feng casually replied. A flicker of surprise crossed Nangong Yu's eyes, yet he concealed it, responding with a smile. What a coincidence, I am heading there too. You haven't been there before, right? Shall we go together? Jiang Feng saw no reason to decline and agreed. On the way, Nangong Yu cautiously inquired, which instructor are you planning to attend at the Chuan Gong Yuan? I am participating in the first stage cultivator test and also planning to exchange my badge and collect materials for the next stage, Jiang Feng explained. Aren't those materials distributed during registration? Nangong Yu suddenly regained his focus and exclaimed, wait, you said you were going to take the test? Jiang Daoyu, doesn't he believe that you can pass the first stage test in a mere half day, do you? Jiang Feng felt that the other's reaction was somewhat exaggerated, yet he did not deny it. Indeed, I am about to give it a try. Nangong Daoyu, while confidence is commendable, participating in too many tests may displease the instructors. Nangong Yu advised, attempting to be tactful. For instance, I have been at the Tao Academy for 9 years before I began preparing for the third stage cultivator test. Do you know why? I would like to hear more. According to the Tao Academy regulations, Jindan stage cultivators can only study at the academy for a maximum of 10 years. If they exceed this duration, unless they possess extraordinary talents in contemporary methods, they must be sent to the frontline battlefield. Nangong Yu turned to Jiang Feng, his expression growing serious. Jiang Feng nodded. He had indeed read the Tao Academy regulations and was aware of their contents. Since you know, you should also understand that the purpose of cultivating powerful cultivators at the academy is to expand the territory for humanity and secure more resources for survival. However, you may not realize that ancient method cultivators differ from those who practice contemporary methods from the outset. Ancient method cultivators have another arrangement. They are sent to the front line to learn contemporary methods while engaging in combat. This is not voluntary, but mandatory. Jiang Feng frowned at this revelation. Such details were not recorded in the Tao Academy regulations. What is the situation? They can be forced to go? Could it be? It cannot be that those who learn too quickly are sent to the front line, right? Exactly as you suspect. Nangong Yu continued. The academy wishes for all cultivators to become strong as soon as possible, yet they do not desire cultivators to grow at an excessively rapid pace, especially for the first 3 realms. Isn't rapid cultivation a good thing? Is there an underlying rationale? Jiang Feng was increasingly perplexed, as far as he understood. One of the changes in contemporary methods was to facilitate quicker growth for humanity. Why did it seem otherwise in Nangong Yu's view? Since you have cultivated using the ancient methods, you must have heard the saying, a rapid cultivation speed can lead to a mismatch between one's mindset and cultivation level. Nangong Yu raised a finger. Jiang Feng blinked in confusion. I have not heard that. During his time at the Hehuan sect, he had not encountered such a notion. Furthermore, he transitioned from Qi refinement to Jindan in less than a year without noticing any issues with his mindset. Could it be due to a lack of inheritance? This choice initially appeared highly unfair to ancient method cultivators, who would be foolish enough to rush to the front line when they could safely learn in the rear. However, Jiang Feng reconsidered. There could be other reasons. From the resources he had received, it was evident that the academy could provide only limited resources. While lower-tier resources were manageable due to the widespread availability of spirit energy boxes, acquiring additional resources required points for exchange. Yet, the channels to earn points within the academy were limited, and task rewards typically yielded scant points. For instance, The most common low-grade magical artifacts in the Jindan realm required nearly 100,000 points for exchange within the academy. A Jindan cultivator would have to take on tasks for 100 years to barely exchange for a single ordinary magical artifact. However, one could potentially accumulate enough for one after just a year or two on the front line. As cultivators, the choice was evident. Thus, he did not entirely believe Nangong Yu's words. Seeing Jiang Feng's lack of response, Nangong Yu's tone grew urgent. You don't believe me? Nangong Dao Yu, you are overthinking this. Isn't the Chuangong Yuan just ahead? Jiang Feng pointed towards a cluster of buildings ahead and continued walking. The first batch of candidates for the first stage test, please enter the testing room. Zhang Chong, Ma Yu. Jiang Feng. Moments later, as Nangong Yu listened to the announcements from the Chuangong Yuan instructors, his expression darkened. Watching Jiang Feng enter the testing room with a group of 13 or 14-year-olds, he swiftly retrieved his communicator to send a message, then stood outside the testing room, refusing to leave. He thought to himself, I refuse to believe you can pass the first stage test based solely on one night of preparation. Within a short time, he saw Jiang Feng exit the testing room, and his eyes brightened. Such a brief time. Perhaps he didn't even comprehend the questions and simply gave up? The instructor responsible for the test noticed Jiang Feng's emergence, frowning slightly. However, sensing the Jindan stage aura emanating from him, a look of understanding crossed his face. It was likely another ancient method cultivator who believed they could pass the test merely by memorizing the content. Over the years, he had encountered many such individuals. Around them, many preparing for the next round of testing whispered among themselves. Jiang Daoyu, I told you this test is not that simple. Sai, let us go. Come back when you are better prepared. Nangong Yu suddenly approached Jiang Feng, his voice devoid of any pretense. Jiang Feng looked at him with curiosity. Where are we going? If Nangong Daoyu has matters to attend to, you need not wait for me. What are you doing here if you have given up on the test? Nangong Yu found Jiang Feng's intentions hard to comprehend. Did he truly intend to wait for the instructor to announce the results? As Nangong Yu voiced his concern, the surrounding murmurs grew louder, clearly expressing skepticism about Jiang Feng's chances. Otherwise, Nangong Yu would not have said such things. A group of teenagers lacked any reservations, their voices unrestrained. Seeing Nangong Yu's insistence, Jiang Feng chose not to respond further. Explaining would be less effective than simply awaiting the outcome. The testing instructor, observing Jiang Feng's calm demeanor, felt uncertain, wondering if he had misjudged the situation today. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and the instructor responsible for the assessment glanced at the credential in hand, his eyes betraying an unmistakable astonishment. Zhang Chong was marked as failing, while Ma Yu was deemed successful. Li Lei, too, met with failure. The instructor seemed to deliberately deviate from the order of reporting scores, as Jiang Feng's results had yet to be announced. The surrounding individuals, listening intently to the results being declared, began to cast furtive glances at Jiang Feng, wondering if he might not have achieved any score at all. Whispers began to swell in volume. Nangong Yu felt a twinge of regret for standing beside Jiang Feng and spoke with a tone laden with complexity. Daoyu Jiang. Suddenly, the instructor's voice rose several notches. Jiang Feng. Pass. The testing area fell into a momentary hush before erupting into a cacophony of disbelief and excitement. All eyes widened and turned towards Jiang Feng, but not only towards him. Skeptical glances were cast at Nangong Yu, questioning if he had been pulling their leg all along. It's time to leave now. Let us collect the new textbooks, Jiang Feng remarked as he accepted his credential with a nonchalant demeanor. Chapter 65. Inheritance of Consciousness, Mastery of Techniques. As Jiang Feng grasped the testing certificate, he proceeded towards the other side of the transmission hall. Nangong Yu hesitated momentarily before opting not to follow. He felt not only had he failed to accomplish his task today, but he had also lost considerable face. Once Jiang Feng vanished from sight, he made his way out of the transmission hall. The transmission palace, indeed, was situated here. Jiang Feng arrived at a space reminiscent of a library and addressed the drowsy figure seated behind a desk. Greetings, Master. I am Jiang Feng, and here is my certificate. Why has today's test concluded so early? The person stirred from slumber, pushing aside the unbound tone that had covered his face, his voice muffled. The elderly visage still bore traces of sleepiness. It is not over yet. I merely came to inquire after completing my test. Hand over the certificate. Youngsters are always so impatient. Oh, it's a top grade. Despite being merely a first-tier test, it had been years since the Chifeng City Dao Academy had encountered such a result. Upon seeing Jiang Feng's test score, the elder's demeanor shifted, the remnants of fatigue dissipating as he became animated. Wait, you are also a practitioner of ancient techniques? What? You only registered at the academy yesterday. As he scrutinized the certificate anew, the elder's astonishment multiplied. It was only then that he took a proper look at Jiang Feng, perceiving the aura of an ancient technique's golden core. After a moment of contemplation, the elder inquired, "Have you previously studied the contents of modern techniques? Yesterday was my first encounter." "That is indeed curious. Your talent evaluation is clearly only average. However, it matters not how you acquired this knowledge, as long as you have mastered it." The elder shook his head and turned to walk further inside. "Jiang Feng, is it? Follow me. I shall impart the Dong Xian Gong to you, and later I will provide you with new learning materials." Guided by the elder to a room akin to a reading chamber, he flicked his fingers, causing a ripple of energy to surge through the space. Jiang Feng surmised that an array had been activated. "Come, swear an oath according to the text displayed." The elder directed Jiang Feng's attention to the words that materialized on the wall once the array illuminated. "I vow that after learning Dong Xian Gong, I will not disclose it without the Academy's permission." Jiang Feng complied earnestly, reciting the oath. With a resonating hum, as he completed the incantation, the room's array pulsed once more, seemingly validating his vow. Shortly thereafter, he felt a surge of information pouring into his mind. It was indeed a transmission of consciousness. Fortunately, the duration was brief, and soon the essence of Dong Xian Gong had settled within Jiang Feng's consciousness. Attempting to recall the learned content, he found no discrepancies and opened his eyes. "Once the transmission is complete, step outside. I will take you to receive the remaining materials." The elder's voice echoed from outside as Jiang Feng blinked in surprise, realizing the elder had left the room without him noticing. Upon exiting, the elder did not retrieve books but instead produced a jade slip and a jade tablet, handing them to Jiang Feng. "This contains a list of texts suitable for first-tier practitioners. Should you wish to borrow any, simply submit a request via the communicator." Jiang Feng mused to himself, "So it is indeed online learning. This academy has quite the resources." He examined the jade slip, discovering its contents were confined within the qi refinement stage. He then cupped his hands in respect and queried, "Senior, aside from these, may I borrow other texts in advance? I wish to study. Only those related to cultivation are permissible. For other miscellaneous content, seek it out at the large Xianjing." The elder resolutely declined Jiang Feng's request. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng reluctantly relinquished the notion of previewing other materials. However, he was taken aback when the elder continued, "Nevertheless, if you can attain second-tier practitioner qualifications within 3 months, we might be able to negotiate." Jiang Feng's spirits soared at this prospect, and he promptly responded, "Agreed. It shall be as you say. 3 months is nothing. If I take longer than 3 days, I shall consider myself lacking. By the way, what do you go by, senior?" The elder shot Jiang Feng a pointed glare. "Do you think I would flee? Have you not heard of Zhao Qingfeng's reputation for integrity? Now move along. You are a distraction. Your presence irritates me." As Jiang Feng exited the transmission palace, he encountered a group of individuals poised to enter. Their gazes upon him were peculiar, filled with thoughts of astonishment. How rare. It is the first time someone has been expelled from the transmission palace. Unaware of their scrutiny, Jiang Feng paid them no mind. His thoughts solely focused on returning home swiftly to delve into Dong Xian Gong and the accompanying texts. Meanwhile, Nangongyu, having departed the transmission hall, did not return to his dormitory. Instead, he ventured to another area of the academy, entering a secluded courtyard. "Nangongyu, why have you come here instead of monitoring Jiang Feng's test?" A voice echoed from within, revealing itself to be Zhou Kai. "Greetings, young master." Nangongyu bowed respectfully before recounting the events. An indigenous from the wasteland integrating into modern techniques so swiftly? Zhou Kai questioned incredulously. "How long did it take you to pass the first-tier test?" 5, 6 months. Nangongyu's voice was barely audible. "The disparity is unfathomable. What have you been doing?" Zhou Kai's expression revealed unabashed disdain as he regarded Nangongyu. Nangongyu thought to himself, "Why compare myself to that abnormal Jiang Feng? After all, I was among the fastest to enter the academy." Yet, he dared not speak, bowing his head in silence. Zhou Kai's contempt only deepened at this silence. "Begone. Return to your post, and continue observing him. Report any developments, especially those related to Murong Yuyin, without delay." Once Nangongyu departed, Zhou Kai remained alone in the hall, perplexed at how Jiang Feng had achieved such results. The content for first-tier practitioners was not inherently difficult. With the strength of a golden core's spirit, one could quickly learn once they grasped the underlying concepts. The reason Nangong Yu and his peers required so long was largely due to their struggle in comprehending modern techniques. Unless someone provided them with a shortcut, directly offering a plethora of first-tier test questions for rote memorization, they would not pass swiftly. Zhou Kai believed he had uncovered the secret behind Jiang Feng's rapid success. Murong Yuyan. Her status as a mentor enabled her to easily access first-tier test content. Her keen interest in that boy was unacceptable. He must find a way to eliminate him. Upon contemplating, he retrieved his communicator, intending to issue a command to Nangong Yu to keep a close watch on Jiang Feng. The woman that the Zhou family had set their sights upon was not to be trifled with by others. Jiang Feng. So you are here. Come with me to meet Mentor Murong. As Jiang Feng exited the transmission hall and was en route to his dormitory, he encountered Suan Luyao approaching him. Mentor Murong wishes to see me. Do you have any inkling as to why? He regarded her with curiosity, pondering why someone of her golden core status was engaged in such menial errands. It struck him as odd that, after scarcely a day, she sought him out again. Suan Luyao shook her head, stating, I cannot say. My sole duty is to escort you to her. I merely overheard terms such as testing and prodigy, but it should not pertain to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng understood. It must be that the circumstances of the previous test had reached her ears. Chapter 66 The Reason. A little knowledge is better than none. Let us depart. Having discerned the potential motives of the other party, Jiang Feng ceased his elaborations and proceeded alongside Sun Luyao. The sooner they resolved the matter, the sooner they could return to delve into the newly acquired items and enhance their prowess, for that was the true path to greatness. Those cultivating the golden core may opt to remain in the Tao Academy for a decade or expedite their mastery of the first 3 stages, hastening their journey to the battlefield. Since unraveling the truth of the Dongxian realm, Jiang Feng had already made his plans. The expedition to the battlefield was an unavoidable destiny. The records in the Dongxian realm history indicate that the human race has been thriving since the emergence of the contemporary laws. However, considering the current territorial claims and various policies of the human race, it is not difficult to surmise their absolute disadvantage. Jiang Feng found it hard to believe that the demon race, which occupied nearly 90% of the world, lacked the capacity to obliterate the human race. The only conceivable reason for their inaction was a purpose for sparing the humans. Much like the Hehuan sect, nestled deep within the wild boar forest, which could easily be annihilated by the demon race, but remains untouched. He believed that the higher echelons of the human race were certainly aware of the reasons, but were temporarily unable to alter the status quo. The Tao Alliance was fervently promoting the contemporary laws, even actively recruiting practitioners of ancient methods like himself, likely to cultivate a greater pool of valuable combatants. This was the prevailing trend, which Jiang Feng could not alter, but he could certainly enhance his own ability to safeguard his life. I heard you passed the first stage test today? Upon arriving at Murong Yuyan's quarters, she directly inquired. It was a stroke of luck. The scoring by Jia is not something that can be brushed aside with mere luck. Your aptitude differs significantly from Elder Miao's assessment. You flatter me, Tutor Murong. Spare me your banter. Your Dantian has fully healed, hasn't he it? Can you enlighten me on how that came to be? Murong Yuyan suddenly shifted her tone, fixing her gaze upon Jiang Feng. Internally, Jiang Feng scoffed. Is there truly no secret for ancient method practitioners before contemporary method practitioners? Thus, he casually fabricated a response. It should be healed. After Elder Miao helped me cleanse the demon energy, I found that my Dantian miraculously healed while I was cultivating Murong. Yuyan narrowed her eyes. If you do not wish to speak, then do not fabricate nonsense. Do you think I would believe that? Jiang Feng, not wanting to engage further, replied with a serious countenance. The Dantian is a personal matter. I wonder why Tutor Murong insists on pursuing it? Murong Yuyan fell silent for a moment before responding. I shall not conceal it from you. My father was injured in the Dantian while battling the demon race. Upon hearing Murong Yuyan's explanation, Jiang Feng, too, fell silent. His method of Dantian restoration relied on the power of the entries, the efficacy of which on others remained uncertain. Even if it could be applied to others, he had no intention of aiding Murong Yuyan's father in repairing his Dantian. It was not a matter of unwillingness, but rather a lack of security. The esteemed transformation of a deity was at a loss to address this issue, and he, a mere golden core practitioner, was expected to resolve it? Who would believe he possessed no treasures? This would entirely place his safety in the hands of another whim. It is not that I do not wish to assist the tutor. It is merely that this method is exclusive to myself. Currently, my realm is too low, rendering me powerless. Jiang Feng did not close off the conversation entirely. After all, the other party had saved his life. Assisting her in return would not be excessive. What realm is necessary to ensure success? Murong Yuyin quickly seized upon the crux of Jiang Feng's words, stepping closer in urgency, unaware that her body nearly brushed against his. Sensing the faint fragrance that wafted into his nostrils, Jiang Feng felt a tickle in his nose, but had no intention of retreating. At least being somewhat comparable to you will suffice. As Jiang Feng spoke, Murong Yuyin became acutely aware of her position and quietly stepped back, murmuring, "Yuaning? My father may not be able to wait that long." Her hands unconsciously intertwined, reminiscent of a helpless young girl, entirely devoid of the grandeur befitting a Yuaning master. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Feng could not help but inquire, is the situation truly that dire? Having experienced the fracturing of his own dantian multiple times, he understood the gravity of such circumstances. Even if one eradicates the foreign energies within, the dantian would still face ongoing self-destruction, albeit at a slower pace. His injury had occurred 30 years prior. Although the Tao Alliance provided numerous precious medicines, he estimated that his father could only endure for about another decade. A decade, well, considering Murong Yuyin's appearance, I initially thought only 10 days remained. Jiang Feng admitted that he was still struggling to adapt to this world. After 10 years, even with the ancient method of cultivation, he was confident in breaking through to Yuaning. Not to mention that he was now preparing to transition to the contemporary method, which promised a swifter advancement. 10 years should pose no issue. Jiang Feng did not express himself directly, pondering for a moment before speaking. Upon hearing this, Murong Yuyin abruptly lifted her head, her gaze ablaze with intensity as she regarded Jiang Feng. Are you implying that you are confident in restoring my father's health within a decade? Coughing lightly, he clarified, I mean, it should be possible to advance to Yuaning within that time. Jiang Feng would not commit to any promises. Didn't you just mention that breaking through to Yuaning would only be known post-breakthrough, and besides, the gap between us after the breakthrough would still be considerable, wouldn't it? If tutor has no other matters, I shall take my leave. Jiang Feng concluded, preparing to depart. With this conversation laid bare, he presumed the other party would cease her frequent pursuits. Wait, I can assist you with your cultivation. This way, your progress should accelerate. Jiang Feng felt a flicker of interest upon her words. How do you intend to assist me? I can elucidate the contemporary method for you, enabling you to swiftly reach the third stage of cultivation. Furthermore, I can provide resources beyond the Golden Core realm to expedite your advancement. No need. If you truly wish to assist me, simply provide me with the contents of the second, third, or even higher stages. Jiang Feng hastily declined. If that were the case, would he not have to spend considerable time in her company? He possessed an array of entries, which she might not be able to perceive, but any incongruities in his behavior, if not overlooked, would inevitably be detected. Moreover, Murong Yuyin was a Yuan-Ing realm practitioner, with senses keenly attuned. The Tao Academy has its own regulations, which I cannot forcibly alter. Murong Yuyin was taken aback by Jiang Feng's refusal of her guidance. Many within the academy would yearn for such an opportunity. Just as Jiang Feng was about to concede, he suddenly recalled that the Tao Academy conducted its teachings online. The possibilities within this framework were entirely different. His communicator was unable to access content beyond the first tier, but Murong Yuyin surely could. The words that were on the tip of his tongue transformed instantly into, even if you cannot provide me with the material in advance, surely you can open the content with your communicator for me to view. In that moment, Murong Yuyin comprehended Jiang Feng's intentions immediately. You said you wanted to assist me. That was not my meaning. However, you cannot take away the communicator. Viewing it solely here will yield little benefit. No problem. A little is better than nothing. Jiang Feng gestured for her to quickly retrieve the communicator. Not much to see. Heh. Chapter 67. The Fury of Nai Zhao Kai. How astute you are. What did you say? Jiang Feng has been in Murong Yuyan's residence for 3 days and has yet to emerge. In the courtyard where Zhou Kai resided within the Tao Institute of Qifeng City, he was oblivious to the teacup slipping from his grasp, his eyes ablaze with rage as he glared at Nangongyu. Veins bulged on his neck, exuding a ferocious demeanor as if he were prepared to devour someone whole. In just 1 more hour, it would mark the completion of 3 days. This is the situation I have discerned. He has not returned to his dormitory for 3 days. I fear he may have left the Transmission Institute, and bang! Zhou Kai kicked over the table beside him, storming out in a fit of fury. Damn it! Both of them deserve to die. Young master, where are you going? This is the Tao Institute. Do not act rashly. Nangongyu, disregarding everything else, hastily reached out to grasp Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai violently shook off his arm, intent on breaking free from Nangongyu's hold. I am going to slay those two scoundrels. What of the Tao Institute? Who in Qifeng City dares to disregard the Zhou family? Nangongyu dared not release his grip. He thought to himself, while it is true that the Zhou family is the foremost clan in Qifeng City, the Tao Institute belongs to the Tao League, the most formidable force among the human race, the very leaders of humanity. The ancient beings within the Tao Institute, elusive as dragons, could easily dismantle the Zhou family. If you cause a ruckus outside and were to be slain, it would be in vain. But the concern is, if you perish. Do not drag me down with you. Nangongyu genuinely wished to knock Zhou Kai unconscious to end the matter, yet considering his own family, he suppressed that thought. Young master, family matters are one thing. Our strength cannot contend with the enforcers. Your esteemed status should not be sullied by their harm. Upon hearing the term enforcers, Zhou Kai ceased his struggles and, with eyes reddened from fury, asked, "What do you suggest we do?" Nangongyu's mind raced, and he slowly replied, "Firstly, we must ascertain what Jiang Feng is doing at Mu Rong's residence. Not to mention that Mu Rong is an instructor at the Tao Institute. We certainly cannot act against her. What if they are merely engaging in innocuous activities? If you stir up a ruckus, would that not force her away? A practitioner of ancient methods at the Golden Course stage. Lingering in a woman's courtyard for 3 days, what else could he possibly be doing? Perhaps he is seeking enlightenment from Mu Rong. Which good person requires 3 consecutive days and nights for tutoring? Well, that 3 days and nights is merely a saying. No one witnessed it. Precisely because no one witnessed it that. You must investigate immediately. Even if nothing transpires, I will ensure Jiang Feng meets his end. Anyone daring to approach my woman must perish. Nangongyu rolled his eyes internally. The man had not even emerged, and he was to investigate what? If you had the audacity, why have you never ventured into Mu Rong Yuyan's courtyard? And your woman? Relying on the Zhou family's influence in Qifeng City, you prattle on. I graciously refer to you as young Master Zhou. In return, you are simply an Zhou Kai, a play on words, to me. With a torrent of thoughts swirling in his mind, Nangongyu departed from Zhou Kai's presence. Within Mu Rong Yuyan's residence, Jiang Feng pushed open the door with a slight rustle. His eyes narrowed at the sight of the flourishing flowers and plants in the courtyard, resembling characters from a script. Glancing at Mu Rong Yuyan's communicator, he realized he had been there for 3 days. His mental energy was depleted, and he felt exceedingly fatigued. Upon opening the door to courtyard 198, he fortuitously encountered 2 individuals preparing to leave. One was so thin that he nearly struggled to hold up the Tao Institute's attire, while the other was so portly that his loose robe appeared as a second skin. Jiang Feng recalled that Nangongyu had mentioned that the thin one was called Wu Liang, and the stout one was named Mi Chong. Who are you? Wu Liang scrutinized Jiang Feng with suspicion. You must be the newcomer. Mi Chong pointed a pudgy finger towards the small building to the west and murmured, Jiang Feng, newcomer, coming through. Jiang Feng, lacking the energy for pleasantries, merely wished to find a place to sleep soundly. He had no inclination to engage in a conversation, even about the intricate matters of refining qi to the Yuan infant stage. He could not muster the enthusiasm. The two exchanged glances, observing Jiang Feng's almost somnolent demeanor as he trudged along. Only when Jiang Feng activated the formation to entirely isolate himself from the outside world did they shake their heads and depart. At that moment, Nangongyu hurriedly arrived at the entrance. Why the haste, Dao friend Nangong? Just a personal matter, Dao friends Wu and me. Are you preparing to head out? We are off to listen to the instructor's lecture. Do you require our assistance? Just a trivial matter, no need for your concern. By the way, have you encountered the new Dao friend Jiang Feng? He has just come from Zhou Kai's side and is searching for the surveillance I left near Mu Rong Yuyan's courtyard. Having learned that Jiang Feng had already emerged, he rushed back. We just saw him, but is Dao friend Jiang Feng unwell? Wu Liang inquired quietly. What do you mean? When we saw him earlier, Wu Liang briefly described Jiang Feng's condition. A flicker of unease crossed Nangongyu's eyes. Could it be that Zhou Kai's suspicions were indeed accurate? Yet he revealed no outward signs of concern. I see. It appears not to be an ailment. I shall enter first. You two may proceed. Nangong returned to his quarters, where he kept a vigilant watch over Jiang Feng's small building from the second floor. However, as night fell, the isolation formation remained active. At that moment, Jiang Feng sat within his meditation chamber. Upon awakening, he found the outside world shrouded in darkness. With no need to venture out, he began organizing the plethora of information swirling in his mind. There was an overwhelming amount of content. He needed to categorize it for ease of access when required. It was not until the early hours of the morning that he finally concluded this task. Exhaling deeply, he commenced his practice of Dong Xiangong. Had he not obtained the knowledge pertaining to the Golden Core realm, he certainly would not have considered altering his cultivation method. After all, changing one's cultivation method typically entails a period of diminished strength. Only by thoroughly comprehending the content of the third-tier cultivators would he avoid impacting the strength of a Golden Core practitioner post-adjustment. Otherwise, Nangong would not have remained a practitioner of ancient methods for 9 years, still at the Golden Core stage. The preceding 3 tiers of Dong Xiangong's cultivation approach bore some resemblance to ancient methods. Both involved absorbing spiritual energy from the external environment to enhance oneself. However, unlike the ancient method which treated the human body as a microcosm, consuming the essence of heaven and earth without giving back, Dong Xiangong offered a different philosophy. The contemporary methodology perceives oneself as an integral component of the Dongxian realm, actively engaging in the cyclical flow of its energies, thereby augmenting oneself while assisting the realm. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Feng could not help but feel a sense of wonder. The predecessor who pioneered this technique, Dong Xiangong, must undoubtedly be a formidable being of great strength. One must possess the ability to survive independently outside the Dongxian realm and have the capacity to observe its operations in their entirety to have developed such a profound practice. Not only does it benefit the cultivators of the Dongxian realm, but it also ensures that the realm's spiritual energy remains unexhausted. Furthermore, the contemporary methodology delves deeply into the fundamental attributes and factions of various practices based on this technique. This is why Jiang Feng, prior to learning the contemporary methodology, engages in the study of Taoist theory. By comprehending the principles of Taoism, whether in cultivating techniques or learning spells, one can achieve mastery effortlessly. There is no longer a need to grapple with those esoteric and ambiguous legacies. The only downside is that solving mathematical problems can be rather taxing. Jiang Feng entered his dormitory, activating the formation for a month. Just as Nangong across the building was nearing the brink of illness from confinement, the formation finally ceased. Jiang Feng opened the door to find Nangong with sunken cheeks and bulging eyes, nearly unrecognizable. "Oh, Nangong Dao, you are up quite early. Why do you look so unwell?" "I am heading to the Chuangong Institute. Would you care to join me?" "You are heading straight to the Chuangong Institute. You aren't planning to take another test, are you? How did you know? You are so clever." Chapter 68. The second stage test. Let's see what you can do. Nangong nearly choked upon hearing Jiang Feng's words. He merely intended to tease Jiang Feng, yet to his surprise, the latter followed his lead. He could not possibly believe that Jiang Feng had truly come to the Chuangong Institute merely for testing. With a twitch of his lips, Nangong took a deep breath, suppressing his rising frustration, and said, "Dao friend Jiang, you jest. It has only been a month. The assessment for second-stage cultivators is not as simple as you might think." Seeing Nangong's anxious demeanor, Jiang Feng was convinced he would faint at any moment. What had he been up to for the past month to appear in such a wretched state? Could it be? Jiang Feng suddenly recalled that some disciples in the Hehuan sect, who were not mere furnace vessels, often became utterly exhausted while assisting their senior sisters in their cultivation. Did such a place exist within the Tao Institute? Why had he never heard of it? As Jiang Feng pondered these thoughts, 2 individuals emerged from the nearby buildings. Upon spotting Jiang Feng in the courtyard, Wu Liang spoke up. "Dao friend Nangong, oh, Dao friend Jiang, your ailment has healed?" "What ailment?" Jiang Feng asked, bewildered. "When you returned that day, you looked so listless." "I thought I was merely tired," Jiang Feng retorted, realizing that rumors often sprouted from individuals like them. "I'm sorry, I thought you were unwell." Wu Liang continued to ramble, while Mi Chong attempted to pull him back, to no avail. Jiang Feng shot Wu Liang a helpless glare, which prompted him to cease the topic. "By the way, are you 2 up so early to seek answers from the mentor? I heard that today Vice Dean Pan is presiding over the Chuangong Institute. He is a nascent soul expert. Listening to his teachings would undoubtedly be beneficial for us. Wu Liang said, a hint of longing in his expression, mirrored by Mi Chang's eager anticipation. Our dear Jiang Dao friend is not merely seeking answers. Nan Gongyu interjected with a teasing tone. He is going to the Chuangong Institute for testing. Wow, Jiang Dao friend is truly gifted. Mi Chong exclaimed, his eyes widening with astonishment. To have the confidence to attempt the test after just a month at the Dao Institute. Just as Nan Gongyu was about to respond, Mi Chong turned to him. Dao friend Nan, I heard that you earned your first stage cultivator qualification after being at the Institute for over 5 months. You were the fastest to break through at that time, weren't you? Quite impressive. Thank you. Nan Gongyu replied sarcastically. If you cannot speak wisely, kindly refrain from speaking at all. Mi Chong, who usually preferred silence, seemed particularly loquacious today. Dao friend Jiang is participating in the second stage cultivator test. Nan Gongyu pointed to the badge on Jiang Feng's chest, where a clear line was visible. What? Mi Chong's eyes widened even further. Wu Liang scratched his head with his lean fingers. Dao friend Jiang, aren't you a bit too hasty? Though our understanding of the golden core has shifted and our learning speed has increased, but Dao friend Nan back then. Enough. How Dao friend Jiang chooses is his own affair. We all must head to the Chuangong Institute, so let us hurry. Nan Gongyu could no longer tolerate these two, who seemed to thrive on drawing attention to themselves. In that moment, he completely forgot about his own tendency to mention his own cultivation speed before others. On their way, Wu Liang repeatedly urged Jiang Feng to prepare adequately for the test, cautioning against the potential blow to his confidence from failure. Mi Chong hesitated several times, seemingly reluctant to speak, possibly due to the atmosphere outside, and ultimately remained silent. Meanwhile, Nan Gongyu deliberately lagged a step behind, fiddling with his communicator. It was not until they entered the Chuangong Institute that he finally set the communicator aside. Upon reaching the testing area, Jiang Feng noticed a particularly large crowd of individuals awaiting their turn. He felt a headache coming on as he surveyed the sea of heads. Dao friend Jiang, you should reconsider my advice. There is no need to rush, Wu Liang insisted as they arrived at the testing site. Finally realizing that Jiang Feng was indeed intent on testing. Dao friend Wu, perhaps you should refrain from persuading him. Dao friend Jiang has his own considerations. He is a prodigy who passed the first stage test on his very first day in the institute. Nan Gongyu, who had been quiet until then, suddenly chimed in. His words drew the attention of those around them, who turned to look. Passing on the first attempt? That is quite a bold claim. How many years has it been since the institute has seen such a result? One voice called out. I was out for practical training last month and just returned, so I am not aware of the situation. Please, could you enlighten me? Does this mean he intends to participate in the second stage test? As the murmurs of discussion circulated, a cold smile crept across Nan Gongyu's lips. Since you enjoy being in the spotlight, I shall allow you to bask in it. If you fail the test, with so many eyes on you, even if your resolve does not shatter, you will surely have to retreat into silence for a time. Silence. We will now announce the first batch of test participants. Lu Yeyuan, Jiang Feng, having dallied in the dormitory and on the way, missed this round of testing and had to wait outside. The number of individuals arriving at the testing area seemed to increase inexplicably. Moreover, those sporting 2 lines on their badges appeared to outnumber those with a single line significantly. Zhou Kai discreetly entered the crowd, his eyes scanning the throng ahead. Soon, he locked onto Jiang Feng, staring coldly at him. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, a woman was gazing at him with deep affection. If he were to turn around, he would recognize that she was Zhao Rong, who had trained alongside him. As an hour passed, the first group completed their tests. The testing instructor, overwhelmed by the dense crowd, felt a headache coming on. He could not fathom why so many had gathered to take the test today. The previous batch's pass rate had been relatively decent. Could it be that luck favored him while presiding over the tests? Without delay, he announced the new testing list. Miao Yuxing, Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng stepped forward, surprised to find himself in the second batch despite the large crowd ahead of him. He was in, truly second stage. Now it was merely a matter of whether he could pass. Once inside, the testing zone erupted into a cacophony of speculation regarding his chances of succeeding in the second stage test. He should be able to pass, right? After all, he did achieve a top score. That is not certain. The first stage is relatively straightforward. If it were not for his impressive ancient method of cultivation, no one would have paid him any mind. Oh, so a top score is merely not bad in your eyes? Pray tell, what was your score in the first stage? Share it with us for our admiration. I remain indifferent, unless he secures a top position this time. That would indeed be impressive. Zhou Kai listened to the surrounding discussions, his fists clenched involuntarily. Why were these people so engrossed in conversation about that individual? The attention should rightfully be on him, the young master of the Zhou family. He was unaware that the majority of Jiang Feng's recognition stemmed from Nangong Yu's contributions. Neither Jiang Feng nor the testing instructor would choose to promote such matters. Had it not been for Nangong Yu intentionally mentioning Jiang Feng multiple times in public, few outside would have been aware of him. Just a short while after the testing commenced, the door to a second-tier testing room swung open, and Jiang Feng stepped out. The quantity and difficulty of the second-tier tests had significantly increased, and even he had invested considerable time. Upon seeing Jiang Feng emerge, the testing instructor was initially taken aback, but a closer look revealed a sudden understanding. Jiang Feng stood calmly near the instructor, not out of a desire for attention or to draw the gaze of others. It was primarily due to the testing room being excessively cramped and stifling. Otherwise, he would not have minded waiting until the conclusion of the assessments. The moment Jiang Feng appeared, the testing area erupted into a frenzy. He had exited before the allotted time. Could it be that he found the test too challenging and opted to forfeit? Chapter 69. The current law sacred body. Should he participate in the third-level test? The testing mentor subtly nodded at Jiang Feng beside him. He had heard the discussions in the testing area. While others were speculating whether Jiang Feng could pass the test, he was already pondering whether Jiang Feng could once again achieve an A rating. The onlookers were oblivious, but he had already discerned the depth of Jiang Feng's current law Golden Dan cultivation. If the current law Golden Dan could not pass the second-level test, it would indeed be a laughingstock. On the periphery of the crowd, Sun Luyao approached and tapped the shoulder of a person who was deeply engrossed in conversation. Once, twice, until the third time, the individual finally turned around. Zhang Jejia, what are you so captivated by? Didn't you say Jiang Feng was coming for the test? Where is he? Zhang Jejia, somewhat helpless, replied, Senior Sister Sun Luyao, why did you arrive so late? Senior Zhang's assessment has already concluded. Concluded? You sent me a message just over half an hour ago. Didn't you say he hadn't entered yet? Sun Luyao's eyes widened. Could it be that she miscalculated the time? Look, he has already been out of the testing room for a while. Zhang Jejia pointed towards the testing mentor at the front. Sun Luyao looked ahead, her eyes instantly widening. That was the current law Golden Dan. Without pausing to speak to Zhang Jejia, she hurriedly took out her communicator. Before long, her voice rang out through the communicator. I'm telling the truth. He is at the Transmission Institute. Shortly after, a graceful figure discreetly entered the testing area and approached Sun Luyao. Zhang Jejia, upon seeing the newcomer, was about to salute but was stopped by the other party. Time flowed amidst the murmurs of the crowd. The testing mentor began to announce the results, and the testing area fell silent. A slight smile played at the corners of the mentor's mouth, as it seemed everyone was eager to know the outcome. He did not disappoint their expectations, and the first name he called out was Jiang Feng, second-level test evaluation. A rating. The testing area erupted into a cacophony once more. Only those participating in this round of testing paid attention to the subsequent announcements. 1 month per level is truly terrifying. 1 month per level is nothing extraordinary. There have been precedents. I recall hearing of someone who passed 2 levels on their first day in the institute. But that is different. The rumors say that was a legacy cultivator who had already been studying Tao for 6 years before entering the institute. This person, however, is different. He has transitioned from ancient methods to current methods. Could this person possibly be the legendary current law Sacred Body? Sacred Body, you must be fabricating that. Standing beside the testing mentor, Jiang Feng noticed that he had yet to receive the certificate and was puzzled. Finally, the testing mentor concluded the announcement of results. Others in the testing area also began to wonder why the mentor had not provided Jiang Feng with the certificate. Was there an issue with his test? The testing mentor turned to Jiang Feng and asked, would you like to participate in the third-level test? Silence. The testing area was suddenly enveloped in quietude. This statement from the mentor left everyone astonished. If you pass the test, I will grant you the third-level certificate as well. Jiang Feng was somewhat surprised. Is it permissible to take consecutive tests? The testing mentor smiled. Others cannot, but you can. What exactly is Jiang Feng's background? Could he possibly be a legacy cultivator? What legacy cultivator? Wasn't he said to be an ancient method practitioner? Could it be that he has connections with the testing mentor? The crowd began speculating about Jiang Feng's identity. Aren't you focusing on the wrong point? Shouldn't you be more concerned about why the mentor would ask that? Why would he ask that? Of course it is. Oh my. The third level. The mentor wants him to take the third-level test. Someone, wake me up. I must be dreaming. Oh my, why are you hitting me? Your wake-up service has arrived. Ignoring the commotion below, Jiang Feng smiled. Since it is possible, why not? Very well, with that settled, I will now announce the next round. I object. This is unfair. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted loudly. The crowd stirred, quickly parting to reveal an individual. Zhou Kai raised his chin and pointed at Jiang Feng. He just obtained the second-level badge and is about to take the third-level test. He has learned the content for the third level in advance. This is against the rules. The testing mentor, intrigued, inquired, what rules does this violate? The Tao Institute stipulates that one must not privately study the content of the next level before obtaining the certificate of the previous stage. Jiang Feng has only just received his second-level certificate and dares to participate in the third-level test. The situation is all too clear. Jiang Feng has sneakily learned in advance. Moreover, someone is secretly providing him with the content for the next level. Zhou Kai raised his voice further, ensuring everyone could hear him. The testing mentor's smile remained. Then what do you think is the reason the Tao Institute does not allow you to study the next level's content in advance? It is certainly because they worry that some individuals may not have adequate cultivation levels, and blindly studying the next level could adversely affect the students. Zhou Kai suddenly realized he had misspoken and quickly fell silent. Oh, do you not think that an A rating is sufficient to demonstrate Jiang Feng's cultivation level? Regardless of the reason, rules are rules. Violating the rules is unacceptable. Zhou Kai remained unyielding. He believed that preventing Jiang Feng from taking the assessment today would be futile, but he simply did not want to see him shine. What is happening here? Who has violated what rules? At that moment, a dignified voice resonated. A figure instantaneously appeared above the testing area. Everyone was startled. Unless permitted, the use of spells within the Tao Institute was strictly prohibited, and flying was naturally forbidden. This individual dared to fly within the Transmission Institute. What could their identity be? The testing mentor, upon seeing the person, clasped his hands in salute. Greetings, Vice President Pan. Greetings, Vice President Pan. Only then did the crowd realize that the individual was the vice president who was to answer questions at the Transmission Institute today, and they hurriedly followed suit in greeting. Zhou Kai, upon seeing this figure, felt a surge of joy. He glanced at Jiang Feng with a mocking expression, thinking to himself, today, you shall not have a good outcome. The testing mentor explained the situation to Vice President Pan, who looked at Jiang Feng with keen interest. Such a matter has occurred. Who provided you with the content in advance? Jiang Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal Murong Yuyan. He was uncertain of the vice president's intentions. If one were to seek accountability and expose the other party, it would be rather unethical. After all, the communication device was requested by him. It is truly inappropriate to cast someone into trouble after they have provided assistance. It is I. Jiang Feng was on the verge of admitting that he had been the one to pry. A hearty laughter resonated from outside the testing area. Ha! Pan Honyuan, why did you come to the transmission hall without seeking out this old man? Jiang Feng turned towards the source of the voice, recognizing Zhao Qingfeng, the guardian of the transmission hall. How audacious of him to address the vice dean by name. Before the words had fully left his lips, Zhao Qingfeng approached Pan Hongyun's side. What is this? Have you forgotten old Zhao now that you've become vice dean? Pan Hongyun respectfully greeted the newcomer. Disciple pays respects to Elder Zhao. I have just arrived and came to see what was happening over here. The crowd below erupted in astonishment. Another prominent figure had appeared, seemingly more distinguished than the vice dean, who was now bowing in deference to him. Chapter 70. Testing concludes. What lies ahead beneath the testing area? Zhou Kai gazed upwards, rendered utterly speechless. He dared to argue back in front of the testing mentor, and even if Vice Dean Pan were to arrive, he would have mustered the courage to exchange a few words. Yet, with the final figure that appeared, he felt an overwhelming urge to find a place to hide. At that moment, he harbored a deep resentment towards Nan Gongyu for summoning him here today. Before entering the Tao Academy, his family had cautioned him about individuals one must never offend within the institution, and among them was this elder. He had once questioned why an old man overseeing the transmission pavilion was so formidable. His family patriarch had simply replied, even if he were to slay me, it would be of no consequence. Zhou Kai had since etched the memory of the elder in his mind. Now, he cursed himself for stepping forward today, bowing his head in hopes that everyone would forget his presence. In the crowd, Murong Yuyan had initially intended to approach, but halted abruptly. How could this individual stir such a reaction? Did Jiang Feng possess some form of connection with him? That seemed unlikely, for Jiang Feng had only recently arrived at the Dao Academy, and it was improbable that their paths had crossed. The other party might merely be here to meet Vice Dean Pan, or perhaps she could clarify the matter herself. However, Zhao Qingfeng's subsequent remarks caused her to hesitate. Jiang kid, you came for the test without even giving me a heads up. What is the matter? Afraid your performance would disappoint? Murong Yuyan's mouth fell slightly agape, her gaze fixed on Jiang Feng, tinged with dissatisfaction. They truly knew each other. With this revelation, why would he still need to consult her about the content behind the second tier? It wasn't as if he felt too shy to disturb Zhao Lao, intending to report to him after the test concluded. Upon hearing Zhao Qingfeng's words, Jiang Feng realized the other was aiding him and quickly played along. At least I didn't embarrass myself. Let's finish the test, and then chat. Zhao Qingfeng tossed a parting remark before turning to leave. Vice Dean Pan offered Jiang Feng an encouraging glance before following suit. The matter of Jiang Feng studying the third-tier content in advance was never mentioned again. Murong girl, come with me. Upon hearing this, Murong Yuyan exhaled in relief, only to feel her heart tighten once more as a voice reached her ears. She exchanged a few words with Sun Luyao before heading towards the transmission pavilion. Zhou Kai, seeing Zhao Qingfeng depart, hurriedly slipped away, not even sparing Jiang Feng a glare. The testing mentor seemed to disregard the earlier events, announcing the next round of testing, and Jiang Feng's name stood out prominently. Some were left puzzled, glancing around in hopes of clarification. Yet, the majority tacitly chose to remain silent about the earlier incident, aware that it was a matter best left undiscussed, at least not in this setting. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng exited the testing area with a grade of A, leaving behind a mixture of astonished and envious gazes from the onlookers. Upon arriving at the transmission pavilion, Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback to find Vice Dean Pan and Murong Yuyan already present. Why are you standing there? Come in. Jiang Feng stepped inside and greeted them one by one. Greetings, Zhao Lao, Vice Dean Pan, Mentor Muro. Finished with the test? Hand over the proof. Zhao Qingfeng said, not reciprocating the formalities like the others, extending his hand towards Jiang Feng. As Jiang Feng handed over the third-tier proof recorded with an A, Zhao Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You haven't disgraced this old man. What are your plans after reaching the third tier? Jiang Feng looked up and noticed both Vice Dean Pan and Murong Yuyan were also watching him intently, evidently interested in his response. Feeling a surge of curiosity, he clasped his hands and replied, I have yet to decide. I wonder if Zhao Lao has any suggestions. You're quite clever, Zhao Qingfeng remarked, stroking his sparse beard with an amused expression. I believe you possess potential worth nurturing, and I wish for you to train with me at the Dao Academy. Jiang Feng was taken aback. He had only met the elder today and did not expect such invested interest. However, noticing Murong Yuyan casting him significant glances, he felt a spark of realization. Then, Zhao Qingfeng shifted his tone, saying, however, I have a differing opinion on this arrangement. Would you care to hear it? Of course, I would like to listen. Please go ahead, Zhao Lao. Jiang Feng inclined his body respectfully. His original plan was never to remain at the Dao Academy. He feared that staying close to Murong Yuyan might reveal his secrets, let alone being near the inscrutable Zhao Qingfeng, who might unearth his hidden truths in no time. I suggest you head to the front lines as soon as possible. Zhao Qingfeng observed Jiang Feng's reaction, noting his lack of particular response, and continued, however, joining a large-scale operation will restrict your growth rate. If you're willing, I can have you enter the Shiyao army. What? Zhao Lao, you want him to join the Shiyao army? Before Jiang Feng could inquire about the Shiyao army's significance, Pan Hongyun exclaimed in surprise. Murong Yuyan's expression also reflected her concern. Zhao Qingfeng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this young man transitioned from ancient method Jin Dan to modern method Jin Dan in merely a month. I believe only by joining the Shiyao army can we ensure his growth rate. No other place will suffice. But the death rate in the Shiyao army. Pan Hongyun's face displayed a conflicted expression. Murong Yuyan suddenly stood up, agitated. No. If he goes to the Shiyao army, what will happen to my father? With the hope of curing her father, if he were to join the Shiyao army, there was no telling when he might return. Now, it was Zhao Qingfeng and Pan Hongyun's turn to be bewildered, their gazes flitting between Jiang Feng and Murong Yuyan. Was there some undisclosed matter between these two? After all, it was not impossible for young men and women to harbor mutual affection. Jiang Feng felt speechless and thought, look at her. What about me? Clearing his throat, he finally could not withstand the scrutiny of these two prominent figures and quickly recounted the possible healing matter. You possess such abilities? Zhao Feng regarded Jiang Feng with skepticism. Perhaps, just perhaps. Jiang Feng hastened to clarify. Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, I shall not give up. Morong Yuyin stated resolutely. Zhao Feng stroked his beard and coughed lightly. Ahem. Morong girl, you may take a seat. One can indeed return after joining the Shiyao army, provided one breaks through to the Yuaning stage, which grants a singular opportunity for return. Is it not necessary to reach the Yuaning stage for healing? One can always return afterward. Why have I not heard of this before? Morong Yuyin expressed her skepticism. Zhao Feng replied with a smile. I have just returned from the Shiyao army. How could I be unaware of this? Did you not return due to your severe injuries? She retorted. Cough, cough, cough. How do you speak, girl? I have also heard of this. Indeed, there exists such a regulation to afford members of the Shiyao army a chance for readjustment, Pan Honyun added. However, he did not elucidate what the subsequent adjustments entailed. Finally, Zhao Feng turned to Jiang Feng, inquiring, What are your thoughts, Jiang Feng? Will you remain at the Daoyuan or join the Shiyao army? Or do you have other suggestions? Chapter 71. Understanding the situation and refusal. Upon hearing Zhao Feng's inquiry, Jiang Feng clasped his hands and asked, What exactly is the Shiyao army? The room fell silent, save for Jiang Feng. Zhao Feng's forehead twitched with the pulsing of veins. You do not know of the Shiyao army? Jiang Feng replied, Do I know or not? It was indeed normal for Jiang Feng, being newly arrived, to be unaware of something that was still classified information for the disciples of the Dao Academy. After Pan Honyun provided an explanation, he came to Jiang Feng's aid. He continued, Allow me to enlighten you about the Shiyao army. It was established by the Dao Alliance to combat the elite of the demon race, with the purpose of cultivating the strongest spear of humanity. Jiang Feng nodded, understanding that it essentially aimed to foster an elite force. There are numerous advantages to joining the Shiyao army. It operates directly under the Dao Alliance, granting access to the most comprehensive cultivation heritage and abundant resource allocation. However, it also entails undergoing the most rigorous training. The last phrase spoken by Pan Honyun carried a weighty significance. What is the mortality rate? Jiang Feng did not forget this critical point. The Shiyao army, as its name suggests, is meant to engage in battle with the demon race. Zhao Feng interjected, The training in the Shiyao army naturally involves life and death confrontations with various demons. Since there is combat, absolute safety cannot be assured, and casualties are inevitable. Hearing this, a flicker of doubt arose in Jiang Feng's heart. Zhao Feng was evasive about the mortality rate, indicating that there was something amiss. Therefore, he clasped his hands and said, This matter concerns my future. I ask for Elder Zhao's patience while I contemplate it. Zhao Feng frowned, refraining from further comment as he waved Jiang Feng off. As Jiang Feng stepped out of the room, Morong Yuyin followed closely behind. Jiang Feng felt a spark of inspiration and said to her, Mentor Morong, do you have a moment? I have some questions I wish to discuss. Very well, let us speak further in my abode, Morong Yuyin replied, having guessed the nature of his inquiries without decline. Inside the transmission hall, Zhao Feng and Pan Honyun sat across from one another. Suddenly, Zhao Feng felt a twinge of irritation. What do you think that lad will decide? He had anticipated that Jiang Feng would accept the offer to join the Shiyao army without hesitation. To his surprise, the youth had been full of questions and ultimately stated he needed to consider. Based on his subsequent behavior, it appeared he was reluctant to join the Shiyao army. Pan Honyun directly voiced his speculation. What is wrong with the Shiyao army? If he successfully joins, his rate of advancement in power could double. With his talent, as long as he survives, he will undoubtedly surpass me, a mere waste. I do not understand why he hesitates. Zhao Feng rubbed his chin in confusion. You yourself said that only by surviving can one seize opportunities. In the face of the demon race, where is there victory without sacrifice? If everyone fears death and wishes to hide, we might as well surrender to the demons. Pan Honyun did not argue. This elder, who had returned from the heaps of corpses of both demons and human companions, held a profound conviction in this regard. An 80% mortality rate. Jiang Feng's voice echoed within Morong Yueyin's courtyard. He stared wide-eyed at her, quickly calculating what this figure represented in his mind. It implied that out of 100 individuals entering the Shiyao army, at most only 20 would survive. Moreover, among these 20, none might emerge unscathed. 10 or even more could suffer from issues such as shattered dantians or damaged souls. In essence, less than 10% would successfully remain in the Shiyao army. These individuals would undoubtedly be the elite among the elite, the best of the best. Let us not forget, these individuals were originally prodigious talents from various Tao academies. The notion of sacrificing so many geniuses to cultivate a mere handful of elites did not sit well with Jiang Feng. Although cultivators draw immense power from the heavens, if their strength is insufficient, they cannot crush all adversaries. The human race in the Dongxian realm is at a significant disadvantage. In the foreseeable future, it is not merely the emergence of a powerful individual that can lead humanity to victory over the demon race. Indeed, my father was once a member of the Shuyao army, and he did not fall within that 80%. Murong Yuyan felt a tangle of emotions regarding Jiang Feng's potential enlistment. She understood the Shuyao army's benefits for a cultivator's progress, while also worrying about the dangers Jiang Feng might face there, especially considering her father's fate. I understand now. Thank you, Mentor Murong, for clarifying. Jiang Feng said, I have one more matter to consult. Could you enlighten me about Elder Zhao? After gaining a general understanding of the Shuyao army, Jiang Feng suddenly inquired about Zhao Qingfeng's situation. 15 minutes later, Jiang Feng exited Murong Yuyan's residence. He did not return to his dormitory, but instead headed toward the Transmission Academy. Of course, he was not seeking out Zhao Qingfeng, but rather aiming to research further. Having spent a month in the Tao Academy, he had completed the transition from ancient methods to contemporary techniques. However, most of that time had been spent in his dormitory. His knowledge of the Tao Academy, Tao Alliance, and the entire human race was limited to the few books he had received upon entry. Now, he finally had the opportunity to enrich his repository of knowledge, which would serve as an essential foundation for his future choices. Meanwhile, at Zhou Kai's residence, Nangongyu knelt on the ground, not daring to lift his head, his hair tangled with wood chips and various debris. The room contained nothing that could be deemed intact. Zhou Kai stood nearby, panting heavily. Is this what you meant by asking me to watch a good show? It seems you are the one intent on witnessing my misfortune. In his frustration, he pointed at the ground where Nangongyu knelt, gritting his teeth. Young master, I never imagined he would truly achieve it in just a month. Nangongyu replied, unable to hide his disbelief. How can you even say that? It was your claim that he could never reach the second tier in a month. He is certainly not at the second tier. He has directly ascended to the third tier. Hearing this, Nangongyu could only manage a bitter smile, still grappling with disbelief. He had gained a modest reputation in the ancient method cultivation at the Qifeng City Tao Academy, taking over 2 years to obtain the second-tier badge. Now, 9 years later, he still had not grasped the third-tier badge. Was it that he, Nangongyu, did not desire it? It was simply unattainable. A century ago, he had never heard of an ancient method cultivator passing the second-tier test within a year. Having only entered the Tao Academy for a mere month, Jiang Feng's decision to undergo the test struck many as impossible. Yet, such thoughts remained confined to his mind, for he dared not voice them, lest he incur the wrath of Zhou Kai. Once Zhou Kai had sufficiently vented his frustrations, Jiang Feng inquired about their next course of action. Did they intend to continue monitoring him? This was a task he wished to avoid entirely. Monitoring? Nonsense. With his newfound alliance with that old fellow, who would dare to lay a finger on him? Zhou Kai, with a stern countenance and a glint of malice in his eyes, replied coldly, Is it not customary for those who cultivate to the third level of ancient methods to be dispatched to the front lines? He shall not linger in the Tao Academy for long. The disciples of the Qifeng City Academy typically found themselves assigned to the Zhenyu Pass, where the Zhou family could exert considerable influence. At that juncture, they would ensure he faced the consequences. 3 days later, in the transmission hall, Zhao Qingfeng, his face ashen and exuding an overwhelming aura, fixed his gaze upon Jiang Feng and demanded, You refuse? Pray, share your reasoning. Chapter 72. Returning to tranquility. Preparing for the front lines under the immense pressure, Jiang Feng found himself on the verge of staggering, nearly unable to maintain his stance. Nevertheless, he remained resolutely upright, exhibiting no intention of yielding. Suddenly, Zhao Qingfeng retracted his aura, causing Jiang Feng to momentarily lose his balance, retreating 2 steps before he could stabilize himself. You wouldn't naively believe that by refusing to join the slaying demon army, I would heed Pan Hongyun's suggestion to keep you by my side? Zhao Qingfeng remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as Jiang Feng remained silent. Do not entertain such fanciful notions. My proposal for you to join the slaying demon army stems from my belief that you possess potential. Since you are unwilling to enlist, then according to the Academy's regulations, you shall proceed to the front lines. With a sigh, Jiang Feng exhaled, alleviating the adverse effects of the oppressive atmosphere. He cupped his hands and spoke. It is not that I find staying beside Zhao Lao safer. Rather, it is that the slaying demon army's principles do not align with my own. Zhao Qingfeng's expression grew colder, a hint of a scornful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Oh, pray tell, what principles could a mere Jindan stage novice like you possess? I have no grand theories. I simply believe that the living are more valuable than the dead. With a resounding crash, the sturdy ironwood chair beneath Zhao Qingfeng disintegrated into dust. Dare to repeat that? Jiang Feng felt a chill of cold sweat trickle down his back. So, you resort to bullying the weak. Just you wait. Gritting his teeth to maintain his composure, he reiterated, I will say this as many times as necessary. The living are indeed more useful than the dead. Zhao Qingfeng took a step forward, his aged frame slightly hunched, yet his aura towered above Jiang Feng's. Are you implying that those ancestors who have passed on died in vain? That they should have clung to life to be deemed useful? Why must Zhao Lao deliberately misinterpret my words? I do not know the true strength of the predecessors who successfully joined the slaying demon army. However, it is clear they were stronger than I. Or at the very least, not vastly inferior. Am I wrong? Jiang Feng held Zhao Qingfeng's gaze, slowly inquiring. Zhao Qingfeng's demeanor remained icy, yet the earlier aggressiveness had dissipated. Humph. Do not think that just because you excelled in the assessment, you can consider yourself exceptional. Even if what you say holds some truth, what does it matter? His expression softened as he recalled that the requirements for joining the slaying demon army merely necessitated an average assessment score of B grade. Although this youth refused to enlist, he was undeniably a rare talent. Once Jiang Feng sensed that Zhao Qingfeng had ceased exerting pressure, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that in a fit of rage, Zhao Qingfeng might strike him. Although he wouldn't go so far as to kill Jiang Feng, the pain would be all too real. Setting aside other matters, Jiang Feng pondered whether Zhao Lao would have attained his current level of prowess without joining the slaying demon army. Before he could finish his thought, a surge of energy emanated from Zhao Qingfeng, forcefully propelling him out the door. Jiang Feng blinked as he was met with the sight of the intricately carved wooden door now firmly shut. Leave. I understand your reasoning now. Consider our conversation regarding the slaying demon army forgotten. The voice of Zhao Qingfeng echoed, and Jiang Feng sensed a hint of nostalgia and reluctance within it. Only after departing from the Transmission Institute and walking along the Academy's path did he finally release a long sigh. He realized that he could avoid both the slaying demon army and remaining beside Zhao Qingfeng. He reflected on the information he had gathered from Murong Yuyan, coupled with the myriad of texts he had perused in the Academy's collection over the past 3 days. At last, he was ready to turn the page on this chapter. It was time to dedicate himself to absorbing the Academy's classics into his mind, as he needed to contemplate his journey to the front lines. Jiang Feng was aware that he lacked effective strategies in this regard. As for exhibiting exceptional talent in contemporary techniques to evade frontline duties, he had already dismissed that possibility after rejecting Zhao Qingfeng. However, this did not bode ill for Jiang Feng. After all, the time frame for such compulsory missions was typically brief. Being out of the limelight of these prominent figures for 3 years would conveniently provide him with an opportunity for rapid growth. After all, it was a widely accepted notion that one grows swiftly through combat. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to justify his rapid advancement in cultivation. As he felt the harmonious interplay of controllable nuclear fusion and contemporary techniques enhancing his Jindan, Jiang Feng opened the system panel, gazing with mild exasperation at the cultivation status displayed. Host, Jiang Feng. Realm, Jindan stage, mid-phase. Attributes, controllable nuclear fusion, kidney yang qi. Super AI, left brain cognitive speed. Fire extinguisher, left palm fire control. 3D printing, body adjustment. Ultra-high voltage, efficient meridian and Dantian transmission. Potential difference, right foot adjustment. High-pressure water gun, left index finger pressure. 3D projection, right eye simulation. Radar, full body detection and locking. Semi-permeable membrane, full body screening. Technique, Dong Xian Gong. Expand techniques martial skills. Expand soul points, 3 points. Over the past month without combat, the panel revealed little change beyond his techniques and cultivation realm. Before heading to the front lines, he needed to revisit some spells. Otherwise, his combat prowess would remain stagnant. After declining the opportunity to join the slaying demon army, Jiang Feng finally experienced a semblance of normal life at the academy. Each day, He visited the Transmission Institute to absorb texts, returning to his dormitory to refine his spells. His consistent behavior baffled Nangongyu. Although Zhou Kai had instructed Nangongyu not to monitor Jiang Feng during this period, after observing Jiang Feng's routine for an extended time, he could not resist the urge to discreetly follow him twice. Initially, he assumed Jiang Feng frequented the Transmission Institute to receive guidance from a certain esteemed figure. However, Jiang Feng merely utilized the large Xianjing in the institute to search for texts, often spending an entire day or half there. On several occasions, Nangongyu even spotted him in the presence of various course instructors. Jiang Feng's conduct sparked a series of speculations within Nangongyu's mind. Following recent events, Zhou Kai had expressed considerable dissatisfaction with him, which inadvertently affected the Nangong family. He was currently troubled by ways to appease Zhou Kai's wrath. With a theory forming in his mind, he promptly contacted Zhou Kai. This time, however, he exercised caution and refrained from sharing his suspicions, instead relaying Jiang Feng's recent behavior while subtly incorporating his own opinions. For instance, Jiang Feng dared not approach the Chuan Gongdian. He would merely cast a distant glance as he passed by, or spend his days in the dormitory with a furrowed brow. Indeed, Zhou Kai found this matter quite intriguing, and Nangongyu promptly received news from his family. The business at home had stabilized significantly. Unbeknownst to them, a month had slipped by. The array of spells on Jiang Feng's interface had undergone a remarkable transformation. At last, he could truly be considered a complete practitioner of the contemporary arts. However, he still awaited the long-anticipated notification to proceed to the front line, which had yet to arrive, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Logically, he should have received the notification within a month following his successful completion of the third-level assessment. Yet, as a month had elapsed, there was no sign of communication. Just as he was engulfed in doubt, a message from the Dao Academy arrived on his communicator. Upon reading it, Jiang Feng's face displayed a peculiar expression. Was there truly such a fortuitous event? Chapter 73, The Xuanzi Division. Departure. The Alliance of Dao has decided to establish a new unit, temporarily named the Xuanzi Division. This unit will recruit personnel who are at the third stage of cultivation. Upon review, it has been confirmed that Dao Yu Jiang Feng meets the recruitment criteria. Please report to the Combat Institute of the Dao Academy 3 days from now. Below is an introduction to the Xuanzi Division. 1. Reform and research of current combat forms. 2. Research and practice of the contemporary warfare situation. Jiang Feng gazed at the message on his communicator, pondering deeply. A department personally organized by the Alliance of Dao has invited him, a gold core cultivator, to participate. The research topics mentioned should not typically involve individuals of their modest standing. However, the practical aspects are presumably where they are expected to contribute. In essence, it still revolves around battling the demon clan. Yet, from the content above, Jiang Feng discerned a shift in the Alliance's perspective on contemporary methodologies. In his view, whether it pertains to the combat of cultivators or the training model of the demon-slaying army that he has heard about, there is not much difference from the ancient methods. It remains a matter of allowing cultivators to flourish independently, ultimately valuing individual combat prowess as the final appraisal. The emergence of the Xuanzi Division seems to indicate that someone is finally contemplating the changes in the human cultivation environment from a modern perspective. Joining this team would not only provide access to the latest research findings, but also spare them from engaging in deadly confrontations with the demons. After all, being a newly established division, if they were to immediately face off against the demon clan, the unit would likely struggle to develop. This is indeed a favorable situation for Jiang Feng. Otherwise, he would have to worry about his own fate, for the front lines differ greatly from one another. Despite his strength at this level not being weak, a battlefield is not a competition ring, where one only encounters opponents of the same realm. If he were to be dispatched to a chaotic battlefield, one careless moment could lead to being effortlessly slain by a Yuanying realm demon, leaving him with no recourse for redress. Upon receiving this message and learning of his destination, Jiang Feng's anxious heart finally found solace. 3 days later, he arrived at the Combat Institute. There were no grand or intricate buildings here. Apart from a circle of small structures, there was only a vast open training ground. A long table was positioned at the entrance, devoid of any personnel, yet Jiang Feng understood this to be the registration area. He scanned his badge across a jade platform on the table, causing his name and basic information to appear on the surface. With the badge secured, Jiang Feng stepped into the training ground. Arriving not too early, he found that many cultivators were already present. "Oh, Dao Jiang, are you also here to join the Xuanzi division?" Before he could survey his surroundings, a familiar voice rang out. Jiang Feng turned to see a male cultivator waving at him. "Dao Zhou is here too. It seems we are indeed fated." This individual was none other than the gold core cultivator who had been with Sun Liao that day. "Haha, it is an honor for me, Zhou Yuyu, to work alongside Dao Yu. Hearing that you advanced to the third stage in just a month truly puts me to shame." Their conversation quickly attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, particularly Zhou Yuyu's remark about the month-long ascension, which drew many curious glances. The news of his consecutive advancements had spread rapidly among those present that day, and although some time had passed, many were still aware of it. Sensing the gazes around him, Jiang Feng hastily replied, "Dao Zhou is overly complimentary. After all, I am inherently a gold core cultivator. It is thanks to the support of esteemed seniors that I have achieved this rather modest accomplishment, which hardly deserves mention." Given that his connections with several influential figures had already become common knowledge, Jiang Feng did not mind using them as a shield. He understood his own capabilities well enough and saw no need to trumpet them. However, Zhou Yuyu's actions were somewhat intriguing. "Dao Jiang, you are being too modest. Achieving 3 consecutive advancements is not something just anyone can accomplish." This statement further drew the attention of many. Numerous individuals began to whisper amongst themselves, and Jiang Feng's keen senses picked up on their murmurs, the tone tinged with envy. At that moment, he realized that Zhou Yuyu's intentions were not merely superficial pleasantries. By making such statements, he was clearly attempting to draw attention to himself, yet he continued to repeat them loudly. To attract animosity on the very first day of registration was evidently ill-intentioned. This fellow was certainly up to no good. However, since Zhou Yuyu appeared to be merely engaging in small talk, Jiang Feng could not confront him directly. He made a mental note of this and, after exchanging a few modest words, excused himself from the conversation. Before long, the influx of newcomers ceased, and Jiang Feng quietly counted. There were a total of 56 individuals present. This number was not insignificant. If each of the 108 Dao academies within the territory of the Alliance of Dao were to have a similar count of cultivators, the newly established Xuanzi division would already possess a formidable force comprised solely of gold core cultivators. Shortly thereafter, a mentor from the Combat Institute arrived, foregoing any formalities or speeches. The mentor simply stated, "Prepare to depart." With a wave of his hand, he summoned a flying vessel, whisking everyone skyward. Initially, Jiang Feng felt somewhat uneasy, but soon came to terms with it, realizing that most of these gold core cultivators were nearing their 30s. Some ancient method practitioners were even at the age of destiny. While higher realms of cultivation do confer longer lifespans, the years they have experienced were not spent in slumber. There was no need for anyone to rally their spirits. This journey was expected to last approximately 7 days, and the vessel was quite spacious, with each person assigned their own room. As this was Jiang Feng's second experience aboard a flying vessel, he finally felt free to explore beyond the confines of his room. Instead of hurrying to his quarters, he wandered through the public areas, observing his surroundings. The decor of this vessel resembled that of Mu Rong Yoyen's, though he wondered whether the command chamber would differ. Regrettably, Jiang Feng was not well acquainted with the mentor and lacked the opportunity to investigate. As he explored various sections, he marveled at how the flying vessels of this fantastical world differed from those of a technological society. Due to differences in material strength, the vessel's frame was minimal, allowing for substantial space that could be partitioned as needed. Moreover, Jiang Feng did not observe any bulky power sources that typically occupy considerable space in technological societies. He remained uncertain whether arrays or some other mechanism served as the propulsion for this flying vessel. Not only can it take off and land vertically, but it also produces minimal noise. Of course, the sound of breaking through the air is an unavoidable phenomenon, or rather, such technology exists in this fantastical realm. It is merely that this particular aircraft has not employed it. After taking a brief tour, Jiang Feng, unable to utilize his spiritual sense to probe indiscriminately, could only observe in a general manner. Having satisfied his curiosity, he returned to his quarters, pondering when he might possess such an aircraft. 7 days swiftly passed, and after a gentle tremor, Jiang Feng and his companions were instructed to disembark from the aircraft. "Welcome to the Xuanzi division." As they stepped out of the vessel, they heard someone speaking ahead. Yet, Jiang Feng appeared somewhat dazed, feeling as though he had returned to the wild boar forest. Chapter 74. Military Management. Task 1. Master the minor 5 elements formation. Just as Jiang Feng felt he had returned to the wild boar forest, he quickly abandoned that notion. The wild boar forest is merely half a day's journey by flying vessel from Chifeng City. They had flown for a full 7 days to arrive here, clearly indicating that this was not the case. Furthermore, the concentration of spiritual energy here was evidently much higher than that of the wild boar forest. Follow me, let us gather. The individual who had welcomed them earlier did not allow Jiang Feng much time for contemplation and urged everyone to move. Soon, they arrived at a vast training ground, exceeding 3 miles in both length and width. A multitude of cultivators stood there, appearing as a dark mass. Jiang Feng and his companions seemed to be the last group to arrive. The 57 of them blended into the crowd like a droplet of water merging into the ocean, utterly inconspicuous. Upon noticing Jiang Feng and the others entering the throng, 6 cultivators soared into the air. Their formidable auras were unmistakable. One individual occupied a slightly forward position, with the other 5 standing behind him. The nearly 6,000-strong assembly fell silent in an instant. All eyes drawn to the figures in the sky. Although the purpose of the Suanzibu was research, your true identity remains that of the Tao Alliance's military. Without any preamble, the middle-aged cultivator at the forefront spoke directly. The Suanzibu, modeled after mortal military nomenclature, is divided into 4 ranks: general, lieutenant, team, and squad. I, Zhao Tianqi, am temporarily acting as the head of the Suanzibu, and behind me stand 5 generals. Each general leads approximately 1,000 individuals, divided into 2 lieutenants. Each lieutenant further divided into 5 teams, each team comprising 100 members, and each squad consisting of 10 individuals. As his words echoed, a buzzing murmur arose among the cultivators below. What is the purpose of this? Are we to line up and fight like mortals? Beasts and mortals are not comparable. They are swifter, stronger, and possess attack ranges that far exceed those of mortals. If we gather in one place, wouldn't we merely become their targets? If you can think of this, do you think the higher-ups of the Tao Alliance cannot? Let us observe. Since the Tao Alliance has arranged this, there must be a rationale behind it. Jiang Feng pondered as he listened, contemplating the significance of the Suanzibu's grand establishment and the military-style distribution of cultivators. It seemed they intended to harness something capable of collective combat. Yet, he was uncertain what could compel them to forsake the flexibility of individual combat for the sake of teamwork. Now, everyone proceed to your respective training grounds as per the information received in your communicators. Zhao Tianqi disregarded the discussions below and announced the disbandment. The cultivators promptly retrieved their communicators. I am the 2nd lieutenant of the A Army, Team 1, Squad 4. Hey, I'm also part of the A Army. But I'm a 1st Lieutenant. Jiang Feng examined his communicator, which indicated he was the captain of the 1st squad of the 1st team of the Sea Army. He did not anticipate being a captain. However, he was uncertain about the intentions of the Suanzibu, so he held no expectations for the role. At this moment, some individuals began to move towards their respective camps. Following the instructions on his communicator, Jiang Feng arrived at the Sea Army's location. Upon arrival, he discovered that each team had its own encampment. He then located the position of the 1st team. The environment here was not dissimilar to that of the battle courtyard in the Tao Academy, with a circle of buildings surrounding a training ground, though this one was relatively smaller. As he stepped inside, he found a young man already present, emanating the aura of a late golden core stage cultivator. It was unclear whether he was the captain or another team member. Come in quickly, don't just stand there, the youth exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Feng lingering at the entrance. As Jiang Feng approached, the young man immediately inquired, I am Gao Chong, the captain of Team 1. Which squad are you from, and what is your name? 1st Squad, Jiang Feng. Ah, another captain. Make sure to manage your people well. I detest disorderly situations. Jiang Feng could only roll his eyes at his demeanor. It seemed he was not an easy individual to get along with, as he began asserting his authority as captain right from their first encounter. Before long, members of Team 1 arrived in succession. It was no wonder their speed was slow. The Suanzibu provided neither maps nor signposts, relying solely on inquiries. A rapid pace would indeed be miraculous. They were planning to form collective teams without any prior preparations. After a couple of incense sticks had burned, all members of Team 1 finally gathered. I am Gao Chong, the captain of Team 1. You may address me as Captain Gao from now on. Let me emphasize, the foremost requirement of the Suanzibu is to obey orders. Now, each squad should get acquainted with their members, and then the squad captains will lead everyone to the dormitories. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng maliciously speculated whether the initial assembly process was merely an addition made by Gao Chang to assert his presence, as he had no evidence to support his suspicion. He could only lead the members of the first squad to their living quarters. Upon reaching their residence, Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they were cultivators and were not arranged to sleep in large communal dormitories. Each individual had a private room, complete with a formation. However, the dormitories for each squad were situated within a larger courtyard, akin to an expanded version of the Dao Academy dormitories. One could understand that cultivation is a deeply personal endeavor. While it makes sense to operate in a military manner during combat and training, enforcing collective living arrangements would contradict the very essence of cultivation. Jiang Feng surmised that their training times would likely be synchronized. After all, coordinated action is undeniably necessary. Indeed, just as the dormitories were assigned, the communicators of the group buzzed with the schedule. Jiang Feng glanced over it. The time allocation appeared relatively relaxed, with only one time slot mandating the study of specific content from the Xuanzibu. The remainder was left for the cultivators to arrange independently. However, after reviewing the subsequent details, Jiang Feng suspected that the free time might not be as abundant as indicated. Task 1. Master the minor 5 elements formation. Requirement. Proficiently master the arrangement of the minor 5 elements formation within 1 month. An assessment will be conducted after 1 month, and resources will be distributed normally for those who pass. For teams that do not pass the assessment, resources will be halved. Teams that excel in the assessment will receive rewards. They commenced with a formation, specifically one designed for collective practice. Jiang Feng vaguely sensed some of the intentions behind the Xuanzibu's plans. The most significant difference between contemporary methods and ancient ones lies in the ability to rapidly cultivate a large number of cultivators. The Dao Alliance currently finds itself with a substantial number of low-level cultivators. However, due to the significant disparity in combat prowess compared to the demon race, their contributions remain limited. In the past, low-level cultivators sought to achieve results on the battlefield by either utilizing high-level talismans and magical treasures beyond their rank or resorting to various secret techniques fraught with severe side effects. Presently, the Dao Alliance has gathered individuals like Jiang Feng, presumably in hopes of discovering a method through which low-level cultivators can also play a pivotal role. The formation of arrays, in particular, serves as a means to amalgamate the strength of many, thereby enhancing combat effectiveness. The initial focus on Jindan cultivators likely stems from the belief that third-tier practitioners possess a robust capacity for learning and adaptation, enabling them to yield quicker results. Although this is merely an experiment, a lack of outcomes would pose a challenge for the Xian division in justifying their efforts to the Dao Alliance, especially considering that Jiang Feng and his peers are afforded treatment 50% superior to that of ordinary frontline cultivators. After reviewing this information, Jiang Feng reluctantly stepped out of his dormitory to convene his team members, as this matter directly impacts their welfare. Those with knowledge of formations stood on the left, while those utterly unfamiliar with them gathered on the right. Moments later, gazing at the empty left side, Jiang Feng felt a slight throbbing in his head. Chapter 75. Practicing Formation, Standards of Magical Power. Jiang Feng gazed at the 9 teammates who all indicated their lack of foundational knowledge in formations, a look of disappointment crossing his face. Although his demand for cultivation resources was not particularly high, who would willingly see their possessions diminish? Even if he had no personal need for them, they could be exchanged for other resources. After all, he had yet to acquire a single magical artifact of his own, let alone a protective one. Reflecting on the task in his communicator, he sighed inwardly. It appeared he would have much to attend to over the next month. In that case, let us first attend the mentor's lectures. We shall reconvene in 3 days to prepare for the formation practice, he informed the group after a moment's contemplation. Just as Jiang Feng was about to depart, one individual interjected, "Captain Jiang, from your words, it seems you have some research on formations. Why not explain it to us directly?" Immediately, others chimed in agreement. Indeed, Captain Jiang's explanation might expedite our learning. I am merely a self-taught practitioner. I cannot compare to those mentors. Starting from the basics would be beneficial for all in the long run. Furthermore, I too must attend the mentor's lectures, and I cannot spare the time to instruct you. Jiang Feng quickly declined, exasperated by the suggestion. He had yet to even grasp what the minor 5 elements formation entailed. 3 days swiftly passed. The members of the first team reappeared in the courtyard. The dormitory courtyard was sufficiently spacious for practicing formations. After 3 days, the group had garnered a rudimentary understanding of formations. Their expressions, once filled with confusion, now bore traces of bitterness. The principles of formations were relatively simple. In essence, they involved controlling energy to flow according to specific requirements. The complexity lay in mastering that control. Typically, formations were either laid on the ground or inscribed onto specific structures or implements. Once formed, they became fixed and were not particularly challenging to operate. However, the Xuanzi division's formations demanded that the cultivator control the formation's formation themselves, aptly named the battle formation, as it was intended for use in combat. Yet, to have a group of cultivators who were entirely unfamiliar with formations, bypass the fixed formations and begin learning the dynamic ones, was bound to leave only bitterness in their eyes. Fortunately, Jiang Feng had anticipated this. During the past 3 days, he had not merely studied the minor 5 elements formation, he had also prepared thoroughly. The Xuanzi division had evidently put considerable thought into selecting the minor 5 elements formation. First and foremost, this formation had a high tolerance for error. Even if mistakes occurred during operation, there would be no backlash, making it exceptionally suitable for novices. Secondly, the compatibility of the 5 elements formation with cultivators was remarkably high, with rare instances of mismatched attributes. Once successfully activated, it could provide significant enhancements to the cultivators. Moreover, the formation did not require a large number of participants. Typically, just 5 individuals were necessary to form a battle formation. Additionally, formations could interlock, meaning different teams could merge into an even larger formation. These characteristics rendered the formation highly suitable for widespread promotion and collective combat. With the assistance of a super AI, Jiang Feng discovered that even with fewer than 5 individuals, a formation could still be established. If a cultivator could independently manipulate the flow of the 5 elements, even a single person could activate the formation to enhance themselves. This indicated that the so-called battle formation did not have a specific numerical requirement. It was evident that the Xuanzi division had already considered the team size for the battle formations. Ignoring the helpless expressions of his teammates, Jiang Feng decisively announced that they would split into 2 teams to begin practicing. Regardless, this was a necessary process. In no time, various energies began to manifest within the courtyard. 1 hour, 2 hours swiftly passed, and before long, half a day had elapsed. Neither of the 2 5-member teams had successfully activated the formation even once. Jiang Feng called for a temporary break and began to ponder the reasons for their failures. He observed various factors within the formation teams. Their unfamiliarity with formations was undoubtedly a significant factor. Since they were all just beginning to learn the minor 5 elements formation, this was unavoidable and could only be remedied with more practice. Another major contributing factor was stability. Cultivators were fundamentally different individuals. Aside from sharing the same techniques, their strengths, realms, magical affinities, and personal attributes varied greatly. Consequently, connecting their respective magical powers in accordance with the formation's requirements became increasingly challenging. If this issue could be resolved, and with some time for familiarization, Jiang Feng was confident they would soon succeed in activating the battle formation. However, ensuring that each cultivator's magical power was identical was inherently difficult. After all, magical power had always been assessed based on potency and pressure, which lacked a clear measuring standard. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Jiang Feng's mind. Indeed, it was the measuring standard. If everyone could output their magical power according to a singular standard, would not their magical powers become uniform? This would naturally resolve the connection issue. Everyone, gather around. Jiang Feng called out, as the group had not strayed far. What is it, Captain? I haven't completed my cultivation tasks for today. One voice protested. Indeed, Captain, you are not suggesting we continue practicing, are you? The time we have spent on formation practice has already exceeded our limits, and continuing further would hinder our cultivation. Although the group assembled, they voiced their complaints. Jiang Feng realized he had been somewhat hasty. He had indeed considered having them continue practicing. Upon hearing their words, he recognized that he was different from them and did not require special meditation for cultivation. Clearing his throat, he quickly corrected himself. Ahem. I do not intend for you to continue practicing. I merely wish for you to assist me in clarifying a few matters. Understood. Please proceed quickly, Captain Jiang. I still need to return to my cultivation afterward. Seeing their willingness to cooperate, Jiang Feng wasted no time and stated, Each of you, one by one, please output your minimum magical power. The group, puzzled by his request, began to control their magical powers and extend them outward. Once everyone had completed their attempts, Jiang Feng discreetly noted their respective magical power levels. He then continued, stating, "Now let us attempt to double the output of our magical energy." The group complied with his instruction once again. After observing for a while, Jiang Feng instructed them to amplify their magical output tenfold. Following this series of operations, he discovered that everyone exhibited a commendable precision in their control over magical energy. Even though 2 or 3 individuals displayed slight inaccuracies in their output, the discrepancies were negligible. This observation bolstered Jiang Feng's confidence in his concept. Ideas swirled wildly in his mind as he sought to establish a standard for measuring magical energy. After a while, as impatience began to surface among the team members, Jiang Feng extended a finger, channeling a stream of magical energy from its tip, the intensity comparable to that of a perfected qi refinement stage. Everyone, take note of this intensity. There must be no deviation, not even the slightest. The group exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Jiang Feng's intentions. Moments later, he withdrew his energy and asked, "Have you all memorized it? From now on, this intensity will be referred to as Yiling. Reflect upon it deeply for tomorrow. I expect each of you to release it instantaneously with absolute precision." With that, Jiang Feng departed, leaving behind 9 bewildered individuals. Chapter 76. Successful verification. Remarkable progress. As the training for the formation commenced the following day, Jiang Feng did not immediately engage in the practical exercises. Instead, he instructed the 9 team members to undergo a test of their magical energy release. Although the details of Jiang Feng's intentions remained unclear to them, they had made attempts at home the previous day, and thus, nearly all of them managed to release a single essence of magical energy with precision. However, those few who had struggled with their magical release yesterday still encountered discrepancies when attempting to unleash multiple essences. Jiang Feng refrained from further comments, recognizing that no amount of explanation would penetrate their understanding at this stage. After conducting the tests, he regrouped the participants, placing those who had difficulty in a single unit. Initially, both groups of practitioners were unable to successfully activate the formation. However, after a period of familiarization, one group suddenly sensed a wave emanating from the direction of Jiang Feng's group. The aura of 5 individuals appeared interconnected by an invisible thread. With a swift motion, Jiang Feng pointed his finger, and a sharp sword energy shot forth, piercing the ground and creating a bottomless hole. The power had increased by approximately 20%. After sensing the outcome, Jiang Feng offered his evaluation. "Captain Jiang, have you succeeded? Is it truly so swift?" The members of the other group, still in disbelief, inquired eagerly. Jiang Feng smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and simply encouraged the other group members to attempt a connection using only a single essence of energy. One practitioner questioned, "You activated it using just one essence of energy?" Jiang Feng urged them to try for themselves. Following this strike, he refrained from further spellcasting, as their current objective was to master the activation of the formation. The use of spells or other applications would be considered in the subsequent phase. Having achieved their first success, it was not long before they activated the formation once more. After allowing it to run for a while, Jiang Feng commanded, "Elevate your magical energy to 2 essences." As soon as the transformation began, the formation abruptly halted. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Feng discerned that the rapid fluctuation in their energy output had shattered the fragile balance, resulting in the cessation of the formation. Understanding this, he and his team reactivated the formation. This time, rather than demanding that everyone increase their magical energy, he chose to elevate his own output. To his astonishment, his enhanced energy did not cause the formation to falter. Rather, the flow of his energy within the formation slowed slightly. He speculated that the other's energy was insufficient compared to his own, which could not be consumed quickly enough, leading to this peculiar situation. He then instructed his fellow team members to gradually increase their magical energy. Soon, their small 5 elements formation operated stably at the level of 2 essences. With this success, they advanced to 3 essences, 4 essences, and ultimately, even the weakest member, when exerting their full strength, did not cause the formation to collapse. Jiang Feng realized that their formation training had been deemed successful. "We have succeeded. Captain Jiang, we have finally activated the formation." At that moment, a shout from the adjacent group of practitioners broke through. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng smiled broadly, acknowledging the hard-earned success. The 4 practitioners beside him exchanged knowing smiles, for while the other group had merely activated the formation, they had already achieved full power output. As the 5 practitioners from the neighboring group approached to announce their good news, Jiang Feng and his team promptly activated the formation, generating a powerful surge of magical energy that startled the approaching 5. How can you wield such potent magical energy? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow and replied, you have progressed from being unable to activate the formation to achieving it now. It would be unreasonable for us to show no improvement at all. Wow. Captain Jiang, did you give them special training? This is unfair. We want to learn too. One of them exclaimed. Jiang Feng recognized this individual as one of those whose magical energy had been unstable. He responded, then you must be attentive to your sensations. 3 essences. They then felt the potency of Jiang Feng's formation gradually diminish. 2 essences. Jiang Feng's voice echoed again, and the formation's power waned further. Subsequently, they ceased the operation of the formation. Is that all? Captain Jiang, are you merely brushing us off? One practitioner began to protest, but was interrupted by a peer. The captain has already demonstrated it for us. If you don't comprehend, humbly seek guidance instead of embarrassing yourself. What do you mean by embarrassing? What did Captain Jiang call out? 3 essences, 2 essences? Can it really be? Captain Jiang, do they adjust their magical energy according to your commands? Halfway through his inquiry, he finally grasped the key point and turned to Jiang Feng. Seeing his realization, Jiang Feng explained, you have activated the formation and should be able to sense that stable magical energy is required for its operation. While the small 5 elements formation has a high tolerance, we are all novices, having spent very little time coordinating with one another, and thus, we require even more stable energy to ensure the successful activation of the battle array. This is why I emphasize the importance of a single essence of energy. He refrained from elaborating further, trusting that those with unstable magical energy would come to recognize their own shortcomings. The following day, the output of those few practitioners whose magical energy had previously been unstable stabilized significantly. The first team's practice of the battle array gradually fell into a productive rhythm. While other teams struggled to activate their formations, they had already begun experimenting with the fusion of battle arrays. On the 15th day of their tenure in the Xuanzi Division, in the courtyard of the 1st Squad of the 3rd Battalion, 10 practitioners positioned themselves around 2 plum blossom stakes, each emanating a faint wave of magical energy. Gradually, the 2 stakes drew closer together. With a hum, a surge of magical energy transformed the 2 stakes into one. The newly formed plum blossom stake radiated a stronger magical aura. Suddenly, Jiang Feng shouted, fire. 2 practitioners nearly simultaneously gestured towards the front, casting their spells. Boom, boom. 2 faint explosions resonated, unveiling 2 charred craters in the courtyard. Indeed, at last, it has succeeded. The next step involves practicing the activation of the formation while in flight. Jiang Feng gestured for everyone to disperse their magical energy and announced the upcoming training objectives to his team. In truth, both the earlier amalgamation of formations and the recently declared flight training were conceived by Jiang Feng in response to potential combat scenarios, as the Xianzi faction did not impose such requirements. Just as Jiang Feng was about to relay the next phase of the training to his team, everyone instinctively reached for their communicators. Upon reviewing the message, they discovered it was a notification from the Bingjun. All personnel, assemble immediately at the training ground. Engage in a surprise test. Chapter 77. The Test. The overlooked 1st Squad Jiang Feng exchanged glances with his 9 team members, a hint of smiles gracing their lips. Such a type of test posed little pressure for them. Upon arriving at the training grounds with the 1st Squad members, they noticed that many teams had already gathered. After surveying the lineup, they approached the position of the 1st Lieutenant's team. In front of them, 5 or 6 individuals were gathered around Captain Gao Chong, seemingly engaged in a jovial conversation. As the 1st Squad approached, the smile on Gao Chong's face momentarily faded before blooming again. His eyes darted toward Jiang Feng's direction, and upon noticing that Jiang Feng showed no inclination to approach him, his smile diminished significantly, replaced by a flicker of dissatisfaction. Since the day of their registration, this young man had not sought him out, while he himself had not visited the dormitory camp of his own squad. Other 2 or 3 teams, even if infrequent in their visits, had at least paid him a courtesy call. The individuals beside him were even more ingratiating, coming to report on their training status daily and extracting a wealth of information from him. Despite his own substantial gains, including resources exceeding a month's quota, it seemed that today the first squad would have to rely on these few teams to maintain appearances, should any issues arise with those teams. The individuals surrounding Gao Chang were adept at reading his mood. Noting the change in his expression and following his gaze, they swiftly formed their own conclusions. Alas, thanks to Captain Gao's diligent guidance, we might just survive this surprise test. Indeed, it is all thanks to Captain Gao's wise direction that our squad managed to successfully activate the array twice yesterday. Some individuals might not even grasp the basic rules, and they could very well hinder our first lieutenant's team. Hearing these remarks only deepened Gao Chang's displeasure towards Jiang Feng and the remaining squads. Just as he was about to summon a few of the squad leaders for a discreet reprimand, he suddenly straightened up, pushing through a few individuals to walk towards the left. The squad leaders were initially puzzled, but turned to see Gao Chang hastening toward a spirited young woman adorned in the attire of a school officer, bowing respectfully. Captain Gao had encountered Miao Xiaomiao before. Upon seeing him, Miao Xiaomiao furrowed her brow. She had met this team leader multiple times in her own camp, and he always came to exchange pleasantries or inquire about basic matters. As one of the only 2 Golden Core Realm captains in the first lieutenant team, her annoyance grew at his frequent wanderings instead of focusing on his own cultivation. However, in front of such a large audience, she refrained from voicing her discontent. Captain Gao, no need for formalities. How is the training of your team progressing? General Zhang will personally inspect the situation shortly. Do not let me down. If we lose to the second lieutenant team during the test, you shall see how I will handle you. As she spoke, she cast a glance toward another tall young man clad in the attire of a school officer. Upon hearing her words, Gao Chang felt an opportunity for recognition arise. Rest assured, esteemed school officer, during this period, I have been diligent and dedicated. I have made time to guide them daily. And most squads have successfully activated the array. His assertion about most naturally referred to those few teams that were adept at ingratiating themselves. As for the other 3 squads, there would always be someone to serve as an example. He aimed to make those who failed to seek him out realize the folly of their decision. General Zhang is here. At that moment, a voice commanded everyone's attention, and they swiftly returned to their positions. A middle-aged man clad in silver-scaled armor with a slightly dark complexion ascended the platform. Once General Zhang and the 2 school officers took their seats, a young man stepped forward and announced, "Esteemed practitioners, you have been training the minor 5 elements formation for half a month. This test will evaluate the effectiveness of that training. Squads that successfully activate and operate the battle array will receive an additional month's resource reward." Upon hearing this announcement, Jiang Feng communicated with his team telepathically to discuss whether to reveal more of their capabilities. Activating and operating the battle array had long been outside their training scope. The resources for the upcoming month were assured. However, regarding whether to disclose additional achievements, they all expressed their willingness to follow Jiang Feng's lead. Jiang Feng felt a sense of unease. Aside from activating and operating the battle array, the subsequent elements were his own concoctions. He was uncertain if they aligned with the philosophy of the Xuanzi department. Nevertheless, as members of the first lieutenant team, particularly the first squad, they were likely to be the first to perform, leaving no opportunity to observe others before taking action. Ultimately, he decided to showcase only what the general required, leaving any further discussions for later. After the young man finished speaking, he stepped back behind General Zhang. It was then that General Zhang gently waved his hand. "Let us begin. School Officer Miao, School Officer Li, who will take the lead? We are from the first lieutenant team. Naturally, we shall go first," Miao Xiaomiao promptly replied, asserting their precedence. She then gestured toward Captain Gao Chang. Observing this, Jiang Feng prepared to step forward, only to hear Gao Chang's voice call out, "Zhao Bin, you go up. Don't be nervous." At this, Jiang Feng halted. Glancing at Gao Chang, who evidently placed greater trust in the third squad's practitioners, Zhao Bin, upon receiving the command, promptly led his team to the vacant space left by the second lieutenant team. The 10 practitioners quickly arranged 2 plum blossom stakes, and then sat cross-legged. After approximately 10 breaths, 2 waves of array fluctuations emerged, successfully activating the battle array. Gao Chang could not help but smile at this sight. He had made a good choice in them. After several more breaths, seeing no further developments, the young man behind General Zhang stepped forward once more, expression impassive, and stated, "Pass. If there are no further displays, please have the next team step up." The subsequent teams followed suit, departing without any additional demonstrations. Stealing a glance at Miao Xiaomiao and General Zhang, Gao Chang noted their impassive expressions, preparing to call for the next team. Next, allow my side's team to showcase. School officer Li interjected. At that moment, Gao Chang swallowed the words he had on the tip of his tongue. He dared not meddle in the rivalry between the two school officers. With school officer Li's cue, a team of practitioners from the second lieutenant side soon emerged, following the same procedure of formation and cross-legged activation of the battle array. Subsequently, Yi-Wei and Airwei took turns to take the stage, with each team from Yi-Wei rotating to participate. As time progressed, the success rate of activating the formation for the later teams diminished significantly. Jiang Feng was nearly dozing off, and with more than half of the teams having already taken the stage, Gaosheng still had not allowed their participation. At this moment, General Zhang and the two young officers seated on the platform wore expressions that were less than favorable. The mere operation of the battle formation had a success rate barely exceeding 50%, which was considerably below their expectations. General Zhang slightly tilted his head to signal, prompting the young man behind him to step forward once again. If there are teams lacking confidence in their ability to activate the formation, there is no need for them to take the stage and waste time. Furthermore, if any team performs exceptionally well, the general promises to equip each member of that team with a magical artifact. Upon hearing this, the multitude of teams below erupted in commotion. A voice from the direction of Airway inquired, "Is the general being serious? If we perform better, can we select superior quality magical artifacts?" At that moment, General Zhang personally responded, "If your performance satisfies me, not only superior quality magical artifacts, but even top-tier customized magical artifacts will be within reach." Below, Jiang Feng and his fellow team members exchanged swift glances. Chapter 78. The Young Ones Mislead Me. Confrontation on the battlefield. Jiang Feng swiftly communicated with his team members through sound transmission. If the previous rewards were mere trifles, General Zhang could now be considered as offering substantial benefits. His objective was undoubtedly that exceptional magical artifact. The exceptional magical artifact, also known as a growth artifact, holds some value in the eyes of a powerhouse at the transformation stage. However, to a cultivator at the golden core stage, it is a coveted treasure that remains out of reach. Jiang Feng originally planned to acquire a mid-grade magical artifact during this time at the Xuanzi division. A top-grade magical artifact was merely a distant dream given his financial means. Who would have thought that General Zhang would be so generous, leaving Jiang Feng with little reason to be modest? Even if he could not obtain the exceptional magical artifact, he would certainly not let the top-grade artifact slip away. Thank you, General Zhang, for your generosity. The second lieutenant's third team, 6th Squad, is willing to give it a try. Shortly thereafter, a team emerged from the second lieutenant's ranks. 10 cultivators arranged themselves in plum blossom stances, though none took a seat. After a surge of magical energy, 2 minor 5 elements formations in the arena successfully activated. The 10 cultivators even moved a few steps left and right, yet the battle formation remained intact. After some movement, they halted the formation, signaling the end of their demonstration. They then looked up at General Zhang. The general observed the team below without a flicker of expression, remaining silent even as they ceased their movements. The first lieutenant's third team, 4th Squad, is also willing to give it a try. Before the previous team could exit, a group of cultivators emerged from the first lieutenant's direction, eager to showcase their abilities. Once the second lieutenant's cultivators departed, the newly arrived squad activated their battle formation in a standing posture. Compared to the previous team, they were able to move at a swifter pace and even activated a first-tier auxiliary spell, Swift Wind Step. Unfortunately, the formation halted mid-run. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng keenly noticed that General Zhang's gaze brightened noticeably when the opposing team employed their spell, indicating his interest in their attempt to engage with the battle formation. This boosted Jiang Feng's confidence in the training they had conducted in their first team. Subsequent teams resumed their previous level of merely successful activation. After all, this was a test, and passing the basic requirements was acceptable. The second lieutenant and first lieutenant each sent forth several more squads, with the best performance being a successful golden core attack. The members of the first squad grew increasingly anxious, frequently glancing at Jiang Feng, wondering why their captain had yet to take the stage. Seeing their eager expressions, Jiang Feng reflected that it was not just he who desired the magical artifact. The young team members longed for honor as well. Stealing a glance at General Zhang, whose face now bore a look of satisfaction, he concluded that it was indeed time for their appearance. The first lieutenant's first squad is willing to give it a try. As these words fell from Jiang Feng's lips, the 9 team members stood tall, fully aware that the opportunity to shine had arrived. Gao Sheng was momentarily taken aback, wondering what this young man intended to do. Did he really wish to take the stage after the second lieutenant's team had unleashed a golden core attack? Did he believe himself to be stronger than that team that had successfully cast their spell? A golden core spell emanating from the battle formation was something he, a peak golden core cultivator, would not dare to confront directly, as it could already constitute a basic combat capability. If his strength were inferior to theirs, would he not be setting himself up for embarrassment? At that moment, he could not afford to consider anything else and immediately transmitted to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, are you attempting to ruin our first squad and make the first lieutenant lose face before the general? Do you not understand your own level and insist on performing? What does Captain Gao mean by this? Are we, the first squad, not allowed to participate in the test? Jiang Feng did not respond through transmission. Since this old fellow had spoken, he could not be blamed for not giving him face. As these words left his mouth, all eyes on the platform turned toward the general and the lieutenant. Miao Miao Miao's gaze was fixated on Gao Sheng. Since the squad leader had spoken so, it was clear that Gao Sheng had said something. They had already reported their team, so what was the point of his complaints? Even if they performed poorly, they had no place to speak in front of General Zhang. Unexpectedly, it seemed that the team trained under Gao Sheng was lacking, and even his management skills were inadequate. Perhaps it was time to reconsider whether he was suited for the position of captain. Just as she pondered this, a young man behind General Zhang remarked, "Move swiftly. Do not delay the other teams." Thus, Jiang Feng, amidst Gao Sheng's resentful glare, led his team onto the stage. Yet, in the eyes of General Zhang and others, this newly emerged team appeared somewhat different from the previous ones. Before even reaching the arena, the first team's captain bellowed, "One spirit." Immediately, both lieutenants and General Zhang's eyes brightened. The 10 walking team members activated the formation without even standing in the plum blossom stance. As the 2 battle formations moved, they heard Jiang Feng's commanding voice once more, 10 spirits. 100 spirits. As his voice resonated, the fluctuations of the 2 formations gradually intensified. Witnessing this scene, General Zhang turned his head with keen interest towards Miao Miao Miao, inquiring about the meaning of the spirit mentioned by the captain. "This, my subordinate, is also uncertain. I shall summon Captain Gao to inquire." Upon hearing Miao Miao Miao's transmission, Gao Sheng approached the lieutenant, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. When he heard the question posed by her, he appeared even more confused. Observing Gao Sheng's reaction, she realized he could not provide an answer and dismissed him. Coupled with Jiang Feng's earlier remarks before taking the stage, she quickly deduced that there was evidently a conflict between Gao Sheng and Jiang Feng. Subsequently, General Zhang seemingly casually remarked, "Although Lieutenant Miao is busy with official duties, she should still pay attention to the teams below." The general's instruction was indeed valid. After hearing this, Miao 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 broke into a cold sweat, realizing that this young team had such potential yet had not been presented earlier. Clearly, Gao Sheng had no understanding of their abilities. Otherwise, he would not have waited for them to volunteer before attempting to stop them. What should have been a splendid opportunity to shine had turned into this unfortunate scenario. It seems that some individuals should not be afforded too much face, as it may lead to their own downfall. Full-force confrontation training. At this moment, Jiang Feng's voice once again echoed, drawing Lieutenant Miao Miao Miao's thoughts back to the present. The command was still one they had never heard before. In the arena, amidst the 2 gradually diverging formations, the cultivators began to cast spells with remarkable speed. A resonant hum filled the air as a protective enchantment materialized around one of the formations. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a searing fire serpent surged forth, crashing against the defensive spell. Remarkably, the fire serpent did not dissipate. Instead, it coiled menacingly around the shield, causing the onlookers below to anxiously fret for the cultivators ensconced within. At that moment, 2 beams of magical light erupted from the shield. A pale blue water spell surged toward the fire serpent, extinguishing it with a sizzling sound. Simultaneously, a silvery sword light shot forth from the protective barrier, aimed directly at the opposing formation. A sharp clang echoed as metal met magic. It turned out that the adversaries had also conjured a defensive spell, successfully intercepting the sword light. "Excellent. This is the kind of formation I yearned to witness," exclaimed General Zhang, rising instinctively from his seat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng realized the top-tier magical artifact was assured. He intended to halt the practice on both sides, as it was merely a demonstration and did not necessitate relentless competition. Yet, he heard General Jiang continue. Such a formation is practically ready for actual combat. I wonder, dear friend, can this formation be employed against the beasts? Chapter 79. General Zhang's astonishment and the battle formation against the demonic beasts. Upon hearing General Zhang's words, Miao 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 cast an expectant glance towards Jiang Feng, wishing fervently that she could speak on his behalf. Yet, as Jiang Feng was the one about to engage in battle, and with General Zhang standing nearby, she dared not overstep her bounds. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Li could only silently rise to his feet. Observing the expressions of astonishment on the faces of the second lieutenant's team below, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Initially, he had thought that today would result in a defeat for Miao Miao Miao. However, after hearing General Zhang's subsequent inquiry directed at Jiang Feng, he realized that not only this time, but even by the end of the month, no one from the second lieutenant could surpass Jiang Feng. While he pondered these thoughts, a voice from the audience caused Lieutenant Li's eyes to widen and his mouth to part slightly, reflecting the astonishment of the second lieutenant's team below. Actual combat? I find that a bit excessive. Jiang Feng indicated for his team to halt their formation and replied. However, engaging with a few demonic beasts poses no issue. Oh, General Zhang's interest was piqued further. Then I shall observe your battle with the demonic beasts. However, I must emphasize that only the formation may be employed. This is imperative. Jiang Feng acquiesced. Having already revealed so much, he saw no harm in disclosing additional information. While the demonic beasts had yet to arrive, he invited the young friends to join him for a discussion. General Zhang's next words astonished everyone once more. They had not anticipated such courtesy from him towards Jiang Feng. Although he currently emitted no formidable aura, none could forget the overwhelming presence he had exuded on the day he first arrived at the Xuanzi department. Does the commandee Ling and Ling possess any special significance? Upon Jiang Feng's ascent to the platform, General Zhang, after some pleasantries, posed the very question he had previously asked Miao Miao Miao. The moment the question was asked, Miao Miao Miao, Lieutenant Li, and the young man behind General Zhang all perked up their ears. They speculated that these commands must carry some special meaning, yet the specifics remained elusive. Jiang Feng did not withhold information and elucidated their meanings. The others, encountering this for the first time, initially failed to grasp it. However, with a little contemplation, they could discern the general idea. It was better to articulate it clearly rather than leave it ambiguous. After all, it had originated from the first team. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's explanation, Miao 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 and the young man behind General Zhang displayed expressions of realization. Lieutenant Li, meanwhile, resolved in his heart to ensure that the members of the second lieutenant would rigorously train according to this method. Even if no one could surpass Jiang Feng's team, he intended for every member of the second lieutenant to proficiently master the formation. Miao Miao Miao's thoughts were even more radical. She began contemplating whether to have Jiang Feng replace Gao Sheng. After all, they were both in the Jindan realm, and it would be wiser to have this talented mid-stage Jindan practitioner rather than a useless peak stage one. At this moment, the first and second lieutenant teams below were gazing up at the platform, but unfortunately, the sounds above had been obscured by the young man behind General Zhang. They remained unaware that their own lieutenant had already intensified their training regimen for the next 2 weeks. Little friend, you are indeed an outstanding disciple of the Tao Academy. Having received the top evaluation thrice in succession, your wisdom is truly admirable, General Zhang praised Jiang Feng. Before Jiang Feng could respond, he continued, I can generally grasp the rest, but why is Yi Ling determined according to the spirit power of a peak Qi refinement practitioner? The difference seems rather significant when compared to the magical power of Jindan practitioners. Jiang Feng looked upon General Zhang with a smile. The standard of Yi Ling, when compared to Jindan practitioners, is indeed vast. However, compared to foundation establishment practitioners, the disparity is not as pronounced. As Jiang Feng's words fell, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in General Zhang's eyes. This clever lad had anticipated this question. General Zhang could ascertain that the information regarding the promotion of the battle formation to the foundation establishment realm had not been leaked. The expressions of confusion on the faces of the two lieutenants and the young man behind him confirmed this. No more than 20 individuals within the Xuanzi department were privy to this information, with most being members of the research group that had been working in seclusion. Quite an astute idea. Were the other commands also conceived by you? General Zhang exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Feng, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Jiang Feng seamlessly continued along the thread of the dialogue. It was merely some idle speculation during training, aimed at convenience. After all, speaking too much each time can be rather cumbersome. Haha, you sly one. It's not merely about reducing hassle. Just as the group was engaged in conversation, a masked figure suddenly appeared on the platform. General Zhang, the demonic beasts have been brought. How shall we proceed? Upon arrival, the newcomer bowed respectfully to General Zhang. Shall we begin with 2 mid-stage Jindan beasts, if that is acceptable? Yet, General Zhang first turned his gaze toward Jiang Feng. The moment these words were spoken, a clamor erupted below. It appeared that the sound barrier had been lifted without anyone realizing it, and General Zhang's words reached the ears of those below. At this moment, aside from the members of the first team, everyone was consumed by a singular thought. What merits did that lad possess to garner such favor from the general? Jiang Feng remained silent, swiftly returning to his team, responding through his actions. Soon, the arena was cleared, and 2 mid-stage Jindan demonic wolves were released. A barrier was raised around them to prevent the beasts from being startled by the crowd. As the demonic wolves appeared, a surge of formation energy emanated around Jiang Feng and his team. The cultivator who had delivered the demonic wolves was taken aback upon witnessing Jiang Feng's team activate the formation. The speed at which they did so rivaled that of the teams that had initially tested the formations. It was no wonder General Zhang dared to have them use the battle formation against the demonic beasts at this moment. Next, they would likely unleash magical attacks, a scene he had witnessed numerous times before. The Jindan cultivators empowered by the formations faced no pressure when slaying demonic beasts of the same level. Although the team below had only their captain at mid-stage Jindan, as long as he initiated the attack, the effect would be the same. However, the situation below was unlike anything he had previously observed. Facing the snarling wolf demons charging towards the team, Jiang Feng did not begin preparing spells. Instead, he issued a command, combine. What transpired next caused General Zhang to rise from his seat once more. The 2 minor 5-element formations merged into one. Subsequently, Jiang Feng refrained from intervening as the 2 initial stage Jindan team members unleashed their respective assaults. The 2 demon wolves collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Indeed, there was no pressure whatsoever. I wonder if the young friend harbors an interest in challenging late-stage Jindan demon beasts? Before General Zhang could utter a word, the masked man inquired first. Jiang Feng glanced at General Zhang, who gestured for him to proceed with his response. Why not? Excellent. The masked man replied with a grin, once more waving the previously utilized bag that had contained the demon wolves. Instantly, 2 shadowy forms materialized in the arena. A ferocious cry pierced the air, and the masked individual abruptly exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot there was another flying demon beast inside." Chapter 80. Soaring into the skies. Wang Min, are you aware of what you are doing? Do not impose your research team's methods upon me. Their testing squads are not as well equipped as yours. As the cries of the demon beasts echoed, General Zhang suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation and bellowed, "Do not be alarmed, General Zhang. I will keep a vigilant eye on them. The research team's testing squad has only just achieved what they did moments ago. I am curious to see how far they can go." General Zhang understood the implications of his words. Jiang Feng's recent display of merging formations was precisely a newly tested application by the research team. According to the plan, Jiang Feng and his team were not supposed to access such techniques for at least another 6 months. Unexpectedly, they had already managed to utilize it in combat under their own initiative. This was also the reason he was unable to prevent Wang Min's actions in time, as Jiang Feng's sudden maneuver had taken him by surprise. The members of the Bing army, witnessing the appearance of the flying demon beast, were equally astonished. Some felt anxious for the first squad, while others reveled in their misfortune. Let them bask in the limelight. They are about to face the consequences. If they were allowed to fight freely, even in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, their numbers could easily secure victory. Alas, they were restricted to employing only the minor 5 elements formation. That esteemed individual had inquired for his opinion before releasing them. They would just have to endure. It is uncertain. Perhaps they possess a strategy to deal with that great eagle. What could that be? I concede that their earlier defeat of the wolf demon was impressive. However, this creature can fly. They can only remain grounded, likely becoming targets for that feathered beast. Enough chatter. Look, they are moving. In the isolated arena, Jiang Feng and his team felt their hearts race upon seeing the flying demon beast. Had it been a mid-stage golden core, they would have been unafraid, but this time, The creature released was a late-stage golden core demon beast. Engage. Target the bear demon. As Jiang Feng assessed the two demon beasts, a plan formed in his mind. It appeared that he would need to take matters into his own hands. The others were too weak. Even with the formation's enhancement, they could not hope to slay a late-stage golden core demon in a single blow. They had no time to engage the bear demon in a prolonged battle. With the formation just taking shape, Jiang Feng's command rang out once more. Now, as Jiang Feng's words fell, a powerful surge of magical energy coursed through the formation, feeding into the nodes of his array. A flying sword manifested in his hand, and as the infusion of energy completed, it transformed into a blur, hurtling towards the bear demon with incredible speed. Thud. Slain late-stage golden core bear demon. Gained 16 soul points. Current soul points, 19. The bear demon barely had time to raise its forepaw before the flying sword pierced through its vital points. Disperse. Maintain the formation. Prepare to strike at its weak points. We will create opportunities for you. Even before the sword was retracted, Jiang Feng quickly instructed his teammates. The onlookers outside were astounded by Jiang Feng's swift execution of the bear demon. Was the fusion of two battle arrays truly that powerful? To slay a late-stage golden core demon with a single sword stroke? The fusion of battle arrays played a part, yet the prowess of that squad leader was formidable. I suspect his strength is nearly on par with that of the bear demon. Coupled with the enhancement of the array, such results are plausible. Listening to the discussions among the Golden Core Realm members, a captain from the nascent Soul Realm snorted dismissively. Humph, it is easy to speak. Demon beasts are inherently tough-skinned and resilient, let alone a bear demon. Even if your strength slightly exceeds its own, one cannot claim to slay it in a single strike. That array's enhancement does not exceed 30%. Do you genuinely believe Jiang Feng's success in slaying that bear demon relied solely on the array? Is that not the case? While I too am at the mid-stage of the Golden Core Realm, I believe that with a 30% enhancement of magical energy, I could also slay that bear demon. Beware, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Once the battle concludes, you shall see for yourself the truth. Upon hearing the captain's defiance, the nascent soul captain ceased to explain, as experiencing the difference firsthand would be the only way for them to comprehend. The bear demon had remained grounded from the outset, so their ability to slay it was not entirely unexpected. However, the ensuing dilemma was troubling. By the heavens, it has taken flight. All the cultivators within the Bing army were speculating how Jiang Feng and his team would handle the eagle demon soaring above. Then, to their astonishment, they witnessed a breathtaking scene. Before their very eyes, Jiang Feng, alongside 14 members, ascended into the air. Throughout this, the minor five elements formation continued unabated, augmenting their strength. He truly can accomplish this. Wang Min, hidden behind her mask, displayed a broad smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Observing this, General Zhang could not help but chuckle and chide. This lad, if I hadn't pressed him, would he have kept this ability hidden? Meow 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 watched Jiang Feng gracefully maneuvering through the skies, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, her animosity towards Gao Chong intensified. Lieutenant Li sighed inwardly. Well, at this rate, forget 3 months, within a year. He will surely be overshadowed by Meow Meow Meow. This life is unbearable. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng, soaring in the sky, was conveying a message to his 4 teammates. I must concentrate on controlling the flight spell. I will not be able to attack further and can only issue commands. Although he indeed operated the flight spell, his inability to attack was merely a pretext. With the assistance of the spell, he could effortlessly cast multiple spells simultaneously. Yet he did not wish to appear overly ostentatious. He had already garnered sufficient attention today. There was no need to reveal all of his capabilities. Rest assured, Captain, we will adhere strictly to your commands. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, the initial tension among the 4 teammates was replaced by a sense of solemnity. While they had practiced maintaining the battle formation in midair, it had only been a theoretical stage of their training. They had not anticipated deploying it in the testing arena so soon. However, since Jiang Feng placed such trust in them, they would not falter in a critical moment. Whoosh! Just as Jiang Feng concluded his communication, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Prepare. It approaches. Intimidate. Retreat. Having issued the reminders, Jiang Feng swiftly commanded twice. 2 of the 4 teammates immediately began preparing their spells. As the Yin Yao approached within several hundred zhang, 2 blinding beams of light erupted from the formation, significantly impeding its speed. Immediately thereafter, a vast sea of flames materialized above the Yin Yao, cascading down upon it like a torrential deluge. Just as it began to regain its senses from the initial shock, the creature sensed the searing heat above. Without a moment's hesitation, it abandoned its intent to attack Jiang Feng and his companions, drawing a wide arc downward to evade the impending strike. However, at the lowest point of its trajectory, it was suddenly struck by a spell that had emerged from below. The long-prepared incantation unleashed its formidable power, severely wounding the Yin Yao, which plummeted from the sky. Following this, a continuous barrage of spells erupted from the minor 5 elements formation on the ground, leaving it no chance to ascend once more. This proud beast, a late-stage Jin Dan realm creature, was utterly vanquished without having unleashed a single attack. Felled by a mere handful of early-stage Jin Dan cultivators, Jiang Feng and his 4 companions landed, joining another individual as they gazed towards the high platform. "General Jiang, what say you?" he inquired, mindful of the rewards that awaited them. Chapter 81. Regretful General Jiang joins the research team. "Ha! You little rascal. Are you still worried about this?" General Jiang, initially astonished by the swift and decisive actions of the first squad, erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing Jiang Feng's question. He then turned to the young man behind him, saying, "Zhang Wei, you and Lai Xiaowei will oversee the upcoming tests. Jiang Feng, follow me to a certain place." Before Jiang Feng could respond, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes and found himself no longer in the training grounds. "Wang Min, why are you following me to meet Minister Zhao?" Jiang Feng had not yet had the chance to survey his surroundings when he heard General Zhang's voice, clearly displeased with Wang Min's presence. Turning around, he realized that the masked man had indeed followed him. "What? Is it only permitted for you to meet the minister while I cannot?" Wang Min's tone was noticeably more relaxed, and Jiang Feng sensed that the masked figure might be smiling beneath the mask. "Humph." General Zhang could do nothing about him and merely snorted before continuing on his way. At this moment, Jiang Feng took the opportunity to observe the surroundings. It was apparent that this was an office space, with buildings arranged in an orderly manner and 2 cultivators guarding the open entrance. Is this where the minister of the Xuanzi department conducts his affairs? However, he was somewhat puzzled as to why he needed to meet the minister when the magical artifact was promised by General Zhang. Nevertheless, as long as he received it, he would not concern himself with where it was obtained. General Zhang informed the guards at the entrance and led Jiang Feng inside. Jiang Feng discreetly glanced back and noticed that Wang Min had followed them in as well. They arrived at a reception room, where they encountered the head of the Xuanzi department. At that moment, Zhao Qitian exuded a very amiable aura, markedly different from the imposing presence he had displayed during their first meeting. "General Zhang, what brings you here?" As he spoke, he poured tea for both General Zhang and Wang Min, though his gaze towards them bore a hint of curiosity. Why had these 2 come together? Could it be that yet another issue was arising? To his surprise, General Zhang began to chuckle and pointed at Jiang Feng, jovially introducing him. "Hee. I've discovered a promising talent. Here he is for you to meet. Jiang Feng, this is Minister Zhao, our superior." This is yet another expert of the transformation stage, Jiang Feng thought. As he respectfully clasped his hands and greeted, "Lieutenant Jiang Feng of the first squad, at your service, Minister Zhao." There's no need for formalities. Zhao Qitian gestured dismissively and turned to General Zhang. "What are you up to this time?" "Oh, Minister, what do you mean by that?" "Jiang Xiaoyu is truly a talent. I must tell you, the formations he devised during the drills are remarkable." General Zhang hesitated, unsure of how to continue. Zhao Qitian frowned slightly and turned to Wang Min. "Do you know what is going on? Speak." "Hey, Minister Zhao, this is my person. How can I let him speak?" General Zhang was displeased, having already been wary of Wang Min, and now Zhao Qitian wanted him to intervene. Zhao Qitian pointed at General Zhang. "You can't articulate it clearly yourself. How do you expect to proceed without letting him speak?" "Hee. General Zhang, I must be of some use, right?" Wang Min had removed his mask at some point, and his voice was no longer muffled. A proud smile adorned his handsome face. He then produced a jade talisman and pushed it forward to Zhao Qitian. "It's difficult to explain in just a few words. However, I have a recording talisman here. After the minister reviews it, he will naturally understand." Upon witnessing Wang Min's action, General Zhang grew increasingly anxious. "You sly Wang Min, I see you were prepared all along. I wondered why you insisted on following me." Zhao Qitian ignored General Zhang and examined the jade talisman with his divine sense. After a moment, he set it down and looked at Jiang Feng. "You are Jiang Feng, correct? A fine young man indeed. Would you be interested in joining the research team?" Upon hearing this, General Jiang felt a wave of darkness wash over him, akin to sending a sheep into a tigeress den. Wang Min, on the other hand, looked at him with an even broader grin. Jiang Feng momentarily froze. Wasn't I brought here to receive a magical artifact reward? Why the sudden shift to a different department? May I inquire about what the research team entails? Although he had his suspicions, he wished to confirm. The research team is also part of the Xuanzi department, primarily focusing on the research aspects outlined in the department's establishment notice. Wang Min immediately began to explain enthusiastically. After listening to his description, Jiang Feng quickly grasped the concept. It was quite similar to what he had envisioned. The research team was engaged in the study of battle formations and tactics, along with related supportive research. Should he join the research team, he would transition from being a mere soldier to a researcher. Even as an ordinary researcher, his rank would surpass that of a Shaowei, only slightly below that of a general. Jiang Feng glanced at the three men. General Jiang remained silent, having realized from the moment Wang Min produced the recording talisman that he could not retain Jiang Feng. Wang Min looked at him with eager anticipation. Zhao Qitian's expression was inscrutable, as if the query had not originated from him. What will happen to my squad if I join the research team? Naturally, he leaned towards joining the research team. In terms of benefits and exposure to resources, it was far superior to remaining in the squad. However, he felt a twinge of concern for his teammates, especially since he had recently offended Gao Chang. Although the Xuanzi department had its own rules, he could not predict how they would react. Jiang Feng was unaware that the one he should be worried about was actually Gao Chang, not himself. You need not worry about that. The research team also requires squads for testing. When the time comes, you can bring them along. Before Zhao Qitian could speak, Wang Min interjected. Mobilizing a squad was well within the research team's authority. Then, I am willing to join the research team, Jiang Feng declared. Alas, General Jiang slapped his thigh and sighed heavily. What a promising talent, and now he is being taken away. Although he understood that Jiang Feng's move to the research team would benefit the Xuanzi department, he could not suppress his discontent. How could he have let that sly Wang Min take away the talent he had discovered? Haha, I look forward to your guidance in the future, Brother Jiang. You are bound to progress faster than us on your own. It is truly perplexing how your mind operates. I am eager to discern what sets you apart from us. Wang Min approached Jiang Feng with a playful smile, scrutinizing him intently. A sudden unease gripped Jiang Feng. Could this individual possibly be the type who relishes in slicing and dissection? His gaze toward Wang Min turned somewhat unfriendly. Observing his demeanor, Wang Min quickly remarked, "What is with that look? I am merely jesting." He genuinely feared that he might frighten Jiang Feng away, which would be akin to the sighing General Jiang. Given this, it was settled. Zhao Qitian made the final decision. At that moment, an idea struck Jiang Feng. Oh no, my precious item has yet to arrive. General Jiang, you need not worry. Focus on generating more brilliant ideas in the experimental group. That is not what I meant. I intended to mention the artifact you previously promised. General Jiang burst into laughter, vexed by the audacity of the young man. That was meant as a reward for the B Company soldiers. Please, don't. Chapter 82. The powerful research team. Wang Min was perplexed as to why Jiang Feng sought the treasures from General Jiang. However, the research team possessed such items. The testing teams were essentially equipped with a set each. Since Jiang Feng had just arrived, utilizing treasures to win him over was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. If you require any treasures, just let me know. The research team will provide everything you need. Jiang Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated the research team to be so affluent. Clearly, opting for the research team was indeed a wise decision. Yet, General Jiang was not pleased with this development. Get lost. This matter is between Jiang Feng and me. Why are you meddling? Jiang Feng was already displeased with the idea of being recruited by the experimental group, and now it seemed Jiang wanted to snatch away an opportunity to strengthen their connection. What a ruckus. His intention was merely to tease Jiang Feng, but now that this fellow had interjected, he felt compelled to refrain from further commentary and led Jiang Feng outside. Today's testing is not yet concluded. You must return with me first. Upon hearing General Zhang's words, Jiang Feng's thoughts swiftly turned, and he discerned his intentions. Thus, he allowed himself to be guided back to the Bing military training ground. Indeed, upon returning, General Jiang seized the opportunity of the testing to reprimand the Bing military from top to bottom. Despite his somewhat awkward discourse with Zhao Qitian, when it came to reprimanding, he was a different beast altogether. Moreover, he spoke of Jiang Feng and his first squad incessantly. After a quarter of an hour, not a single member of the Bing military dared to meet his gaze. There was no comparison. The progress of the first squad was simply unparalleled, having already applied what others had yet to learn into practical use. Fortunately, General Jiang was not solely focused on criticism. He concluded with encouragement and placed a substantial bet on the upcoming joint test scheduled for the end of the month. The method remained straightforward and unrefined, rewards in the form of treasures. He also emphasized that Jiang Feng's team would not compete for these rewards, which rejuvenated the spirits of the Bing military members. When the assembly dispersed, Wang Min awaited outside the training ground, seemingly concerned that Jiang Feng might be persuaded by General Jiang to return. As Jiang Feng and the first squad approached him, he finally exhaled in relief. During General Zhang's admonishment, Jiang Feng had communicated with his team, and they were all willing to follow him to the experimental group. With better resources and facilities, not a single one of the 9 objected. Most importantly, being with Jiang Feng meant there would be benefits for them. General Jiang had already arranged for them to exchange contact information with Zhang Wei. Each member received a high-grade treasure. As for what Jiang Feng obtained, it was needless to guess that it was likely superior, possibly a high-quality treasure capable of growth. Yet, no one felt envious. It was rightfully his. Not to mention, he had not forgotten to bring them along to the research group. Under Wang Min's guidance, the group swiftly arrived at the domain of the research team. Here, there were several large training grounds, even more expansive than those of the Bing military. However, the buildings were significantly more numerous. As Jiang Feng pondered the size of the research team, Wang Min seemed to read his thoughts and began the introduction. Including myself, there are 35 personnel responsible for research. Oh no, now there are 36. With your team included, there are a total of 12 squads participating in the tests. Listening to this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but marvel. In such a vast space, there were so few researchers. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "What realms are the researchers at?" Wang Min first smiled at Jiang Feng's inquiry before responding. "Originally, I was the lowest in realm here, but now that you have arrived." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng was startled. Due to the enhancement from the radar entry, he could sense Wang Min's precise realm, mid-Yuanying, just a small tier below Miao Miao Miao, the lieutenant. Remarkably, he was still the lowest in realm here. This implied that there were at least 35 experts above mid-Yuanying within this research team. The strength of the research group was indeed astonishing. The thought of collaborating with so many experts in research filled Jiang Feng with an immense sense of pressure. Fortunately, such research was not solely reliant on realm. Otherwise, he would have felt embarrassed to step inside. After Wang Min arranged accommodations for the team, he led Jiang Feng to a tranquil courtyard. "Team leader, I have brought Jiang Feng back." Upon entering, Wang Min called out, "Come in. That rascal Jiang didn't he give you a hard time, did he?" Before stepping inside, Jiang Feng heard a gentle male voice. With him, he brought Jiang Feng to Minister Zhao himself. Wang Min recounted the situation in detail. Oh, he was willing to offer treasures as rewards. It seems he is rather invested in this matter. From their conversation, Jiang Feng learned that the personnel of the experimental group had been monitoring their situation since the testing began with the Bing military. General Jiang believed Wang Min merely delivered a beast, but in reality, it had been premeditated. At this moment, Jiang Feng also met the leader of the research group, whom Wang Min had briefly introduced prior. The leader was named Peng Donghua. "I have met Senior Peng." Jiang Feng greeted the elegant middle-aged man with a respectful bow. "There's no need for formalities. Your innovative ideas are quite intriguing. I hope your presence will inspire the research group further." "Those are merely immature thoughts. I still have much to learn from the seniors," Jiang Feng humbly replied. "There's no need for such modesty. We do not emphasize seniority here. Whoever has a good idea that is feasible will be heard. However, if one is merely coasting along, then they may need to seek other opportunities." While Peng Donghua's tone remained cultured and amicable, Jiang Feng detected the underlying warning. What they could currently observe were only Jiang Feng's capabilities in battle formations and their application. Their intention in recruiting him was to expedite progress in this area and achieve results. Yet, if Jiang Feng's abilities did not align with those of the research group, he might find it difficult to remain. However, Jiang Feng felt no apprehension. Although he could not truly cultivate in his past life, the plethora of ideas available online was simply overwhelming. While he could not remember them all, when he encountered similar concepts, he could adapt and modify them with relative ease. Furthermore, his arsenal of entries was not to be underestimated. Once he absorbed the knowledge from the research group, it was likely they would need to devise strategies to prevent others from poaching Jiang Feng. After a brief encounter, Jiang Feng departed the small courtyard alongside Wang Min, this time heading towards the residence of the researcher. As they walked, Wang Min suddenly addressed Jiang Feng, saying, "Dao Jiang, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you." "Please, do go on, Senior," Jiang Feng responded. "It is this. As you currently serve as a researcher, it seems somewhat inappropriate for you to continue training alongside the team. Instead, why not seek another individual to join the team, thus completing the group of 10? Naturally, you would still be in command, directing the training according to your vision. This way, you would also have more time to attend to other matters. What are your thoughts on this?" Chapter 83. Each to their own. Excellent materials for research. After listening to Wang Min's words, Jiang Feng pondered for a while. Although he had not spent a long time with those team members, their time together had been quite pleasant. He was well aware of his own circumstances. Despite the agreeable atmosphere, it could not persist indefinitely. After half a month, the energy in his golden core had significantly increased, primarily due to the limited time he dedicated to cultivation. Before long, his realm would once again diverge from those individuals, making it inevitable for him to part ways with them in the same small team. "Very well, then I shall trouble you, Senior." The following day, Jiang Feng followed the directions to a research group focused on battle formations. As a recent addition, his sole task was to expedite the promotion of the minor 5 elements formation. Upon arrival, he found 3 cultivators already present, the very researchers responsible for this area. Having met with the 3 seniors, "I am Jiang Feng, the new researcher. I look forward to your guidance in the future." However, the trio responded little to Jiang Feng's arrival. They merely glanced up before returning to their own tasks. Jiang Feng felt a twinge of annoyance. Just yesterday, Wang Min had told him that these individuals were quite easy to get along with. They couldn't even muster a greeting. What a way to demonstrate camaraderie. Surveying the room, he noticed that it was divided into 4 sections, each with a similar layout, equipped with desks, chairs, bookshelves, and various tomes. Spotting an empty desk in one section, Jiang Feng promptly seated himself. On the table lay a booklet, presumably left for him by the 3 seniors. Opening it, he saw the first line read, "Introduction to the Advancement of the Battle Formation Research Group." Jiang Feng mused that while the 3 seniors might appear aloof, they still conducted their affairs with integrity. However, in the next moment, he was compelled to revise his assessment. The contents were exceedingly simplistic. The booklet spanned dozens of pages, yet the first page was scarcely filled. Turning to the second page, he found only a single line. "Each conducts their own research, without interference." Upon reading this, Jiang Feng could hardly contain his amusement. So this is how it is it? Each fighting their own battles, and yet this is called a research group? Initially, he had thought to take the easy route and inquire about relevant content, but it was now clear that such an approach was futile. Rising, he strode toward the exit. If it was truly a case of each pursuing their own endeavors, he would have to seek out the information independently. Not long after Jiang Feng's departure, one of the individuals in the room remarked, "Do you think he will go complain to the group leader? Let him. We haven't done anything wrong. We have been researching for so long, and he is merely a golden core cultivator who has only improved through our findings," another replied. "It's absurd that the group leader brought him in to work with us." I reviewed Wang Min's report. Jiang Feng does possess some aptitude. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to advance the formation to that level in such a short time. Training is one thing, research is another. These are entirely separate matters. Just because he has trained well does not imply he has the capability to advance the formation. It merely indicates he has unique insights into it. Let us not discuss him further. We ought to check on how those small teams are performing. Yesterday, we tried using that standardized magical method, and it appears their speed in activating the formation has improved. What standardization? It's merely some trivial stratagem. After leaving the battle formation group, Jiang Feng soon arrived at a modestly sized building. The plaque above displayed the words Classics Repository in shimmering gold. The brilliance was quite literal. It seemed someone had inscribed luminous runes upon it. Casting a glance at the plaque, Jiang Feng stepped inside, where the entirety of the research group's documentation was stored. As long as it wasn't T-restricted content, he could access it all. To his surprise, he did not find a plethora of densely packed bookshelves or countless tomes and jade slips. Instead, there were only a few bookshelves against the walls. Although they housed numerous items, they contained only paper booklets, with not a single jade slip in sight, which could record more information in a more compact form. This left Jiang Feng momentarily dazed. Had he mistakenly entered the wrong place? It was only when he noticed a row of uniquely shaped mirrors deep within the repository that enlightenment struck him. Almost forgetting, the Tao League also possessed the Xianjing. Naturally, the information would be stored within the Xianjing, making it far more convenient to search. Approaching the Xianjing, he input his magical energy, and the surface of the mirror illuminated. The Xianjing was indeed quite energy efficient, requiring cultivators to input their own energy for operation, perfectly avoiding the situation where someone might leave it running indefinitely. As his consciousness delved into the symbols appearing on the mirror's surface, Jiang Feng began to browse through the content. He did not rush to examine the information related to battle formations. Instead, he explored the various research topics of the group. After perusing, he discovered the scope of their research encompassed all aspects relevant to cultivators. Not only did it include alchemy, talismans, magical artifacts, and formations, but even martial arts were subjects of study. The battle formations he had encountered were merely a segment of this vast field. As Jiang Feng gazed at the titles of the research topics, he felt an insatiable urge to delve deeper. Unfortunately, he was met with notifications indicating a lack of the necessary permissions. Reluctantly, he could only review the publicly available materials and those pertaining to battle formations. Jiang Feng remained in the repository for 3 days, during which time he had barely managed to skim through less than a third of the content. Jiang Feng, so this is where you've been. I wondered why I couldn't find you for 3 days, and my communicator couldn't reach you. Only upon hearing Wang Min's voice from behind did he disconnect from the Xianjing. Had 3 days truly elapsed? Jiang Feng momentarily felt disoriented before regaining his composure. He marveled at the wealth of information available in the research group. At the same time, he reflected on how cultivators were indeed excellent materials for research. Not only could they maintain their vigor for extended periods, but they also need not worry about starving. Wang Min regarded Jiang Feng with suspicion. You haven't been staring at the Xianjing for 3 days, have you? If these mirrors were capable of connecting to Lingxin, I would almost suspect you were viewing something peculiar. Jiang Feng queried. Is there something strange on Lingxin? Ahem. How would I know? Let us head out. The small team you brought seems to be looking for you, and has come to find me. Realizing he had misspoken, Wang Min hastily changed the subject. Jiang Feng severed his magical connection and turned to exit. What could they possibly want from me? He pondered, feeling somewhat bewildered. The skills he had imparted to the team should have sufficed for several days of practice. I am uncertain. They merely informed me that they were unable to locate you. Soon, Jiang Feng arrived at the team's encampment, and from a distance, he observed them engaged in a sparring session. Captain Jiang, at last, you have arrived. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, everyone came to an abrupt halt. Greetings, Captain Jiang. I am Qi Xian, the newest addition to the team. Jiang Feng acknowledged the group before stating, since you are now fully assembled, select one among you to serve as captain. Noticing their somewhat reluctant expressions, Jiang Feng continued, while I am absent from the team, you regard me as your leader. Yet I am unable to provide you with guidance. Designating a captain will be beneficial for both your current training and future battles. After hearing this, the group nodded in silent agreement. Jiang Feng then inquired, I have heard that you sought me out. Is there a matter of significance? Haha, Captain Jiang, researcher, it is indeed fortuitous news. The supplies have arrived. Chapter 84. The sword pill breaks the void. Upon hearing the words, Jiang Feng's eyes brightened, as he realized that there was only one thing known to him and this small team. Really? General Zhang's speed is quite impressive. He chuckled. I heard from Zhang Wei that if it weren't for searching for the item you needed, he could have delivered it the very next day. So you all received it too? Indeed. Only yours remains inside. I'll go fetch it for you. Before long, Jiang Feng held a palm-sized box in his hand, which bore a layer of seal requiring both his magical power and divine consciousness to unlock. Observing the box, Jiang Feng felt somewhat puzzled. Although he was aware that magical artifacts could change in size, he had never heard of one being so diminutive prior to its refinement. Surely, there couldn't be a sword with such a small original form, could there? He decided to stow the box away and return for further examination. After all, it was meant to become his life-bound magical artifact, and it was inappropriate to unveil it in a public setting. Is there anything else? He asked. If not, I shall take my leave. You may continue your training. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances but remained silent. Noticing their reticence, Jiang Feng raised his voice. Is there truly something? Why is everyone so hesitant? Speak up. Under his persistent inquiries, they finally relayed an incident. It turned out that during their free time, They had observed the training methods of other testing teams and discovered that their techniques closely mirrored those Jiang Feng had imparted to them. Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. He had come to the research group precisely for this reason, and it was only right for such methods to be propagated among other teams. However, I heard them say that this is a new method devised by their researchers. I told them it was created by Captain Jiang, but no one would believe me. Eventually, it led to a dispute, and we even had a clandestine competition. At this point, the speaker fell silent. You didn't engage in combat? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. With all their magical artifacts, including defensive ones, it ended in a stalemate, a team member grumbled. Jiang Feng's gaze flickered, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, I see. You all continue your training. In due time, you will possess such items as well. I shall assist you in reclaiming your honor later. Having said a few words, Jiang Feng departed from the team's base, bypassing the battle formation research room and heading directly back to his dormitory. Once in the training chamber, he retrieved the box he had obtained earlier. Employing his magical power and divine consciousness together, he dispelled the seal and opened the box, revealing a dull gray orb and a jade slip before him. General Zhang would not deceive him with a fake item, which indicated that this orb was at least of superior artifact quality. As he reached for the orb, a sharp pain surged through him, prompting him to instinctively release it. Jiang Feng's initial shock turned to joy. Could this be the sword pill? Choosing to set the orb aside for the moment, he picked up the jade slip to examine its contents. As he delved into the information, a smile spread across his face, breaking the void. What a splendid name. The gray orb was indeed the sword pill he had surmised, and it was a rare one possessing all 5 elemental attributes. General Zhang had noted that if it weren't for Jiang Feng's insistence on having all elements, he might have forgotten about this item. After all, the sword pill belonged to ancient practitioners, and with its attributes misaligned with General Zhang, it had merely been kept as a collectible. As he continued to read, Jiang Feng's excitement intensified. There were accompanying sword techniques and corresponding sword methods detailed within. After finishing the contents of the jade slip, he couldn't help but praise General Zhang for his thoroughness. He then began preparing to refine the sword pill. Using his magical energy to levitate it before him, he drew forth a drop of blood, inscribing it with specific runes through his divine consciousness before imprinting it onto the sword pill. The sword pill trembled slightly within his magical energy, but could not evade the imprint, ultimately bearing the blood-red rune. As the rune melded into the sword pill, its struggles intensified, yet it remained unable to escape Jiang Feng's magical grasp. Observing the rune's disappearance, Jiang Feng extracted another drop of blood and inscribed a different rune. When the third rune was integrated, the sword pill finally settled down, transmitting a faint response. Thus concluded the method of refining the sword pill as recorded in the jade slip. However, Jiang Feng did not cease. He drew forth yet another drop of blood and inscribed a rune not mentioned in the slip. As this rune slowly approached the sword pill, his heart began to race. This was a method of refining the sword pill he had encountered in the Tao Academy's texts, which suggested integrating at least 9 and up to 36 runes into the pill. Exceeding 9 runes would reduce the refining time by 10% for each additional rune, while simultaneously enhancing the pill's power by 10%. After a considerable duration, Jiang Feng, pale-faced, extracted another drop of blood. As this rune merged with the sword pill before him, the dull gray hue peeled away, revealing a radiant spectrum of colors that swirled across its surface. With a sudden whoosh, the sword pill soared into the air, rapidly spiraling around Jiang Feng. With his current divine consciousness, he found it impossible to track its movement. Crack! As Jiang Feng's mental focus shifted, a sound echoed from the wall behind him. His complexion paled as he realized the gravity of the situation. The sword pill's speed was overwhelming, and he had yet to acclimate to it, resulting in an extended guidance period. The flying sword exceeded the confines of the training chamber, piercing through its wall. With a mere thought, the flying sword returned, swirling around Jiang Feng before vanishing into his sea of consciousness. Jiang Feng exhaled a long breath, hurriedly retrieving a medicinal pill to replenish his vitality. Is Taoist Jiang present? Before he could fully assimilate the effects of the medicinal pill, a voice called out from outside, the voice of Wang Minham. What could he want from me now? Jiang Feng utilized 3D printing terms to slightly adjust his appearance, ensuring it appeared as usual before standing to greet him. As he opened the door, Wang Min inquired, Jiang Feng, has something occurred here? Nothing at all, Jiang Feng blurted, for he had been in the training chamber. What could possibly have happened? Nothing. Yet the formation alerted me, indicating an issue with your array. I must investigate. Wang Min, holding a communicator, continuously checked it before stepping inside. The formation. Jiang Feng finally grasped the situation. At this moment, it was too late to obstruct Wang Min, leaving only the option to reluctantly follow him inside. After making a round on the first floor, Wang Min suddenly halted, casting a peculiar glance at Jiang Feng. Oh, your cultivation chamber and array have been penetrated? Were you perhaps experimenting with spells in your chamber? He then pondered aloud. But that can't be right. Even a Yuanian cultivator would require considerable effort to breach this array. The fact that you pierced through it so effortlessly is quite abnormal. Jiang Feng felt a surge of exasperation within, thinking, you are the one who is abnormal. It was merely a hole in the array. Is it really necessary to berate me over it? However, he only dared to harbor such thoughts in his mind and refrained from voicing them. So what are we to do about this? Wang Min mused, stroking his chin as he scrutinized Jiang Feng. Penetrating the array is rather intriguing. This thought sent a shiver down the latter's spine. Chapter 85 Tactical Wristwatch. The counterattack begins. What are you planning to do? Jiang Feng took a step back and inquired. Wang Min stepped forward. Do you possess an exceptionally penetrating attack? No. Jiang Feng immediately denied it, sensing something was amiss in the other person's gaze. If you assist me in researching the formation, I will repair the formation in your cave for free and keep it a secret from others. You should have mentioned the formation research earlier. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng decisively agreed. Deal. Seeing Jiang Feng's agreement, Wang Min intended to grasp his arm. Let us go. Follow me to my research room. Jiang Feng dodged, saying, First, fix the formation. I will visit you when I have time. Hey, Jiang Daoyu, that's rather unfair. Then please take your leave. I will find someone else to repair it later. Repair. Fix it immediately. Wang Min swiftly restored the formation and then sought out Jiang Feng. When will you have time? I will come once I resolve the issues with my team. Jiang Feng was also quite interested in other aspects of formation research. Upon hearing this, Wang Min patted his chest and declared, What issues does your team have? Tell me. I will help you sort it out. Jiang Feng thought that the matter regarding the team's equipment was something Wang Min could indeed assist with, so he divulged the details. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the research room for battle formations, as informing the other party would be of no benefit. As for the equipment, I believe a simple statement should suffice. Regarding the issues with other teams, you will have to resolve those yourself. Wang Min said, his face slightly embarrassed as he realized he had boasted only to be met with a counter. Jiang Feng clasped his hands. Your help in coordinating the equipment is already greatly appreciated. I can handle the rest on my own. After Wang Min departed, Jiang Feng returned to his abode and began to jot down notes and sketches. Early the next morning, he left the cave and headed toward a towering mountain shrouded in rising steam. You wish to customize such a magical artifact? A robust man clad in a sleeveless short coat looked at the paper Jiang Feng handed over with a puzzled expression. How about it, Senior Ming Haoran? Are those functions feasible? Noticing the other's frown, Jiang Feng hastily inquired. Had it not been for their association in the research group, no one would have imagined that this bronze-skinned, muscular man was also a researcher. It is indeed possible, however. The magical power must be controlled stably through divine consciousness and is specific to certain attributes. These are all rather straightforward functions. A spirit tool can achieve them without necessitating the higher-order intricacies of a magical artifact. Meng Haoran pointed at the requirements listed on the paper one by one. A spirit tool suffices? What about withstanding the magical power of a golden core realm? Jiang Feng was not particularly well-versed in artifact crafting. Even so, utilizing these functions would pose no problem for cultivators at the nascent soul stage. It is not intended for combat, so there is no need to waste high-grade materials. Jiang Feng decided to heed the advice of the expert. Then let us proceed with the spirit tool. I appreciate your assistance in advance. What about the design? What form should it take? How large can it be? Jiang Feng suddenly realized he had not considered this aspect. At least the size of 2 fingers. Meng Haoran indicated with 2 fingers. Oh, it can be made so small. Wouldn't that free up my hands? An idea swiftly materialized in Jiang Feng's mind. Then let us make it small. I will also need to attach a strap, so it can be worn on the wrist. Jiang Feng attempted to explain, having just envisioned a wristwatch. Meng Haoran waved his hand, and a wristwatch constructed of flowing water materialized before Jiang Feng's eyes. Behold, a 3D projection. Jiang Feng nodded vigorously. Yes. This This is perfect. The lighter and more discreet, the better. You want 10, correct? Wait for me here for half an hour, Meng Haoran said as he turned and headed toward the workshop, leaving Jiang Feng momentarily dazed. 10 spirit tools, and he claimed it would only take half an hour. What sort of extraordinary expert have I found? In reality, it took less than half an hour for Jiang Feng to receive his customized wristwatches. The other party even solidified the straps and bestowed them with the ability to self-adjust. Thank you, Senior. May I inquire about the remuneration required? No remuneration needed. Should you have any ideas in the future, feel free to seek me out. Jiang Feng, wearing a satisfied expression, made his way to the Team S base. Initially, he expected to wait a while, but Meng Haoran proved exceedingly efficient. In less than an hour, both the design and production were completed. Thus, less than a day later, Jiang Feng reappeared before the testing team. Without excessive explanation, he directly distributed wristwatches to 5 members and instructed them on their usage. After familiarizing themselves for a brief period, he had 2 formation teams engage in a contest. Although the 5 wearing the wristwatches were not yet proficient, they still held a significant advantage over the opposing group. Upon hearing Jiang Feng call a halt to the contest, the previously suppressed group looked at him with incredulous expressions. They had trained together for quite some time and were well aware of each other's capabilities. Jiang Feng had only offered a few pointers, none of which pertained to formations or combat, yet the transformation was remarkable. The reason lay in that peculiar wristband. At this point, without Jiang Feng needing to explain, they understood the benefits of this device. The team members using the wristwatches found them exceedingly useful, as they relieved the burdens of manually controlling magical power intensity and connections, tasks that previously required their full attention. They only needed to allocate a fraction of their divine consciousness to manage the spirit tool. The most demanding aspects of activating the formation had thus been resolved. Jiang Shuyuan, what is the name of this device? It is simply too effective. As all eyes turned toward him, Jiang Feng smiled. I call it the tactical wristwatch. It is still in the early stages of development, and its functions are not yet fully refined, so please bear with its limitations for now. After speaking, Jiang Feng retrieved the remaining 5 wristwatches and a jade slip from his storage ring and handed them to the team members. Now, all of you put on the wristwatches, and after you adapt, try following the instructions in this training manual. The team members who had yet to don the wristwatches began to experiment, while those who had already used them began examining the jade slip. The content of this training manual was only compiled by Jiang Feng last night. It was only after witnessing the successful testing of the tactical wristwatch that he decided to present it. The training material within is meticulously crafted based on his assessment of the tactical wristwatch and its effects. Now, it remains to be seen whether these concepts can be effectively applied in real-world scenarios. Half an hour later, the members of the testing team gradually descended from the sky. Once the formation was lifted, they all looked at Jiang Feng with expressions of excitement. After a few attempts, they even felt that their movements were indistinguishable from those in combat when unbound by the formation. Consequently, in actual combat, they could unleash their full potential. Now, even without equipment, we could easily triumph over those adversaries. Upon hearing their words, Jiang Feng turned to leave, leaving behind only a remark. Then be sure to find a time to test it. Utilizing my achievements with such an attitude, do not blame me. Chapter 86, A Research Laboratory for One. A battle array for many. After departing from the testing team's station, Jiang Feng made his way back to the library of ancient texts. The issue of excessive consumption of his essence and blood had yet to be alleviated, and just yesterday, he had expended considerable energy to create a wristwatch and a training manual. He now sought a tranquil place to immerse himself for a period. And the library proved to be an excellent sanctuary. In fact, he spent a full 7 days within its confines. Just as he was nearing the completion of the final portion of his reading, Wang Min approached him once more. Jiang Feng, your ability to remain composed is truly remarkable. The various testing groups outside are in an uproar, and yet you are able to sit here undisturbed? Wang Min inquired upon seeing Jiang Feng. At that moment, Jiang Feng's mind was entirely consumed with the contents of the library, leaving him utterly oblivious to her words. What does it mean to remain composed? I have only just joined the research group. I am merely trying to acclimate myself to the situation. Wang Min, at this point, harbored a newfound admiration for Jiang Feng, her junior. The personnel from the battle array research room have lodged complaints with group leader Pang, claiming that you are not fostering camaraderie among your peers and are unwilling to share your research findings. How can you remain so unfazed by this? Their audacity in complaining is astonishing. Jiang Feng's mind began to clear, and he widened his eyes in disbelief at Wang Min. What they are saying are my very words. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's response, Wang Min keenly sensed that there was more to the story, prompting her to press him for further details. However, Jiang Feng had refrained from sharing the circumstances surrounding the battle array research room with her previously, and thus he remained reticent now. It seemed that the testing group had taken decisive action. Otherwise, those three veterans would not have been so agitated. With Wang Min's arrival, Jiang Feng could no longer remain in the library and was compelled to follow her to the courtyard where group leader Pang resided. Jiang Feng, the recent progress in the battle array is commendable. Pang Donghua greeted Jiang Feng with these words, which caused the three individuals seated beside him from the battle array room to feel a sense of foreboding. This was not the response they had anticipated. Wasn't the group leader typically averse to any disruptions among the research rooms? Why was he treating Jiang Feng so differently? Thank you for your concern, group leader. I have made some modest advancements, largely thanks to the substantial assistance from Senior Meng of the Magical Artifacts Group. Jiang Feng understood the purpose of Pang's invitation and did not indulge in unnecessary pleasantries. Oh, you are collaborating with the Magical Artifacts Group. I had heard that you were somewhat reluctant to engage in joint research with your colleagues. It seems that is not entirely accurate, Pang Donghua remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the three individuals seated nearby, which only heightened their discomfort. They believed that Jiang Feng, as a newcomer and a golden core cultivator, would inevitably yield to their exclusion, either by ingratiating himself or departing in disgrace. Little did they know that Jiang Feng, in silence, would soon render them utterly embarrassed. The testing squad he trained not only challenged other teams, but also made their achievements widely known. After securing victories, they incessantly promoted Jiang Feng's name to the gathered cultivators, even claiming that their attempts to learn from him had been futile. Could they tolerate this? They sought out Jiang Feng but could not find him, and confronting the testing squad was beyond their dignity. Thus, they resolved to report to the group leader, omitting any specifics, merely stating that Jiang Feng was not a team player. Surely, he would not dare to speak ill of them before the group leader. I simply prefer not to collaborate with certain individuals, Jiang Feng stated candidly. Pang Donghua adjusted his posture slightly, gazing steadily into Jiang Feng's eyes as he slowly inquired, "What do you mean by certain individuals? Have you encountered any difficulties within the research group?" Jiang Feng produced a booklet, the very one that had been on his desk upon entering the battle array research room. He also retrieved a recording talisman, which contained the grievances expressed by the squad members. Presenting both items to Pang Donghua, he said, "Group leader, I believe it is best if you review these yourself." Pang Donghua accepted the items with a hint of skepticism, pondering how it was that there was even material evidence. The three members of the battle array room exchanged uneasy glances upon seeing the booklet. At that moment, they realized that using Jiang Feng's lack of collaboration as a basis for complaints was a rather flimsy excuse. After perusing the materials, Pang Donghua cast a meaningful glance at the three members of the battle array room before addressing Jiang Feng. "I understand the situation now. You and Wang Min may return." Jiang Feng studied Pang Donghua intently, uncertain of the leader's intentions, and quietly exited the courtyard. Wang Min, perplexed, followed suit. Within mere moments of their departure, Wang Min, holding a communicator, began to grin widely. "Jiang Feng, what on earth did you show that old fellow? Its impact is astounding. He has reassigned those three to the array room?" With a sudden spark in his eyes, he turned to Jiang Feng. "Does this mean the battle array room is now solely yours? After all this time in their shadow, you have managed to secure your own research room within just 10 days. What do you mean solely mine? What are you looking at me for? I am merely joining you in the battle array room. I have long desired to conduct my own research, but the opportunity had eluded me." Wang Min hastily began to promote himself to Jiang Feng. At last, Jiang Feng comprehended Wang Min's intentions and shrugged. "Your reassignment to any research room is not within my purview. Moreover, the primary focus of the battle array room is on the promotion and application of battle arrays, which may not align with your objectives. Of course it counts. As long as you express the need for an array master to collaborate, I can apply for a transfer. Worst case scenario, I will plead with the old man." "Very well. I shall give it a try." Jiang Feng had anticipated some obstacles, but to his surprise, Wang Min returned the very next day, beaming with joy. However, it was not long before he spoke up. "I have devised a remarkably powerful defensive array." "Stop right there. You are now in the battle array room. Focus on studying battle arrays." Jiang Feng promptly quashed his proposal. Just a short time after their separation, he received word that the remaining 3 battle array testing teams would also fall under his purview. He was now contemplating how to organize their training. The simplest approach would be to apply the training manual uniformly, straightforward, and efficient. Yet, a new thought began to take shape in Jiang Feng's mind. Why must a battle array team be limited to only 10 members? He had witnessed the combined strength of dual arrays, which surpassed the explosive power of a single array. What if even more arrays could be combined? He had just finished perusing the ancient texts of the research group, without yet having the chance to distill them into his own insights. At this moment, Wang Min's arrival was fortuitously timed to supplement this aspect. Naturally, he could not be expected to assist with any formidable defensive formations. Unbeknownst to them, 7 days slipped by. In a training ground of the Battle Array Research Laboratory, Wang Min raised his hand to activate a formation. With palpable excitement, he commanded the battle array composed of 40 individuals in the distance. Fire! A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through a significant portion of the research group within mere moments. Once the dust settled, Wang Min meticulously examined the formation and remarked to Jiang Feng, "The power of this formation nearly rivals that of the early Yuanying stage. Even if one were to face it head-on in the mid-Yuanying stage, they would surely sustain injuries. Of course, this assumes they are able to strike." Just as he was speaking, he suddenly produced a communicator to check for updates. "Oh, what a stroke of luck. We have just successfully tested it, and now have an opportunity for experimentation." Chapter 87. Supporting the Beast Tide. Validating results. Wang Min spoke, raising the communicator to signal Jiang Feng to take a look. After reading the notification, Jiang Feng inquired, "Is it the Beast Tide in Jianglan City? Is the Xuanzi division about to take action?" Wang Min shook her head. "No. This time we will act under the name of the Dao Academy. The Xuanzi division is fundamentally established in the name of the military, and it is ill-advised to intervene before establishing significant combat power. Let us proceed. This is a moment to assess the achievements of the experimental group." Half an hour later, Jiang Feng and Wang Min, accompanied by 4 testing teams, were aboard an aircraft. They were not the only ones heading to Jianglan City. Each military faction of the Xuanzi division dispatched 3 combat teams to participate. The team from the Bing army was led by Miao Miao Miao, who immediately complained upon seeing Jiang Feng. "Humph. Jiang Feng, how could you be so ungracious? You've been with the research group for so long without contacting me. Have you forgotten about me?" Jiang Feng felt a wave of embarrassment in response to her words, while Wang Min beside him exchanged knowing glances. He could only excuse himself by saying he was busy in the research group. Fortunately, the aircraft they were on was piloted by General Wudi of the Xuanzi Division's Jiao Army. With his formidable strength at the transformation stage, he brought Jiang Feng and the others to Jianglan City in less than 2 hours. The aircraft did not land, but opened its hatch in midair. As everyone flew out, they beheld the scene at Jianglan City, spells flying through the sky and dust swirling on the ground, indicating a fierce battle was underway. All teams prepared to enter the battlefield. Wudi commanded as he stowed away the aircraft. At this moment, the disparities between the teams became evident. The testing team from the research group activated their formation in the air almost instantaneously. Following the training manual, they promptly initiated their defenses before charging toward the battlefield. Conversely, the elite teams dispatched by the military struggled to activate their formations in the air, taking considerable time to do so. Some teams even had to rush toward the battlefield without activating their formations. Jiang Feng and the leading lieutenant trailed behind the team members, documenting these observations. The scale of the beast tide was not particularly extensive for Jianglan City. 2 transformation stage beasts had already been intercepted by the Dao Academy and the cultivators of Jianglan City. Given the distance between them, it was not the Xuanzi division's turn to provide support. Their presence was primarily for training and to validate the results from the past month. The arrival of 19 Gold Corps teams significantly bolstered the strength of the human side. As soon as the Gold Corps teams entered the battlefield, they advanced toward the most intense part of the beast tide, where numerous Gold Corps and nascent soul beasts were concentrated. Boom! The testing team from the research group made a tremendous impact as they entered the battlefield. With that resounding bang, the observing group behind them witnessed a massive beast slowly collapsing. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a nascent soul beast. Although it bore some wounds, under normal circumstances, it should not have been vulnerable to a combat team. Had the research group's formations evolved to this extent? The 5 lieutenants and Wudi all turned their gazes toward Jiang Feng, and Wang Min. Jiang Feng remained silent. while Wang Min cleared her throat and quietly murmured, cough. Just before departure, we successfully tested the method, and these kids are already using it on the battlefield. It is truly reckless. Woody's forehead twitched in irritation. Is that what I asked about? Jiang Feng added, let us observe for now. This is merely a special attempt, and still not fully matured. Our focus should remain on conventional combat power. Only then did everyone redirect their attention back to the battlefield. After the testing team executed that strike, they dispersed. Soon, they witnessed more demonstrations from the testing team. The distance between the 8 formations remained consistently balanced. When encountering beasts below the mid-gold core stage, they divided into 8 formations to engage in battle. When facing beasts above the late gold core stage, they adjusted their formations based on the strength of the beasts. Regardless of the situation, they maintained a localized advantage in combat power, leading to astonishing efficiency in their kills. Even more impressive than their offensive capabilities was their defense. By consistently maintaining localized advantages, the 8 combat teams easily repelled all attacks from the enemies. Even in the most chaotic and intense areas of battle, they had yet to sustain any injuries. Woody's eyes grew increasingly bright as he witnessed nascent soul beasts attacking them. Yet the testing team successfully defended using their formation changes without even activating their defensive artifacts. This was precisely the effect they desired from their formations. However, as he observed the teams from other military factions, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The 15 other teams had gradually retreated from the core battlefield. The chaos of the battle was too overwhelming. If they were slow to defeat their opponents, they would be attacked by other beasts. Their defensive capabilities could not match those of the testing team, forcing them to retreat to areas with less intense fighting. Some teams were even scattered, having to re-establish their formations after withdrawing a distance. This was not particularly concerning. Their performance had met expectations from the outset. Moreover, it was inherently unsuitable for gold core cultivators to intervene in a nascent soul battlefield. Yet, compared to the testing team, the disparity was glaring. This indicated that in a true life-and-death struggle against the beasts, the survival rate of the testing team would far exceed that of the current military cultivators. How do you explain this? What new formations have they employed? A lieutenant pointed at the testing team, still standing firm amidst the horde of beasts, and asked Jiang Feng and Wang Min. Jiang Feng, observing the testing team in battle, explained, cough. This is also a new training method, not a new formation. It has only been less than half a month since it was introduced. Less than half a month can yield such combat power? If it weren't for this support mission, how long did the research group plan to keep this hidden? It will not be concealed. The formations developed by the research group are all meant for your use. Jiang Feng replied, having taken over the formation department for less than 10 days. If you do not believe me, you may inquire when you return. Noticing the atmosphere had become somewhat tense, Wang Min quickly intervened to ease the situation. He too was astonished. The disparity in combat power demonstrated by the same formations was indeed quite significant. Upon a genuine comparison, it becomes evident that what Jiang Feng has devised is indeed remarkable. As he uttered these words, the gaze of Wu Di and the others towards Jiang Feng shifted significantly. Initially, he had presumed that Wang Min was the leading figure between the two, only to discover that it was, in fact, Jiang Feng. Very well. The testing situation has become largely apparent. We shall take action now to swiftly resolve the beast tide and return to our training, Wu Di remarked, his voice particularly emphatic on the final 4 words. With that, his figure vanished, clearly heading off to confront the divine transformation realm beasts. Soul Point, I am coming. Jiang Feng had awaited this proclamation for quite some time, paying no heed to the implications behind Wu Di's words. He then soared alongside several Yuanian cultivators towards the most intense area of combat. Chapter 88. Abundant Harvest. The generous General Wu Di, Jiang Feng, what brings you here? Wang Min suddenly intercepted Jiang Feng after flying for a while. This was no research group. The demonic beasts bore no recognition for the talents of the human race. When confronted by humans, these beasts would strike without hesitation. Jiang Feng, puzzled by his query, retorted, didn't we come to eliminate the demonic beasts? His urgency to engage the beasts was abruptly halted. And in that moment, more of the beasts ahead perished. The human side also suffered losses, yet the addition of 5 Yuanian lieutenants mitigated the casualties somewhat. It's too perilous ahead. You, a mere Jindan, should refrain from getting involved. Wang Min was adamant about ensuring his safety, having received explicit instructions from their leader to protect Jiang Feng before their departure. Jiang Feng could only sigh. His low cultivation level consistently presented various challenges. I'm not foolish enough to charge headlong into the beast horde. I'll attack from a distance, he pointed out, indicating a spot some distance ahead. In truth, he could engage from where he stood, but doing so would expose his superior spiritual awareness relative to his peers. Furthermore, wielding a consciousness far surpassing his level would place considerable strain on his sea of consciousness. The battle in the wild boar forest had already taken a toll on him. Seeing his resolve, Wang Min finally relaxed and flew ahead, planning to engage just a short distance from Jiang Feng to keep a watchful eye on him. Once Wang Min had distanced himself, Jiang Feng pressed forward for over 30 miles before pausing. The typical Jindan cultivator's spiritual awareness spans 40 to 60 miles, while Jiang Feng's was thrice that, exceeding 160 miles. With the battlefield less than 100 miles away, he remained within the Jindan realm. Even if his awareness was deemed excessive for his level, it would not seem utterly implausible. Whoosh! Before he could halt, the Pisu sword materialized in the air, locking onto a wild boar-like demonic beast that was rampaging among the cultivators. It struck with deadly precision. The boar demon emitted a brief, sharp cry before falling silent, startling the cultivators engaged in its assault. Kill a late-stage Jindan wild boar demon and gain 16 soul points. Soul points, 35 points. With a satisfied smirk at the system notification and the increment in soul points, Jiang Feng felt invigorated. Let us keep going. Peculiar occurrences unfolded on the battlefield. A previously lively beast would suddenly fall silent, only for a sharp sound of slicing air to follow shortly after. There were no visible traces of attack, nor did anyone come to collect the beast's corpse. The onlookers presumed that a Yuanying expert had casually dealt with the beasts and offered their thanks to the void. The continued sounds were due to Jiang Feng's current inability to fully control the double power of the Pisu sword. Once he mastered it, the observers might only witness beasts collapsing without explanation. It remained uncertain how they would react to such an eerie phenomenon. Within an hour of their entrance into the fray, signs of retreat began to emerge among the demonic beasts. Jiang Feng speculated that the battle on General Wudi's side had reached a conclusion. Unless the foremost combatants were vanquished or driven away, the beast tide would seldom disperse of its own volition. As Jiang Feng pursued, dispatching a flying beast, Wang Min returned to his side, and there were no other beasts in the vicinity for him to slay. Kill a mid-stage Jindan fire sparrow demon and gain 6 soul points. Soul points, 535 points. Having reaped over 500 points in this battle, Jiang Feng's spirits soared. The frustration of not being able to pursue the beasts evaporated. Closing the interface, he inquired of Wang Min, did General Wudi achieve victory? Indeed. Both transforming demonic beasts have been eradicated. Jianglan City will likely remain free from such a scale of beast tide for decades. Wang Min replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement, clearly pleased with the outcome. Jiang Feng observed the cultivators below beginning to collect the remains of both human and demonic corpses. Even in victory, the aftermath bore a bittersweet tone. However, this was an inevitable reality. They fought for survival, and sacrifices were unavoidable. All they could do was look ahead, striving to become more formidable, ensuring they would not be the last to be carried away by their comrades in any future battles. After a brief congregation, General Wudi finally arrived. This is for you. Act swiftly upon return. Circumstances are rather dire. Upon his arrival, he casually tossed a storage bag to Jiang Feng. Instinctively, Jiang Feng caught it, bewildered, and then probed inside with his spiritual awareness. Only when General Wudi summoned a flying vessel did Jiang Feng, still in a daze, realize the contents of the bag, the intact corpse of a demonic beast at the transformation stage. General Wudi had entrusted him with such a gift. As Jiang Feng regained his composure, he recalled Wudi's earlier words. The urgency to act swiftly likely pertained to disseminating the battle formation. But what did he mean by the situation being not good? There must have been events during or after the battle that Jiang Feng was unaware of, otherwise General Wudi would not have mentioned it at that moment. Considering the beast tide that day, he speculated it might be related to the demonic beasts or even the demonic race. Yet, it seemed excessive to offer such a prize. With this thought, Jiang Feng suddenly found the storage bag becoming somewhat burdensome in his grasp. Sighing in resignation, he resolved to quietly restore his depleted spiritual awareness within the cabin. He decided to return to the research group to consult Peng Donghua for further clarification. 2 hours later, Jiang Feng returned to the research group, receiving merely a single phrase from Peng Donghua. Do not worry. Focus on your assigned duties. With no further information at hand, he had no choice but to relent. Back in the battle formation research group, he contacted Meng Haoyu to request the crafting of a new tactical wristwatch. Following that, he dedicated some time alongside Wang Min to reorganize the training manual, addressing the minor issues discovered during the recent training tests and the battle against the Beast Tide. Without pause, he headed to the Magic Tool Group to retrieve the tactical wristwatch, taking the testing team to their training base. Upon his arrival, he discovered not only was every battle formation present, but even the 5 generals and Zhao Qitian were in attendance. Upon witnessing such a grand spectacle, he could only step forward to pay his respects. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Qitian jovially remarked, "Jiang Feng, you have truly surprised me." Jiang Feng was unaware of what Wu Di or the other officers had discussed, so he refrained from elaborating, humbly stating, "I merely fulfilled my duties within the research group." Haha, what a splendid fulfillment of duty. Now, let us proceed with the main business. With that, Jiang Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling that Zhao Qitian's demeanor today was somewhat different. Without any delay, following the established protocol, he commenced his presentation on the tactical wristwatch and the training manual, culminating in a demonstration by the testing team of their achievements. Throughout this process, not only the members of various armies, but also the 5 generals and Zhao Qitian were left in awe. This seemingly trivial small whooshing formation had been masterfully manipulated by this young man. Particularly, the testing team's final strike using an officer as the target compelled everyone to rise in astonishment. Even Wu Di, who had witnessed it once before, found it hard to believe. After concluding these proceedings, Jiang Feng retained the 4 teams as instructors and then hurried back to his cave dwelling. Having just acquired 500 soul points today, he felt an irresistible urge. Chapter 89. 5 consecutive draws of misfortune, elevating the soul. Congratulations to the host for drawing the entry. Automatic pencil, white. Would you like to use this entry, automatic pencil? Within the confines of the research group's cave, as the final system prompt vanished, Jiang Feng's gaze became vacant. 500 soul points had simply evaporated. Gazing at the entries displayed on the panel, a look of despair washed over Jiang Feng's face. Host, Jiang Feng. Realm, Golden Core Realm, Midstage. Entries, automatic pencil, finger writing. Glass cup, hand holding water. Itching tool, left hand scratching. Safety scissors, limbs cutting paper. Comprehensive guide to cabbage cultivation, knowledge. Expand skill, Dong Xin Gong. Expand techniques combat skills. Expand soul points, 35 points. 5 consecutive draws. Without even a guarantee, did the previously high drop rate exist only in his imagination? Let alone the coveted soul-related entries he had longed for. If any of these entries held even the slightest utility for him, it could not possibly be entirely useless. While Jiang Feng succumbed to his own despair, the scene at the Xianzi department's camp and the magical artifact group was remarkably lively. The personnel in the camp appeared exceptionally animated due to the training of 4 testing teams. The magical artifact group was suddenly guarded by 5 generals at the entrance, and the clamor of several refining furnaces echoed incessantly. Fortunately, they were merely crafting spirit-level items, which researchers at the Yuan-Ing level found quite manageable. Had they been crafting magical artifacts, those individuals would have long been driven away for their audacity to guard the entrance. Do you even comprehend the technology? The next day, Wang Min arrived at the training grounds only to find that Jiang Feng was absent. Assuming he was preoccupied with his own matters, she paid little mind. Yet over the following 3 days, until the 7th day, she neither spotted Jiang Feng on the training grounds nor in the battle array room. She even made several trips to the library but still encountered no sign of him. Buzz. This was the sound of Jiang Feng's cave formation being activated from the outside. Oh, are you all right? Wang Min noticed Jiang Feng sitting cross-legged, and her expression became somewhat unnatural. Wang Min, how did you get in? In the cultivation room, upon hearing the voice, Jiang Feng turned to see Wang Min's sudden appearance, somewhat surprised. He distinctly remembered having sealed the cave's formation. Wang Min, is this what you meant by something going wrong? At that moment, another voice emerged from behind Wang Min. A tall, stern-looking middle-aged man appeared, his gaze toward Wang Min laden with hostility, as if ready to turn against her for failing to provide a reasonable explanation. Wang Min immediately wilted. Senior Li Hu, please wait. I told you, I couldn't find Jiang Feng, and the communicator was unresponsive. Upon hearing this, Li Hu's eyes widened even further. So this is why you asked me to break the formation? Jiang Feng opened his mouth to say something, but Wang Min was swiftly dragged outside by the towering Li Hu. Senior Li, please listen to me. You should focus on my illusion formation. Listening to the sounds outside, Jiang Feng halted his attempt to rise. Wang Min, may you fare well. Staring at the still open door and formation, Jiang Feng could only temporarily cease his cultivation during this period. A few days prior, he had drawn no useful entries. Thus, with a heavy heart, he resolved to cultivate a soul-related technique on his own. Gazing at the newly manifested technique on the panel, his brow involuntarily twitched. Technique, Zhou Tian Xing Chun Duan Shen Fa. This was the most powerful soul technique he had discovered. It was said to disregard realms, possess no limits, and require minimal consumption. Upon seeing this technique, Jiang Feng instantly felt that this was the soul technique he was meant to refine. However, when he genuinely began to practice, he realized just how torturous this technique could be. The so-called Zhou Tian Xing Chun did not require the visualization of any celestial phenomena. Instead, it demanded the extraction of approximately 1/10 of his soul each time, condensing it into stars within the sea of consciousness. While studying the technique, Jiang Feng thought this would require a level of control. Little did he know that when he attempted to separate his soul, he discovered that any notion of control was illusory. Enduring pain became the essential capability for cultivating this technique. Nevertheless, with his soul already separated, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. However, Jiang Feng overestimated his capacity to withstand pain. Before the stars even materialized, he felt as if his head would explode from the agony. Ultimately, he had to numb all his senses and allow a super AI to assist in completing the final process. Once he had condensed one star, he needed to wait for his soul power to gradually recover or resort to medication. During this period, the pain would persist. Now, 3 luminous stars glittered in his sea of consciousness, representing the fruits of his labor over the past 7 days. Oh, and there was also the forcibly opened cave and formation. Jiang Feng decided that in places where Wang Min was present, if he wished to cultivate this technique, he would have to choose midday. Since he had been compelled to exit his seclusion, he did not intend to continue his practice and planned to visit the training grounds. Upon arriving at the grounds, he discovered that the collective teaching phase had already passed, and only a few small teams were actively training on the main field. After wandering through various military camps, Jiang Feng realized their progress was somewhat slower than he had anticipated. Curious, he approached the testing team serving as instructors to inquire. Upon receiving